Another failure. Are we truly destined to watch the apocalypse unfold before our very eyes? Gazing at the desolate, grayish live stream, despair envelopes the entire realm of Daxia. 2 billion Daxia citizens are engulfed in an abyss of hopelessness. 3 years have passed since the advent of the universal farm space, marking a full 3 years. Now it is the year 2100 of the Blue Star era. After centuries of unrestrained development and destruction, the land resources of Blue Star have been ravaged to an irreparable extent. According to the latest survey data, the total arable land across Blue Star has dwindled to a mere 100 million acres. Of this, Daxia possesses only 10 million acres. In the last century, Daxia's arable land alone reached a staggering 2 billion acres. Globally, the arable land amounted to nearly 30 billion acres. A century has elapsed, and the arable land on Blue Star now stands at merely 1/3 of what it once was. Meanwhile, the population has surged to over 10 billion. With such a multitude of humanity relying on so scant arable land, survival has become an impossibility. It can be said that the vast majority of today's population subsists solely on artificially synthesized nutrients. Yet even with these nutrients, humanity cannot endure for long. The continuous decline in cultivable land has rendered the raw materials for these nutrients a monumental challenge. Countless lives are lost to starvation across Blue Star every moment. To compete for the dwindling arable land, nations led by the Lighthouse country have instigated wars time and again. 3 years ago, their sights were set on Daxia, eager to seize its already limited territories. Conflict could erupt at any moment. Fortunately, 3 years passed. The universal farm space unexpectedly emerged. The chosen ones, marked as the elect, would enter the farm space to cultivate and grow crops. Each elect would receive an initial crop package upon entry, randomly granting them crops to plant. With each harvest, a 10,000-fold return would grace the real world. All Daxia citizens believed their salvation was at hand. However, 3 years have elapsed 3 times. 300 Daxia elects have entered, yet all have met with failure. It is as though they are cursed. Daxia's elects, upon entering the farm space, either fail to acquire valuable crops, rendering them unable to plant, or succumb to the invasions of monstrous entities. To date, not a single elect from Daxia has survived a month within the farm space. Out of 100 elects each year, 300 have now seen 299 perish. As 3 years have passed, Daxia's food reserves have plummeted to a dangerously critical level. If this time proves to be yet another total failure, countless lives will be lost to starvation. It is over. Watching the 299th elect engulfed by the tide of monsters, the live stream faded to gray. Despair settled over all Daxia citizens. Though a year hence, Daxia may have another chance at selection, the nation's food supply is nearly depleted. How many among the 2 billion will perish from starvation in that year? That meager 10 million acres of arable land cannot sustain 20 billion people. Were it not for the exorbitant costs incurred over the past 2 years to import food from abroad, Daxia would have already been littered with corpses. Moreover, each failure results in a reduction of arable land in the real world. The failures of the previous 2 years have already led to a 40% decrease in Daxia's cultivable land. This means that if this time ends in complete failure, Daxia's arable land will further diminish by 20%. With only 10 million acres to begin with, a 20% reduction would leave Daxia with a mere 4 million acres. Such scant land could not support 20 billion people, let alone even 10 million. Daxia would then face a grim choice. Either sacrifice the majority of its population or incur astronomical costs to import exorbitantly priced food. Whichever path is chosen, countless lives will inevitably be lost. 20 billion souls, even with immense expenditures on food imports, cannot satisfy such a vast demand for sustenance. In an instant, despair enveloped all Daxia citizens. No, we still have one last elect. Chen has not yet failed. Suddenly, as if grasping at a final hope, a Daxia citizen spoke up urgently. Chen? Upon hearing this name, the eyes of the crowd brightened momentarily. Yet, that glimmer faded as quickly as it appeared. Don't hold out hope, he is merely a student. So many seasoned farmers, experts, and even special forces have failed, how could he possibly succeed? A comment appeared quietly in the live stream. Upon reading this, silence fell over the crowd. Indeed, among the previous 299, there were farmers with decades of experience, agricultural experts well-versed in countless crops, and capable special forces. Yet, without exception, they all met with failure. Now, how could an ordinary university student like Chen possibly succeed? It is inconceivable. Meanwhile, within the farm space, Chen remained silent. In his mind, the echoes of failures replayed incessantly. Each piece of information that flickered represented the fall of a daxia elect. 299, he reflected, gazing at the translucent panel before him. He was the last chosen elect. Just 10 minutes ago, he had entered the farm space, only to learn that the last elect had already fallen. This outcome was undoubtedly brutal for Chen. Elect Chen, congratulations on entering the elect farm space. The new farmer starter pack has been issued to your farm. Please take the hoe beside you and commence your journey as a farmer. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind once more. Chen could only manage a wry smile, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. He picked up the hoe beside him and walked toward the vacant land ahead. Every farmer entering the farm space receives a starter pack. Typically, this pack contains fundamental planting techniques and initial crop seeds. If fortune favors him with advanced crop seeds, it would signify a remarkable beginning. Much like the elect from the lighthouse country, who, during the first emergence of the farm space, obtained a spirit-level potato seed. This spirit-level potato, as a superior crop, could continuously enhance the surrounding soil quality. Moreover, it would quintuple the yield of all ordinary potatoes within a 100-meter radius. The benefits of spirit-level crops in the real world have escalated from 10,000-fold to 100,000-fold. With this spirit-level potato, that elect from the lighthouse country propelled his nation to new heights. Not only did they significantly alleviate their food crisis, but they also began exporting these crops at premium prices. Many of the grains daxia imported previously came from the lighthouse country. The European Union, the Northern Bear Alliance, the Xia Nation, the Xia Nation, and the Third Brother Nation, among others, had also acquired numerous ordinary seeds. Yet daxia, over these 3 years apart from him, had not received a single ordinary seed among the 299 elects. It was as if they were cursed, receiving nothing but inferior seeds. I wonder what my luck will be. If I receive another inferior seed, that would be troublesome. Chen mused as he surveyed the empty land before him. Just as he pondered, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Your infinite synthesis system has successfully activated. Please check your rewards. Chapter 2. The super divine farm space. One cannot help but wonder what caliber of crops Chen might procure. In the realm of reality, although the vast majority have succumbed to despair, there remain a considerable number who are closely monitoring Chen's every move. Each chosen one possesses their own livestream channel, allowing the outside world to observe their actions. Presently, Chen has undeniably become the last vestige of hope for the Great Xia. Naturally, many are hopeful that he might secure a commendable seed, even if it is merely of the lowly common grade. Many are silently praying in their hearts, according to the information currently at humanity's disposal. These seeds are classified into 3 categories: substandard, common, and spiritual. Whether there exist seeds above the spiritual grade remains an enigma, as thus far, only the people of the Lighthouse Nation have managed to acquire spiritual crops. In stark contrast, the chosen ones of Great Xia have yet to obtain even common-grade crops. As per the information at hand, substandard crops comprise exceedingly mundane grains and other staples, devoid of any special properties. Their flavors are rather ordinary, serving solely to satiate hunger. Common crops, on the other hand, when consumed over time, can gradually enhance the physical constitution of the human body and exhibit a growth rate significantly surpassing that of substandard crops. Spiritual crops not only provide a substantial boost to physical attributes, but also possess unique augmentative properties. For instance, the spiritual grade potatoes from the Lighthouse Nation not only improve soil quality, but also significantly accelerate the growth of surrounding crops. The people of Great Xia do not harbor unrealistic expectations of obtaining high-grade seeds. They merely desire common-grade seeds that, when cultivated and consumed, can enhance their physical constitution. This would at least afford them a fighting chance against the impending onslaught of demonic creatures a month hence. Previous chosen ones from Great Xia have largely perished due to their inability to procure common-grade crops to bolster their physical strength. Is this not the livestream channel of Great Xia? I can hardly believe there remains a chosen one alive. Amidst the fervent prayers of countless individuals, An unusual barrage of comments suddenly materialized in the Great Xia livestream. Tio think Great Xia still has a survivor. What a surprise! He has only just entered the farm space. It seems he might last a month. Poor souls, such vast lands squandered on these invalids. How fortunate it would be for our great Fusang Empire to have them. A relentless stream of comments inundated the screen, all originating from foreign detractors, filled with mockery and derision. Come on. If you have the guts, face us in reality. Your words are mere cowardice. What are you if all you can do is hurl insults online? Little Fusang, do you not merely cling to your father? Have the courage to duel offline. Witnessing the repulsive comments flood in once more, the citizens of Great Xia were nearly driven to the brink of fury. For 3 years, it seemed as if Great Xia had truly been cursed, as not a single one of the 299 chosen ones had acquired crops of common grade or above. All had been relegated to the realm of the ordinary. Aside from quenching hunger, these crops offered no benefits whatsoever in the farm space. Every month heralded a demonic invasion, posing a life-and-death trial for the farm owners. Only those who had secured crops of common grade or higher could hope to withstand the ferocity of the demonic entities. Otherwise, even the mightiest warriors would struggle against the exceptionally vicious demons. Consequently, no farm owner from Great Xia had survived beyond a month, rendering them a target for the unrestrained mockery and humiliation from these foreign entities. These individuals, too cowardly to confront them in the physical realm, resorted to online taunts, knowing full well that Great Xia lacked the means to retaliate in kind. To date, no genuine farm owner had emerged from Great Xia. They could not even survive the month-long novice period. The land of Great Xia was nearing its depletion, precariously balanced on the brink of collapse. All you Great Xia can do is resort to such barbaric forms of expression. A duel? Do you even deserve it? Ha ha ha. Is he not your last chosen one? I wonder how long your remaining food supplies will last after he perishes. By the way, allow me to remind you that our Lighthouse Nation has just passed a resolution to have food exports to Great Xia starting next month, with prices increasing by an additional 50. Surprised? In the face of the furious rebukes from the people of Great Xia, these foreign entities only grew bolder, unabashedly continuing their derision. Upon hearing this, the citizens of Great Xia turned pale, not merely from the brazen mockery but from the implications contained within, a halving of food imports and a 50 price hike. What did this signify? Previously, when food prices were stable, a pound of regular rations cost roughly 1 to 3 yuan. Now, the Lighthouse Nation had raised the price of food exports to Great Xia to $20 per kilogram, equating to $10 per pound. When converted to Great Xia's currency, this amounted to approximately 80 yuan per pound. This price had already soared to exorbitant levels. Should the price rise by an additional 50, it would reach 120 yuan per pound. Moreover, with the quantity halved, the price would only escalate further. At such extortionate rates, even if the food were processed into tasteless nutritional liquids, it would barely sustain an individual for 3 days. This meant that Great Xia would not only have to expend vast resources purchasing food from these foreign entities, but would also find that the food procured would be utterly insufficient to sustain its populace. In the face of this dire reality, Great Xia seemed utterly powerless. Unless they resorted to desperate measures and declared war, dragging the world into ruin alongside them, starvation would soon claim the lives of countless citizens. Was this truly the end? Despair cloaked the hearts of innumerable individuals from Great Xia. No, Brother Su Chun will surely prevail. At that moment, a comment unexpectedly appeared in the live stream. In a cozy little room adorned with warmth, a girl with delicate features, fair skin, and clad in a simple white dress clutched a stuffed bear tightly, her small fists clenched in determination. Is it possible? The viewers from Great Xia, upon seeing this comment, could only manage a bitter smile. Is it possible? They had asked themselves this question 299 times already. Yet, reality had dealt them 299 cruel answers. Perhaps this time would mark the 300th. Within the farm space, Su Chun remained blissfully unaware of the situation outside. His attention was wholly captivated by the voice resonating in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the restlessness within and gradually spoke. System, what abilities do you possess? This system can synthesize any similar items, resulting in a significant enhancement in the quality of the synthesized item. The system's voice was succinct, delivering its purpose in a single, straightforward sentence. A significant enhancement in item quality, Su Chun pondered. Does this mean you can also synthesize crop seeds? Specific functionalities are for the host to explore. The system appeared to lack advanced intelligence, falling into silence after answering a few basic queries. The only remnant was a translucent panel visible solely to Su Chen, displaying two options clearly, and a brief glance revealed to Su Chen the apparent function of this system. Clearly, if the system's claims held true, he could simply place the crop seeds within for synthesis. The synthesized crops would see a marked improvement in seed quality. With this in mind, all he needed to do was acquire seeds and place them in the synthesis panel. Excitement coursed through Su Chen. After a prolonged period, he managed to contain his exhilaration and walked toward the nearby land. The beginner's gift awaited within this soil, as he turned the earth with a hoe. The rewards would soon reveal themselves. Most rewards would comprise ordinary substandard crops and basic planting experience, with a slim chance of yielding common-grade crops. To date, only one instance of a crop above common grade had been observed on Blue Star. And not a single common-grade crop had emerged from Great Xia thus far. Rubbing his hands together, Su Chen plunged the hoe into the soil. As he flipped the earth, a fist-sized object emerged before him and the viewers of Great Xia. Something has appeared? Upon seeing this fist-sized object, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was no stranger to this item. It was undoubtedly the seed capsule. Every previous chosen one had uncovered such an object upon their initial foray into the soil. Without hesitation, Su Chen picked it up, and in the next moment, the attributes of the seed materialized before him. Chapter 3. Hell Mode. The system activates. One cannot help but wonder what kind of seed Su Chen might obtain. How wonderful it would be if he could secure a common-grade seed. The appearance of the seed capsule heightened the tension among the audience of Great Saimdaw. At this moment, Su Chen could be regarded as the last ray of hope for Great Xia. Should he fail to procure a quality seed, it was all but certain that the future of Great Xia would be fraught with hardship. Countless individuals from the Great Xia, deprived of sustenance, are destined to perish from hunger. In dire circumstances, the food crisis may even incite chaos. Should certain malevolent forces exploit this turmoil, the very fabric of societal order could unravel. In that moment, all eyes are anxiously riveted on the unfolding scene. Even the foreign onlookers have fallen silent, each one yearning to ascertain whether Su Chen, the last chosen one of the Great Xia, can turn the tide. The spectators from the land of Fusang, harboring ill intentions, think maliciously of the inferior, substandard seeds. Under the collective gaze, Su Chen tears open the seed packet, revealing the properties of the seeds to the audience. Inferior cabbage seeds 1000, grade, substandard description, ordinary inferior cabbage seeds. With poor flavor and negligible planting value, possess a low survival rate but can provide sustenance when mature. The introduction is succinct, comprising merely a single sentence. Yet, that brief statement plunges the hearts of all Great Xia citizens into despair. It is over. Upon reading the seed's description, the countenance of every Great Xia individual pales, their faces etched with hopelessness. Inferior seeds. Not only are they substandard, but they are the very lowest tier of inferior seeds. Such seeds have previously surfaced among the farmers of Great Xia. Setting aside the poor flavor, the survival rate in cultivation serves as the final straw. This single packet contains 1000 inferior cabbage seeds. Yet whether even 100 of these seeds can survive is a complete unknown. Moreover, these inferior seeds lack any special capabilities, failing to yield significant spiritual energy points for the farm. Spiritual energy points are among the most vital resources within the farm space. Crops, upon maturity, generate these points, with higher-grade crops producing even more. Spiritual energy points are virtually omnipotent. They not only enhance the farmer's physical prowess, but can also be used to improve seed quality. Most importantly, spiritual energy points facilitate the upgrading of the farm. The farm space operates on a system of levels. A standard initial farm can only cultivate ordinary crops at most. Although higher-grade spiritual crops can be planted, they will not mature without upgrading the farm's level. The more advanced the farm, the quicker lower-grade crops grow. Additionally, higher-level farms subtly enhance crop quality, providing lower-grade crops with a greater chance to evolve into higher-grade varieties. Much like the fortunate farmer from the lighthouse, who began with spiritual-grade crops, though they cannot mature, their inherent properties still afford significant advantages. That farmer's farm now approaches spiritual-grade status. It won't be long before an upgrade is possible, at which point the land's quality will improve, granting even greater benefits to the Lighthouse Nation's farmers. It is said that even more advanced farms can directly influence reality, providing substantial enhancements to real-world land. The primary source of spiritual energy points is the crops themselves. Within the confines of farm space, spiritual energy points are the lifeblood of the farmer. Yet now, Chen has received these inferior, substandard seeds. While this grade of seeds can still provide spiritual energy points, the amount is minuscule. If ordinary low-grade crops yield 1 point upon maturity, then the quality substandard seeds only provide 0.1. The inferior substandard seeds, once matured, yield a mere 0.01. 100 inferior crops maturing yield fewer spiritual energy points than a single low-grade crop. Furthermore, low-grade crops, with prolonged consumption, can enhance physical health. From the moment this packet of seeds was obtained, despair enveloped everyone. The Great Xia is doomed. Ha ha ha, indeed. The Great Xia has been forsaken by the heavens. Is there anything worse in the entire farm space? The people of Great Xia are indeed worthless. Perhaps a pig would be a better choice than this individual from Great Xia. Upon seeing the seed's attributes in Chen's hands, all the foreign onlookers erupted into laughter, their mockery unabated. Inferior substandard seeds. This is the pinnacle of rubbish. Great Xia people, why not kneel and beg us for assistance? Perhaps in our magnanimity, we might grant you some food to sustain you. Ha ha ha. In this moment, all taunts and humiliations are laid bare. The final farmer of Great Xia is finished. Waiting for the next batch of chosen ones to appear will only be possible a year later. And what will remain of Great Xia in a year's time? The food reserves are already depleted. A year from now, Great Xia will likely be a land of famine and death, among 2 billion people. Will there even be 100 million left? How can such a Great Xia command any respect? Faced with the derision of the foreign onlookers, the people of Great Xia seethe with anger but find themselves utterly powerless to retort. Despair has spread like wildfire in their hearts. Retort? What good would that do? In the face of reality, all struggles seem woefully futile. In an instant, an impenetrable gloom envelopes the skies above Great Xia. Chen, brother? In a cozy little room, the young girl who had previously sent supportive messages to Chen now bites her lip, her fair face drained of color. Alas, beside the girl, a graceful matron observes her daughter's expression in the live-stream scene, unable to suppress a gentle sigh. Mother, Chen will definitely succeed, right? Upon hearing her mother's sigh, the girl turns to her, a look of confusion in her eyes. The matron gazes at her daughter, shakes her head, and offers no response. Will he truly succeed? As a mother, she naturally believes in her son. However, the notion of success might just be a comforting lie for the innocent child. Given the current circumstances, unless a deity descends, no one can offer assistance. How can one possibly turn the tide with a packet of inferior seeds? Rest assured, your brother Chen will surely succeed. Despite her heart brimming with despair, as a mother, the matron still utters a kind-hearted falsehood. Little did she know, her lie would soon manifest as a grim prophecy. In the realm of the farm space, Chen gazes at the seeds in his hand. Enveloped in silence, he had anticipated the possibility of receiving low-quality seeds, for none of the previous 299 farmers of Great Xia had ever acquired high-grade seeds. Yet he never imagined that he would receive such pitifully low-grade seeds. Damn the heavens, are you intent on bringing ruin to our Great Xia? Chen silently curses. Were it not for the system, this misfortune would undoubtedly lead to his demise within a month. At that point, the arable land of Great Xia would diminish by another 20%. A year from now, the population of Great Xia might dwindle to a mere fraction. Is this not a deliberate attempt to annihilate Great Xia? Shaking his head, Chen casts aside these chaotic thoughts and turns his gaze towards the system. With a thought, he retrieves 2 seeds and places them in the synthesis panel. Ding! Detected substandard inferior cabbage seeds 2. Proceed with synthesis. The system's voice resonates immediately. Synthesize. Without hesitation, Chen confirms. Synthesis in progress. Please wait. Chapter 4. Initial synthesis. The synthesis time is not particularly lengthy. In less than a second, it concludes. The ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ordinary cabbage seeds 1. Indeed, it is possible. Hearing the system's announcement, Chen's eyes gleam with excitement as he promptly retrieves the seeds to examine their attributes. Ordinary cabbage seeds, grade. Substandard description. ordinary cabbage seeds, with average flavor and low planting value, can provide sustenance when mature. The attributes have transformed from extremely poor flavor to merely average. The survival rate issue is no longer specifically noted, indicating that this seed can now be cultivated normally. Furthermore, the planting value has improved from extremely low to low. Compared to the previous inferior cabbage seeds, this represents a substantial enhancement. If one synthesis yields such improvement, what might occur with continued synthesis? Chen's heart races with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracts 2 more inferior cabbage seeds for synthesis. In just a second, another ordinary cabbage seed emerges with identical attributes, lacking any special qualities. Subsequently, Chen places the 2 ordinary cabbage seeds into the synthesis panel. Ding! Detected substandard ordinary cabbage seeds 2. Proceed with synthesis. Synthesize. Without hesitation, Chen confirms again. Synthesis in progress. Synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring high-quality cabbage seeds 1. In less than a second, synthesis succeeds once more. Chen eagerly retrieves the seeds to inspect their attributes. High-quality cabbage seeds, grade. Substandard description, high-quality cabbage seeds. With delicious flavor, average planting value, can provide sustenance when mature. The attributes have elevated once again. The flavor description shifts from average to delicious. The planting value has progressed from low to average. Undoubtedly, this marks yet another qualitative improvement. According to the experiences of those previous farmers, low-quality, subpar crops can yield only 0.01 energy points. In contrast, standard subpar crops typically provide around 0.05 energy points. High-quality subpar crops generally fluctuate around 0.1 energy points. This means that through 2 synthesis attempts, the attributes of this cabbage seed have increased tenfold. Tenfold? Chen murmured to himself. In the next moment, he placed 2 seeds into the synthesis chamber once more, continuing the process. Tenfold? This was not what Chen desired. Even with a tenfold increase, subpar crops remained just that, subpar. They could not provide any significant attribute enhancement, rendering the increase fundamentally meaningless. The primary distinction between mundane crops and subpar crops lies in the fact that consuming mundane crops over an extended period can improve one's physique. Conversely, no matter how many subpar crops one consumes, they offer no tangible benefit. The ability to enhance one's physique is crucial for Chen's survival in the farm space. After all, an invasion of monsters occurs every month in the farm space. If he were to rely solely on his current physical host, he would undoubtedly become a meal for the monsters upon their appearance. Thus far, even the weakest monsters encountered have proven to be more terrifying than the ferocious tigers of the real world. Slightly more advanced monsters have entirely surpassed the realm of normal biological entities. They are simply beyond human capacity to combat, unless one resorts to the use of modern firearms. However, in the farm space, apart from what the space provides and his own clothing, nothing else can be brought in. The only way to withstand the monsters is to enhance one's physical attributes. Alternatively, an exceptionally fortunate individual might uncover special items while tilling the land. But with his current luck, even acquiring ordinary subpar crops seems a distant dream. Therefore, what he urgently requires now are advanced crops. Not just low-quality mundane crops, but at the very least high-quality mundane crops. Or even spiritual-grade crops. With this thought in mind, Chen's hands did not cease their activity. One seed after another was continuously placed into the synthesis chamber, rapidly synthesizing into ordinary and high-quality seeds. It was only after synthesizing 3 high-quality seeds that Chen finally paused. He took a deep breath and placed 2 high-quality seeds directly into the synthesis chamber. Ding! Detecting subpar high-quality cabbage seeds 2. Synthesis commencing. Please wait. The system's voice echoed once more. In less than a second. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained subpar high-quality cabbage seeds 1. High-quality cabbage seeds? Chen was taken aback. The seeds he had input were indeed subpar high-quality cabbage seeds. Why were the results still subpar cabbage seeds? System, what is going on? Filled with confusion, Chen inquired. Replying to the host, there is an essential disparity between subpar seeds and mundane crops. Synthesizing mundane crops requires more high-quality seeds. The system's explanation was still succinct. Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly understood. After contemplating, it indeed seemed to be the case. There exists a fundamental difference between subpar crops and mundane crops. Mundane crops can not only provide more energy points but, more importantly, they can enhance the human physique. In contrast, subpar crops serve no purpose beyond satiation. System: how many high-quality seeds are required to synthesize mundane crops? Now that he understood the situation, Chen inquired once more. At least 8 pieces. 8 pieces. Chen nodded slightly. Then let us continue synthesizing. 0.8 high-quality seeds would require a total of 32 subpar seeds. Given his current stock of subpar seeds, with 1,000 subpar seeds available, he could synthesize 31 mundane seeds. The quantity is somewhat limited, yet it is entirely worth it. The leap from subpar to mundane represents a qualitative difference. No amount of subpar crops holds any value. Conversely, mundane crops can directly enhance the farmer's own physical attributes. To put it differently, mundane crops can save lives, while subpar crops merely allow one to await death. If there is an opportunity to transform subpar seeds into mundane seeds, no matter who it is, they would hardly refuse even a 32-to-1 exchange, let alone a 320-to-1 exchange. One high-quality seed after another was continuously to the synthesis chamber, until the final synthesis attempt. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained low-grade mundane cabbage seeds 1, finally synthesized. Upon witnessing the successful synthesis of the mundane seed, Chen could not suppress a surge of excitement within him. The gap between subpar and mundane represents a fundamental difference. In a sense, it is a chasm between life and death, and now he has crossed that chasm. This signifies that he now possesses the means to survive. Suppressing his excitement, Chen promptly checked the attributes of the mundane crop. Chapter 5. Choices after synthesis. Mundane cabbage seed. Tier. Low-grade mundane attributes. This cabbage seed, having absorbed a significant amount of energy, has evolved into one with excellent planting value. Long-term consumption can continuously enhance physical attributes, and upon maturity, it can provide 1 energy point for the farm. Description: as an entry-level crop in the farm space, mundane seeds offer you a chance to survive. Cherish every mundane seed, for they're your hope. The introduction no longer mentions satiation or deliciousness. Mundane crops have entirely transcended the realm of ordinary food. As described, these seeds are a lifeline for the farmer. Even though he had been prepared, the moment Chen truly laid eyes on this seed, he felt an uncontrollable thrill and excitement. The apparent gap between subpar and mundane, though seemingly just one tier, represents a chasm between life and death for the farmer. Any individual facing such a disparity would likely struggle to remain composed. After a considerable time, Chen finally managed to suppress his exhilaration. Once he stabilized his mind, he proceeded to synthesize all the remaining seeds into low-grade mundane cabbage seeds. He then placed the synthesized low-grade mundane seeds back into the synthesis chamber. Low-grade mundane? This is still insufficient. Ding. Detecting low-grade mundane cabbage seeds 2. Synthesis commencing. Please wait. Not long after, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained medium-grade mundane cabbage seeds 1. It appears that only when crossing tiers is there a need for more seeds in synthesis. Hearing the system's voice, Chen murmured to himself. When synthesizing subpar cabbage seeds, only 2 seeds of the same tier were required to elevate the quality by 1 tier. Yet, during tier elevation, 4 times the quantity of the same tier seeds was consumed to achieve the enhancement. Now that he has entered the mundane tier, elevating to the next quality tier only requires 2 seeds. Undoubtedly, only during fundamental tier advancements is there a necessity for a greater quantity of the same tier seeds. Shaking his head, Chen set those matters aside for the time being. He then began to examine the attributes of the medium-grade mundane crop. Mundane cabbage seed, tier. Medium-grade mundane attributes. This cabbage seed, having absorbed a significant amount of energy, has evolved into one with superior planting value compared to low-grade mundane seeds. Long-term consumption can continuously enhance physical attributes, and upon maturity, it can provide 2 energy points for the farm. Description: as an entry-level crop in the farm space, mundane seeds offer you a chance to survive. Cherish every mundane seed, for they're your hope. The introduction does not indicate any qualitative change. The only difference lies in the energy points, which have increased from 1 to 2, doubling the yield. Regarding the enhancement of physical attributes, it certainly surpasses that of the low-grade seeds to a certain extent. Chen has already learned this from the foreign farmers who obtained mundane crops. Under the same tier, the higher the quality of the crop, the greater the enhancement to physical attributes after prolonged consumption. This was not unexpected for Chen. Should he continue synthesizing? Looking at the remaining seeds in his possession, Chen hesitated. He only had slightly over 30 seeds left, although the benefits of continued synthesis would be greater. The corresponding issue is that higher-tier seeds have longer growth cycles. If he had an ample quantity, that would not pose a problem. However, with the limited seeds on hand, if he were to continue synthesizing, he could obtain at most 15 medium-grade mundane seeds, 7 high-grade mundane seeds, or 3 special-grade mundane seeds. In terms of energy contribution, special-grade seeds are undoubtedly superior to low-grade ones. The enhancement to physical attributes they provide is irrefutable. However, the critical issue is that higher-tier crops have longer growth cycles. In a situation where quantity is insufficient, the extended growth period can, in many respects, be fatal. After all, he currently has only 1 month. He must enhance his physical attributes to a level capable of combating the monsters within that time frame. Perhaps he should search for more seeds. After contemplating, Chen ultimately decided against further synthesis for the moment. If he finds more seeds, he will reconsider the synthesis issue. Abandoning the notion of continued synthesis, Chen took up his hoe and headed towards the farm's land. During the initial period as a novice farmer, each time he tilled the land, he could receive various rewards, particularly on the very first day, when he could obtain a considerable quantity of seeds. He was uncertain whether he would be able to obtain higher-grade seeds in the future. However, even the most rudimentary seeds could facilitate his synthesis efforts. Quantity. At this juncture, he required an abundance of seeds. The more, the better. What on earth was this citizen of the Great Xia preparing for? The moment Chen stepped outside wielding a hoe, the foreign onlookers who had been observing his every move in the real world immediately took notice. Previously, they had been unable to witness the details of Chen's seed synthesis due to the constraints of the system. To them, Chen had appeared like a fool, dazed and reeling from the shock, merely standing there. Their derision had only intensified. Now that Chen was in motion, their attention was naturally piqued. It seemed he was preparing to till the soil. Did he truly believe he could put up a fight? What a preposterous notion. Based on extensive experience, the quality of the seeds obtained during the initial phase would only match or decline in grade thereafter. Was there even a quality lower than that of inferior grade seeds? Perhaps there was, such as trash quality? Indeed, the people of the Great Xia seemed to embody that very notion. Trash quality appeared to suit them perfectly. All the foreign onlookers erupted into laughter once more, as if they could already envision the demise of the Great Xia. They had completely disregarded the feelings of the Great Xia people. After all, in a year's time, the Great Xia would vanish from the annals of history. What was there to fear? If not now, when would they assert their superiority? If they did not humiliate the Great Xia now, there may never be another opportunity. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Great Xia, though seething with rage, found themselves embroiled in pointless arguments with these foreign onlookers. Yet, all their rebuttals seemed utterly futile in that moment. Just as the foreign onlookers had claimed, the quality of the seeds unearthed by a farmer upon entering the farming space would predominantly align with that of the initial seeds, if not worse. The known lowest tier was already that of inferior grade seeds. Even if they wished to counter this assertion, they were left powerless to do so. It could be said that the moment Chen unearthed inferior grade seeds, the outcome was sealed. Countless citizens of the Great Xia were plunged into despair. Little did they know, Chen already possessed dozens of common grade seeds. Within the farming space, Chen continued to methodically turn the soil, intent on tilling every inch to amass a sufficient quantity of seeds. Ideally, he hoped to gather enough to synthesize a single spirit-grade seed. Chen was unsure how many seeds were required for such a synthesis. But given the current circumstances, it should not be fewer than 8 special common-grade seeds, equating to 64 inferior common-grade seeds. That was tantamount to 2,048 inferior seeds. Moreover, this was merely a conservative estimate. The actual requirement could be even greater. After all, the disparity between common-grade and spirit-grade seeds was akin to that between common and inferior. It represented a significant leap in tier. Were 2,048 inferior seeds a substantial quantity? In truth, not particularly. If he were to exchange them, even 2,048 inferior seeds would hardly suffice to compete with a single spirit-grade seed. Even if he had 24,000 inferior seeds, countless individuals would clamor for a spirit-grade seed. It was not just inferior seeds that would attract attention. Even offering 20,000 common-grade seeds would incite a frenzy of interest. Why was the Lighthouse Nation so audacious? It was all due to a single spirit-grade potato seed. Even if it could not mature, that seed had elevated the entire Lighthouse Nation to great heights. If 2048 inferior seeds could indeed synthesize a spirit-grade seed, it would be an immense windfall, something new. As he delved into the soil, Chen meticulously turned over the previously tilled areas, inching outward. At one moment, as his hoe struck the ground, a fist-sized bag emerged from the earth. Chapter 6. The Soul Hope? Despair setting down his hoe, Chen swiftly retrieved the bag. Upon opening it, the contents were laid bare before his eyes. Inferior cabbage seeds 1000 grade. Inferior description. Common inferior cabbage seeds. Possessing poor flavor and minimal agricultural value, with a low survival rate. While they may satiate hunger upon maturation, their attributes mirrored those he had encountered before. Indeed, these were the lowest grade seeds. The Great Xia was evidently a land forsaken by the heavens. A pitiful nation destined for ruin within a year in the real world. Upon witnessing the attributes of the seeds in Chen's possession, the foreign onlookers erupted into raucous laughter once more. Another 1,000 inferior seeds. While the quantity was considerable, what was the use? Inferior seeds, even in the millions or billions, could not compare to a single common grade seed. Such refuse was only fit for swine. The disdainful Easterners from the Fusang Nation did not hold back in their ridicule, while the citizens of the Great Xia found themselves utterly despondent. Despite the harshness of the foreign onlookers' words, they rang true. What use were 1,000 inferior cabbage seeds? Setting aside their already low survival rate, even if they all thrived, what could they accomplish? Could they shield Chen from the impending onslaught of monsters a month hence? If the monsters could not be thwarted, everything else was meaningless, alas. In the offices of the Great Xia's Farming Space Bureau, the director let out a resigned sigh upon witnessing the scene. The Farming Space Bureau was an entity established by the Great Xia government specifically for the farming space, directly under the central authority of Great Xia, unbound by any other jurisdiction. Its purpose was to analyze intelligence related to the farming space and disseminate this information to all of Great Xia, ensuring that any potential chosen ones could access the most comprehensive farming data. Additionally, the Bureau aimed to protect the families of surviving farmers from those with ulterior motives who might exploit them. Yet thus far, the Bureau had never truly fulfilled its purpose. Although they had analyzed considerable intelligence, it was as if the Great Xia had been cursed. Not a single individual had managed to survive beyond a month. Now, the final chosen one of this third year appeared poised for failure. Contact the higher-ups and prepare to activate the emergency plan, the director declared solemnly after his sigh. The last chosen one was on the brink of failure, and the Great Xia was entering its final countdown. As an official of the Great Xia, he was acutely aware of the dire state the nation was in. The food reserves of the Great Xia had dwindled to a critical level. Even if they converted all remaining food into nutritional liquid, it would only sustain the 20 billion citizens for a mere 6 months. After that, the Great Xia would be utterly devoid of sustenance. Following Chen's inevitable failure, the fourth batch of chosen ones would not emerge for another year. This year would be a matter of life and death for the Great Xia. Chen, however, remained blissfully unaware of the situation outside. As a farmer within the farming space, he had no means of contacting the outside world prior to officially becoming a farmer. He was still diligently searching for seeds, needing just 48 more. After stowing away the second bag of inferior cabbage seeds, Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor. He was oblivious to the despair that enveloped the outside world. All he knew was that if he could find 48 more seeds, he would be able to synthesize a spirit-grade cabbage seed. At that moment, everything would be irrevocably transformed. With this thought in mind, Chen's movements quickened. With each strike of his hoe, clumps of soil were overturned. Under the watchful gaze of countless observers, Chen tirelessly turned the expanse of land. The initial farming space was modest, merely around 3 acres. By the time he had finished tilling the entire area, he was drenched in sweat, his body growing weak from exertion. Although he was physically fit, a tall, handsome figure standing at 6 feet, with well-defined muscles from regular exercise, he was still fundamentally just an urban youth. A complete city dweller, he had never so much as touched a hoe before this. Were it not for having watched numerous live broadcasts and having received ample information from the Great Xia Farming Space Bureau, he would not have even known how to till the soil in this era. where arable land was under strict governmental control, the average person could not even dream of touching the soil. As he completed the 3 acres, darkness enveloped the farming space. He plopped down onto the ground, fatigue flooding his body. The sensation of soreness was quite intense. However, at that moment, Su Chun had no time to dwell on his discomfort. Gazing at the fruits of his labor, he was not plagued by pain but rather filled with exhilaration. 7. A total of 7 seed bags. After a long night's toil, he had amassed 7 bags of seeds. Moreover, he had inadvertently acquired a special item. Ignoring his weariness, Su Chun eagerly grabbed one of the seed bags. Upon opening it, the attributes of the seeds were laid bare before him. Inferior cabbage seeds 1000 grade. Inferior description. Common inferior cabbage seeds. Possessing poor flavor and minimal agricultural value, with a low survival rate. Another 1000 inferior cabbage seeds. Outside, the people of Great Saimdaw were engulfed in despair. Yet Su Chun wore a face brimming with excitement. This only served to incite further mockery and derision from the foreign onlookers, who claimed that Su Chun had been driven mad by the harsh realities of life. And one knew that. In that moment, Su Chun was genuinely thrilled. With the addition of these 1000 inferior seeds, he had already harvested a total of 3000 subpar cabbage seeds. If all goes as expected, it would only require 2048 inferior seeds to obtain a spirit-level seed. How could this not excite him? Others mock me for my apparent madness, while I find amusement in their inability to see the truth. The world perceives me as foolish, yet little do they know. I am destined to encounter storms of fortune, soaring like a dragon through the skies. Let the synthesis commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chun embarked once more on the path of synthesis. One by one, the inferior cabbage seeds vanished from the synthesis slot, replaced by increasingly superior cabbage seeds. After a good 10 minutes, Su Chun concluded all his synthesis efforts. Before him lay a total of 8 extraordinary grade common cabbage seeds. Common grade cabbage seed, grade. Extraordinary common attributes. These cabbage seeds, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy for evolution, possess a cultivation value surpassing that of ordinary extraordinary common seeds. Prolonged consumption can greatly enhance physical fitness, and upon maturity, they can provide the farm with 10 points of spiritual energy. Description. As the finest seeds among entry-level crops in the farm space, extraordinary common seeds will undoubtedly help you withstand the initial wave of monster incursions. Care for them well, for they will serve as the foundation of your rise in the farm space. The extraordinary common seeds offer a 10-fold increase in spiritual energy points compared to inferior seeds, and a staggering 1000-fold improvement over substandard seeds. Why do those foreigners mock him when he acquires inferior seeds? The reason lies herein. Such a vast disparity, how could it not evoke laughter? Not to mention the substantial enhancement in physical fitness. Next up, it is time to synthesize the spirit-level seed. Su Chun's heart burned with fervor. A spirit-level seed. Should the synthesis succeed, it would mean he could effortlessly survive the monster incursions a month hence, leading the Great Saimdaw into a new era, much like the fortunate farm owner of the Lighthouse Nation. No, with the infinite synthesis system at his disposal, given a little time, he could easily surpass that lucky child of the Lighthouse Nation. System. Commence synthesis. Chapter 7. Synthesis failure. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He promptly placed 2 extraordinary common seeds into the synthesis slot. Ding! Detected extraordinary common cabbage seed 2. Synthesis commencing. Please wait. Not long after, the system's voice echoed once more. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an extraordinary common seed 1. Common grade cabbage seed, grade. Extraordinary common attributes. These cabbage seeds, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy for evolution, possess a cultivation value surpassing that of ordinary extraordinary common seeds. Prolonged consumption can greatly enhance physical fitness, and upon maturity, they can provide the farm with 20 points of spiritual energy. Description. 20 points of spiritual energy? Upon reviewing the synthesized seed's description, Su Chun was taken aback. The further synthesized extraordinary common seed had no notable differences in other aspects compared to the ordinary extraordinary common seed. Yet its spiritual energy points had doubled from the foundational 10 to a remarkable 20. Did this imply that the enhancement to physical fitness from consuming extraordinary common seeds would also be doubled? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A doubling of spiritual energy points meant that other enhancements would presumably follow suit. If this were indeed the case, it could not be better. With this thought, Chen resumed his synthesis endeavors. With a mere thought, inferior common seeds were placed into the synthesis slot, gradually evolving into extraordinary common seeds. Moments later, the two seeds that had undergone their first synthesis were placed into the synthesis slot. Synthesis commencing, please wait. The system's voice resonated once more. In less than a second. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an extraordinary common seed 1. At the very moment of synthesis, Chen eagerly checked the properties of the seed following its second synthesis. Common grade cabbage seed, grade. Extraordinary common attributes. These cabbage seeds, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy for evolution, possess a cultivation value surpassing that of ordinary extraordinary common seeds. Prolonged consumption can greatly enhance physical fitness, and upon maturity, they can provide the farm with 40 points of spiritual energy. Description. Indeed. After reviewing the attributes of this second synthesized seed, Chen's eyes gleamed once more. The spiritual energy points acquired from the second synthesis had again doubled, increasing from 20 to 40. This suggested that the attributes related to physical enhancement might also have doubled. However, he wondered if these second synthesized seeds would take longer to grow compared to ordinary extraordinary seeds. Chen mused quietly, if the growth cycle were the same, it would be perfect. This would mean that within the same growth period, he could reap even greater rewards. Shaking his head, Chen temporarily cast aside these thoughts. These matters could be verified later. The most pressing issue now was to synthesize a true spirit-level seed. Taking a final deep breath, Chen placed the two extraordinary common seeds, which had undergone a second synthesis, into the synthesis slot. Synthesis commencing, please wait. As the system's voice chimed, Chen felt a slight tension. If his previous conjectures were correct, this synthesis should yield a spirit-level seed. The leap from common to spirit level was a qualitative transformation. If successful, it would not only change his fate, but also that of the Great Xia. Moments later, ding. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an extraordinary common cabbage seed 1. Hearing the system's voice, Chen was momentarily stunned. Extraordinary common? Wasn't it supposed to be a spirit-level seed? No, wait. Confused, Chen glanced at the attributes of the seed. At a mere glance, he realized something was amiss. Common grade cabbage seed, grade. Extraordinary common attribute 1. These cabbage seeds, having absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy for evolution, possess a cultivation value surpassing that of ordinary extraordinary common seeds. Prolonged consumption can greatly enhance physical fitness, and upon maturity, they can provide the farm with 80 points of spiritual energy. Attribute 2. A special common seed, second only to spirit-level seeds, possessing remarkable survival capabilities. Growth speed increases by 20 upon planting. Description. This is a highly exceptional common seed. While it has not reached the spirit-level category, it already possesses some spirit-level characteristics. With proper cultivation, it may evolve into a true spirit-level crop. Not only had the description and spiritual energy yield changed, but this seed's attribute effects exceeded those of ordinary common crops by an additional trait. A 20 increase in growth speed upon planting. Could this attribute be what is rumored to be a pseudo-spirit level? Chen pondered thoughtfully. He had heard of the Lighthouse Nation utilizing a spirit-level potato to cultivate numerous crops that, while not reaching the spirit level, far surpassed common-grade crops. It was precisely these crops that allowed the Lighthouse Nation to develop so rapidly, achieving not only self-sufficiency in food, but also export capabilities. However, such rumors had always been hearsay for Chen, who had never truly witnessed them. Yet now, it seemed he was gazing upon what might be considered a pseudo-spirit level. Chen speculated, though no one could provide him with answers. Shaking his head, he suppressed these thoughts for the moment. He then inquired inwardly, System, how many common seeds are required for synthesizing a spirit-level crop? 8 extraordinary common seeds were manageable for Chen. He still had quite a few seeds remaining. However, if a substantial quantity were required, he would have to reconsider continuing with the synthesis at this stage. While spirit-level seeds were desirable, he also needed to ensure a backup plan. In the event of a shortage, he needed to utilize some lower-quality crops to enhance his physical fitness. Otherwise, clinging to a spirit-level seed that could not mature would only lead to starvation. The synthesis of spirit-level crops requires a high demand, needing at least 16 extraordinary common seeds for synthesis. The system promptly responded to Su Chen's inquiry. Hearing this, Su Chen quietly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it did not exceed too much. Although it was beyond the anticipated 8 seeds, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The gap between spirit level and common crops was not merely in the enhancement to physical fitness from consumption. More crucially, spirit level crops possessed unique buff-like effects. An increased synthesis demand seemed to be quite normal. Nevertheless, for Su Chen, the requirement of 16 extraordinary common seeds felt significant. It appeared that his current harvest of seeds might not suffice. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward the remaining seed bags. After a full day's labor, he had gathered a total of 9 seed bags. Excluding the 3 already opened, he was left with 6. Hopefully, they were all cabbage seeds. As he gazed at the 6 bags in hand, Su Chen murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he quickly opened the 6 bags. As the thoughts stirred, the attributes of the contents within the 6 bags materialized before Su Chen's eyes. Chapter 8. Defying the Heavens with Spirit Level. Inferior cabbage seeds 500 description. Inferior cabbage seeds 1000 description. With a sigh, after examining the attributes of the seeds in the 7 bags, Su Chen quietly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, despite the discrepancies in quantity, without exception, all were cabbage seeds. Yet, the quality was lamentably subpar. All inferior seeds. Su Chen harbored strong suspicions that had there been seeds of even lower quality than inferior, he might have obtained them. Dreadful heavens, one day, I shall expose you. All these worthless seeds. If it were not for the system, he would undoubtedly have perished at the hands of these treacherous heavens. Although he had amassed a total of 500 seeds, what use is quantity when the survival rate is in question? Not to mention, would half even survive after planting? Even if half did thrive, could he endure a month amidst the jaws of monsters? Nonsense. Wasn't it clear that the heavens were toying with him? More accurately, they were toying with the entire Great Xia. After all, before him, 299 chosen ones had already been devoured by the monsters. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he could turn the tide. Next, all he needed to do was synthesize the 2048 inferior seeds into a spirit-level seed, and everything would reach perfection at that moment. With the buff from a spirit-level seed, combined with the more than 3,000 remaining seeds synthesized into common crops, he could safely navigate through the dangers of the novice period, perhaps even ascend to greater heights. Thus, let us get to work. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen commenced his labor. Seed after seed was continuously tossed into the synthesis area, initiating an incessant process of merging. Meanwhile, outside, upon witnessing Su Chen once more lost in thought, the people of Great Xia had completely lost their fighting spirit, each appearing desolate and filled with despair. They had all seen the bags of seeds Su Chen had produced, a total of 9 bags. Quite a substantial amount, however. The value of the seeds within plunged them all into a chilling abyss. Over 7,000 seeds, all inferior. This signified that Great Xia had utterly forfeited its last chance. How could one not feel despair in such a plight? Due to the system's presence, they could not witness Su Chen's synthesis process. One knew that in Su Chen's hands, these more than 7,000 inferior seeds were on the verge of transforming into hundreds of common seeds. Even spirit-level seeds. In the farm space, Su Chen continued synthesizing. All over 7,000 seeds were merged into at least common quality seeds. After the synthesis, he ultimately acquired 106 lower-grade common seeds and 2 quasi-spirit-level seeds. As for the lower-grade common seeds, Su Chen decided against further synthesis for now. He needed to ascertain their growth time and cost-effectiveness before determining whether to synthesize them further. Regarding the 2 quasi-spirit-level seeds, system, continue the synthesis. Although the 2 quasi-spirit-level seeds already possessed some attributes of spirit-level seeds, they still fell significantly short of true spirit-level quality. What Su Chen required was not quasi-spirit-level seeds, but genuine spirit-level ones. Synthesis commencing. Please wait. Synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a lower-grade spirit-level jade cabbage seed 1. It worked. As the system's voice resonated, Su Chen's spirit surged. Without a moment's thought, he promptly retrieved the spirit-level seed. Spirit-level jade cabbage seed grade. Lower spirit-level attribute 1. Long-term consumption can significantly enhance physical fitness. Upon maturation, it can provide the farm with 1,000 spirit points. Attribute 2. Long-term cultivation can improve soil quality within a 100-100 range. Within the improved area, the growth rate of all similar crops below spirit level is increased by 100. Description: this is an exceptional spirit level seed. Nurture it well, and it shall aid you in becoming the greatest farmer. Gasp. Such attributes. After reviewing the properties of the spirit level jade cabbage seed, Chen could not help but draw a sharp breath. Setting aside the aspect of physical enhancement, the provision of spirit points alone surged to a staggering 1,000. Compared to the quasi-spirit level seeds, it was an increase of more than tenfold. In comparison to the inferior seeds, it was an astronomical increase of 100,000 times. 100,000 times difference. How terrifying that is. Now Chen finally understood where the superiority complex of those lighthouse dogs stemmed from. With such a disparity, how could one not feel superior? Moreover, the spirit points were merely one of the attributes of the spirit level seed. Aside from spirit points, there was an even more terrifying attribute: soil improvement. After enhancing the soil, all similar crops within the improved area would have their growth rate doubled. In other words, crops that might have originally taken 10 days to mature could now do so in just 5. What once could only yield 1 harvest could now yield 2. The difference here is far from merely 112. Shorter time means greater harvest, which in turn accelerates the farm's upgrade rate. The higher the farm level, the greater the bonuses to the land, thus hastening crop growth. This is a perfect virtuous cycle. Most importantly, the additional spirit points can be directly utilized to improve the farmer's physique, or directly enhance the seeds. For a farmer, this is an enormous boon. This is nothing short of a divine buff. What's crucial is that this buff can remain effective for an extended period. It does not require waiting until harvest to take effect, as long as the seeds are planted. Even if the common level farm cannot bring the spirit level crops to maturity, the buff effect of the seeds will still apply. Is this not a divine buff? What a treasure! Chen's eyes sparkled. The seed in his hand, resembling jade, had, at this moment, become a priceless gem in his eyes. If this lower-grade spirit-level seed possesses such terrifying effects, what of the higher-grade seeds? Gazing at the jade-like seed in his hand, Chen felt an increasing fervor within. Were it not for the inadequacy of seeds for synthesis, he would have continued the process. Spirit-level intermediate, spirit-level advanced, spirit-level, even higher-grade seeds. Chen could scarcely imagine the formidable enhancements of attributes that higher-grade seeds would bestow. With this thought, Chen's heart burned with desire. He needed to upgrade as soon as possible. Elevate the farm level. With insufficient seeds, the most pressing matter now was to plant the current seeds. Then, after the crops matured, he could harvest more seeds. Only then would he be able to synthesize further. Just as he was about to take action, he realized that night had completely fallen. The farm space also possessed a sense of time, almost synchronizing with the real world. Observing the darkness enveloping him, Chen ultimately managed to suppress the urge to work immediately. Previously, he had been in a tense state and barely noticed it, but now that he had settled down, the soreness in his body was indeed quite overwhelming. Grimacing, Chen ultimately chose to rest first. The first half-month of the farm space was a protection period. Each day, the farm would automatically generate some spirit points to sustain the farmer's functional consumption. The farmer did not require food, yet exhaustion and injury were still inevitable. Necessary rest was essential. Moreover, the farm lacked any illumination at night. Even if he wished to do something, he could only fumble about in the dark. Without further thought, Chen made the ground his bed and the sky his blanket, settling down to sleep in the open expanse of the farm. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Chen awoke promptly. Daylight had arrived. It was time to work. Glancing at the land before him, which had been turned over, Chen picked up the hoe beside him and walked over. As a novice farmer, his farm was not large, merely around 10 acres. After accounting for the surrounding uncultivable land, only 3 acres remained suitable for cultivation. Regrettably, this farm possessed nothing beyond the land itself. There was not even a water source, which was quite a predicament. Suddenly, recalling the water source, Chen remembered something. Yesterday, while tilling the soil, aside from the 9 bags of seeds, he had also unearthed a special item. In his eagerness to synthesize yesterday, he had forgotten about this item after becoming too fatigued to continue resting. With this in mind, Chen quickly retrieved the special item. Taking it out, he found it to be a light blue fragment. With a thought, The attributes of the fragment appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Chapter 9. Rarely useful item, shattered water crystal grade. Common attribute. Automatically generates 10 liters of fresh water every hour. Description. A shattered water crystal, when buried in the soil, can provide you with a small amount of water resources. 10 liters per hour? Su Chen furrowed his brow. For drinking purposes, this amount would indeed suffice. However, for irrigation, 10 liters might barely be enough. Calculating briefly, Su Chen came to a realization. There seemed to be no issue. 10 liters per hour translates to 240 liters over 24 hours. Based on the density of water, that amounts to 240 kilograms. With his 3 acres of land, each acre could receive an average of 80 kilograms daily. Upon reflection, it is barely sufficient. Good heavens, at last, something of utility has been bestowed upon me. Su Chen silently lamented. Without the system, within this array of items, the only thing of any value would be this shattered fragment of water crystal. As for the rest of those inferior cabbage seeds, if someone else were to take over, they would last at most half a month. And even that is contingent upon a protective period of 2 weeks. Otherwise, surviving a week would be a miracle. It's no wonder so many chosen ones from the Great Saimdaw perished one after another in the sweltering heat. With such a hellish beginning, it would be a miracle to survive. Shaking his head, Su Chen discarded these chaotic thoughts. Glancing at the water crystal fragment in his hand, he pondered for a moment before fixing his gaze on the highest point of the farm. Water flows downhill. As the only source of water at his disposal, he naturally sought to maximize the utility of this treasure. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the pinnacle, atop a small hill to the west of the farm. After searching for a suitable spot, he directly buried the broken water crystal fragment underground. Not long after it was buried, the soil covering the crystal began to feel somewhat damp. However, that was the extent of it. At a rate of 10 liters per hour, it was evidently insufficient to instantly saturate the parched earth. Shaking his head, Su Chen did not linger further. After digging a circular water channel and a simple drainage ditch, he returned to the farm. Having resolved the water source issue, the next crucial task was to plant the seeds. He decided to plant one inferior cabbage seed to observe its growth. With a single stroke of the hoe, he dug a hole and broke up the soil within it. Su Chen then took out an inferior cabbage seed and placed it inside, covering it with soil. In the next moment, the attributes of the seed covered by the soil manifested before Su Chen's eyes. Inferior cabbage, grade. Inferior attributes. A cabbage that has absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy during its evolution. Possessing excellent cultivation value. Long-term consumption after maturation can continuously enhance physical fitness. Harvesting upon maturity can provide the farm with 1 point of spiritual energy. Maturation period, 14 days. Description, 14 days? Su Chen nodded slightly. A growth cycle of 14 days was not unexpected. During his time in the outside world, he had gathered quite a bit of relevant information. The official website of the Great Saimdaw Farm Space Office also listed the growth cycles of crops ranging from mediocre to superior. Although the growth cycles varied among different crops, cabbage was not an especially rare or unique variety. 14 days fell well within the normal range. Therefore, with the enhancement from the jade cabbage, it meant that the first batch of inferior cabbages could be harvested in just 7 days. 7 days to reap the first harvest. Su Chen exhaled deeply. He then took out 1 medium grade seed, 1 superior grade seed, and 1 special grade seed, planting them all in succession. Upon completion, the attributes of the seeds were displayed once more. Inferior cabbage, grade. Medium attributes. A cabbage that has absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy during its evolution. Possessing excellent cultivation value. Long-term consumption after maturation can continuously enhance physical fitness. Harvesting upon maturity can provide the farm with 2 points of spiritual energy. Maturation period, 15 days. Description, inferior cabbage, grade. Superior attributes. A cabbage that has absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy during its evolution. Possessing excellent cultivation value. Long-term consumption after maturation can continuously enhance physical fitness. Harvesting upon maturity can provide the farm with 4 points of spiritual energy. Maturation period, 16 days. Description, inferior cabbage, grade. Special attributes. A cabbage that has absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy during its evolution. Possessing excellent cultivation value. Long-term consumption after maturation can greatly enhance physical fitness. Harvesting upon maturity can provide the farm with 8 points of spiritual energy. Maturation period, 18 days. Description, the maturation periods for the medium Superior and special grade cabbages were 15, 16, and 18 days respectively. Considering the buff from the jade cabbage, this translated to 7.5 days, 8 days, and 9 days. This maturation period was also not overly lengthy as Chen experimented with a poor quality cabbage seed, discovering that its planting cycle was merely 2 days. Yet, the spiritual energy harvested was a mere 0.01. Without the synthesis system, even if he planted all the inferior cabbage seeds he obtained and ensured their survival, after 2 days, he would only yield 75 points of spiritual energy from 7,500 0.01. In the absence of the buff from the spiritual grade jade cabbage, the growth time for the special grade inferior cabbage seed was 18 days, 9 times that of the inferior seed. Thus, the maturation period for the special grade inferior cabbage seeds was sufficient to yield 675 points of spiritual energy. Is that a lot? It may seem considerable, but it amounts to less than the yield from 9 special grade inferior cabbage seeds. Moreover, synthesizing 9 ordinary special grade inferior cabbage seeds requires a staggering 2,304 inferior cabbage seeds. The disparity between the two is not merely a matter of degree. 9 days, observing these maturation periods for the seeds, Chen began to calculate the optimal planting strategy for the farm. He still possessed 106 inferior cabbage seeds and could synthesize 13 ordinary special grade seeds. With the buff from the jade cabbage, if he synthesized all the seeds into special grade ones in 9 days, he would be able to harvest 104 points of spiritual energy. Conversely, if he planted all inferior grade seeds, he could reap 106 points of spiritual energy in just 7 days. Upon this calculation, it appeared that planting inferior grade seeds was more advantageous. However, out of the 106 inferior grade seeds, he had already synthesized 14 into medium, superior, and special grade seeds. Consequently, only 92 inferior grade seeds remained. Numbers continued to swirl in Chen's mind. After careful consideration, he ultimately made his final decision. Chapter 10. The final decision, a brazen 500,000 upon calculation. Chen realized that given his current farm level and scale, planting all special grade seeds, as well as high-quality mediocre seeds, was undoubtedly the most cost-effective strategy. Yet, at this stage, he had too few seeds on hand. While the farmland available was expansive, spanning over 3 acres, this land could accommodate 7,999 high-quality mediocre seeds, yet he currently possessed only 19 AS for the remaining inferior grade seeds. Chen intended to synthesize them all into special grade seeds, planting the excess 2 inferior grade seeds as well. After all, there was ample land available. However, Chen did not convert all the inferior grade seeds into special grade ones. After a round of synthesis, he ultimately acquired 12 special grade inferior seeds, along with 1 superior grade seed, 1 medium grade seed, and 4 inferior grade seeds. In the end, he planted 12 special grade inferior seeds, 1 superior grade seed, 1 medium grade seed, 4 inferior grade seeds, and 19 high-quality mediocre seeds. The spiritual grade jade cabbage was also planted. Although a farm of inferior grade could not allow spiritual grade crops to mature, the buff effect would still take effect even if they had not matured. It would activate upon planting. With all planting concluded, the next step for Chen was to patiently await the results. After 2 days, the first batch of high-quality mediocre crops would be ready for harvest. According to the data released by the Farm Space Office, high-quality mediocre seeds yielded 5 to 10 seeds and 0.1 points of spiritual energy upon maturation. 8 days later, he would be able to harvest at least 11,875 high-quality mediocre seeds. If he could maximize the yield, it could potentially double. At that point, he would be able to synthesize over 300 special-grade inferior cabbage seeds. Those foreign devils were so arrogant solely because they bullied the chosen ones of the Great Xia, who lacked special-grade seeds. Now, in just 8 days, he could transform his entire farm into one filled with special-grade crops. 8 days. Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Those people would never have imagined that he could overturn their years of accomplishments in merely 8 days. Would they? In the real world, chaos was beginning to emerge in the Yanlong Kingdom. The fact that Chen could synthesize seeds remained a secret, known only to him under the system's concealment. The outside world had no way of observing Chen's specific actions, and the attributes of the seeds were equally hidden from public view. Was this fool Chen truly so dim-witted? With so many seeds, why plant only a few dozen? It proved that the people of Great Xia indeed lacked the intelligence of their Anglo counterparts, incapable of withstanding such minor setbacks. As a fellow citizen of Great Xia, I truly lament my origins. Thankfully, I donated my entire fortune to the lighthouse and received their green card. Otherwise, I might truly fall victim to the folly of these ignorant compatriots. I have long asserted that if we had heeded the advice of the lighthouse sooner, perhaps they could have provided us with some assistance. Observing Su Chen's actions, various nefarious entities began to emerge within Great Xia, particularly those who were paid watchdogs, as well as self-proclaimed intellectuals and moderates, eagerly sprang forth, unleashing a barrage of scornful mockery. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The connections among the farmers are boundless, unlike the singular presence of Su Chen in the Great Xia. As for the Lighthouse Nation, aside from an initial loss of several individuals, the subsequent batches of chosen ones, with the extraordinary fortune of one particular chosen one, managed to emerge unscathed. This implies that the Lighthouse Nation possesses over 200 opportunities each year to establish contact with farmers. If one farmer is unreachable, another can be contacted, who will then relay messages to the intended recipient. Thus, while such opportunities are a lavish luxury for other nations, for the Lighthouse, they are of little consequence. On the other hand, upon receiving a response from the Lighthouse, the Great Xia deliberated and decided to utilize their sole opportunity for contact in the year to reach out to Su Chen, persuading him to agree to a transaction with the Lighthouse. Although the terms of this transaction are exceptionally harsh, it may well represent their only chance at this juncture. Chapter 12. Resistance only breeds more excitement in the farm space. While Su Chen was engaged in constructing the irrigation channel, he was suddenly greeted by the emergence of a translucent screen before him. Was this an official email from Great Xia? After a brief glance, he quickly comprehended the contents. Had something significant occurred? Upon realization, a frown creased Su Chen's brow. The official email from Great Xia signifies that while the lighthouse has over 200 opportunities for contact each year, Great Xia, with only him remaining, has but a single chance each year to reach out to him. If the matter were not of utmost importance, they would certainly refrain from utilizing this opportunity. As he opened the email, an unusual expression crossed Su Chen's face. They want me to contact the lighthouse farmer, Julia, to purchase common-level seeds. After reading the email, Su Chen found himself in a state of bemusement. Did he truly need this? He already possessed 1 spirit-level seed and 13 exceptional common-level seeds. Under such circumstances, was he to shamelessly approach that woman with her chin held high? He was no stranger to Julia, the goddess of destiny of the Lighthouse Nation, the child of fortune. With her divine status and stunning beauty, Julia had undoubtedly captivated the attention of countless admirers. However, Su Chen was acutely aware that her seemingly ethereal appearance was merely a fade. One could accurately describe her as a femme fatale. If he were to seek her out, he would likely be left in tatters. Shaking his head, Su Chen promptly closed the email and returned to the task of constructing the irrigation channel. The shattered water crystal could provide 10 liters of water to the farm each hour. The water supply was limited, hence the necessity to optimize the irrigation channel's construction. The growth habits of crops in the farm space share certain similarities with those in the real world. For instance, prolonged absence of irrigation halts crop growth, potentially leading to death, while adequate water supply can enhance growth rates. These are fundamental principles of cultivation. Though his water supply was scant, it was sufficient for the limited seeds he possessed. In the short term, this water would suffice as the farm's resource. Were it not for the synthesis system, one might say this water crystal was his only valuable asset. Meanwhile, as Su Chen busied himself, news of the communication between Great Xia and the lighthouse was leaked, facilitated by the lighthouse's machinations. Such high-level transactions typically necessitate confidentiality, yet this information was unexpectedly divulged. The lighthouse's intent was unmistakable: to vex Great Xia. Not only did they intend to enslave Great Xia through Su Chen, but they also sought to trample upon Great Xia's dignity, relentlessly humiliating them. After all, Great Xia had previously surpassed the lighthouse in terms of national power and had consistently disregarded their demands, rebuffing their pride on countless occasions. Now that an opportunity to completely subjugate Great Xia had arisen, how could they possibly let it slip away? Evidently, their plan succeeded. Following the disclosure of the news, numerous foreign nationals, along with their sycophants and self-proclaimed rationalists, began to mock and deride Great Xia with fervor. I once believed the bones of Great Xia were resilient, yet this is the result? An inferior race is simply an inferior race, beings unworthy of divine attention. Upon witnessing such scornful remarks, every member of Great Xia, including everyone in the farm space office, were expressions of fury. Particularly, the staff in the office clenched their fists, wishing to strike those foreign nationals with all their might. It was utterly outrageous, Director. We should contact the lighthouse's special operations to demand an explanation, exclaimed a spirited young woman in uniform, her face contorted with indignation. Calm down, sighed the office director, shaking his head slightly. Contacting them would be futile. They will merely claim it was an inadvertent leak. The director's words. The room fell silent. Indeed, even though everyone knew this was a deliberate breach, what could be done? As long as the lighthouse's special operations denied the accusations, Great Xia could only grit their teeth in frustration. In fact, their anger would only serve to embolden those who reveled in their misfortune. Until they possessed the strength to contend with their adversaries, any resistance would only provoke further hostility. How infuriating! In that moment, every staff member in the office clenched their jaws, seething with indignation, yet powerless to act. On the other side, in a vast floating farm space, upon receiving the external news, Julia's elfin visage broke into a smile. Observing this scene, all those watching the live broadcast were left momentarily entranced. As the most fortunate chosen one of the Lighthouse Nation, Julia had received a spirit-level crop seed upon entering the farm space. With her assistance, the lighthouse now boasted over 200 official farmers. The food crisis faced by the lighthouse had been entirely alleviated due to her efforts. Currently, in the eyes of countless lighthouse citizens, Julia was akin to the Statue of Liberty. Her already stunning beauty, combined with the enhancements from consuming common-level crops, had rendered her even more breathtaking, captivating untold admirers. Julia reveled in this exalted status, though she had once possessed stunning looks and an extraordinary demeanor. She hailed from an ordinary family. For someone of her humble origins, beauty afforded little in the way of security or status. Rather, it could become a perilous liability. She constantly feared being delivered into the hands of a wealthy tycoon, to be toyed with and debased. Fortunately, fate favored her. Upon reaching adulthood, she was selected by the farm space, becoming one of the first chosen ones, and miraculously received a spirit-level crop seed. Now, with this seed, she had transcended her humble beginnings, rising to a position of prominence. Even those former tycoons now treated her with utmost respect. She relished every moment when others sought her out, basking in the deference and compliance of those around her. This sensation was intoxicating. However, as time passed, a subtle frown began to crease Julia's enchanting visage. Why had this inferior individual from Great Xia not yet contacted her? Glimpsing the time, she noted that over an hour had elapsed since the external communication was initiated. Given such a duration, the Great Xia individual should have received the message by now. How could it take so long without contact? Truly a wretched race, devoid of any sense of time. Another 10 minutes passed. And although Julia maintained a facade of radiant smiles, impatience simmered beneath the surface. Chapter 13. Do you even deserve this? I shall grant you 10 more minutes, if you do not come to me within that time. Prepare to face the consequences, inferior Great Xia, Julia seethed inwardly. Since entering the farm space, few had dared to disregard her so blatantly. Other farmers approached her with utmost respect, their requests always met with her acquiescence. Many would shamelessly seek her assistance, yet she often disregarded them. Now, this inferior individual from Great Xia had the audacity to keep her waiting for so long. Julia resolved that even if Chen were to eventually seek her out, she would extract a heavy price from him. Aside from the basic necessities for survival, she would demand the entirety of the seed yield, all energy points, to be surrendered. Julia's indignation grew. Her original intention was to require Chen to relinquish 90% of his output after purchasing common-level seeds from her. Whether it be seeds, mature crops, or energy points, she intended to claim 90%. However, her mind had changed. Chen's tardiness had left her thoroughly dissatisfied. Both he and Great Xia would pay dearly for this slight. In the real world, upon witnessing Julia's furrowed brow, countless admirers felt a pang of concern. What could this Great Xia individual possibly be thinking? How could they keep the goddess waiting for so long? Every moment of Julia's time was priceless. Could this foolish individual afford to waste it? One by one, the foreign guests thronged into Chen's live streaming room, fervently inundating it with barrage comments. An even greater number of daxia shepherd dogs, sycophants, and self-proclaimed intellectuals also joined in the ruckus. To speak frankly, Su Chen's utter disregard for the concept of time is truly excessive. How can one who lacks even a modicum of punctuality aspire to save daxia? It is indeed lamentable why Goddess has waited for him for such an interminable duration, yet he has not even attempted to reach out, instead busying himself with digging water channels. It's simply outrageous. The barrage of comments surged incessantly. Meanwhile, within the live stream, Su Chen remained engrossed in his own pursuits, laboriously constructing the irrigation channels. After several hours, the hillock embedded with shattered water crystals had become noticeably damp, and the modest pit he had excavated was beginning to accumulate water. It would not be long before the water spread forth, officially commencing the irrigation. As for contacting Julia, that thought had long since slipped his mind. With the system at his disposal, relying on others was akin to seeking death by throwing oneself against a tofu block. On the other hand, as time wore on, Julia grew increasingly irate. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Yet Su Chen showed no inclination to contact her. Even after she exercised patience, repeatedly persuading herself to extend her waiting time, she still did not receive any message from Su Chen. Ultimately, driven to frustration by his neglect, Julia discreetly sent a message to a sycophant, instructing him to contact Su Chen. She was eager to discover whether it was Su Chen, the daxia farmer, who had lost track of time, or if there were other reasons at play. Despite her busy schedule, she had been inundated with sycophants vying for her attention, yet now this inferior daxia individual dared to keep her waiting for such an extended period. Utterly unforgivable. Regardless of whether it was a matter of forgetfulness or something else, Julia had resolutely decided that when Su Chen eventually sought her assistance, she would ensure he paid dearly for his negligence. Naturally, she refrained from directly contacting Su Chen. As a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers, she had to maintain her poise and dignity in public. If Su Chen were to reach out to her, she might begrudgingly accept it. However, to initiate contact herself, that was out of the question. Were it not for the fact that Su Chen represented the entirety of daxia, a once mighty superpower, trampling on him would equate to trampling on daxia itself, which would provide her with an unparalleled sense of superiority and satisfaction. In that case, she would not even entertain the thought of contacting him. Receiving the goddess's guidance, the sycophant promptly and joyously executed Julia's wishes, showing no signs of dissatisfaction at being used or commanded. Having just completed the irrigation channel, Su Chen soon received a communication request from the farmer of the lighthouse country. Smith's communication request. Surprised by the message that appeared on his virtual screen, Su Chen paused for a moment but quickly grasped the underlying reason. Without hesitation, he rejected the communication request outright. Smith? It was clear without thought that this was undoubtedly a foreign name in the entire farming space. He was the only daxia individual present. As for the foreign guests, he was unfamiliar with any of them. It was obvious what their intentions were in reaching out to him. The communication rejection left the sycophant Smith momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as if struggling to comprehend. How dare a newcomer, a fledgling who hadn't even completed the novice phase, reject him? Smith was incensed and, filled with rage, attempted to contact him again, only to be rejected once more. Fuck. Damn daxia individual, Smith fumed. Although he was not as fortunate as the goddess Julia, he was still a figure of some stature within the farming space. Upon entering the farming realm, he had received medium-level seeds. And later, through flattery towards Julia, he had obtained top-tier seeds. Currently, he was considered an elite within the farming space. And what of Su Chen? By all accounts, he was merely a trashy newcomer who had entered the farming space without even acquiring low-tier seeds. How dare he reject Smith's communication request? Enraged, Smith sent another communication request, vowing that once Su Chen accepted, he would ensure the latter paid for his arrogance. On the other side, upon noticing Smith's renewed communication request, Su Chen furrowed his brows. Was this never-ending? He had rejected so many times already, yet this individual persisted in contacting him? In the real world, countless daxia individuals and foreign guests bore witness to this scene. Many true daxia people felt a mix of concern and hope. They desperately wished for Su Chen to accept the communication, yet simultaneously dreaded the outcome. Acceptance could mean access to advanced seeds, which would afford them a chance at survival, not just for Su Chen, but for themselves as well. Conversely, they did not wish to witness Su Chen subjected to humiliation at the hands of those foreign guests. It was clear that should Su Chen connect, he would inevitably face severe ridicule. Those self-proclaimed elites among the foreign guests would not miss a single opportunity to belittle Daxia. Foolish Su Chen. Still refusing to answer? They were reaching out to support him, yet he continued to act aloof. What was he trying to prove? Truly, could he not exhibit a modicum of selflessness if he had no desire to live? That was his choice, but he should not drag them down with him. The Daxia individuals had yet to voice their opinions when the intellectuals and self-proclaimed moderates began to leap and squawk once more. Could they not settle down? Did they derive joy from witnessing Su Chen beg the foreign guests? Indeed, what did it matter if Su Chen chose not to respond? Did he owe them anything? With their status, did they even deserve to be sustained by Su Chen? They spoke of selfishness, yet they themselves were the epitome of it, believing they had the right to dictate terms. As the barrage of increasingly sharp and caustic comments continued. Each word was a gem. The self-satisfied shepherd dogs and intellectuals felt no qualms about their stance. Amidst this online melee, Su Chen, under the gaze of countless onlookers, finally decided to open the communication request. The moment the communication connected, a coarse and irate voice erupted forth. Chapter 14. Furious and cold. How dare he? Upon witnessing Su Chen's actions, the shepherd dogs and intellectuals leaped with even greater exuberance. Look, this is your savior. You pitiful lot continue to defend him, yet your master has abandoned you. What a band of foolish dogs, truly pitiable. Ha ha ha, this is rich. This is how it should be. Those who know how to bow to the times are the true heroes. When the time comes to yield, one must yield. If one cannot even survive, notions of dignity and pride are merely jokes. However, before their laughter could subside, damn Daxia rat, you finally have the guts to accept the communication? As soon as the communication was established, a coarse and irate voice burst forth. Hearing this, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. There's something you need? Exhibiting good manners and composure, Su Chen disregarded the man's outburst and patiently inquired. Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Smith was momentarily flabbergasted. Something you need? Aren't you the Daxia individual seeking to buy seeds from us? Now, he was putting on airs. Daxia rat, don't think you can act tough here. Act tough? You foolish dog. If you can't articulate your thoughts, return to your mother's womb. The words had barely escaped his lips when a rude voice from Su Chen's end cut the line, leaving Smith's communication screen abruptly black. Disconnected? Staring at the darkened communication panel, Smith found his words lodged in his throat, his complexion shifting between shades of green and purple. Meanwhile, those who had been jeering and mocking, the foreign guests and the shepherd dogs, found their smug expressions stiffening in an instant. What was happening? They had anticipated watching Su Chen falter and be trampled underfoot by Smith, yet Su Chen had completely disregarded the script. What was this? How dare this fool humiliate Mr. Smith in such a manner and even cut off the communication? Had he not considered the consequences of offending Mr. Smith? The shepherd dogs stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Su Chen's audacity. Smith was one of the first farmers from the lighthouse country, and apart from Julia, he ranked among the top tier within the farming realm. The crops in his farm were already all converted to medium-level quality, with some even upgraded to top-tier quality. In the farming space, Smith's status was undeniably high. Now, Su Chen dares to treat Smith this way. It makes them feel as if their master has been insulted. Meanwhile, within the confines of the farm space, Smith was momentarily at a loss. Struggling to believe that he had been cut off by someone he deemed inferior, Su Chen. Once he regained his composure, an overwhelming rage filled his heart. With unparalleled fury, Smith attempted to reach out once more. However, before the communication even began, it abruptly ended. Fuck. How dare he? Glaring at the information displayed on the virtual screen before him, he realized he had been blocked. Su Chen, this wretched person from the Great Xia, had the audacity to do such a thing. His anger surged. Smith was on the verge of exploding. In the real world, the foreigners and their sycophantic followers were equally stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. The once boisterous mockery from the sycophants fell silent, their words caught in their throats, unable to utter a single syllable. Their faces flushed red with embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had been ridiculing Su Chen and the Great Xia, deriding their so-called dignity and spirit. Yet, in a matter of seconds, Su Chen had delivered a resounding slap to their faces with his actions. Seeing Su Chen block Smith, all the people of Great Xia collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Su Chen's actions might lead to the loss of their last chance for survival, one could not help but commend him for it. Indeed, the indomitable spirit of Great Xia, with a legacy spanning millennia, would rather die than live in humiliation. To those sycophantic followers, do you see this? This is the true spirit of Great Xia, a valor that you spineless individuals will never comprehend. Mocking Su Chen? Do you even deserve it? Many people from Great Xia felt a sense of loss due to Su Chen's decision. However, even more felt a serene acceptance. Some may live yet have already perished. Others may die, yet their spirits linger eternally. The civilization of Great Xia has endured for thousands of years. What trials have they not faced? The world is ever-changing, yet Great Xia remains steadfast on this land. Great Xia has been struck down before, but its backbone has never been broken. This time, Su Chen's choice may lead to their destruction. But even if they were to perish, so what? It is better to die with dignity than to live in the shame of servitude. To stand tall is the essence of humanity. To bow and beg is the demeanor of a dog. Within the farm space, Smith, trembling with rage, exploded. In a furious outburst, he trampled several of his still-maturing crops, including one exceptionally rare ordinary grade plant, WTF. When he finally regained his senses and looked at the trampled plant, Smith was overwhelmed with grief, trembling all over. This extraordinary crop was one of the few he had painstakingly acquired from the goddess Julia. Having paid a hefty price and groveling for a long time to obtain it, he had less than 10 of these precious plants, which represented his hope for survival against the impending monster invasion. Having spent over 2 years in the farm space, the monsters he faced had grown significantly stronger since he first arrived. The last monster invasion had already pushed him to his limits. Only higher-grade crops could offer him a greater chance of survival. Now that he had finally obtained 10 plants, one had been crushed. How could he not feel heartache? Damn the Great Xia people. You shall pay dearly for your actions. With tears in his eyes, he cleared away the damaged crops, cursing in hatred. After regaining his composure, Smith contacted one of his lackeys and sent a message. Chapter 15. We are your daddies. Losing both the lady and the soldiers, Smith wished he could swallow Su Chen whole, but now he could only seethe in impotent rage. He had been blocked by Su Chen, and one of his precious crops had been trampled. He had lost everything. The only way to recoup his losses was to complete the task assigned by the goddess Julia. Otherwise, not only would his losses be irreparable, but the goddess's impression of him would plummet as well. When that time came, gaining her favor would be nearly impossible. After contemplating for a while, Smith could only reach out to one of his lackeys. Relaying the tasks assigned by Julia for him to handle, he instructed this lackey from the Xia Nation to contact Su Chen. Despite his overwhelming anger, he had to fulfill the goddess's orders. In an absurd turn of events, the farm space witnessed a comical scene. In the eyes of countless foreigners, it should have been Great Xia begging them for high-grade seeds. Yet now, it appeared as if they were the ones pleading with Great Xia to purchase seeds from them. This realization left many foreigners and sycophants feeling utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, upon receiving Smith's message, his lackey, the farmer from the Xia Nation, Gangban, promptly sought out Su Chen. Seeing yet another communication request appear, Su Chen frowned slightly. Without hesitation, he rejected the call. However, not long after, the communication request rang out again. Time and again, Su Chen felt his patience wearing thin. After a moment's thought, he decided to connect. I am Gangban, the farmer from the Great Fusang Empire. You must be the new farmer from Great Xia, correct? As the communication connected, the voice on the other end immediately queried knowingly, We are your daddies. As soon as Gangban's words fell, Su Chen's voice cut in without courtesy. What? Gangban was taken aback. Daddies? According to the information Smith provided, the person on the other end should be the worthless farmer from Great Xia named Su Chen. But who was this daddy? Was it a nickname for Su Chen? Although everyone in the farm space could understand each other's written texts and spoken words, Gangban, as a citizen of Fusang, struggled to grasp the meaning of this term. Confused, he asked, Who is daddy? Is it a nickname for Su Jun? A nickname? Su Chen replied with an odd expression, chuckling. Indeed, it is a nickname, but I prefer you to call me daddy. Daddy? Gangban pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, his face falling in dismay. Baka, damn the Great Saimdaw people. You have gone too far. Though he did not understand the term daddy, he certainly knew what it meant. After all, the culture of Fusang originated from Great Saimdaw. Given the shared cultural traits, he was well aware of the basic meanings. This damned Great Saimdaw individual was clearly insulting him. Going too far? Chen chuckled. We in Great Saimdaw have an old saying. When friends come, there is fine wine. When wolves come, there are shotguns. If Mr. Nichuan Gangban is a friend, then I welcome you. But may I ask, Mr. Nichuan Gangban, are you a friend? Friend? The anger on Nichuan Gangban's face froze. How could a dignified citizen of the great Fusang Empire possibly be friends with a lowly Great Saimdaw person? In his eyes, all Great Saimdaw people were swine, unworthy of friendship. His purpose for approaching Chen, aside from the influence of Smith, was primarily to seek profit. If Smith enjoyed the feast, he at least wanted a taste of the soup. The idea of friendship was laughable. A lowly Great Saimdaw person, a friend? However, these thoughts quickly dissipated in Nichuan Gangban's mind. After a moment of stiffness, he resumed his furious demeanor, indignantly stating, Damn the Great Saimdaw people. I came with sincerity, intending to assist you in humanitarian efforts, to help your Great Saimdaw escape from suffering and save your billions of citizens. Is this how you treat your friends? Upon witnessing Nichuan Gangban's righteous demeanor in the video communication, Chen almost believed him. Had he not known the true nature of these Fusang people, in that case, I must thank you. Chen replied with a playful smile. But I wonder, Mr. Nichuan Gangban, what do you mean by your so-called assistance? Hearing Chen's question, Nichuan Gangban became excited. Of course, it refers to high-grade seeds. Our great Fusang Empire, adhering to humanitarian principles and friendship, is here to help you through this crisis. Nichuan Gangban raised his chin proudly, casting a condescending gaze at Chen on the video screen, wishing to see the long-awaited flattery and obsequiousness on Chen's face. According to the information from Smith, this Great Saimdaw chosen farmer had started with nothing but inferior seeds. The only item of interest was that broken water crystal. He didn't even possess one himself. His farm relied on the weather for sustenance, and the issue of water source was purely dependent on when it would rain. If he could obtain the water crystal from Chen, wouldn't that be splendid? However, it was evident that Chen showed little reaction to his theatrics, merely observing Nichuan Gangban like a fool. Seeing this, Nichuan Gangban's irritation grew. Great Saimdaw Chosen One, is this your attitude towards international assistance from friendly nations? Nichuan Gangban was thoroughly displeased. He was here to seek Chen's assistance, not the other way around. Friendship and assistance? Chen smiled slightly and said, in that case, Mr. Nichuan Gangban, please present the so-called assistance you speak of. I imagine you may not even be able to provide a single spirit-level seed. Thus, I won't press you too hard. A mere 100 to 180 kilograms of ordinary top-grade seeds will suffice. Any type will do. 100 to 180 kilograms of ordinary top-grade seeds? Mr. Nichuan Gangban's eyes bulged in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? During my 2 years in the farm space, I have managed to acquire only one ordinary top-grade seed, and that required an exorbitant price. Consuming over 90% of the farm's resources, I obtained it from the lighthouse after great effort. 100 to 180 kilograms? I even doubt whether the lighthouse has that many. Do not push your luck, Summer Chosen. Chapter 16. Nothing at all. Go home and tend to your child. With a darkened expression, Nichuan Gangban spoke ominously. None? Chen blinked in feigned surprise. Well, perhaps my request for ordinary top-grade seeds is indeed excessive. How about ordinary upper-grade seeds instead? You must have that much, right? Damn it. Nichuan Gangban's expression darkened further. He did possess a considerable number of ordinary upper-grade seeds, but not enough to weigh in kilograms. After 2 years, he had only a few thousand, and most of those had already been submitted to the lighthouse. With the seeds already planted, he was left with merely a few hundred, even if ordinary seeds weighed more than standard ones. The total weight of those few hundred seeds would hardly reach a kilogram. 100 to 180 kilograms. He couldn't possibly produce that much. Still none? Seemingly oblivious to Nichuan Gangban's reaction, Chen frowned. If you don't have ordinary upper-grade seeds, surely you must have some ordinary middle-grade seeds. Nichuan Gangban's lips twitched. He did possess a fair number of ordinary middle-grade seeds, but still not enough to reach a weight standard. Besides, would he really give them to Chen? Initially, He had intended to offer Su Chen a few ordinary lower-grade seeds, under the pretense of fulfilling his father's demands, to coerce Su Chen into signing various contracts before sending him on his way. Higher-grade seeds, even if he had them, he would never consider giving to Su Chen. None of the middle grade either. Su Chen feigned impatience. Then you must have some lower-grade seeds. Baka, despicable summer man, do not go too far. Faced with Su Chen's expression of disdain and impatience, Nichuan Gangban could no longer contain himself and shouted in anger. The current relationship dictated that Su Chen should be the one seeking his assistance, not the other way around. How could Su Chen's disdainful and impatient demeanor imply that he was begging for something? Clearly, Su Chen was not taking his anger seriously, waving his hand dismissively. Su Chen continued, Mr. Nichuan Gangban, do not tell me that your so-called friendly assistance consists only of some inferior seeds. If that is the case, then there is no need for your efforts, as I have plenty of those here. Perhaps it would be better for you to return home and tend to your child. These words. Nichuan Gangban's forehead twitched with rage. Baka. His teeth ground together in frustration. One moment, he nearly hung up the communication in exasperation. However, recalling the instructions from his father at the lighthouse, he ultimately restrained his impulse, suppressing his fury as he said, Su Chen Kuan, one must have self-awareness. You should understand that I cannot provide you with higher-grade seeds. Cannot provide? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. If you cannot provide, then what is the point of this conversation? You are worthless. Perhaps it is best for you to return home and feed your child. Slap. In the next moment, the communication was abruptly cut off. The sudden turn of events left Nichuan Gangban in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at the darkened virtual screen. He never expected that, under such circumstances, Su Chen would actually hang up on him. Did this damned summer man not understand the consequences of severing communication? Without the resources provided by his backing from the lighthouse, how would this insufferable man survive? Did he truly believe he could withstand the impending monster invasion with those inferior, worthless seeds? What a joke. He had survived the monster tide before, the first invasion. Though the weakest among all, was not something an ordinary human could withstand. Without crops of at least ordinary grade to enhance physical capabilities, even the strongest soldiers or seasoned fighters would stand no chance against these monsters. Each one of these creatures was either immensely strong, incredibly swift, or possessed deadly poison and incredible defenses. Regardless of the type, they could easily dispatch even the most formidable terrestrial carnivores. In such circumstances, how dared Su Chen, the summer farmer, refuse him? This was laughable. Was this fool Su Chen out of his mind, thinking he was some goddess of fortune? Did he truly believe he could resist the monsters with a handful of subpar seeds? This was it. Our summer was truly doomed. Seeing Su Chen's actions, all the intellectuals and rationalists, along with the sycophants, erupted in chaos. Especially those who desperately wished to emigrate but found no one willing to accept them. Their discontent reached a boiling point. Unable to leave, they sought superiority by magnifying every flaw in summer, reveling in mockery to satiate their twisted egos. Now, seeing their fate controlled by another, a person who was not acting according to their desires, they were filled with rage and unparalleled fear. Their destinies were intertwined with summer, and by extension, with Su Chen's choices now seemed to seal their fates. Imagining the dire circumstances they would face after summer's food supply dwindled, panic and despair washed over them. Sigh. At the summer official office, personnel witnessing Su Chen's actions could not help but sigh. They were relieved that Su Chen had not bowed down, groveling like those foreign devils. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a deep sense of sorrow. While integrity was crucial, the price of maintaining it was painfully steep. Chapter 17. The first batch of crops matured according to the information provided by the farm space. The initial 3 years served as an adaptation period. During this time, if each batch of chosen ones failed, the corresponding nation would lose 20% of its existing arable land. Most crucially, should all 3 batches of chosen ones fail within those 3 years, the nations that failed would face a direct invasion of the monster tide from the farm space. In a sense, these farm owners acted as the first line of defense against the monster tide for their respective nations. Each nation had 100 chosen ones annually, totaling 300 defenders over 3 years to safeguard the lands of Blue Star. If all 300 defenses were to fall, the monthly monster tides would have no one to resist them. Based on the situations seen in certain small nations on the Black Earth continent, once the farm defenses crumbled, the unopposed monster tides would invade Blue Star at a terrifying scale. To date, several small nations on the Black Earth continent had been utterly obliterated. This harsh reality weighed heavily on everyone, and Su Chen's choices, in some ways, pushed Summer into the abyss. Yet, within the office, no one expressed blame. Instead, there were only sighs and silence. They understood that such matters could not be attributed to Su Chen. It was merely fate that had forsaken Summer. 3 years, 300 chosen ones. Not a single summer farmer with ordinary seeds. Was this mysterious farm space truly crafted by Western deities? Had Summer genuinely been abandoned by them? Everyone clenched their fists in frustration, feeling an immense sense of injustice. If their failure and demise were due to their own shortcomings, then Summer had no ground to complain. Yet, the circumstances were dictated by so-called luck. Summer had not been favored by fortune. Was there no glimmer of survival to be found? Damn it! A young office member could no longer contain his frustration, letting out a furious shout as he slammed his fist onto the sturdy alloy table, causing it to tremble while his knuckles split open. Blood flowed down the surface of the table, appearing a vivid crimson and exuding an unsettling brilliance. Foolish denizens of the Great Xia, brace yourselves. It will not be long before you pay dearly for your foolish actions. Within the confines of the farm space, Richuan Gangban seethed with resentment, lamenting his failure to accomplish the task entrusted to him by his esteemed father, Smith. His standing in Smith's eyes would undoubtedly plummet, making it exceedingly difficult for him to procure any favors from his father thereafter. All of this turmoil stemmed from that accursed chosen one of the Great Xia. After venting his anger, Richuan Gangban embellished the details of the unfolding events to Smith. Upon receiving this news, Smith's countenance darkened ominously. When queried by the goddess Julia, he could only relay the embellished tale once more. Adding fuel to the fire, a bunch of worthless fools. Although Julia maintained a composed exterior upon hearing Smith's report, internally, she was seething with indignation. Very well, since this Great Xia individual is ungrateful, let him be. Perhaps the divine will favor him. Julia, harboring her ire, still wore a smile on her face, for it was impossible for her not to feel anger after being repeatedly snubbed. Yet, to uphold her dignified and noble image, she refrained from expressing her emotions. Moreover, she was well aware that when Su Chen reached his breaking point, he would inevitably come seeking her assistance. At that juncture, she was quite eager to see if this Great Xia individual could still maintain his so-called pride. Meanwhile, amidst the ridicule and cursing from countless individuals, as well as the discontent and concern of many others, Su Chen remained unperturbed, tending to his modest farm. After completing the construction of the irrigation canal, Su Chen took a leisurely stroll around the floating island of the farm. The entire expanse of the farm space was nearly barren, taking on an irregular circular shape, roughly estimated to cover an area of about 1 square kilometer. However, apart from the 3 acres of arable land in the center, the surrounding environment was littered with scattered stones and desolate terrain, devoid of even a single weed, completely lacking in vitality. Initially, Su Chen had planned to utilize the local materials to construct a wall or some form of enclosure. But he soon abandoned that notion. At present, he possessed nothing but a hoe, lacking any other tools. Moreover, the hoe was not impervious to wear. Should he use it to mine stones, it might not last long before breaking. Consequently, he could not till the land if that were to occur. It seemed that the idea of erecting a fence would have to be postponed. Circling the farm, Su Chen sighed inwardly, lamenting the fact that he had been unable to procure high-quality timber seeds from those foreign devils. Had he managed to acquire them, he could have embarked on large-scale cultivation, subsequently harvesting the timber to craft tools. While timber crops required more space and had a longer growth cycle, they possessed a significant advantage over vegetable-type crops like cabbage. Once matured, they could be felled, and the resulting logs could be utilized as lumber. Whether for kindling or construction, wood was an immensely valuable resource. For the majority of farm inhabitants, their first dwelling was constructed from timber grown on their land. Otherwise, landowners without homes had to endure the elements, using the sky as a canopy and the ground as a bed, suffering through sun, rain, wind, and storms. The farm space experienced climatic phenomena as well, with winds and rain potentially occurring at any moment. Before Su Chen's arrival, Countless landowners had been left drenched as a result of the farm's unpredictable weather. He hoped that it would not rain during this period, for that would spell trouble. Many landowners yearned for rain, as not all of them were fortunate enough to acquire precious water crystals. For many, their only source of water relied on rainfall, digging pit reservoirs to collect rainwater when it fell, later utilizing it during dry spells. Water is the essence of life, indispensable to all. However, in the short term, Chen did not require it. The daily supply of 240 kilograms of water was sufficient for his needs. Eventually, as his water reserves increased, he could even sell the surplus. Before long, 2 days had passed. Throughout this time, the external world continued to hurl insults, while within the farm space, Chen's first batch of cabbage seeds was on the verge of maturity. As the 48-hour mark approached, Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the farmland. Chapter 18. 570,000 Jin? This is impossible. Gazing upon the vibrant, lush cabbages, each standing 30 to 40 centimeters tall and tightly clustered together, a smile broke across Chen's face. 19 high-quality cabbages had finally matured after 2 days. What is this fool smiling about? A heap of inferior cabbage seeds. What good are they even when they mature? In the realm of Blue Star, witnessing Chen's grin, the already irate and rabid critics erupted in anger. 2 days. This time frame was precisely that required for low-grade, substandard seeds to mature, and given that all of Chen's seeds were of inferior quality, their fury was palpable. The fact that Chen had audaciously rejected their master's assistance only intensified their rage. Now, seeing him smile, how could they contain their fury? It was almost certain that this chosen one of the great Xia had lost his wits. How pitiable, to have yet to experience a single monster attack and already succumb to madness. As they continued their derision, an unusual barrage of comments suddenly erupted in the live stream. What is happening? Someone wondered. WTF? Fuck. Baka. Before responses could be given, a torrent of comments flooded the live stream. Meanwhile, countless viewers from the Great Xia also sensed something amiss. These cabbages appear to be unusual. What on earth? How can these be high-quality cabbages? The seeds Chen planted were nothing but low-grade, substandard cabbages, weren't they? As the audience observed Chen's opened a tribute panel, confusion engulfed them. Previously, when Chen obtained the seeds, they had clearly seen that he had acquired only inferior cabbage seeds. Yet now, the attribute panel revealed that these soon-to-mature crops were all high-quality cabbages. This was utterly impossible. The foreign critics and the rabid pundits were left incredulous, unable to believe their eyes. Not only had inferior cabbage seeds transformed into high-quality ones, but the growth period had also been inexplicably halved. This was decidedly unscientific. If it were Julia, they might have been less surprised, given her buff effect on seed growth. However, Chen was merely a newcomer to the farm space. Having barely passed his novice period, he possessed nothing of value aside from a broken water crystal. How could he possibly make crops grow so rapidly? High-quality cabbages. When did Chen acquire such seeds? The farm space provided 8 hours of privacy protection each night. Could it be that Chen had obtained these high-quality cabbages during that time? It was a possibility, yet they distinctly remembered that the land before Chen had only seen the initial batch of seeds, which were certainly not high-quality cabbages. In an instant, not only were the foreign critics unable to accept this reality, but countless citizens of the Great Xia were also filled with confusion. Meanwhile, within the official offices of the Great Xia farm space, the staff members were equally perplexed. Since Chen entered the farm space, every action he took had been under their watchful eyes, almost constantly monitored. The director and his team had not detected any instance of Chen planting these high-quality seeds. Was it possible that the attributes of the farm space were erroneous? One office member wondered aloud. No. Before he could elaborate further, another voice suddenly rang out from outside the office door. Director, we just received news from the Agricultural Bureau. Moments ago, within their greenhouses, a total of 19,000 cabbages unexpectedly matured. The average weight of each cabbage hovers around 30 pounds, with a quality that is exceptionally sweet and delectable. A middle-aged man, upon entering, solemnly reported to the director of the farm's spatial office. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing his words. Suddenly, 19,000 cabbages had matured. This was not an unprecedented occurrence for them. Previously, many farmers in the Great Xia had faced failure. Yet prior to the month-long invasion of monsters, several farmers had managed to grow some crops. Although those subpar yields did not sustain the farmers, the ripe, inferior crops could still provide direct feedback to the real world. With the sudden maturation of 19,000 cabbages, Chen had fortuitously harvested 19 cabbages. According to the patterns they had previously deduced, crops in the farm space, upon maturation, yielded feedback to the real world approximately as follows. Inferior. Low-grade crops yield 10-fold feedback. Ordinary. Low-grade crops yield 100-fold feedback. Quality. Low-grade crops yield 1,000-fold feedback. And low-grade common crops yield 10,000-fold feedback. Every harvest by the farmers in the farm space could bring proportional feedback to similar crops in the real world. This was the key reason why the Lighthouse Nation had managed to resolve its food crisis within a mere 3 years. Following this logic, it indicated that the cabbages Chen planted were precisely quality low-grade cabbages. With 19,000 cabbages, that meant 1,000-fold feedback, each cabbage weighing around 30 pounds. With just this single harvest, Great Saimdaw would acquire a staggering 570,000 pounds of cabbage. 570,000 pounds. I seem to grasp the reason behind Chen's rejection of these foreign devils. Observing the documents handed over by his subordinate, the office director murmured to himself, "Perhaps we have all underestimated this young man." After his musings, the office director suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned to you earlier?" Chapter 19. I live stream eating olives. Rest assured, Director, Chen's family has been secretly protected. No one will pose a threat to their safety. A member of the office responded. That is good. The director sighed in relief, but then added, "Pass it down. From today onward, all protective measures must be doubled, with round-the-clock vigilance, to avert any potential threats." Since the advent of the farm space, apart from the Lighthouse Nation, other nations have seen farmers with high-grade crops. In fact, a small nation in the southern part of beautiful continent had once seen a fortunate individual who also obtained spirit-level seeds. However, that lucky individual, due to threats against his family and misinformation during a confrontation with monsters, ended up distracted and tragically perished during the invasion. This incident served as a wake-up call for all nations. Since then, every time a chosen one appeared in Great Saimdaw, the government would promptly dispatch internal guards or even mobilize special forces from the National Defense Army to safeguard the chosen one's relatives. Although over the past 3 years, these protective measures had largely been in vain, after all 299 previous chosen ones had failed. And now, Chen, at first glance, seemed to hold little promise. Yet, for reasons unknown, the director of the Farm Space Office felt a glimmer of hope in Chen. Therefore, he had exerted considerable effort in ensuring the protection of Chen's family. Young friend Chen, the hopes of Great Saimdaw rest upon your shoulders. Gazing at the youthful and handsome figure in the live stream, the director murmured to himself, "I believe I can surmise why this damned citizen of Great Saimdaw was able to acquire quality seeds." In the live stream, a group of foreign devils, still unwilling to accept reality, continued to bombard the chat with comments. Why? Someone questioned in confusion. It must be due to the privacy protection period of the farm space. This farmer from Great Saimdaw must have tilled the land during the protection period and, in the process, inadvertently obtained quality seeds. After acquiring the seeds, he must have dug up the previously planted inferior seeds and replaced them with the quality ones. An ID named Great Saimdaw is full of pigs. Confidently analyzed. Indeed, it must be so. After a brief analysis, nearly all the foreign devils, unwilling to believe Chen could cultivate quality crops, found a self-satisfying excuse. It must be that way, otherwise there would be no explanation. Although no cases had previously emerged of anyone obtaining seeds of higher grade than the initial ones, the absence of prior occurrences does not imply impossibility. The current situation must be precisely as they surmised. With this understanding, the foreign devils began to sneer once more. What if he obtained quality seeds? A waste is still a waste. Low-grade seeds, even if they are of quality, cannot serve any practical purpose. A month later, would they not still perish? Low-grade seeds, no matter how good, remain low-grade. The taste may differ, but apart from flavor, what use is there? They do not enhance physical constitution. Everything is in vain. When the monsters descend in a month, no matter how many quality cabbages there are, they will only be a heap of garbage that even mutated wild boars refuse to consume. After piecing together the various reasons, the shepherd dogs and public intellectuals re-emerged, proclaiming, Now I understand why Su Chen is so arrogant. It turns out it is just because of these quality cabbages? Surely not, surely not. Do they really think these quality cabbages can combat those monsters? So arrogant. Unable to recognize their own limitations, can they not face the disparity between themselves and the lighthouse? Upon seeing these comments, countless citizens of Great Xia erupted in fury. Face reality, you bastards. I just want to ask, what benefit do you gain if Su Chen fails? You eat at the table of Great Xia, yet not only do you refuse to help, but you also disgust us. Can you not have a shred of dignity? A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Do you not even know what your roots are? Must you watch Su Chen kneel before the foreign devils before you feel satisfied? Countless citizens of Great Xia were filled with rage. It was one thing for the foreign devils to revile Great Xia. They were enemies after all. It was understandable for enemies to mock and deride. But what of these shepherd dogs, public intellectuals, and so-called rationalists? What manner of people are they? It is one thing to criticize the food of Great Xia while dining at its table. It is another to threaten to smash the very pot that feeds them. What kind of logic is this? Can't one be a decent human being? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Do they really think low-grade seeds are cabbages? Just because they say they can have them, they can? How absurd. If Su Chen can obtain low-grade seeds, I will live stream myself eating the olives I just picked. In the face of Great Xia's outrage, the shepherd dogs and public intellectuals exhibited no semblance of shame. Instead, they grew even more brazen. Su Chen's cultivation of quality cabbages indeed surpassed their expectations, but that was all there was to it. After all, no farmer had previously obtained low-grade seeds in Great Xia. Why should Su Chen be the exception? This time, being able to acquire quality low-grade seeds was already a stroke of luck. Tio think he could obtain low-grade seeds. How preposterous! Su Chen remained unaware of the external reactions. After harvesting 19 quality cabbages, he began to sort through his gains, a total of 19 mature quality cabbages, 1.9 spirit points, and 133 quality cabbage seeds. A noticeable smile graced Su Chen's face. Setting aside the 19 quality cabbages, which, aside from their superior taste, held little practical use, the 1.9 spirit points were also negligible. Although spirit points are important, their current quantity was too meager, less than 2 points, rendering them practically ineffective. What delighted Su Chen most was the yield of seeds. He had initially anticipated around 100 seeds would suffice, yet he unexpectedly harvested 153 seeds. Averaging out, each mature cabbage contributed 8 seeds. Such a harvest genuinely thrilled Su Chen. Based on this figure, once he planted these seeds, he could expect to harvest at least 765 quality cabbage seeds in 2 days. This exceeded his initial minimum estimate by nearly 300 seeds, and this was merely the minimum yield. If he were to achieve the same rate as this time, with each mature cabbage producing 8 seeds, then these 153 quality cabbages could yield him a staggering 1,224 quality seeds. If fully synthesized, that would translate into 153 low-grade seeds. Let's get to work. After a brief calculation, Su Chen felt invigorated. With 4 quality cabbage seeds plantable per square meter, he planned to till 40 square meters of land. Sowing all the seeds, however, before he could finish tilling, he suddenly halted. What is this? Observing an object that had unexpectedly emerged from the soil, Su Chen's eyes brightened. Chapter 20. Earth Dragon? Gazing at the creature that had suddenly surfaced and was wriggling in the soil, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though he had never farmed before, due to the nature of the farm space, he had diligently studied numerous agricultural techniques. The nature of earthworms is quite evident. They are among the few entities within the fields that contribute positively to the growth of crops in the realm of farming. There are those who have unearthed them on their own lands. The more abundant these creatures are, the more advantageous they become for crop cultivation. A farmer from the land of the polar bears possesses a considerable number of these earthworms, resulting in a remarkably swift growth rate of his crops. Although he may not rival Julia, who cultivates spirit-level crops, he is nonetheless the second most successful farmer in the agricultural domain. Even Julia has approached him to purchase earthworms, offering dozens of premium seeds in exchange for just one. However, the farmer declined the offer, underscoring the precious nature of these creatures. Su Chen could hardly fathom that he would discover such a treasure on his own farm. With a mere thought, he activated the attributes of the earthworm before him. Earthworm. Rank. Unremarkable attribute. Upon placement in the farm, It enhances the growth rate of crops within a 0.5 square meter area by 2. Description. This is a rather ordinary earthworm, yet it can bring substantial benefits to your farm. If managed well, it could prove to be of immense assistance indeed. After reviewing the earthworm's attributes, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. While its attributes may appear modest, even pitiful, it is important to note that the effects of earthworms can be cumulative. The farmer from the Polar Bear Nation has cultivated a vast number of earthworms, resulting in a staggering 30% increase in the growth rate of his crops, second only to Julia from the land of the lighthouse. Of course, such a revelation alone would not be sufficient to elate Su Chen. After all, possessing only one earthworm limits the potential benefits significantly. However, the remarkable aspect of earthworms is that they are hermaphroditic. Although they cannot mate with themselves, they possess the unique ability to regenerate and develop into new earthworms when severed. This means that if Su Chen divides it into two, it will eventually become two earthworms. They can then engage in their own reproductive activities. Provided he takes proper care of them, the rate of their reproduction will enable Su Chen to elevate the growth rate of his crops to an extraordinary level, akin to that of the polar bear farmer. What a splendid discovery! With his eyes gleaming, Su Chen wasted no time. He raised his hoe and swiftly severed the earthworm before him in two. Given the earthworm's vitality, he could have divided it further, but the more it is cut, the slower its recovery. Rather than waiting for it to heal gradually, he preferred to cut it into two segments and allow it to regenerate before facilitating its reproductive activities. Moreover, once it has healed, he could continue to cut it. 1 earthworm becomes 2, 2 become 4. Of course, infinite division is not feasible. However, within 6 months, with the assistance of these earthworms, he would acquire a sufficient quantity to significantly enhance the growth rate of his farm's crops. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chen. If cabbage seeds can be synthesized, could earthworms be synthesized as well? What might result from the synthesis of 2 earthworms? He resolved to find an opportunity to experiment once he had gathered enough earthworms. Eagerly anticipating the possibilities, Su Chen momentarily refrained from conducting the experiment due to the insufficient number of earthworms. He placed the severed earthworm aside in water, allowing it to rest in soft, damp soil. He then took a mature cabbage and buried several of its leaves in the soil. Once the cabbage leaves decompose, they would serve as sustenance for the earthworms. After completing these tasks, Su Chen resumed tilling the land, planting the remaining quality cabbage seeds. This time, he not only prepared enough ground for planting but also turned over the empty spaces, hoping to unearth more treasures. According to the rules of the farming realm, every time a farmer tills the land, there exists the possibility of discovering unexpected surprises, be it seeds, special items, or even unique insects like earthworms. Unfortunately, it seemed that luck was not on his side this time. After tilling 3 acres, he failed to uncover anything new. Aside from the single earthworm, his only reward was a bag of inferior cabbage seeds, totaling just over 100. These inferior seeds were synthesized into 18 quality cabbage seeds, which were then planted. Including these 18 quality seeds, he had sown a total of 171 quality cabbages. Now, he just needed to wait 2 days for another harvest. Meanwhile, news of Su Chen's earthworm discovery quickly reached Smith and others within the farming realm of the Lighthouse Nation. What? That cursed man from the Great Xia actually obtained an earthworm? Upon hearing this news, Smith's eyes widened in disbelief. Earthworms, such a precious commodity. He did not possess a single one. Not even Julia, the goddess, had one in her possession. Across the farming realm, with over 200 nations and thousands of farmers, only the farmer from the Polar Bear Nation and a select few trusted aides had access to earthworms. No one else could claim such a prize. Julia had once offered an exorbitant price of thousands of energy points and dozens of premium seeds for a single earthworm, yet no one was willing to sell. The value of this insect is simply incalculable. Now, how could that wretched Great Xia man have come by such a treasure? WTF. First, it was the shattered water crystal, and now earthworms. How could that accursed Great Xia man be so fortunate? Smith's jealousy burned fiercely. Both of these items, whether the shattered water crystal or the earthworm, were rare and invaluable. While he had a shard of a water crystal, it paled in comparison to Su Chen's. His crystal produced a mere 5 liters of water per hour, only half of what Su Chen's could generate. He struggled to irrigate his farm and had to rely on rainwater to maintain a basic balance. Meanwhile, Su Chen, with his modest beginner-s farm, had acquired such a superior water crystal, and now, the earthworm he had long coveted. How could this lowly individual deserve such fortune? No. He had to devise a plan to seize these treasures before this fellow met his demise. Smith's mind raced, contemplating how he could obtain both valuable items from Su Chen. In his view, Su Chen was destined to perish within a month, unable to survive the impending monster siege without any ordinary crops. Allowing these treasures to remain in Su Chen's possession would be a gross waste. As thoughts swirled in his mind, a scheme began to take shape. Chapter 21. What audacity do you have to call yourself brother? The Great Saimdaw farmer actually acquired an earthworm. Upon hearing Smith's news, Nichuan Gongpan's eyes turned crimson with jealousy, his expression contorting as rage consumed him. In the farming realm, the benefits derived from a single earthworm are immeasurable. Not only due to the earthworm itself, but also because of the continuous benefits it brings once acquired. With just one earthworm, countless others could spring forth. Not to mention the enhancement to crop yields. Even merely trading one would incite envy in many. Julia once offered over 10,000 energy points and dozens of premium seeds for a single earthworm, yet no one was willing to part with one. The advantages of this insect are, in many ways, beyond valuation. He had long envied and coveted an earthworm, tirelessly searching his own farm in hopes of unearthing one. Yet to this day, he had found none. And now, that detestable Great Saimdaw farmer had managed to acquire one. Damn it. How could this wretched individual possess such luck? Nichuan Gongpan's eyes burned with rage as he clenched his fists, cursing loudly. No, these treasures must be mine. After venting his frustration, Nichuan Gongpan's gaze flickered, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossing his features. Like Smith, he too felt a strong desire for the treasures in Su Chen's possession. His greed outstripped that of Smith. While Smith possessed a broken water crystal, Nichuan Gongpan had nothing. His farm relied entirely on rainfall, and to store this precious water, he had spent months digging a massive pit. Yet even then, prolonged dry spells left his farm in peril of drought. In comparison to Smith, Nichuan Gongpan coveted not only the earthworm but also the water crystal. But how could he obtain these items from Su Chen? Nichuan Gongpan was lost in thought. From his previous encounter with Su Chen, he realized that Su Chen was a tenacious character, impervious to intimidation or persuasion. Desiring to acquire these two remarkable treasures from Su Chen, the difficulty level is nothing short of extraordinary. It could even be described as a Herculean task. After contemplating for an extended period, Nichuan Gongpan was unable to devise a suitable strategy. Was he merely to watch these precious items be interred alongside this foolish individual from the Great Saimdaw? Furrowing his brow, Nichuan Gongpan realized that this matter was far graver than the seed trading incident. Even if the trade with Su Chen failed, his losses would be minimal. At most, it would result in Su Chen's demise at the hands of the monstrous beings after a month, affecting only Su Chen himself. However, the Earth Dragon and the fragments of the water crystal were unequivocally Su Chen's possessions. If Su Chen were to perish in a month, these items would vanish along with him and his farm. In that case, he would gain nothing, merely witnessing the treasures slip away. Such a scenario was unacceptable to Nichuan Gongpan. With this thought in mind, he could no longer remain idle and felt compelled to reach out to Su Chen once more. You wish to obtain my Earth Dragon? Su Chen reluctantly accepted Nichuan Gongpan's contact request. Upon understanding the other party's intentions, he was somewhat taken aback. The speed at which these individuals disseminated information was astonishing. How little time had passed since he acquired the Earth Dragon, and yet they already knew. However, upon further reflection, Su Chen quickly reassured himself. With only him as the chosen farm master of the Great Saimdaw, the opportunities for contact were limited to once a year, making the passage of information inherently challenging. On the other hand, the Lighthouse Nation boasted over 200 farm masters within the farming space. Coupled with numerous subordinates and sycophants, their annual opportunities for communication undoubtedly exceeded 300. Clearly, the exchange of information between the external world and these farm masters was far less cumbersome than that of the Great Saimdaw. Yet, Mr. Nichuan Gongpan, have you not yet awakened from your slumber? After grasping the underlying reasons, Su Chen scoffed. Do you truly believe I would part with my Earth Dragon and water crystal fragments? Both the Earth Dragon and the water crystal fragments were rare treasures within the farming space, particularly the water crystal, of which he possessed only a single piece. The audacity of Nichuan Gongpan to ask for his water crystal was utterly preposterous. As for the Earth Dragon, he currently had only 2 segments, and it would take at least a week for them to regenerate into 2 complete Earth Dragons. Such valuable items were not something he could simply hand over to Richuan Gangban. Did he truly consider himself a supposed ally? Baka, the unrelenting mockery from Su Chen, ignited an intense fury within Richuan Gangban. He nearly erupted in anger on the spot, but the thought of the water crystal fragments and the Earth Dragon compelled him to stifle his rage. With great effort, he forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Su Jun, I am aware that you may harbor some misconceptions about me, but do the ancient people of Great Xia not often say, the more friends, the more paths? Our Fusang Nation and your Great Xia are separated by merely a ribbon of water, and we have been allies since the era of the Tang dynasty. Now that Great Xia has fallen behind, it is our duty as pioneers of the Fusang Empire to assist you, just as an elder brother would aid a younger sibling. We could certainly maintain a harmonious brotherly relationship, helping one another. Therefore, before Richuan Gangban could elaborate further, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Chen. Stop! The moment Richuan Gangban's words were cut short, Su Chen interjected, separated by a ribbon of water? An elder brother aiding a younger sibling? How laughable! His smile was as cold as ice. Who in the world do you think you are? An elder brother? You lot are hardly deserving of such a title. Keys cost 3 coins each, 10 coins for 3. Do you think you are worthy? With a disdainful expression, Su Chen continued. You should take a good look in the mirror and ask yourself where you find the audacity to call yourself an elder brother. Outside the live broadcast, countless individuals from Great Xia erupted in outrage. In the face of Richuan Gangban's shamelessness, all the people of Great Xia felt a wave of nausea. For millennia, the civilization of Great Xia had thrived. Before the reign of the Tartars, Great Xia had always been the epicenter of the world, welcoming myriad nations. During the Tang dynasty, what was known as Fusang was merely a minuscule landmass, lacking even a coherent writing system and comprising nothing more than a band of barbaric outsiders. Were it not for their sycophantic behavior, shamelessly approaching the Tang dynasty to request vassal status. In the Tang dynasty, as the Celestial Empire, generously imparting countless technologies and knowledge to Fusang, the latter civilization would still be in question today. The notion of being separated by a ribbon of water and being allies? Fusang was hardly deserving. As for the idea of an elder brother aiding a younger sibling, Fusang, a mere nation, would have been wiped from Blue Star if Great Xia, known for its preference for peace, had not refrained from aggression, even in its current precarious state. Where did Richuan Gangban find the audacity to call himself an elder brother? Chapter 22. Coercion and Temptation, You Have No Choice. After the icy laughter, Su Chen could no longer be bothered to waste words on such a base individual. Engaging in dialogue with someone so devoid of basic dignity felt like an affront to his intelligence. Shaking his head, Su Chen prepared to sever communication. Wait. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Richuan Gangban's heart raced, and he quickly called out to halt Su Chen's actions. Before Su Chen could respond, Richuan Gangban continued. Su Chenjun, I know you must be in urgent need of high-level crops. I can offer you high-level crops in exchange. You should be well aware that without common-level crops, you will not survive the impending invasion of monsters in a month. How about this? I will exchange 10 common-level inferior seeds and 10 mature common-level inferior crops for your shattered water crystal and a complete earth dragon. Fearing that Su Chen would terminate the communication, Richuan Gangban rushed to articulate his terms. 10 common-level inferior seeds and 10 mature common-level inferior crops for 1 complete earth dragon and a water crystal fragment. Su Chen's frustration turned into laughter. Mr. Richuan Gangban, do you truly believe your intelligence is lacking, or is mine deficient? 10 common-level inferior seeds and 10 mature common-level inferior crops for 1 complete earth dragon and a water crystal fragment. Good heavens, how absurd! Su Chen exclaimed, incredulous. Both the earth dragon and the water crystal fragments were treasures coveted by countless individuals within the farming space. If he were willing to sell them, he could easily command a price of at least several dozen superior or even exceptional common-level seeds. Even if a single farm master could not amass such a quantity of exceptional seeds, farm masters from the same nation could certainly pool their resources to procure dozens of exceptional seeds. Regardless of whether it was the nations of the Euro Union, the Bear Empire, or the Lighthouse Nation, none would find it impossible to meet such a price. After all, not every nation suffered the same misfortune as Great Xia. Where a single farm master struggled to obtain common seeds, surviving alone for 3 years. The top-ranking nations of the world had undoubtedly accumulated dozens, if not hundreds, of farm masters over 3 years. As long as one farm master survived, they could assist many others in overcoming the initial crisis of monster invasions. Hence, if he were willing to auction off his possessions, even a mere segment of the Earth Dragon's remains would sell for far more than this paltry offer. Did Richuan Gangban truly think him a fool? Seeing Su Chen's incredulous expression, Richuan Gangban's face darkened. What about 100 mature common-level inferior crops? 100 mature common-level inferior crops. Along with 10 common-level inferior seeds. These crops would ensure your survival through the impending crisis a month from now. With these seeds, you could gradually develop and thrive within the farming space. I believe these mature crops hold far greater importance for you than the seeds, Richuan Gangban asserted confidently. Ha ha. Su Chen chuckled coldly. Fool. After this derisive laugh, Su Chen had no intention of continuing the conversation. Engaging with such a self-righteous individual was merely a waste of breath weight. Before Su Chen could sever communication, Richuan Gangban's voice resonated once more. Great Xia's chosen one, you may not yet realize that I have come at the behest of Lord Smith, a farm master from the Lighthouse Nation. He represents the entire Lighthouse Nation's Farm Master Alliance. With your intelligence, you should understand the consequences of refusing my offer. A glint of coldness flashed in Richuan Gangban's eyes. Are you threatening me? Su Chen furrowed his brow. No. I am not threatening you. I am merely stating a fact. Seeing that Su Chen remained motionless, Richuan Gangban felt assured of victory and chuckled lightly. You must be well aware of the vastness of the Lighthouse Farm Master Alliance. In the entire farming space, once the Lighthouse Alliance speaks, no one will dare purchase your goods without our support. You will undoubtedly perish in a month. Rather than allowing this situation to escalate into mutual destruction, why not trade these items of no real value to you for a chance at survival? You Great Xia have a saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. If you remain alive, there will still be hope for Great Saimdaw, the last farm master of Great Xia. Should you perish, countless individuals from Great Xia will follow you into the grave. Might I inquire how many souls in Xia you anticipate will perish because of you by that time? 100 million? Or perhaps 1 billion? At that juncture, you shall be deemed the pariah of all Xia, akin to the ancient Qin Hui, forever bound to the pillar of historical disgrace, subjected to scorn for eternity. Moreover, your family shall suffer the consequences of your actions. I surmise you would not wish to witness such a grim scenario unfold, would you? This time, Nichuan steel plate is not merely a threat. They have invoked the righteousness of the nation, seeking to compel Su Chen to yield through moral pressure. It must be acknowledged that Nichuan steel plate possesses a keen intellect, employing coercion and enticement, moral obligation, and various means to achieve their ends. For an ordinary individual, it is likely they would indeed capitulate. After all, Nichuan steel plate's assertions hold a degree of truth. Within the realm of the farm space, the lighthouse currently reigns supreme. With Julia, the sole possessor of spiritual-level crops, the lighthouse boasts the highest number of farm owners within the entire farm space. In terms of quality, the caliber of the lighthouse's farm owners surpasses that of other nations by more than one tier. Even the dozens of member states of the European Federation are mere subordinates of the lighthouse. Nations like Fusang and other minor states are similarly subservient to the lighthouse. Should the lighthouse issue an edict, these lesser nations would not dare engage in trade with Su Chen. Within the farm space, the lighthouse wields absolute dominion. As for those peripheral, minuscule nations, even if they wish to trade, they would still lack the courage to do so. While they may be unable to subdue these minor nations within the farm space, in the real world, these nations lack the capacity to resist the lighthouse. Should they provoke the lighthouse, the latter possesses the capability to obliterate these nations at their source. Within the farm space, the fate of the farm owners is inexorably intertwined with the fortunes of their respective nations in the real world. The stronger the national fortune in the real world, the greater the enhancement it bestows upon the farm owners. Take the lighthouse, for instance. Due to its robust national fortune, it can even grant its farm owners a 100% increase in crop growth speed. Furthermore, this enhancement continues to escalate alongside the elevation of the lighthouse's national fortune. Yet, conversely, while national fortune can offer augmentation to farm owners, its decline will also bring about various adverse effects. Should a nation in the real world cease to exist, farm owners will be perpetually beset by misfortune and calamity. Torrential rains, prolonged droughts, crop diseases, an increase in the number and strength of monstrous entities, and so forth. Under the dual threats of the real world and the farm, Nichuan Steelplate is convinced that no one would dare to trade with Su Chen. The only potential trading partner for Su Chen could be the Arctic Bear Empire. However, the Arctic Bear Empire possesses its own supply of earth dragons, and in greater quantity than Su Chen. They have no need to procure earth dragons from Su Chen. As for the water system crystals, the farm owners of the Arctic Bear Empire might engage in trade, but the price they offer will undoubtedly be lower than what Su Chen could provide. After all, the relationship between the Arctic Bear Empire and Xia is not particularly amicable. Additionally, as neighboring states, the Arctic Bear Empire would not wish to see Xia grow stronger. A weaker Xia is more advantageous for the Arctic Bear. It can be asserted that Nichuan Steelplate has thoroughly assessed Su Chen's predicament. Su Chen must either trade with him or be left to cling to worthless cabbages, awaiting the impending tide of monsters to engulf him. Consequently, not only would Su Chen face annihilation, but he would also be subjected to the wrath of countless enraged citizens of Xia, who would seek to eradicate him with their fury. His family would likewise be torn apart by the frenzied populace of Xia, bereft of hope and reason. At that moment, Su Chen would become the scapegoat for all of Xia. Can Su Chen bear the weight of such responsibility? Nichuan Steelplate leisurely observed Su Chen through the video, eagerly awaiting his response. In that instant, he envisioned Su Chen dutifully acquiescing to his demands, delivering earth dragons and water system crystals into his hands. Chapter 23. Su God. YYDS. Regrettably, the scene he had envisioned failed to materialize. In the face of his coercive tactics, Su Chen merely smiled. Mr. Nichuan Steelplate, it appears you believe you have me cornered? You may think so. Nichuan Steelplate shrugged nonchalantly, exuding confidence. Yet, as he spoke, he added, of course, if Amaterasu Chen finds this insufficient, I can offer you an additional 90 inferior level seeds, totaling 100 inferior level seeds, along with 100 mature inferior level crops, in exchange for your fragmented water system crystals and earth dragons. I trust this gesture of goodwill will suffice. Mr. Su Chen, what are your thoughts? Across the video feed, Nichuan Steelplate wore a broad smile, convinced that no one within the farm space could present a higher offer than his. Although the seeds he intended to provide were merely those of bitter bamboo, known for their lengthy growth cycle, he considered them a valuable asset. In the farm space, the growth cycle of bitter bamboo seeds, even at the inferior level, spans a month. Once matured, these bitter bamboo plants yield little utility beyond providing bamboo material and cannot be consumed like food crops. The most critical drawback is that each seed requires a minimum of 4 square meters of space to grow, quadrupling the space required compared to ordinary inferior level crops. It can be said that these seeds are entirely impractical. Since obtaining these seeds, he had never planted them. Presenting these seeds was merely a ploy to ensnare Su Chen. As for the mature crops, Nichuan Steelplate had likewise procured nothing of value. They were all exceedingly spicy devil peppers. Having tasted only a single bite previously, he had nearly been incapacitated by their heat. He prided himself on his ability to handle wasabi. During his time in Fusang, he could devour a substantial portion of wasabi-laden sashimi. Yet, in the face of these devil peppers, he could only maintain his distance. Even if these items were given to Su Chen, he was unconcerned about Su Chen's ability to utilize them effectively. Bitter bamboo seeds are useless, with a lengthy growth cycle, occupying excessive space, and yielding no direct benefits once matured. As for the devil peppers, let's see if Su Chen can even consume them. Naturally, he had no intention of disclosing these particulars to Su Chen. His objective was to acquire the earth dragons and water system crystals from Su Chen. He believed that, faced with his coercive tactics and the price he had proposed, Su Chen had no justification for refusal. In his eyes, Su Chen currently lacked both the authority and strength to decline, much like Xia of old, which had no right to reject the humiliating treaty imposed by the Great Fusang Empire. How infuriating! In the real world, watching the brazen Nichuan Steelplate in the live stream, all Xia citizens gritted their teeth, wishing to pummel this despicable scoundrel who revels in their misfortune. It was one thing to threaten Su Chen, but to leverage the honor of Xia and the familial bonds of Su Chen against him was utterly shameless. Countless citizens of Xia seethed with rage. While they did not wish for Su Chen to refuse, they were equally averse to the idea of him being coerced in such a manner by this detestable Fusang individual. Such tactics are the epitome of despicableness. I truly wonder how fragile the spirit of the Xia people is. Is this what you call shamelessness? It makes me laugh. History has always been written by the victors, and the vanquished have no right to voice their opinions, do they? Mr. Nichuan's steel plate has already extended so much goodwill. It is quite generous of him, and I fail to understand why you all remain so ungrateful and greedy. Do you not have any sense of dignity? Indeed, without inferior level crops and seeds, could Su Chen survive a month? What use is it to cling to the water system crystals and earth dragons? Do you expect them to fend off the monsters? In the live stream, a group of fervent Fusang proponents and sycophants erupted into wild cheers, seemingly delighted at the prospect of Su Chen's downfall. Yet at that moment, Su Chen, within the live stream, smiled once more. Observing the smile on Su Chen's face, Nichuan's steel plate across the video feed also displayed a satisfied grin. He envisioned Su Chen capitulating to his demands, willingly handing over the water system crystals and earth dragons. However, in the very next moment, the smile on his face abruptly froze. To be honest, I truly have no idea where Mr. Nichuan's steel plate derives such unwavering confidence. Amidst Nichuan's steel plate's beaming smile, Su Chen's derisive laughter suddenly echoed. What do you mean? Nichuan's steel plate's smile began to fade, his brow furrowing in unease as he anxiously inquired. For reasons unknown, an instinctual sense of foreboding warned him that Su Chen, this Xia individual, was likely about to instigate something. This sense of unease was profoundly unsettling. Nothing of consequence, merely a request for Mr. Nichuan's steel plate to observe something. As he spoke, Su Chen navigated to a particular plot of land within his farm. What is it? Nichuan's steel plate's anxiety intensified. This time, Su Chen offered no response. With a mere thought, a translucent attribute panel appeared before all present. This time, there was no concealment from the system. The information on the translucent panel was laid bare for Nichuan's steel plate and countless viewers to behold. This is inferior level seeds? Upon witnessing the attributes displayed on the panel, every onlooker's pupils constricted in disbelief. This cannot be. In his own farm, Nichuan's steel plate could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment and fury. Taking several involuntary steps backward, inferior level seeds. How is this possible? How could Su Chen possess inferior level seeds? What a ridiculous notion. When did the forsaken Daxia, cast aside by the heavens, come to possess common level seeds? This is utterly inconceivable. My heavens! Common level seeds? Seeds of inferior cabbage, no less. Am I seeing things? Pinch me. I must be dreaming. Within the borders of Daxia, countless citizens, witnessing this astonishing scene, are equally incredulous. Each one rubs their eyes vigorously, even seeking assistance from others to pinch themselves, desperate to ascertain whether they are truly awake or still lost in a dream. Common level crops. In a span of 3 years, not a single one of the 299 chosen ones from Daxia has acquired common level crops. Yet here they are, appearing in the farm of a chosen one. How could such a phenomenon possibly occur? The populace of Daxia is engulfed in disbelief. At this moment, Su Chen unveils the attributes of the remaining few undeveloped common-level inferior cabbage seeds in the live stream. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 inferior common-level cabbages. My heavens, this is indeed real. After pinching themselves once more for confirmation, the excitement among the citizens of Daxia reaches a fever-pitched, common-level inferior cabbage. Su Chen possesses common-level inferior cabbage. Ha ha ha, Daxia is truly not destined for demise. Heaven bless Daxia. Heaven bless Daxia. Su Chen. No. Su God. From this day forth, Su God will forever be the deity in my heart. Su God YYDS. Su God is incredible. At this moment, countless citizens of Daxia pour out of their homes and onto the streets, jubilantly celebrating. Years of suppressed emotions are released in this instant. Countless individuals laugh uproariously in the streets. Before tears well up in their eyes, they are laughing. Yet they are also crying. 3 years, 3 years. How much suffering has Daxia endured during this time? How many times has Daxia been humiliated by these foreign devils? With no official farm owners in Daxia, and after 2 years of abject failures, the land has diminished by 40. Were it not for Daxia's substantial grain reserves, it likely would have faced utter starvation long ago. Due to the scarcity of food, Daxia has been rendered incapable of uttering a single defiant word in front of the foreign devils at the lighthouse, fearing that a misplaced remark would lead them to withhold grain supplies. Nonetheless, they have repeatedly raised prices. Periodically, they would increase prices when in good spirits, and again when in a foul mood. Daxia could only swallow its grievances in silence, but now, all of this has come to an end. It is all over. Sue God YYDS. Chapter 24. Do you want to eat Oreos? Please, I implore you. This is impossible. It must be a fabrication. Within the farm of Nichuan Steel Plate, Nichuan Steel Plate clutches his hair, spinning in frantic circles, unable to comprehend or accept the reality before him. How could Su Chen, a denizen of the forsaken Daxia, possibly acquire common-level seeds? It is simply inconceivable. Not only Nichuan Steel Plate, but nearly all foreigners, as well as their lapdogs and intellectuals, are struggling to believe and accept this revelation. At this moment, a seismic shockwave of disbelief reverberates within their hearts. Su Chen has actually obtained common-level seeds. Daxia has managed to acquire common-level seeds. This must be a ruse, a deception. Daxia is nothing more than a land abandoned by the divine, incapable of possessing common-level seeds. Whether they be foreigners or their sycophants, all are howling in rage. Ha ha ha, continue your arrogance. I recall a certain so-called rational thinker proclaiming that if Su God were to obtain common-level seeds, he would consume Oreos live on air. I wonder if he still stands by his words? I believe his ID was, Daxia is full of pigs. Correct? Daxia is full of pigs. Come forth and face your doom. Daxia is full of pigs. You were quite boastful before, yet now you fall silent? If you have the gall, continue your bravado. Daxia is full of pigs. The Oreos you prepared should have cooled by now. Shall I whip you up a fresh bowl? You can enjoy it while it's hot. Fear not, it's on the house. Daxia is full of pigs. If you prefer not to consume them raw, I can prepare them for you, free of charge. In this moment, witnessing the frenzy of the foreign audience in the live stream, all the citizens of Daxia are elated. Many rush to purchase firecrackers and fireworks to celebrate. In some areas, groups have gathered with drums and gongs, merrily celebrating with resounding noise, even more festive than the new year. Across Daxia, regardless of region, everyone is swept up in a euphoric celebration. This is a grand feast for Daxia. In this moment, the executioner's guillotine that has loomed over Daxia has dissipated entirely. Su Chen's step forward may be but a small one. Yet for the 2 billion citizens of Daxia, it is an unattainable leap. Once, this step seemed as distant as the heavens, but now, Su Chen has crossed it. Together, he has led all of Daxia across this threshold. The land of the divine is aflame with excitement. Above the realm, a phantom golden dragon flickers into view, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, as countless intangible elements from each citizen of Daxia converge upon this ethereal figure. As time flows on, this spectral entity becomes increasingly corporeal. At this moment, the sycophants and intellectuals, the so-called rational thinkers, can only tuck their tails between their legs. Even the most vociferous of them, who had boasted of consuming Oreos, dare not show their faces now. All are subdued, fearing exposure and disgrace. Daxia's hope. In the office of the Daxia Farm Space, all members are teary-eyed and profoundly moved, fixated on the live stream before them. The once determined young woman, who had expressed indignation over the lighthouse's shameless actions, now weeps openly, embracing a female colleague tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. From the establishment of the farm space office until now, they, like everyone else here, have awaited this day for far too long, and now, it has finally come to fruition. The future of Daxia is bright. Not only the young woman, but even the office director, a middle-aged man with graying hair, feels a glimmer of moisture at the corners of his eyes. He does not weep, but rather is overwhelmed with unparalleled excitement. A soldier by background, he has yearned for this day more than anyone else. And now, from this day forward, the history of Daxia will be rewritten. A peerless nation indeed. Observing the self-assured and composed Su Chen in the live stream, the office director cannot help but express his admiration. Mother, look, Brother Su Chun. Brother Su Chun has truly succeeded. I knew it. I knew Brother Su Chun would succeed, without a doubt. Within that cozy little room, a girl in a pink, lowly dress jumps with excitement, embracing a beautiful woman beside her. I know. Brother Su Chun is the best, right? The woman beside her playfully scolds, her gaze toward the live stream filled with boundless pride. In this moment, she feels an overwhelming sense of pride for her son. In the farm space, Nichuan's steel plate remains frenzied, unable to accept the reality before him. Until he observes Su Chun preparing to sever communication, Nichuan's steel plate hastily interjects, "Wait." He urgently halts Su Chun's actions, fully aware that this may be his last opportunity, and no matter how unwilling he is to believe it, the fact that Su Chun possesses common-level seeds is undeniable. With common-level seeds in hand, any previous methods of coercion or enticement against Su Chun would be futile. Should this communication fail, it is unlikely that Su Chun would waste further time negotiating any trade with him. Su Chun, first and foremost, congratulations on acquiring your very own common-level seeds. However, there is something you may not yet comprehend. There exists a significant disparity among common-level seeds. The effects of inferior common-level seeds on enhancing physical attributes are approximately 30 less effective than those of medium-level seeds. Furthermore, apart from the initial consumption benefits, subsequent effects will be even more negligible. Similarly, the gap between superior and special-level common seeds is equally pronounced. You now possess inferior common-level seeds. While you may survive the initial tide of magic, you must also be aware that in the farm space, a magical tide will assault the farm every month. Moreover, these subsequent magical tides will only grow increasingly terrifying. If you rely solely on inferior common-level crops, you will likely withstand only up to the 5th magical tide. Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease crosses Su Chen's eyes. This information is new to him. After all, none of the previous Daxia chosen ones had ever obtained common-level crops. Those who acquired common-level crops would never divulge such information to Daxia. Although the Daxia officials had conducted some analyses, they could only provide rough estimates at best. For instance, it is estimated that only crops of the lowest level can withstand the 5th wave of magical tides. There have been precedents for this. Although the Great Xia is unaware of the specific enhancement values for these low-level crops, it can conduct a general analysis based on the visible data from the live broadcast. However, that is the extent of it. Su Chun was also taken aback when, at this moment, Nichuan's steel plate would divulge such information to him. So, what exactly do you wish to convey? After a brief contemplation, Su Chun retorted, "Trade." Nichuan's steel plate gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. "Trade?" Su Chun chuckled. "What are the terms?" Nichuan's steel plate's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, 10 medium-level common seeds, plus 10 mature medium-level crops that can be consumed directly with no adverse effects. No adverse effects? Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Mr. Nichuan's steel plate. Does that imply that the items you previously intended to trade did possess negative effects? Gah. Nichuan's steel plate was immediately at a loss for words. Beads of sweat instantly dotted his forehead and back. Chapter 25. My mental state has crumbled at that moment. He wished he could slap himself. How could he be so careless as to reveal his prior intentions in front of Su Chun? Baka, what an idiot Nichuan's steel plate is! In the real world, countless viewers from the Fusang and Lighthouse nations couldn't help but curse in frustration. They had seen foolishness before, but nothing as absurd as this. Truly, a failure to achieve anything while causing a ruckus. Even if one were to contemplate such matters, it would be prudent to wait until after completion to speak. To divulge one's thoughts before accomplishing anything is nothing short of foolishness, a true demonstration of a pig's brain. Su Chun, please let me explain. No. Listen to my explanation. We are friends, right? As friends, how could I commit such an act? Nichuan's steel plate forced a laugh, shamelessly continuing. How about this? 50 medium-level common seeds, plus 10 mature medium-level cucumbers. What do you think? Mr. Nichuan's steel plate, how about this? I will unconditionally give you all the water system crystals and earth dragons for free, and then we can sign a contract wherein all future farm outputs belong to you. How does that sound? Amidst Nichuan's steel plate's anticipation, Su Chun suddenly smiled. Nichuan's steel plate was taken aback. Su Chun, you can't be joking, right? Giving him all the water system crystals and earth dragons for free? And signing a contract to hand over all future farm outputs? Has Su Chun gone mad?
Just moments ago he had refused outright, and now he seems to have changed his tune. Wasn't it Mr. Nichuan Steel Plate who initiated the jest? Su Chen sneered. Are 50 medium-level common seeds a lot? I currently possess over 100 mediocre seeds. In 2 days. Once this batch of mediocre seeds matures, I will harvest at least 800 quality mediocre seeds. When synthesized, that would yield at least over 100 low-level common seeds, nearly equivalent to 50 medium-level common seeds, and all it requires is a mere 2 days of waiting. Under such circumstances, do I truly need those paltry 50 seeds from Nichuan Steel Plate? One would have to be foolish to exchange earth dragons and water system crystals for them. Baka, upon hearing Su Chen's response. Nichuan Steel Plate realized he had once again been outwitted by Su Chen. Understanding this only fueled his anger further. However, at the same time, he felt utterly troubled. If Su Chen displayed any greed, it would be easy to manipulate him. But now, with Su Chen's demeanor, he found himself at a complete loss. If it weren't for his covetousness for the water system crystals and earth dragons, he might have even considered giving up entirely. In the words of the great Xia, Su Chen was akin to a stone in a latrine. Stinking and hard, gritting his teeth, Nichuan Steel Plate spoke again. Su Chen, 100 medium-level common seeds, plus 100 medium-level cucumbers, is the utmost I can offer. If you desire more, I doubt anyone else would be willing to trade with you. Is that so? Su Chen replied, chuckling softly. Under Nichuan Steel Plate's watchful gaze, he approached a patch of land once more. Seeing Su Chen's actions, Nichuan Steel Plate's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped him. Could it be? Previously, Su Chen had effortlessly shattered all his aspirations on this very land, and now he was repeating such actions. Mr. Nichuan Steel Plate, care to guess what is planted in this patch of land? Su Chen said with a smile that held a hint of mischief. This fellow, could he possibly possess medium-level common seeds? In the real world, countless viewers witnessing this scene couldn't help but speculate. Those previously filled with malicious intent, the foreign devils and shepherd dogs, wore expressions of disbelief, repeatedly denying the possibility. Impossible. For a common low-level seed, this great Xia individual has already defied nature. How could he possibly possess medium-level seeds? Almost all foreign devils and shepherd dogs shook their heads in denial of this possibility. A common low-level cabbage seed had already caused a seismic upheaval in their worldview. Now, to hear of medium-level seeds? This was utterly inconceivable. Yet the next moment, all their spiteful attitudes and the self-deceptive masks they wore were completely torn apart by Su Chen's actions. Common-level cabbage, grade. Medium common attributes. This cabbage has evolved by absorbing a significant amount of spiritual energy. Possessing excellent cultivation value. Long-term consumption post-maturity can continually enhance physical attributes. Harvesting provides 2 spiritual energy points for the farm. Maturation cycle, 15 days. Description. This is a remarkably outstanding seedling of a medium-level common cabbage. Possessing it grants you hope for survival within the farm space. Boom. As Su Chen revealed the attributes panel before everyone, it was as though a bomb had detonated. No, impossible. This cannot be real. It must be a lie. Countless foreign devils and shepherd dogs were left in a daze, repeatedly shaking their heads in denial, unable to accept the reality before them. Yet before they could voice any further objections, Su Chen approached another patch of land. In front of countless spectators, he unveiled yet another attributes panel. Common level cabbage, grade. Upper medium common attributes. This cabbage has evolved by absorbing a significant amount of spiritual energy. Possessing excellent cultivation value. Long-term consumption post-maturity can continually enhance physical attributes. Harvesting provides 4 spiritual energy points for the farm. Maturation cycle, 16 days. Description. This is a remarkably outstanding seedling of an upper medium-level common cabbage. Possessing it grants you initial eligibility for survival within the farm space. Upper medium common cabbage. In an instant, as the recent seismic shock had yet to subside, everyone felt yet another tempest brewing within their hearts. All foreign devils and shepherd dogs widened their eyes, jaws agape, their bodies completely frozen. Low-level common cabbage. Medium-level common cabbage. Upper medium-level common cabbage. All were cabbages, yet the distinctions between them were worlds apart. The disparity in attributes between each grade of common crops was approximately 30. The physical enhancement effects of upper medium-level cabbage nearly doubled. Even the descriptions for low-level and medium-level cabbages merely hinted at the hope for survival, while upper medium-level cabbage indicated the qualification for survival. Su Chen not only possessed low-level and medium-level cabbages, but he had now also unveiled upper medium-level cabbages. This outcome completely shattered their previous understanding, obliterating their established worldview. Opposite Su Chen, Nichuan's steel plate was utterly shattered. His pupils had narrowed to pinpricks, having lost the capacity for rational thought. Just moments ago, he had contemplated trading 100 medium-level common seeds, believing no one could offer a better deal. Yet Su Chen countered with upper medium-level seeds. Nichuan's steel plate's mental state exploded in an instant. What the hell? He possessed everything. What was there to trade? Nichuan's steel plate fell into a state of despair. Chapter 26. 100,000 seeds. Su Chen actually possesses medium-level and upper-level seeds. My heavens! Surely, I am not dreaming? I must still be asleep, conjuring illusions. In the real world of the Great Xia, as the populace witnessed Su Chen unveil the medium-level and upper-level cabbage, countless individuals were struck with disbelief and astonishment. It felt like a surreal dream. Initially believing that Su Chen obtaining low-level seeds was already a stroke of fortune, they were taken aback to discover he could present medium-level and upper-level seeds. This had completely overturned their understanding. It was akin to a person accustomed to a life of hardship, meticulously counting every penny, suddenly stumbling upon $100 bill. And as if that weren't enough, receiving a bank card and a letter of inheritance, the joy felt like a whirlwind, leaving them momentarily disoriented. After a prolonged period of pinching their own arms and legs to ascertain reality, many finally managed to begrudgingly accept the truth. It was indeed medium-level and upper-level seeds. Truly, Su Chen is a deity. Su Chen is incredible. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, forever young and strong. Once everything was confirmed, countless individuals erupted into joyous laughter once more. The fireworks and firecrackers, which had never ceased, became even more brilliant at this moment. The entire sky of the Great Xia was almost entirely illuminated by an array of fireworks and firecrackers. Drumming teams and lion dance troops from every corner of the nation rushed about in a frenzied celebration. North and south of the Great River, the atmosphere was one of exuberance. Even the official entities of the Great Xia found themselves engulfed in an unprecedented revelry. In the office of the Great Xia Farm Space, the director gazed at the live broadcast screen before him, a relieved smile gracing his face. The document that had been so carefully safeguarded was abruptly seized by him and discarded into the trash can at his feet. Through the office's lighting, one could clearly discern the large, bold characters emblazoned on that document: 71 clauses of the Lighthouse's inferior seed trading. This document had originally been prepared by the Great Xia as an agreement to various conditions set forth by the Lighthouse in exchange for higher-grade crops. The 71 clauses encompassed cutting-edge technologies spanning from military to civilian sectors, as well as severe issues concerning sovereignty. Previously, in the face of a food crisis, the Great Xia had no choice but to bow to the Lighthouse. As the fate of its 2 billion citizens hinged upon this agreement, however, it now seemed that all of this was rendered unnecessary. With Su Chen present, the Great Xia had nothing to fear. Within the farm space, Richuan Gangbin had completely given up on struggling. His entire bargaining chip consisted merely of medium and high-grade crops and seeds. Now that Su Chen possessed these, attempting to exchange them with him would only signify folly unless he was willing to offer higher-grade special seeds. Yet, it was evident that such an act was beyond his capabilities. He barely had a few special-grade seeds himself, and the scant ones he possessed needed to be preserved for the impending wave of calamity. Should he relinquish them to Su Chen, whether he could survive the next crisis remained uncertain. Thus, at this juncture, Richuan Gangbin had entirely abandoned any notions of obtaining the water crystal and earth dragon from Su Chen. With a bitter laugh, he prepared to end the communication. Just then, if you wish to trade, it is not impossible, Su Chen's voice suddenly resounded. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Richuan Gangbin was momentarily taken aback. Unable to comprehend how to trade? What did he mean? Previously, no matter how he had pleaded, Su Chen had not paid him any heed. Now, he had practically resigned himself, and yet Su Chen was suggesting a trade? Su Chen, you cannot be joking, can you? Richuan Gangbin tentatively inquired, his cautious demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, rendering him utterly ridiculous. Having learned from previous experiences, he now viewed everything with suspicion. Fearing that Su Chen was merely jesting, however, in response to Ri Chuan Gongban's timorousness, Su Chen shed his previous derision and adopted a serious tone. Under Ri Chuan Gongban's wary yet hopeful gaze, Su Chen slowly articulated, "I understand that, given Mr. Ri Chuan Gongban's capabilities, it would be implausible for you to produce special seeds. Therefore, I do not ask for much, merely 100,000 seeds. In exchange, I shall trade you one segment of an earth dragon." 100,000 seeds. Upon hearing Su Chen's demand, Ri Chuan Gongban's eyes widened in disbelief. "Baka, why don't you go rob someone?" Ri Chuan Gangban was furious. 100,000 seeds. What a ludicrous proposition. Since entering the farm, he had never possessed such a quantity of seeds. Not to mention 100,000, he had never even had 1,000 ordinary grade seeds. The seeds he held had all been surrendered to the lighthouse's smith as part of the price for their assistance. As the lighthouse's favored son, he had barely survived through their help. In exchange for their support, he had to surrender 80% of his farm's resources to the lighthouse. Thus, despite being one of the first chosen ones to enter the farm space, he truly had no reserves to draw from. Asking him for 100,000 seeds, it would be more merciful to kill him. Moreover, the most outrageous part was that Su Chen merely sought to exchange one segment of an earth dragon for those 100,000 seeds. Was this great Xia individual out of his mind? 100,000 seeds? Why not shoot for the stars? Did he truly believe that possessing a handful of seeds granted him unbridled power? In the real world, the foreign devils, who had just begun to recover from the shock brought by Su Chen, erupted in furious curses upon hearing his demands. In a way. No way. Is there really someone who thinks that just because they have a few ordinary and high-grade seeds, they can be invincible? Even the sheepdogs, who had just recently quieted down, were now eager to find reasons to berate Su Chen, completely forgetting their previous humble demeanor. Damn it, can you all just shut up? Su Chen's potential troubles would not benefit any of you. You worthless trash, if you cannot assist, at least do not hinder us at this moment. Remember that one who said they would eat an olive? Have you finished your olive? Now you come out whining, where's your pride? Seeing the sheepdogs and the disparity party's antics, countless citizens of the Great Xia were enraged. Chapter 27. Others mock me for being too mad-faced with the furious Ri Chuan Gangban. Su Chen smiled lightly and then slowly said, "To be honest, Mr. Ri Chuan Gangban, if I could enter your farm, I would indeed entertain such thoughts. However, I suspect that you do not possess that many seeds. Am I correct?" His nonchalant tone caused Ri Chuan Gongban's expression to darken once more. Veins bulged on his forehead, nearly causing him to explode with rage. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never had he encountered someone as brazen as Su Chen, who could articulate robbery in such a dignified manner. What a thick-skinned individual! While he found excuses for his own unscrupulous actions, Su Chen, on the other hand, had no qualms in openly declaring his base intentions. Was there no shame left? What truly vexed Ri Chuan Gangban was the blatant mockery within Su Chen's words. What did he mean by suggesting that Ri Chuan Gangban did not possess that many seeds? Was he implying that he was not worth robbing? It was an unadulterated humiliation. One could tolerate an uncle's behavior, but not an aunt's. Seemingly oblivious to Ri Chuan Gongban's rising ire, Su Chen continued unhurriedly. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Mr. Ri Chuan Gangban, you have been busy in the farm space for so long without amassing 100,000 seeds, which hardly befits your status. Does it? Just think, if you were to present 100,000 seeds, you would acquire one segment of an earth dragon. Within a month, you could cultivate a complete earth dragon. Before long, you would be able to breed even more earth dragons, much like the magnolias of the Arctic Bear Empire, and your farm would benefit from a 30% increase in crop growth speed. Would that not be akin to divine assistance for you? Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest sparked in Ri Chuan Gongban's eyes. A 30% increase in growth speed was no trivial matter. For lower-grade crops, this might not be significant, but for high-grade and special-grade crops, such an acceleration equated to several days saved. With each passing cycle, he could nearly double his production time. The more precious the crop, the longer it took to grow, and correspondingly, the greater the benefit from such a buff effect. This temptation was undeniably substantial for Ri Chuan Gangban. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the allure was great, he could not possibly procure 100,000 seeds, even if he were to sell himself by the pound. Furthermore, even if he could manage to gather them, he would never trade 100,000 seeds for a single earth dragon. How long would it take him to cultivate that many seeds? Even if his entire farm were filled with earth dragons, he would have to be out of his mind to consider such an exchange. With a cold snort, Richuan Gangban prepared to refuse. But Su Chen's next words made him swallow his rejection. Are you saying that you only need 100,000 inferior seeds? Richuan Gangban's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at Su Chen. Fearing that he might mishear, according to Su Chen's previous statement, he did not require 100,000 ordinary seeds, but rather 100,000 inferior seeds. This meant that procuring those 100,000 seeds might not be so unattainable after all. While he might not have that many on hand, Smith certainly did. Although Smith might not have enough inferior seeds himself, he could easily reach out to the numerous farm owners under the lighthouse and their affiliates to gather the required amount. The lighthouse itself boasted over 200 farm owners. If each of them contributed a mere 100 inferior seeds, one could amass over 20,000 inferior seeds. 100,000 inferior seeds, when averaged, amounts to less than 500 seeds per farmer in the lighthouse territory. 500 inferior seeds, in fact, is merely a trivial matter for all the farmers in the lighthouse. Even he himself could effortlessly produce thousands of inferior seeds. While inferior seeds may not confer any significant advantages to the farmers, once cultivated, they can yield substantial agricultural harvests in the real world, alleviating the food crisis that plagues it. With the exception of a scant few, over 90% of farmers cultivate some inferior crops on their lands. These crops grow rapidly, more than sufficient to supplement the food needs of the real world. Each time these inferior crops reach maturity, they yield a considerable number of inferior seeds. Over 3 years, each farmer possesses a significant quantity of inferior seeds. While they may struggle to procure 100,000 ordinary seeds, even if they could, exchanging them with Su Chen would be out of the question. However, to trade 100,000 inferior seeds for a segment of a dragon's remains is akin to a gift. Is the blood horse not profiting handsomely? After all, these surplus seeds serve little purpose beyond basic cultivation and addressing the food crisis in the real world. They could easily retain a portion for themselves and offer the rest. Let alone 100,000 seeds. They could readily part with 200,000 or 300,000. More accurately, it is 100,000 quality inferior seeds. Under the watchful gaze of Richuan Gangban, Su Chen added, "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Su Chen's addition, Richuan Gangban was not only unperturbed but burst into laughter. "Su Chen Kuan, I knew you were our best friend in the Great Fusang Empire." In that moment, Richuan Gangban felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Su Chen and shower him with affection. 100,000 quality inferior seeds. Indeed, this presents a greater challenge than a mere 100,000 inferior seeds. But not by much. For the Lighthouse Nation, gathering 100,000 quality inferior seeds is also not a significant issue. Over the course of 3 years, the Lighthouse has resolved the food crisis for its population of over 500 million while exporting surplus food at high prices globally. Who knows how many inferior seeds they have accumulated? Even when excluding some inferior and ordinary ones, the remaining quality inferior seeds would undoubtedly be a considerable figure. Richuan Gangban's smile nearly reached his ears. A glimmer of hope. At that moment, he was so exhilarated that he felt like leaping into the air. The people of the Great Xia truly are foolish. Trading a dragon's remains for inferior seeds is utterly absurd. While professing to be the best of friends, Richuan Gangban's heart brimmed with disdain and mockery. How precious is a dragon's remains? The lighthouse would not even entertain exchanging dozens of ordinary special seeds for one. Yet inferior seeds? Not even a soul would want them, even if given away. They are entirely different concepts. Now, Su Chen dares to trade a dragon's remains for inferior seeds. Is this not a display of utter folly? Although the exchange involves 100,000 quality inferior seeds, does that make any difference? Aside from taste, what other merits do inferior seeds, be they of poor or quality grade, offer? Unbeknownst to Richuan Gangban, across from him, Su Chen quietly wore a smile. Laugh all you want. Little do you know if you will still be laughing in the future. Others mock me for my madness, yet I laugh at those who cannot see through it. 100,000 quality inferior seeds may be of little use to others, but for him, they hold extraordinary value. Chapter 28. Utterly foolish. To desire a dragon's remains in exchange for 100,000 inferior seeds? In the real world, at the Lighthouse Special Operations Bureau, upon hearing Su Chen's request, everyone initially believed him to be mad. They thought Su Chen intended to have them exchange 100,000 ordinary seeds for a dragon's remains. To their astonishment, Su Chen only required 100,000 inferior seeds. Had this fellow lost his mind? 100,000 inferior seeds for a dragon's remains? Surely, he must be out of his senses. The staff at the Special Operations Bureau scoffed. It is well known that inferior seeds, aside from aiding in alleviating the food crisis in the real world, hold no value for farmers. Even quality inferior seeds are deemed inconsequential, truly a waste. If Su Chen had requested a small quantity of seeds, one could interpret it as a means to alleviate the pressing food crisis in Great Xia. But to demand 100,000? With such a minuscule initial land area of fewer than 2,000 square meters, could Su Chen even cultivate that many inferior seeds? At most, he could plant fewer than 8,000 inferior seeds. 100,000 seeds. Are they to be used as compost? Is this not a sign of mental instability? Perhaps this farmer from Great Xia has a method to transform those 100,000 inferior seeds into 100,000 ordinary seeds. Suddenly, a staff member at the Special Operations Bureau shrugged and chuckled. Transform inferior seeds into ordinary seeds? The other staff members joined in laughter. Perhaps he indeed possesses such a supernatural ability. Who knows? He might even elevate these seeds to spiritual-grade seeds. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into uproarious laughter, dismissing the jest. While it is not impossible to upgrade inferior seeds to ordinary seeds, it requires an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy points. Even seasoned farmers must accumulate substantial spiritual energy before attempting such a feat, upgrading 100,000 inferior seeds to ordinary seeds. How many spiritual energy points would that necessitate? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Or even billions? And Su Chen, a mere fledgling, not yet out of the novice phase, could hardly possess enough spiritual energy points to elevate inferior seeds to ordinary ones, let alone upgrade low-quality inferior seeds to regular inferior seeds. Thus, the notion of transforming 100,000 seeds into ordinary seeds was merely a jest to mock Su Chen. Contact Smith and let him know that farmer from Great Xia is seeking seeds. Let us provide them. After the laughter subsided, the director of the Special Operations Bureau promptly issued instructions. A lower-tier race is indeed a lower-tier race, utterly devoid of wisdom. One cannot fathom how divine favor could bestow water crystals and dragon remains upon such a wretched group. It is a sheer waste. Within the farming space, Smith, who had also received news from Richuan Gangban, could not help but scoff after verifying the information. Like everyone else, he perceived Su Chen's actions as nothing short of exchanging gold for garbage, a display of sheer idiocy. However, after the laughter, Smith chose not to elaborate further. In fact, he felt more elated. The less sense Su Chen made, the more benefits he could reap, was it not? Though this transaction would not yield water crystals, the prospect of acquiring dragon remains ignited a fervor within him. Dragon remains. This was a treasure even the goddess Julia could only yearn for. Soon, it would all belong to him. Once he acquired the dragon remains, he could procure even better seeds from the goddess Julia and, potentially, win her favor. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Smith's excitement intensified. Smith worked swiftly in no time. He had gathered 100,000 quality inferior seeds. For the lighthouse, with over 200 farmers, collecting these seeds was exceedingly simple. Not to mention, Smith alone possessed thousands of quality inferior seeds accumulated over 3 years. Some farmers, specifically designated to cultivate inferior seeds to address the real-world food shortages, had tens of thousands of quality inferior seeds each. These individuals only needed to keep planting quality inferior crops to combat the famine in the real world. Among all inferior crops, quality inferior crops undoubtedly offer the highest cost-performance ratio. Not only do they taste superior, but their maturation time is also relatively short. Most importantly, the feedback these crops provide to the real world is 1,000-fold. For every crop that matures in the farm, 1,000 identical crops mature in the real world. Over the years, these farmers dedicated to cultivating inferior crops have amassed an unimaginable quantity of seeds. Many even find them cumbersome and have discarded them. Given this knowledge, Smith regards these crop seeds as mere refuse and scoffs at Su Chen's foolishness in trading dragon remains for garbage. Utterly foolish, indeed. To prevent Su Chen from backing out, Smith even added an extra 50,000 seeds on top of the initial 100,000. He significantly increased the transaction amount by 50%, truly a gesture of sincerity. After all, in his view, it was merely a pile of rubbish. Not to mention 50,000, even an additional 100,000 would pose no issue. Once all the seeds were gathered, Smith immediately packaged them at a bargain price of 1 spiritual energy point and dispatched them to Richuan Gangban. Upon receiving the seeds, Richuan Gangban promptly reached out to Su Chen. So quickly assembled? Upon hearing the news about Nichuan steel plates, Su Chen felt a tinge of surprise. Seems I have underestimated the potential of these foreign devils. With a raised brow, Su Chen pondered the matter. To gather 100,000 seeds in such a short span is indeed astonishing. I should have realized they possessed such an abundance. Su Chen, here are the 100,000 inferior grade seeds you requested. There are 35 sacks in total, each containing approximately 2,000 to 10,000 inferior seeds, amounting to a total of 150,000 high-quality inferior seeds. To demonstrate our goodwill, we will generously gift you 50,000 seeds. Would you like to verify this quantity? On the other side of the video call, Nichuan Steel Plates inquired with a beaming smile. Chapter 29. A gentleman takes revenge after a decade. Apologies, I shall take my revenge on the spot. 50,000 seeds for free. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. When did these foreign devils become so generous? Previously, he had encountered numerous reports indicating that during grain trading with the Lighthouse Nation, they were reluctant to part with even a pound of grain. Yet now, they are outright giving away 50,000 seeds. However, upon further reflection, Su Chen quickly realized. These seeds hold significant value for him, even substantial utility, but to these foreign devils, they are merely trifles. Trading something akin to a chicken rib for a land dragon is an opportunity beyond reckoning. With this in mind, it becomes clear why they are so magnanimous. No need for verification. I trust the integrity of your nation. Let us proceed with the contract, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. Su Chen replied directly. The notion of trusting integrity is, of course, a jest in a nation like Fusang, where integrity is as scarce as hen's teeth. Such a concept is laughable. However, in the realm of farm space, contracts hold absolute authority. Once a contract is signed, it receives the validation of the farm space. Any party that breaches the contract will face dire repercussions. There have been instances where individuals faced a relentless month of storms and thunder due to a breach of contract. The farm was utterly obliterated. Since then, no one has dared to violate a contract. Facing Su Chen's jest about trust, Nichuan Steel Plates couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, but refrained from further comment. Excitedly, he sent over a pre-prepared contract that bore his signature. Su Chen scrutinized the contract carefully. The terms were straightforward. Su Chen would trade the body of a land dragon for 100,000 high-quality inferior seeds. And Nichuan Steel Plates would gift him an additional 50,000 high-quality inferior seeds. On the left side of the contract, Nichuan Steel Plates' name was already inscribed, complete with a crimson handprint. After confirming the contract's content was satisfactory, Su Chen extended his finger and signed his name in the air. Without the aid of any tools, his name materialized upon the contract. This is one of the most wondrous aspects of the farm space's contracts. After inscribing his name, Su Chen pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon his signature. In the next moment, the contract erupted in a dazzling radiance. After a tremor, a colossal character for contract silently coalesced in the void. Simultaneously, the same character appeared before Nichuan Steel Plates in his farm space. Following another tremor and a gentle breeze, the character gradually faded from the gaze of many witnesses, as the contract vanished. The anxiety that had weighed on Nichuan Steel Plates was completely alleviated. The contract was established. This signified that he would soon acquire the body of a land dragon. Before long, he would possess a complete land dragon. Just thinking about it sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Nichuan Steel Plates. After a considerable duration, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil and swiftly dispatched all the seeds to Su Chen. 150,000 seeds, 35 large sacks. Once Su Chen laid out all the seeds, a thin sheen of sweat began to form on his forehead. To be frank, had he not regularly exercised, the weight of these 35 large sacks would have been beyond the capability of an average person to lift. Each sack must weigh at least 100 pounds. Some even tipped the scales at 200 to 300 pounds. Confronted with these 200 to 300-pound sacks, Chen felt utterly powerless and could only place them at his feet. Damn it, this group of wretches must be doing this on purpose. Glancing at the several hundred-pound sacks at his feet, Chen muttered under his breath. Upon inspecting the contents of these sacks, he discovered that the vast majority contained potato seeds. Potatoes, or simply tubers. It is well known that potato seeds are the potatoes themselves. Each potato sprouts eyes. When cut into pieces, those pieces with eyes serve as the seeds. The more eyes a potato has, the more seeds it produces. However, the lighthouse and Nichuan steel plates had given him potatoes that were enormous in size but scarce in sprouts. Each potato, the size of a bowl, had only 2 or 3 eyes. While the overall quantity was not lacking, 150,000 seeds. Not a single one less and even a surplus. The weight was undeniably burdensome. To assert this was unintentional would be a hard sell. Meanwhile, on the other side, observing Chen's perspiring brow, Nichuan's steel plates couldn't help but reveal a subtle smirk. Chen was correct. This was indeed a deliberate act. They had smaller seeds at their disposal, yet they chose not to provide them. Instead, they opted to burden Chen with heavy, cumbersome potatoes. The hundreds of pounds of sacks were a calculated move to irritate him. It was an overt attempt to vex him. Regardless, even if Chen discovered their intentions, he would have no grounds to accuse them. They had fulfilled their end of the bargain, and not a single seed was missing. As for Chen's inability to lift them, that was not their concern. Besides, with the enhanced physical capabilities from consuming ordinary crops, lifting several hundred pounds is a trivial task for any of them. Chen's struggle was merely a reflection of his own inadequacy. Could they be blamed? Certainly not. The contract had already been signed. Even if Chen wished to retract, he could not do so. Otherwise, the repercussions from the farm space would be no laughing matter. Chen, you have received the items, so you should now provide me with the body of the land dragon, yes? After a prolonged moment of silence, Nichuan's steel plates finally spoke, his tone now devoid of the previous reverence, replaced with an air of condescension. The speed of his change in demeanor was swifter than a dog's bark. The body of a land dragon? Chen chuckled. Just wait. You will not be disappointed. As he spoke, Chen abruptly severed the communication. Initially, he had not intended to play tricks. After all, it was merely a land dragon. With the acquisition of so many seeds, he could synthesize one, or even multiple, spiritual-grade crops. At that point, his land would undoubtedly receive further buffs. A land dragon's buff was insignificant in comparison. However, the actions of these foreign devils prompted him to alter his course. They wish to annoy him, do they? Very well, let us see who can outlast the other in this game of irritation. He was a person who held grudges. The notion of a gentleman takes revenge after a decade had no bearing on him. If he desired vengeance, it would be exacted on the spot. A decade? The opportunity would have long since passed, Baka. As he gazed at the suddenly blackened screen, Nichuan's steel plates was left in a state of disbelief. Chapter 30. The arrival of the European Emperor, the spirit of life. Baka, that damned man from Daxia, he lacks integrity. How dare he? How could he? Nichuan's steel plates was in a frenzy. 150,000 seeds. Although these seeds held little practical value for them, they were still 150,000 seeds. To hand them all over to Chen without receiving anything in return would undoubtedly draw the ire of Smith. In an instant, Nichuan's steel plates felt his mind go blank. Meanwhile, after cutting off communication with Nichuan's steel plates, Chen leisurely opened one of the sacks before him. As for the delivery of the land dragon's body. That could wait, after all. The contract merely stipulated that he would exchange the body of a land dragon for 150,000 seeds, without specifying a timeline for delivery, as long as he wished. He could delay for 10 or 8 years. If they seek to annoy him, then let us see who can truly excel in this realm of annoyance. Upon opening the sack filled with hundreds of pounds of potatoes, each potato, at least the size of a bowl, began to roll out in succession. Gazing at these potatoes, a fervent gleam ignited in Chen's eyes. What these foreign devils deemed useless seeds were treasures in his eyes. With a thought, the attributes of the seeds from the sack appeared before Chen. High-quality potato seeds, grade. Inferior description. High-quality potato seeds, delicious in flavor, with average planting value. Once matured, they can satisfy hunger. The description was almost identical to that of high-quality cabbage seeds. Aside from flavor, they hold no value whatsoever. It is precisely for this reason that these foreign devils discarded them as if they were nothing. However, in Su Chen's eyes, these seeds were priceless treasures. System, commence synthesis. Suppressing the fervor within him, Su Chen casually cut a potato into pieces and placed 2 sprouting potato eyes into the synthesis slot. He then eagerly began the initial synthesis. Beep. Synthesis begins. Please wait. With Su Chen's command, the system's voice resonated immediately. Not long after. Synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 high-quality subpar potato seed 1. There were no surprises. After synthesizing 2 high-quality subpar potato seeds, they remained subpar seeds. It seemed that these potato seeds similarly required 8 high-quality subpar ones to synthesize a low-grade common seed. Su Chen murmured to himself. Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts and began further synthesis. Beep. Synthesis begins. Please wait. Synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 high-quality subpar potato seed 1. A continuous stream of potato seeds was relentlessly fed into the synthesis panel by Su Chen, which were then combined into even higher grade seeds. Until a certain moment. Beep. Synthesis begins. Please wait. Synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 low-grade common potato seed 1. Common potato seed. Grade. Low-grade common attributes. Absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. The evolved potato seed possesses excellent planting value. Long-term consumption can continuously enhance physical fitness, and upon maturity, it can provide 1 point of spiritual energy for the farm. Description. As an entry-level crop in the farm space, common seeds offer a chance for survival. Cherish each common seed, for they embody your hope. It still made little difference. Could it be that the growth cycle for these potatoes is similar to that of cabbage seeds? Su Chen murmured to himself. Different types of seeds have varying growth cycles. Generally, within the same grade, crops with longer growth cycles yield more spiritual energy points. Conversely, crops that yield similar amounts of spiritual energy points typically have comparable growth cycles. Of course, in terms of enhancing physical attributes through consumption, there is hardly any disparity. Unless the crop's grade is elevated, crops of the same level are nearly identical in this aspect. As for those inedible crops, they possess their own unique value. For example, timber and bamboo can be used for construction. Other specialized crops can even serve as weapons, and so forth. In the farm space, nearly all crops have unique purposes. The distinction lies solely in how one chooses to utilize them. Shaking his head, Su Chen dismissed these thoughts and continued the synthesis. Low-grade common potato seeds. Medium-grade common potato seeds. High-grade common potato seeds. While the outside world continued to ridicule Su Chen's foolishness, no one knew that the subpar seeds in his hands were gradually advancing to high-grade common and even special grade. Time passed, and finally, Su Chen's synthesis entered a crucial stage. Next comes the synthesis of spiritual grade seeds. How much enhancement would spiritual grade potato seeds bring to the land? Looking at the 2 pseudo-spiritual grade potato seeds before him, Su Chen pondered. The spiritual grade emerald cabbage seeds had granted his land a 100 growth speed increase. What about the spiritual grade potato seeds? Commence synthesis. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen placed the 2 pseudo-spiritual grade potato seeds into the synthesis panel and began further synthesis. Beep. Synthesis begins. Please wait. Synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 low-grade orange heart potato seed 1. In less than a second, the system's voice rang out again. However, before Su Chen could check, the system's voice suddenly emerged once more. Beep. Congratulations to the host. You have triggered a 1 in 100,000 synthesis mutation. The orange heart potato seed has mutated. Mutation? Su Chen was taken aback. What was happening? Did his system possess such a function? Opening the system panel, he carefully examined it and discovered a line of text that had suddenly appeared on the far right of the synthesis panel. Beginner synthesis system. Has a 0.001 chance to trigger synthesis mutation. Mutated synthesis items will directly advance 1 grade. There is a 0.00001 chance to give birth to the spirit of life. Gasp. After reading this description, Su Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply. A 1 in 100,000 chance of triggering a synthesis mutation. An immediate grade advancement post-mutation? Goodness, Su Chen exclaimed. Does this mean that the spiritual grade potato seeds he synthesized this time could directly become even higher grade seeds? What grade lies above spiritual grade? Su Chen had never even heard of it. Currently, within the entire farm space, aside from him and that Julia from the Lighthouse Nation, There was no third person known to possess spiritual grade crops, let alone crops above spiritual grade. This level existed only in speculation and legend, and now he had encountered a 1 in 100,000 chance. He had never won more than $2 in the lottery before. Yet here he was, hitting a 1 in 100,000 chance. Was this a stroke of luck? Rubbing his nose, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. A 1 in 100,000 chance. Who else could claim such fortune? However, before he could revel in his good fortune, the system's voice rang out once more. Beep. Congratulations to the host. You have triggered a 1 in 10 million chance. The orange heart potato has mutated again. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the spirit of potato life. Holy moly. Chapter 31 Divine Retribution? No, this is divine favor. Holy moly. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A 1 in 10 million chance? Gasp. Without further thought, Chen immediately opened the attribute panel for the spirit of life. Spirit of potato life, unnamed, grade. Common ability, flower language. Revival, gift of life, natural power description. Evolved from the orange heart potato, the spirit of potato life possesses exceptional learning ability and intelligence, along with extremely unique abilities. This is a gift from nature. Treat her kindly, and she will bring you endless assistance. Just as Chen was examining the attributes of the spirit of potato life, in the real world, the remaining millions of acres of arable land in the Great Xia began to tremble violently. What was happening? What was going on? The sudden upheaval caused all staff from the Great Xia Agricultural Bureau to rush outside. Those responsible for protecting the arable land, including guards and soldiers, were on high alert. Closely observing their surroundings, the earth quaked. Everyone's hearts tightened in unison. These millions of acres of arable land were the last surviving soil for the Great Xia. If another problem arose, the consequences would be unimaginable. Was it an earthquake? Feeling the intense tremors beneath their feet, all relevant personnel turned pale. Quick! Contact the Geological Monitoring Bureau. Immediately ascertain the earthquake's range and magnitude, and determine the disaster level. Without further thought, the relevant staff from the Agricultural Bureau shouted in urgency. This arable land was the last lifeline for the Great Xia. Under no circumstances should there be any further issues. The Great Xia could not withstand any more setbacks. Did the Great Xia experience an earthquake? Despite the Great Xia's efforts to conceal the news, such a significant disturbance could not be hidden from everyone. Before long, news of the earthquake in the Great Xia spread across the internet. Ha ha ha, foolish Great Xia people. This must be that damned fellow's disobedience to the covenant, resulting in divine judgment. An earthquake. TSK, TSK, TSK. May God bless you. Amen. Countless foreign nationals began to mock and ridicule the situation online. Previously, they had been nearly driven to madness by Chen's repeated presentations of advanced seeds. Now, witnessing the Great Xia fall into significant trouble, they were practically ecstatic. The more the Great Xia suffered, the happier they became. Meanwhile, the entire Great Xia was engulfed in panic. If it weren't for the prompt intervention of the authorities, the Great Xia might have truly descended into chaos. What on earth was happening? The Great Xia Farm Space Office, with the office director already on site, furrowed his brow. Worry surged within everyone's hearts. Could it truly be divine retribution for the farm space? One office member couldn't help but voice. I don't know, but we can't rule out that possibility. Divine retribution for the farm space had occurred once before. That time, due to a farm owner's breach of covenant, their farm faced a month-long deluge and lightning strikes, resulting in the entire floating island being obliterated. However, that incident only affected the farm owner and their farm. The nation in which they resided was not significantly impacted. Yet this time, millions of acres of arable land in the Great Xia had all experienced an earthquake. It is important to note that these millions of acres of arable land are not all located in one place. Some are situated in seismic zones, while many are not even in earthquake-prone areas. Even if an earthquake were to occur, it shouldn't affect those lands. Yet now, all these millions of acres were impacted. Moreover, according to reports from the Geological Monitoring Bureau, the earthquake's range was confined solely to those arable lands. Leaving the area of arable land, even a mere meter away, one could not feel the slightest tremor. This was clearly not a normal earthquake. What could possibly be happening? As they gazed into the live stream, the privacy protection period commenced, plunging the screen into complete darkness. An air of anxiety enveloped everyone present, for they could not perceive the situation on Su Chen's end. The sole opportunity for contact had already been exhausted, leaving them unable to reach out to him. This predicament cast a shadow of despair over all hearts. Meanwhile, across millions of acres of farmland in the Great Xia, the tremors persisted unabated. Staff from various agricultural and land monitoring agencies were frantically investigating the situation, striving to ascertain the circumstances and stabilize the disaster. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced the air. "What is that?" A group of officials, overwhelmed with concern, hurriedly stood up, following the direction of the voice to gaze skyward. In the next instant, their pupils constricted in unison. What lay before their eyes was a mesmerizing sight. Above all the fields, waves of earthy yellow mist cascaded gently downwards, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. The mist gradually merged with the soil. Almost instantly, the previously parched ground began to visibly regain its moisture. The crops within the earth, as if invigorated by a stimulant, surged forth with astonishing rapidity. Before the astonished multitude, a single wheat seedling transformed from a mere sprout to maturity in the blink of an eye, its branches laden with plump ears of grain as far as the eye could see. The landscape was awash in verdant hues, whether it was wheat or rice, corn or potatoes. Every inch of these meticulously protected fields was now blanketed with bountiful crops. Even those lands that had nearly succumbed to desolation were now lush and flourishing. Was this a divine punishment? No, this was divine providence. Ha ha ha, the Great Xia has been saved, saved. Chapter 32. Henceforth, I shall call you Huaying. Before the expanse of flourishing land, an elderly man with graying hair laughed joyously, tears streaming down his face as he looked heavenward. Who dares claim that the Great Xia is finished? Who dares utter such words? The crowd was engulfed in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, someone finally regained their composure. Quick! Assess the soil quality. Once their wits returned, the agricultural officials sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, the results of the soil analysis emerged. Preliminary examinations revealed that the fertility of this region's land had nearly doubled compared to before, achieving the standards of premium arable land. The tester spoke with palpable excitement. Premium arable land? At these words, the crowd's breathing quickened. Due to excessive human exploitation and pollution, coupled with certain unknown factors, these lands, once barely capable of cultivation, had previously been scarcely arable a century ago. Yet now, following this inexplicable transformation, their fertility had surged by nearly twofold, meeting the criteria for high-quality farmland. This was nothing short of a miracle. Truly a miracle. An elderly man murmured again. What on earth has Su Chen done? Nearby, a group of individuals from the farm space office wore expressions of shock. They asked the relevant authorities for the farm space. They understood all too well that the catalyst for this extraordinary occurrence was undoubtedly the enigmatic farm space. More precisely, Su Chen. However, such phenomena had not transpired in the 3 years since the farm space's arrival. Even the Lighthouse Nation, the first to possess spirit-level crops, had not witnessed such a magnitude of transformation. In less than half an hour, the crops across millions of acres had all matured. The soil quality of these vast farmlands had reached the standards of premium arable land. This implied that in the forthcoming period, no matter what was planted, there would be no concerns regarding soil fertility. They wouldn't even need to resort to chemical fertilizers to ensure optimal growth. The crops would thrive naturally. Previously, such thoughts were utterly inconceivable. In an era where arable land was scarce and food was nearly non-existent, even the synthetic nutrient solutions were a rarity, coveted by countless souls. Regardless of their unpalatable taste, green vegetables were a dream beyond reach. Yet now, people merely needed to sow seeds and wait for the crops to ripen, reaping the rewards of pure, natural produce. Was this not a miracle? The enormity of Su Chen's actions within the farm space left everyone in disbelief. Despite the immediate lockdown of all farmland by the Great Xia, it was impossible to monitor every inch of the vast expanse. And thus, news of the events occurring there quickly spread among those with keen interest. The Lighthouse and Fusang nations had already prepared to commence celebrations, but news from the Great Xia abruptly extinguished their plans. What did you say? They exclaimed in disbelief. Not only had there been no earthquake, but all farmland had also experienced tremendous enhancement. Upon receiving the intelligence relayed by spies embedded within the Great Xia, the high-ranking officials of both nations stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Indeed, according to our informants, all crops across the Great Xia's farmlands matured within a mere half-hour. Furthermore, our intercepted soil quality analysis indicates that the fertility of these lands has generally increased by approximately twofold. All farmland has transformed into premium arable land. A subordinate reported respectfully, "Baka. Fuck." After painstakingly confirming the accuracy of the information, the leaders of both nations erupted in furious exclamations. "Do you understand what has caused all this?" A representative from a financial conglomerate in the lighthouse questioned, his expression grim. As the de facto controllers of the lighthouse, they held no desire for the Great Xia to flourish. The emergence of a robust Great Xia posed an immense threat to them. They sought not a rising power, but rather a weakened state in the east. If possible, they would extinguish any opportunity for the Great Xia's growth at its inception. Preliminary analysis suggests that the cause of this upheaval is likely the farm space. A member of the lighthouse's think tank responded promptly, "Farm space?" The financial moguls narrowed their eyes. "What does the Special Operations Department say?" "Regrettably, we have temporarily lost our ability to monitor the Great Xia's farm owner. During the privacy protection period, we are unable to ascertain their activities," replied a staff member from the Special Operations Unit respectfully. "Unable to see?" The financier's expressions darkened further. "You useless fools, such a significant event occurs. Yet the Special Operations Department claims it cannot see. Regardless of the methods employed, you must ascertain what that damned Great Xia farm owner has done with utmost urgency. If possible, employ any means necessary to replicate the cause of this upheaval. Spare no expense." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Chen remained blissfully unaware of the external turmoil. His attention was entirely devoted to the diminutive creature before him. Indeed, it was a little being, no larger than a palm, adorned with 2 pairs of translucent wings, its entire body exuding a potato-like hue and possessing a pair of sparkling, innocent eyes. Upon exiting the system space, the little creature flitted excitedly before Chen, flapping its tiny wings and circling him with delight. Much like a daughter reveling in the presence of her father. Occasionally, it would dart to Chen's face, nuzzling against him affectionately. Gazing at the adorably whimsical little being, Chen felt a surge of childlike joy. He couldn't help but recall an old television series he had watched long ago, something akin to Xianjian. The little creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the so-called 5 Poisons beast from that show. Its endearing demeanor utterly irresistible. Moreover, the original inspiration for that creature appeared to be a potato as well. "You resemble the 5 Poisons beast so much. Henceforth, I shall call you Huaying." "How does that sound?" Chen mused, naming the little creature after the character he had cherished from the show. Upon hearing the name, the little one tilted its head in contemplation, and soon thereafter, it resumed its joyful flight, emitting a series of sweet chirps that echoed in Chen's ears. All right, little one, enough frolicking. Let me first see what abilities you possess." After indulging in playful antics with the creature for a while, Chen finally paused. The little creature seemed to comprehend Chen's words as it obediently fluttered into the palm of his hand, blinking its large eyes and sitting quietly. Observing this, Chen felt an increasing sense of satisfaction towards this adorably naive little being. As a thought crossed his mind, the attributes of the potato spirit of life reappeared before him. Chapter 33. Terrifying Amplification. Thank you for your gifts. Huayang Grade. Common. Upgradable. Master. Chen. Automatically recognized. Race. Spirit of Life. Special abilities. Language of Flowers. Revival. Natural Power. Life's Gift Description. Evolved from the orange heart potato, the potato spirit of life possesses extraordinary learning abilities and wisdom, along with remarkably unique powers. This is a gift from nature. Treat her well, and she shall provide you with endless assistance. It seemed that due to having acquired a name, the attributes panel of the potato spirit of life had slightly altered. The name transformed into Huayang, and an additional race appeared, which was none other than the spirit of life. This was a group that Chen had never encountered before, nor had he even heard of it. On the surface, the little creature's grade appeared rather low, merely common. It seemed at odds with the level one would expect from such an extraordinarily rare 1 in 10 million mutation. Yet, it was evident that this little being's attributes were far from simple. With a mere thought, the various abilities of Huayang manifested before Chen's eyes. language of flowers, description. One of the fundamental abilities of the spirit of life, Huayang's blessing can significantly dispel negative effects afflicting its master, including fatigue, bleeding, poisoning, etc. Revival, description. One of the fundamental abilities of the spirit of life, Huayang's song can elicit resonance from common, upgradable, crops, dispelling any ailments affecting them and greatly healing their injuries. Natural power, description. As a spirit of life, Huayang is favored by the forces of nature, enabling her to bless all plants of equal or lesser rank. All blessed plants will experience a twofold increase in growth rate. Special effect. As a spirit of life, Huayang's existence can influence the real world. The emergence of Huayang is a tribute to nature. All lands in the realm where she resides will receive a double enhancement in soil quality, and the growth rate of all crops in that realm will also double. Life's gift, description. Huayang can expend her own vitality to heal her master's injuries, as long as the spirit of life remains unscathed. The master's life shall endure eternally. Gasp. Such effects. After reviewing the four abilities of Huayang, Chen could not help but inhale sharply. Each ability, whether it be the language of flowers or revival, proved to be incredibly practical. The former could safeguard his well-being, allowing him to withstand the various negative effects brought forth by the impending magical tide a month later, effectively providing him with countless opportunities for survival. Meanwhile, the second ability, revival, though seemingly less powerful, was crucial as crops in the farm space could also fall ill or be besieged by pests, should a large-scale infestation or a plant disease occur. The current items available to Chen would offer little to no solution. Not only for him but for the entire farm, the only remedy would be to eliminate all afflicted crops. Alternatively, he could painstakingly deal with each pest individually. Whether he chose the former or the latter, both options would entail an immense undertaking for a farm owner. Even if he managed to resolve it, the losses would be considerable. Huayang's ability, therefore, perfectly addressed this predicament. In a certain sense, it was nothing short of miraculous. As for Huayang's third ability, it was even more impressive. All blessed plants would experience a twofold increase in growth speed. What does doubling entail? A 200 increase. In other words, a common-grade extraordinary cabbage, which typically has a growth period of 18 days, would see this duration have to merely 6 days under a 200 growth rate enhancement. Coupled with the buff from the spirit-grade jade cabbage, which provides a 300 growth rate increase, this translates to a mere 4.5 days for a common-grade extraordinary cabbage to mature. This efficiency is truly astonishing. Furthermore, the natural power ability possesses an even more formidable amplification effect, directly bestowing substantial benefits upon the real world. Not only does the soil quality double, but the growth rate also doubles. The combined effect of both is not simply 112. Inferior soil not only slows down crop growth, but also significantly diminishes yield. A crop that could yield 1,000 pounds per acre under optimal conditions might produce less than 500 pounds in poor soil. Yet now, under this terrifying amplification, crops that originally yielded 1,000 pounds could potentially yield 1,500 pounds. The comparative yield within the same time frame could be 4 to 5 times greater than that of inferior land. The remaining 6 million acres of arable land in the Great Xia could directly yield the equivalent of 24 million or even 30 million acres. The magnitude of such amplification is beyond comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Chen took a long while to suppress the agitation within him, redirecting his focus to the final ability. The last ability, Life's Gift, was straightforward and self-evident in its function. Yet among all the abilities, this one undoubtedly stood as the most powerful. The capacity to expend her own vitality to heal her master's injuries, regardless of the severity of the wounds, as long as Huayang remains alive. Chen cannot perish. This ability, in essence, grants him an additional life. No, it transcends merely adding a life. To some extent, it feels akin to wielding a cheat. With this, he was secure. Having reviewed all of Huayang's capabilities, a subtle smile graced Chen's face. He felt no lingering anxiety about the impending crisis a month hence. Thank you, Nichuan steel plates. This time, I genuinely owe you my gratitude. Gazing at the little sprite with its blinking eyes, Chen mused quietly. Without the seeds discarded by these foreign devils, he might not have triggered the 1 in 10 million chance to obtain such a precious spirit of life. If Nichuan steel plates and their ilk were to discover that he had synthesized such a valuable spirit from their unwanted seeds, they would doubtlessly be apoplectic with rage. Chuckling softly, and after playing with Huayang for a while, Su Chen resumed his efforts to synthesize the remaining seeds. This time, he had harvested a total of 150,000 seeds. With such a vast quantity, he clearly could not plant them all. Moreover, given the abundance of seeds and Huayang's unique ability to amplify growth, continuing to cultivate inferior crops evidently held little significance. After all, planting common-grade extraordinary cabbages only required a growth cycle of 4.5 days. A single mature common-grade extraordinary seed equated to 64 inferior quality seeds. Most importantly, common-grade extraordinary crops could significantly enhance his physical prowess. Previously, he had opted for inferior seeds due to a lack of quantity. Now that he had ample seeds, there was no reason to continue with the inferior ones. With this thought in mind, he began synthesizing one inferior quality seed after another into common-grade extraordinary seeds, even producing pseudo-spirit grade seeds. Chapter 34. System Upgrade. Uncertain how much time had passed, Su Chen felt utterly fatigued, yet he had no choice but to pause. It must be said that while the synthesis was exhilarating, it was undeniably exhausting. Each time required pairing seeds for synthesis, and although each synthesis took less than a second, synthesizing a single common-grade inferior seed required 7 iterations. Synthesizing a common-grade extraordinary seed required an additional 7 iterations. In total, synthesizing a common-grade extraordinary seed necessitated 56 attempts. 4 pseudo-spirit grade seeds, the calculations compounded, requiring an additional multiplication of 8, plus another 7 iterations. This was quite overwhelming to contemplate. Not to mention the actual synthesis process. A single pseudo-spirit grade seed required over 500 synthesis attempts. That equated to nearly 500 seconds of effort, 8.5 minutes. After producing over 50 pseudo-spirit grade seeds, Su Chen finally reached his limit and decided to take a break. While 50 pseudo-spirit grade seeds may not seem like many, each required 8.5 minutes of synthesis time. In total, that amounted to over 7 hours of continuous work. Having spent an entire night synthesizing without rest, Su Chen, although still brimming with energy, found his unenhanced body struggling to cope. Gazing at the towering pile of seeds that remained, Su Chen felt a wave of despair. Each pseudo-spirit grade seed required 512 inferior quality seeds for synthesis. Throughout the night, he had synthesized 50 pseudo-spirit grade seeds, consuming a staggering total of 25,600 inferior quality seeds. Such a figure was undeniably staggering. Yet, there still lay 124,400 seeds before him. At this rate, he would need to continue for over 30 hours to synthesize all the seeds into pseudo-spirit grade. 30 hours. After a brief calculation, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Synthesis is thrilling, but continuous synthesis. System, can you not allow for bulk synthesis in one go? Su Chen, in a state of utter despair, lamented, this is merely a pseudo-spiritual level. If this continues, what will happen when I reach the spiritual level or even higher? At this rate, I might just perish from exhaustion. Ding. Current synthesis energy absorption has met the requirements. Would you like to upgrade the system immediately? Just as Su Chen posed his inquiry, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. What? An upgrade is possible? The unexpected voice left Su Chen momentarily stunned. He had merely asked a question out of instinct, yet he did not anticipate that the system would actually provide a solution. The ding. Each time the host synthesizes, the system will automatically collect a portion of spiritual energy. Upgrading from a basic synthesis system to an intermediate one requires 5,000 spiritual energy, which is currently available. The system quickly responded to Su Chen's confusion. Realization dawned upon him. Upgrade, upgrade. Understanding everything, Su Chen unhesitatingly chose to upgrade. What a joke. If synthesizing at just the pseudo-spiritual level was already exhausting him, advancing to the spiritual level would surely lead to his untimely demise. Though having more seeds was delightful, it was becoming overwhelming for Su Chen, who felt he could hardly bear it. His physique was not robust enough. He felt feeble. System upgrading. Please wait. Upgrade countdown. 8:00. After confirming the upgrade, a countdown appeared before Su Chen's eyes. A full 8 hours. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched, however, upon reflection. If the upgrade could resolve the synthesis issues, the benefits would surely outweigh this 8-hour wait. With this thought, Su Chen felt relieved. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Having not slept all night, he found a relatively flat spot and fell into a deep slumber. Within the farm space, although there were no issues of hunger during the first 2 weeks, fatigue was still unavoidable. Until he received physical enhancement, he remained an ordinary person and could not endure sleepless nights without feeling weary. As Su Chen drifted into slumber, Huaying tilted her little head, flapping her tiny wings, her big eyes blinking as if lost in thought, chirping softly. After calling out a few times with no response from Su Chen, the little creature circled around him, contemplating before picking up the dozens of pseudo-spiritual level seeds that had just been synthesized, and flew towards the farm's fields. Meanwhile, while Su Chen slept, the outside world was akin to grasshoppers in a hot pan. Particularly in the Lighthouse and Fusang regions, there was an overwhelming urgency to uncover what had transpired with Su Chen. What could have caused such immense changes in the fields of Daxia? Once the privacy protection period concluded, Su Chen's livestream was finally reopened. Almost instantaneously, tens of millions of viewers flooded in. Such a massive influx of data could have easily overwhelmed the servers had it not been for the farm space's infrastructure. Still sleeping? Observing Su Chen lying motionless on the ground, his face covered by 2 tender green cabbage leaves, everyone was taken aback. Looking around, aside from a series of large burlap sacks, there appeared to be nothing particularly unusual. Those sacks were well known to all. They were the very seeds traded the previous day. Everything seemed normal. After examining the situation in Su Chen's livestream, many astute individuals furrowed their brows. Could the answers lie in other areas of the farm? Countless viewers sought to uncover the reason behind this mystery, scouring the livestream for any signs of peculiarities. Yet, with Huaying having already wandered off, they were unable to see anything. The only camera remained fixated on the sleeping Su Chen, leaving them feeling immensely frustrated. With Su Chen unmoving, the camera would not shift, thereby denying them any view of the farm's treasures. Baka! This foolish Daxia farmer is still asleep at midday. As Su Chen continued to remain inactive, both the people of Fusang and the lighthouse grew increasingly irate. They had come seeking the cause of the anomalies, not to witness Su Chen's slumber. Although Su Chen was handsome, he was hardly a beauty. They had no interest in lingering on him. Yet, no matter how furious they became, the slumbering Su Chen remained unperturbed. Beneath the verdant cabbage leaves, his breathing was remarkably steady. Fuck. Immediately contact Smith and the others to ascertain what the hell is happening on this damn Daxia farm. Also, we must swiftly retrieve the earth dragon that traded with this Daxia farmer. This damn Daxia person is utterly untrustworthy. After several hours of waiting, with still no sign of movement from Su Chen, the lighthouse could no longer contain their agitation. Gritting their teeth, they commanded, Chapter 35. Enormous amplification. A timely reign 8 hours, while not particularly short, was also not excessively long. Upon awakening, Su Chen found the system upgrade had concluded. To be precise, he was roused by the system's notification sound. The upgrade is complete. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Su Chen awakened and immediately immersed himself in it. 1, 2, 3. Hiss. 8 synthesis slots. The moment he opened the synthesis interface, Su Chen could hardly contain his elation. Before the upgrade, the system only possessed 2 synthesis slots, requiring him to synthesize in pairs. However, now, post-upgrade, the system boasted 8 slots, an increase of 4-fold. This meant that when utilizing subpar seeds to synthesize common-level seeds, he could simply toss in 8 seeds and synthesize them all at once. In effect, a single subpar common seed would save him 7 synthesis rounds. Similarly, synthesizing a common-level upper seed from common-level lower seeds would no longer necessitate sequential synthesis. The system had humanely categorized the synthesis process. Above the 8 synthesis slots were 4 advanced synthesis slots, and above those were 2 further advanced slots. This meant that if he wished to synthesize less at once, he could combine 8 common-level lower seeds into 4 common-level middle seeds and retrieve them immediately. The same applied for synthesizing from middle to upper common levels. If he preferred, he could also synthesize all 8 common-level lower seeds directly into a single common-level upper seed. This way, synthesizing a pseudo-spiritual level seed could potentially be completed in as few as 3 synthesis rounds. Compared to the previous synthesis efficiency, the improvement was nothing short of astounding. He wondered if the synthesis time had also changed. Su Chen mused. If the synthesis time remained unchanged, that would be utterly delightful. Previously, it took over 8 minutes. Now it could be reduced to 3 seconds. Hiss. This level of enhancement seemed rather terrifying. With that thought, Su Chen picked up 8 potato seeds from the ground and placed them into the system's synthesis slots. Synthesize. With a command, the synthesis commenced once more. Ding. Detected high-quality subpar potato seeds 8. Would you like to synthesize them all to the highest level? Unlike before, the upgraded system granted Su Chen more options. Synthesize to the highest level. Without hesitation, Su Chen affirmed that of course, he would aim for the highest level. Otherwise, why bother with a bunch of subpar seeds? Synthesis commencing, please wait. After Su Chen confirmed, the system's voice echoed again. In less than a second, synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a common level lower potato seed 1. 1 second. The joy on Su Chen's face overflowed uncontrollably. It truly took only a second. No, more accurately, it was less than a second. The synthesis efficiency had increased by over 100-fold, yet the synthesis time had not lengthened at all. After conducting several experiments synthesizing common-level upper seeds and pseudo-spiritual level seeds, Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system. Whether synthesizing common-level seeds or pseudo-spiritual level seeds, the synthesis time remained virtually unchanged. None exceeded a second. This was simply invincible. By this calculation, synthesizing the remaining 12,000 seeds would require only 1/70th of the time originally needed. This efficiency. Suppressing his excitement, Su Chen began synthesizing the remaining seeds. Out of the 150,000 seeds, over 130,000 were potato seeds. It seemed the Lighthouse Nation had a particular fondness for potatoes. However, this was quite understandable, as potatoes have a remarkably high yield and, like rice and wheat, serve as staple food. Their shelf life is also quite extensive. Such a crop, combining numerous advantages, is naturally beloved by many. With an efficiency boost of over 100 times, it wasn't long before all the synthesizable potato seeds were transformed into pseudo-spiritual level seeds. In the end, Su Chen amassed a total of 255 pseudo-spiritual level potato seeds. It must be said, the consumption for such synthesis was somewhat daunting. However, this expenditure was entirely justified. Over 130,000 subpar seeds would merely gather dust if left unattended. While these 200-plus pseudo-spiritual level seeds were treasures that ordinary individuals could only dream of obtaining, aside from Julia from the lighthouse, it was unlikely anyone else possessed pseudo-spiritual level seeds. If he were to sell them, forget about the 13,000 subpar seeds. The seeds of the inferior class, numbering 200,000 or even 300,000, even exceeding 1 million, are deemed worthless unless held by someone who would likely sacrifice everything to exchange them. In the hands of others, these inferior seeds are nothing more than refuse. Yet, only here with Su Chen can this refuse be transformed into treasure. Aside from the over 13,000 pseudo-spiritual grade potato seeds, the remaining over 10,000 seeds are all of a single variety. Bamboo seeds. Quality bitter bamboo grade. Inferior class description. A high-quality inferior bitter bamboo, renowned for its exceptional resilience, suitable for constructing bamboo houses and rafts. Provided one knows how to utilize them. Damn, those foreign devils have indeed harbored malicious intentions. After surveying the remaining seeds, Su Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Aside from the potatoes, all he received were bitter bamboo seeds, one exceedingly heavy and the other utterly useless. According to the description of bitter bamboo, aside from building bamboo houses and rafts, what else can it do? Build bamboo fences. But can this inferior grade bamboo even provide any defense? If monstrous creatures truly invade the farm, relying solely on these inferior grade bamboos would likely lead to instant destruction. These foreign devils are certainly up to no good, however. Gazing at the seeds in his hand, Su Chen smirked. They probably never imagined that these seeds could be directly enhanced to a higher grade. Did they? While inferior grade seeds may seem useless, in his possession, they are anything but. If he could synthesize them into ordinary or even spiritual grade seeds, the resilience and defensive capabilities of these bamboos would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new level. In that case, these bamboos might indeed possess the capacity to withstand those monstrous beings. It appears these foreign devils have inadvertently done him a favor. He had been troubled about how to construct shelter and defend his farm against the impending monster invasion in a month. Now, they have solved all his problems. Time to begin synthesizing. Shaking his head, Su Chen cast aside his thoughts and directly commenced the synthesis of the bitter bamboo seeds. When synthesizing the potatoes, he had produced a spirit flower of life. He wondered if the synthesis of these bamboos could yield a life spirit of bitter bamboo as well. Su Chen was filled with anticipation. Chapter 36. Hidden Attributes of Spiritual Grade Purple Bamboo. The synthesis of the bitter bamboo seeds did not consume much of Su Chen's time. Including the time for placing the seeds, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. After 6 syntheses, it was complete. A total of 1024 high-quality inferior bitter bamboo seeds had been transformed into 2 pseudo-spiritual grade seeds. Ordinary bitter bamboo seeds, grade. Ordinary special class attributes. Bitter bamboo seeds that have absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy and evolved, exhibiting greater resilience and defensive capabilities than typical ordinary special grade bitter bamboos. Upon maturity, they can provide the farm with 100 points of spiritual energy. Description. This is an exceptionally fine ordinary grade seed. Although it has not yet reached the spiritual grade, it possesses some characteristics of spiritual grade crops. With proper cultivation, it may evolve into a true spiritual grade crop. In terms of grade, it is comparable to the pseudo-spiritual grade cabbage seeds. In reality, the so-called pseudo-spiritual grade is merely a classification devised by the farm owners themselves. However, compared to the pseudo-spiritual grade cabbage seeds, this pseudo-spiritual grade bitter bamboo seed seems to lack a little in attributes, such as growth speed enhancement. The pseudo-spiritual grade cabbage seeds provide a 20% increase in growth speed upon planting, while the pseudo-spiritual grade bitter bamboo offers none. One wonders how strong its defensive capabilities truly are. As seeds of the same pseudo-spiritual grade, there is no reason for the bamboo to be inferior to the cabbage. Furthermore, cabbages are edible, enhancing physical attributes when consumed. As for bitter bamboo, it only offers resilience and defense. No, to be precise, the pseudo-spiritual grade bitter bamboo can yield 20 more points of spiritual energy upon maturity than the pseudo-spiritual grade cabbage. The contribution of spiritual energy points has increased by a full quarter. Such a substantial enhancement cannot be overlooked. Yet, if this is all there is, it hardly justifies the title of pseudo-spiritual grade. Let it go, he would decide after planting it. Shaking his head, Su Chen dismissed these chaotic thoughts and continued to place the 2 pseudo-spiritual grade seeds into the synthesis bar for further synthesis. The status of the pseudo-spiritual grade bitter bamboo is one matter, but what Su Chen truly desires is to synthesize a genuine spiritual grade crop. Not only the spiritual grade bitter bamboo, but also the spiritual grade potato. When the previous potatoes were synthesized into spiritual grade, a 1 in 10 million anomaly occurred, resulting in the birth of the life spirit flower. What about the current bitter bamboo? If he could trigger the 1 in 10 million probability again, it would be perfect, Su Chen murmured to himself. However, such thoughts were soon cast aside. A 1 in 10 million probability is already a rare event. If it were frequent, would it still be called probability? Ding, detected 2 ordinary special grade bitter bamboo seeds. Synthesis commencing, please wait. After confirmation, the system's voice echoed once more. The 2 pseudo-spiritual grade seeds began to undergo further synthesis. In less than a second, ding, synthesis complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 low-grade spiritual purple bamboo seed. Low-grade spiritual? Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had anticipated this outcome, reaching this moment still left him somewhat disheartened. He had not encountered either the 1 in 10 million probability anomaly or the 1 in 100,000 anomaly. How could he not feel regret? However, this regret was fleeting. Soon, Su Chen gathered his thoughts and directed his attention to the recently synthesized spiritual grade bitter bamboo. No, to be precise, it was now purple bamboo. Spiritual purple bamboo seed grade. Low-grade spiritual attributes. Upon maturity, it can provide the farm with 100 points of spiritual energy daily. Attribute 2. During the growth period, all similar plants within a range of 100 that are not higher than itself will have their resilience and defensive capabilities increased by 150. Upon maturity, resilience and defensive capabilities increase by 300. Note: the effects of similar crops with the same attributes do not stack. Lower attribute effects will be overridden by higher attribute effects. Description: this is an exceptional spiritual grade seed. With proper cultivation, it will become the strongest barrier for your farm. This attribute, upon reviewing the attributes of the spiritual purple bamboo, Su Chen furrowed his brow. From the panel attributes, this bitter bamboo did not seem as formidable as he had imagined. Compared to the jade cabbage of the same grade, the spiritual grade bitter bamboo is inedible and, surprisingly, only contributes a mere 100 points of spiritual energy. Is this not the same as the attributes of the pseudo-spiritual grade bitter bamboo? As for the second attribute, during the growth period, it can enhance the resilience and defensive capabilities of similar plants by 150. After maturity, this enhancement effect doubles. This is indeed commendable. However, in comparison to the jade cabbage, it still seems somewhat lacking. No. After maturity, it can provide the farm with 100 points of spiritual energy daily. After reading it several times, Chen suddenly noticed a detail. Previously, whether it was the potato seeds or the cabbage seeds, they were all one-time crops. Their growth and maturity were merely one-off events. If not harvested upon maturity, they would rot in the ground like ordinary cabbages and potatoes. But these bitter bamboos seem different. They can survive for an extended period, and the spiritual purple bamboo, upon maturity, can provide 100 points of spiritual energy daily. This means that as long as the purple bamboo is not harvested, it can continuously provide 100 points daily. In this case, within 10 days, the contribution of spiritual energy points could reach the level of the jade cabbage. After 10 days, it could completely surpass the jade cabbage. If that is the case, then the second attribute enhancement is evidently not so simple. Chen contemplated thoughtfully. The first attribute can be considered a hidden attribute. What about the second attribute enhancement? According to the description of the farm space, the defensive capabilities of this purple bamboo seem quite formidable. It appears he will need to wait to grow a bamboo plant before further experimenting with the true capabilities of these bamboos. Without a physical comparison, Chen could not draw any definitive conclusions for the time being. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these thoughts and continued the synthesis. With the attributes of the low-grade spiritual bamboo established, he was eager to see what the attributes of the medium and high-grade spiritual bamboos, or even the special-grade ones, would be. As for the potato seeds, he had plenty at hand, even enough to attempt synthesizing them into higher-grade seeds. He just didn't know what the levels above spiritual grade were. Chen was filled with immense anticipation. One seed after another was placed into the synthesis bar. Before long, 1024 high-quality inferior bitter bamboo seeds had been synthesized into a low-grade spiritual purple bamboo. Then, Chen placed the 2 low-grade spiritual purple bamboos into the synthesis bar again. Synthesis commencing. Please wait. Chapter 37. Farm limitations. Before long, the 2 low-grade spiritual purple bamboos were synthesized into a medium-grade spiritual purple bamboo. Spiritual purple bamboo seed grade. Medium-grade spiritual attributes. Upon maturity, it can provide the farm with 200 points of spiritual energy daily. Attribute 2. During the growth period, all similar plants within a range of 150 that are not higher than itself will have their resilience and defensive capabilities increased by 200. Upon maturity, resilience and defensive capabilities increase by 400. Description. This is an extraordinary spiritual grade seed. With proper cultivation, it will become the strongest barrier for your farm. Note 1. The effects of similar crops with the same attributes cannot stack. Lower-level attribute effects will be overridden by higher-level attribute effects. Note 2. The current seed level has exceeded the planting limit of the primary farm and cannot be cultivated. Compared to the lower spiritual level, the medium spiritual level of the purple bamboo doubles the contribution of spiritual energy points. The second attribute bonus has also increased by 50 and 100, respectively. The range has expanded from 100-100 to 150-150. Overall, there has not been a qualitative change. However, Chen keenly noticed one point: the planting limit of the farm. Upon seeing the final note on the purple bamboo seeds attribute panel, Chen narrowed his eyes. Has it reached the planting limit so soon? He was well aware that the low-level farm had a planting limit. For instance, on the current primary land, even seeds of lower spiritual levels can be planted but cannot mature. This is a constraint imposed by the levels of both the farm and the land. Chen initially thought that the level restriction of the primary farm should be above the spiritual level. Yet, he did not anticipate that it would be impossible to plant even at the medium spiritual level. It seems he must upgrade the farm first. Chen felt somewhat helpless. At the same time, he abandoned the idea of continuing to synthesize higher-level seeds. For now, it was unnecessary. Even if synthesized, he wouldn't be able to plant them. With the decision to stop synthesizing the bitter bamboo, Chen redirected his attention to the potato seeds. From his previous operations, he had synthesized a total of 255 pseudo-spiritual level potato seeds. Now, his goal was to synthesize 2 of those potato seeds into spiritual level seeds. Commencing synthesis, with a thought, the 2 pseudo-spiritual level potato seeds were placed directly into the synthesis slot. Before long, the synthesis concluded. Spiritual level orange heart potato seed grade. Lower spiritual level attribute 1. Prolonged consumption can significantly enhance physical fitness. Upon maturity, it can provide the farm with 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Attribute 2. Long-term cultivation can improve soil quality within a 100-100 range. Within the improved area, the growth speed of all similar crops below spiritual level is increased by 100. Note: the effects of similar crops with the same attributes cannot stack. Lower-level attribute effects will be overridden by higher-level attribute effects. Description: this is an exceptional spiritual level seed. Nurture it well, and it will assist you in becoming the greatest farm owner. In terms of attributes, the spiritual level orange heart potato seed and the spiritual level jade cabbage seed are nearly indistinguishable. It seems that these one-time crops have remarkably similar attributes at the same level. Chen mused quietly. After synthesizing the spiritual level purple bamboo and spiritual level potatoes consecutively, he abandoned the idea of further synthesis. He now possessed 3 spiritual level seeds: the spiritual level jade cabbage, spiritual level orange heart potato, and spiritual level purple bamboo. He had no other seeds left. Although he still had an abundance of potatoes and purple bamboo, there was no need to continue synthesizing spiritual level seeds. Seeds above the medium spiritual level could not be planted in his farm, and the attribute bonuses of lower spiritual level seeds could not stack with similar types. In the future, if his farm were large enough, he might consider synthesizing more seeds with a broader coverage. However, there was no necessity for that at present. His current farm area amounted to merely 3 acres, totaling less than 2,000 square meters. It sounds substantial, but in reality, it is just a 40-50 plot of land. Each of his 3 spiritual level seeds has a minimum coverage range of 100-100. It can be said that each type of seed perfectly covers his current farm. Synthesizing excess spiritual level seeds would simply be a waste. Without further thought, Chen proceeded to synthesize all remaining seeds into pseudo-spiritual level ones. Combined with those synthesized earlier, he ultimately obtained a total of 286 pseudo-spiritual level seeds, including 255 pseudo-spiritual level potato seeds and 31 pseudo-spiritual level bitter bamboo seeds. As for the extra 496 low-quality, substandard seeds, Chen chose not to synthesize them further. There was no chance of producing a pseudo-spiritual level seed from them. He might as well plant them as substandard seeds. Firstly, these substandard seeds grow quickly. Coupled with the attribute bonus of the spiritual level orange heart potato and the special blessing of the flower elm, the growth speed is tripled. This means that these crops can mature in just 1 day. Harvesting a batch every day is astonishingly fast. Unfortunately, whether it is the spiritual level orange heart potato or the spiritual level jade cabbage, their attribute bonuses can only enhance crops of their own kind. Otherwise, the growth speed bonus could potentially double. At that point, harvesting a batch of substandard seeds would take merely a few hours. However, even if they cannot stack, a 3-fold increase is already formidable enough. If the foreign devils were to learn that they had sent him so many wonderful things, especially the flower elm, the spirit of life, one wonders if they would be driven to madness. As for the second purpose of retaining these substandard seeds, it is naturally for the nation in the real world. Growing under the banner of the Great Xia, it must be said that the support he has received from the Great Xia over the years has been considerable. Not to mention the fact that during his 20 years, he has not been threatened by various conflicts as those in the oil-rich desert nations have. Nor has he lived under the constant threat of the FIB like those in the lighthouse. Always fearing the sudden appearance of an FIB agent ready to seize him, as a member of the Great Xia, Chen feels grateful to live there. Now that he has the ability, he has no qualms about contributing a little to the Great Xia. More importantly, his mother and sister are still in the Great Xia. Whether for his country or his family, he cannot remain indifferent. Moreover, the fate of every farm owner is closely tied to their nation. The stronger the national fortune, the greater the support a farm can receive. Conversely, if the national fortune declines or even faces extinction, the farm owner will inevitably perish alongside their nation. Conversely, if all farm owners were to perish, the nation would similarly decline until it faced obliteration. One thrives, all thrive. One suffers, all suffer. Therefore, from any angle one considers, Chen cannot neglect the Great Xia. Although these substandard potatoes and cabbages may not provide him with significant assistance, under the 3-fold growth speed increase, they can supply a vast quantity of food to the real world. Especially potatoes. The yield of potatoes is extraordinarily high. With the 1,000-fold return of low-quality produce in reality, The one-day maturation speed means that these potatoes could potentially resolve the Great Xia's food crisis. At the very least, they would alleviate the panic among the people of Great Xia. After completing everything, Su Chen prepared to rise and plant all the seeds. Suddenly, he realized a problem. Where are my seeds? He suddenly discovered that the seeds he had just synthesized and set aside seemed to have vanished. Su Chen was immediately taken aback. The seeds he had painstakingly produced were now gone? What a joke! Instinctively, Su Chen began to search. Chummy chummy. At that moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang in Su Chen's ear. Then, a small, palm-sized, earthy yellow creature with 2 pairs of green wings appeared before him, in its embrace. It held a potato almost the same size as itself. Upon seeing this, Su Chen realized that the potato was none other than the spiritual-level potato seed he had just synthesized. Chummy chummy. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, the little creature became excited, circling around him with the potato seed larger than itself. Flower Elm, did you take all my seeds? Watching the little one's antics, Su Chen asked with a smile. Chummy chummy, the little creature, understanding well, nodded its tiny head, then flew towards the farm while holding the potato seed. Seeing this, Su Chen followed suit. Is this planting? Arriving at the cultivated land, Su Chen observed the earthy yellow glow emanating from the little creature, which created a small pit in the ground. The creature then tossed the potato seed, which was larger than itself, directly into the hole. Following that, another burst of earthy yellow light enveloped the area. When the glow dissipated, the land had returned to its flat state. Witnessing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Looking around, the previously empty plots of land were now all planted with seeds in an orderly manner, categorizing the cabbages, potatoes, and bitter bamboo. On the other side, the land yet to be planted was also filled with seeds. Chummy chummy. After planting the orange heart potatoes, the little creature flew back to Su Chen, fluttering its big eyes and tiny wings around him, as if seeking praise. Well done. Seeing this, Su Chen promptly gave the little creature a thumbs up. The inherent abilities of the flower elm were already impressive, and now it was actively assisting him in planting. It was truly like a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. What on earth is that? In the real world, everyone watching the little creature fluttering around Su Chen was utterly bewildered. How adorable, I just want to give it a hug. So cute, my inner child is melting. Where did Su Chen find this little creature? It's a bit unfair how cute it is. Countless young women and even men have been utterly enchanted by the irresistibly adorable little creature known as Huaying. It is not merely Huaying's appearance that captivates, but also the delightful expressions and actions that it displays. This fascination extends beyond the people of Daxia. Even the shepherd dogs and foreign devils are left wide-eyed in admiration. Yet, they can only muster a sour retort, dismissing it with disdain. Isn't it just a little toy? What is there to fuss about? What good is good looks? Is my robust black dog not more impressive? My dog can guard the house and confront hyenas and wolves. Can this little thing do that? At such a time, instead of indulging in pleasures, perhaps we should contemplate how to survive the impending demon tide a month from now. Each foreign devil and shepherd dog mutters in envy. Despite their inner feelings of jealousy and admiration, they feign indifference towards Huaying. After all, in their eyes, how could a lowly group like Daxia possess anything superior to them? If they cannot attain something, they either seek to acquire it by any means necessary or attempt to destroy it. If neither is possible, they resort to belittling it. They strive to diminish the worth of anything, ensuring that as long as Daxia lacks something better, they will forever be deemed the best. Testes. Why does it feel as though the air is tinged with bitterness? Has someone knocked over a jar of vinegar? The claims that the little creature is useless are truly laughable. Have they not seen it helping to plant potatoes? Are they all blind? Have they been possessed by the spirit of the Fusang judges? Observing the sour remarks from the shepherd dogs and foreign devils, countless people from Daxia are provoked to laughter. They retort without hesitation, Baka. You people from Fusang exhibit such a lack of manners. You possess no quality whatsoever. This is an affront to our dignity. Upon being called out so bluntly, the Fusang people erupt in indignation. Their inherent inferiority complex leads them to rely on petty tactics to assert their so-called status as a great nation. And now they are being publicly humiliated. How could this not incite their fury? Insult. Do they dare act yet shun the consequences of their actions? Do they not have a sense of self-awareness? Baka, in Fusang, As they watch the glaring barrage of comments in the live stream, the people are filled with uncontrollable rage. These accursed people from Daxia deserve to be erased from this planet. The high-ranking officials of Fusang wear expressions of deep displeasure. Have we ascertained what that flying entity actually is? The director of the Fusang Farm Space Administration inquires darkly. We are currently unable to analyze it. Such a phenomenon has never occurred in the farm space. It may be a relatively benign magical creature. A staff member respectfully responds, a magical creature. The director's expression darkens further. Indeed, and based on our analysis, the anomalies in Daxia's farmland should also stem from this creature. The staff member replies, Baka, how can that accursed Daxia chosen one not have been devoured by the magical creature? The director's frustration intensifies. It is well known that magical creatures are terrifying entities. The emergence of each one is a calamity for farm owners, and likewise for the nations backing them. Yet now, Chen, the sole farm owner from Daxia, has not only acquired shattered water system crystals and earth dragons, but has also obtained a magical creature that appears to be remarkably friendly towards humans. Coupled with those low, mid, and high-grade seeds, it would be no exaggeration to call it a godsend at the outset. Why is this so? Daxia was previously nothing more than a nation incapable of acquiring even low-grade seeds. Now, this chosen one from Daxia has the right to receive such treasures. Chapter 39. Would we ever submit? Absolutely not. In contrast, while there are numerous farm owners, none have managed to secure a single high-grade seed for themselves. Almost all farm owners who have obtained advanced seeds have been nurtured by the lighthouse. Each time their farm owners harvest, they must send over more than 80% of their yield to the lighthouse. This includes harvested crops, seeds, and even spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Chen, the farm owner from Daxia, owes nothing in tribute. In an instant, the eyes of all the people in the Fusang Farm Space Administration turn red with envy. Jealousy distorts the human visage. Yet, they remain unaware that the magical creature they perceive is not a true magical creature, but rather the life essence synthesized from the potato seeds they gifted to Chen. They are also oblivious to the fact that due to their assistance, Chen now possesses not only the life essence of Huaying, but also hundreds of pseudo-spiritual seeds and 4 true spiritual seeds. All of this remains concealed beneath the veil of the system, preventing them from seeing it immediately. Unless Chen chooses to reveal his attributes, contact the Nichuan Steel Board immediately and instruct them to ascertain the nature of this magical creature at the fastest possible speed. It would be best to devise a way to acquire it. The officials of Fusang, their eyes blazing with determination, issue their commands. Regardless of what this entity may be or its functions, they are resolute in their desire to possess whatever Daxia has. Why should an inferior race like Daxia have access to such valuable treasures? Water system crystals, earth dragons, and this magical creature that may be causing the anomalies in Daxia. These are clearly rare treasures. They in Fusang do not yet possess them. How can Daxia? They are the most exceptional race in the world. Within the farm space, Baka, how is it that this accursed Daxia person has such incredible luck, repeatedly acquiring such precious items? Upon hearing the news from outside and from Smith's side, Nichuan Steelboard's expression fluctuates between dark and light. Just a short while ago, he had been mocking Chen, the last chosen one of Daxia, and when Chen rejected his demand for exorbitant prices on low-grade seeds, he had been waiting for Chen to come crawling back, begging to buy seeds. Yet, how little time has passed. Chen has not only managed to procure low, mid, and high-grade seeds, but has also acquired water system crystals and earth dragons, treasures that even he has yet to obtain. Now, he has come into possession of a magical creature of unknown origin, one that is clearly far from ordinary. Everything has left Nichuan's steel board consumed with jealousy, his vision turning red with rage. He cannot comprehend how Daxia, a nation supposedly cursed and abandoned by the heavens, could produce a figure like Chen, seemingly favored by the goddess of fortune. Has the divine truly taken notice of Daxia and prepared to save it? No. A plan must be devised to seize all these treasures. Such precious items are entirely unworthy of Daxia's possession. With a grim expression, Nichuan's steel board's mind races with thoughts, contemplating how to wrest these treasures from Chen's grasp. Threats clearly won't suffice. Through previous interactions, he has garnered an understanding of Chen's character. He is a tough nut to crack. Attempting to threaten Chen, he would likely blacklist him in an instant. Smith is still locked away in a small dark room. If he also gets blacklisted, it would be impossible to obtain these treasures. Since force won't work, it seems the only option left is to adopt a softer approach. Nichuan Steelboard muses. After a moment of contemplation, he begins to reach out to Smith. WDF? A softer approach? Upon hearing Nichuan Steelboard's voice, Smith's eyes widen in shock. Nichuan Steelboard, are you suggesting that we Lighthouse submit to that accursed Dasha person? This is impossible. Don't even think about it. For us Lighthouse to submit to that lowly Dasha, it is an impossible dream. Before Nichuan Steelboard could respond, Smith directly dismisses the notion. What are they, Lighthouse? The very center of the world, the beacon of civilization, the glorious entity illuminating the entire globe. What is Dasha? Merely an inferior race that even the divine has turned a blind eye to. Such a race has no right to expect the Lighthouse to submit. Absolutely not. Lord Smith, I understand that this is an intolerable proposition for you, but according to the information we possess, this Dasha individual is a hard-nosed character who will not yield to our threats. Moreover, he has already acquired low-grade crops. If given half a month's time, he will be able to cultivate them, at which point he will have hope of surviving in the farm. Nichuan Steelboard earnestly attempts to persuade Smith to reconsider. Under these circumstances, he will hardly care for our threats. Conversely, with the Earth Dragon and Water System crystals in hand, the longer we give him, the better his development will be. At that point, acquiring these treasures from him will be even more challenging. With great effort, Nichuan Steelboard implores Smith to change his mind. Isn't submitting just a minor issue? For us Fusang, as long as we can achieve our objectives, apologizing is as simple as eating or drinking. They would not hesitate to bow an apology, and kneeling is merely a routine matter. For us, as long as we attain our goals, nothing else matters. Submitting is a triviality? No. Submission is absolutely out of the question. That accursed Dasha person, what does it matter if he possesses high-grade seeds? According to the analysis conducted by our Lighthouse Farm's Special Operations Department, the seeds previously sown by this Dasha individual amount to no more than 30 in total. After discarding the subpar cabbages that have already been harvested, the remaining seeds, even if they are all of the common grade, would only yield a meager dozen or so, a mere dozen common cabbages. Even if they were to mature within half a month, would hardly suffice to enhance his physique enough to withstand the impending tide of darkness a month hence. Whether he can survive is another matter altogether. Should we yield to this Dasha man? Regardless of what Nichuan Steelplate might assert, Smith remains utterly dismissive. While common-grade seeds are indeed formidable, their efficacy is contingent on quantity. Once matured, long-term consumption can significantly bolster one's physique. Yet this is still reliant on sufficient numbers. Insufficient quantity renders even superior common seeds futile. Moreover, Smith is convinced that Su Chen cannot possibly possess an abundance of common-grade seeds. Otherwise, how could he have revealed so few on that day? Adding them up, there are merely 6 common-grade seeds, 4 of inferior quality, 1 of medium quality, and 1 of superior quality. According to his deduction, these seeds must have been procured through clandestine dealings with a farm owner from some nation. After all, how could Su Chen, who previously only acquired inferior seeds, suddenly come into possession of these common-grade seeds? It is well known that the seeds first unearthed from the soil in a farm space are typically of a certain quality, and subsequent seeds generally match that quality or are even of lower grade. For 3 years, no one has been able to break this ironclad rule. Hence, it is undeniable that Su Chen's seeds were secretly traded with him by a farm owner. But what if, in a moment of desperation, Su Chen resorted to trading those earth dragons, or even the water crystals and the mysterious dark creatures that have recently emerged, with other farm owners? As Smith pondered this, Nichuan Steelplate suddenly posed a question. Chapter 40. Negotiation and Final Decision. But what if Su Chen, in a moment of desperation, resorted to trading those earth dragons, or even the water crystals and the mysterious dark creatures that have recently emerged, with other farm owners? Nichuan Steelplate's question momentarily stunned Smith. Contemplating the issue, Smith furrowed his brow, deep in thought. This is indeed a matter that requires careful consideration. Presently, Su Chen possesses a considerable number of treasures. What if he truly uses these to barter with other farm owners? They need not worry about the earth dragons, as Su Chen is bound to deliver them eventually, given their contractual agreement. Even if Su Chen wished to renege, it would be impossible. However, the water crystals and the newly emerged dark creatures are a different story. If these were to fall into Su Chen's hands for sale, Then they would find themselves in dire straits. Smith is unperturbed by the trifling nations. As long as Lighthouse issues a warning, those insignificant creatures will undoubtedly refrain from trading with Su Chen. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that within this farm space, there are still numerous unruly farm owners. Take the Divine Bull Nation, for instance, the most populous nation on Blue Star aside from Daxia. Although they appear to be subservient to Lighthouse, they engage in clandestine maneuvers with their arch-nemesis, the Arctic Bear. And while the Divine Bull Nation harbors animosity towards Daxia, should Su Chen genuinely intend to trade those treasures, they would not hesitate to comply. The European Union poses a similar dilemma. Despite being another subordinate of Lighthouse, their composition is far too intricate, and if the incentives are substantial, Lighthouse cannot guarantee their loyalty. Most critically, there is the Arctic Bear, as Lighthouse's sworn enemy. The Arctic Bear would never assist Daxia without compensation, and in times of Daxia's plight, they would revel in its misfortune. Yet, should sufficient profit be at stake, the Arctic Bear would not hesitate to barter some resources for the valuable items in Su Chen's possession. If Su Chen were to act on such a scheme, they would find themselves with nothing. In essence, Su Chen currently holds the upper hand in this market. With a wealth of valuable items at his disposal, he can readily seek out others for trade. Damn it. How could this accursed Daxia individual continuously acquire such a plethora of valuable items? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Smith could not help but curse vehemently. This sensation of having the initiative seized by another is profoundly disconcerting for Smith. Must they truly capitulate? Yet, regardless of his displeasure, after venting his frustration, Smith's countenance betrayed his inner struggle. What does it matter how unsatisfactory the situation is? The initiative lies firmly in Su Chen's hands. Should Su Chen desire, he could exchange those precious items for whatever he pleases. Though the trifling nations might hesitate, the Arctic Bear would certainly seize the opportunity. Not only could Su Chen trade the water crystals, but he could also offer clean water resources for sale. Within the farm space, over the span of 3 years, more than 200 nations have accumulated nearly 20,000 farm owners. There is no shortage of farm owners lacking water resources. These owners are entirely reliant on nature. If it rains, they have water. If it does not, they must dig holes to store water. Should they be incapable of even that, they would simply await their demise. In such circumstances, if Su Chen were willing to offer clean water resources for sale, the number of buyers would undoubtedly exceed 1 or 2. Damn it. Contemplating all of this, Smith could not suppress another round of curses. Your Excellency Smith, the only way for us to acquire the items in that Daxia man's possession is through inducement. Nichuan's steel plate intoned solemnly, observing Smith's fury. Inducement? How so? Smith replied, his impatience palpable. At that moment, Smith was exceedingly vexed. Since when did their esteemed Lighthouse need to resort to such tactics to secure benefits? In the past, they merely had to extend their hands to obtain what they desired. If they could not acquire it, they would simply seize it. Now they must bow their heads to induce? Seeds, Nichuan's steel plate pronounced, cutting through Smith's impatience with 2 words. Seeds? Smith was momentarily taken aback, then his brow furrowed again. Are you suggesting we exchange high-grade seeds with Su Chen? Exchanging for high-grade seeds? This indeed seems a plausible strategy. The seeds in Su Chen's possession are, at best, of superior common grade. As for exceptional common grade seeds, only a select few possess such within the entire farm space. The lesser nations could not possibly have them. Most likely, the common grade seeds in Su Chen's possession were obtained from some insignificant nation. Otherwise, they would have had no inkling of their existence. Thus, it follows that Su Chen could not possess exceptional common grade seeds. However, to suggest they trade exceptional common grade seeds with Su Chen, that is out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. Without hesitation, Smith dismissed this notion. Su Chen has already proven to be a tremendous challenge. If he were to gain access to higher grade seeds, it would only complicate matters further. Should Su Chen truly establish a foothold within the farm space, the dominance of Lighthouse would be directly undermined. Trading exceptional common grade seeds with Su Chen would be tantamount to empowering the enemy. Such a course of action is utterly unacceptable. No, Your Excellency Smith, you are mistaken. We cannot possibly offer high-grade seeds to that Daxia farm owner. Nichuan's steel plate continued in response to Smith's rejection. Smith furrowed his brow. Isn't that Daxia farm owner seeking those inferior seeds? We can certainly offer him a greater quantity of inferior seeds to negotiate terms. Nichuan's steel plate suggested meaningfully. Inferior seeds? Smith's brow knitted in concern. Could such refuse truly be of use? Inferior seeds are deemed worthless in their eyes. Such refuse is hardly sought after, even when offered for free. According to their lighthouse's analysis, Su Chen's desire for such a multitude of inferior seeds is likely solely to assist Daxia in the real world. Given that he has already acquired so many seeds, even if the subsequent potatoes yield no seeds, Su Chen may well find himself sufficiently supplied for an extended period. In such a scenario, would it be effective to trade with inferior seeds? Will it be effective? We shall discover the truth through trial. Nichuan's steel plate grinned. Hearing this, Smith fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally declared, "Then let us proceed with the trial, if it works. We must ensure that we obtain all the valuable items from that wretched fellow." In concluding his thoughts, Smith's teeth clenched in frustration. Every time he considered the treasures he lacks, a wave of envy and resentment washed over him. He simply cannot fathom why this despicable Daxia individual should be so favored with such a plethora of treasures. Clearly, it should be their lighthouse, their Anglophone kin, who lead the world, the torchbearers of civilization. In the ensuing time, Nichuan's steel plate engaged in brief discussions with Smith, after which they severed communication. Once adequately prepared, Nichuan's steel plate resumed his search for Su Chen's farm and made contact with him once more. Chapter 41. Apologies, I hold a grudge. Within Su Chen's farm, with the assistance of Huayang, the speed of his planting has markedly improved compared to before. With a wave of her small hands, a golden-brown aura envelopes the land, causing the soil to turn over on its OWNS. Yu Chun merely needs to place the seeds within, and the golden-brown light envelopes them once more, completing the planting effortlessly. Moreover, Su Chen has discovered that the seeds planted with Huayang's involvement have all been blessed by the little one. Upon each seed rests the blessing of doubled growth speed, coupled with the enhancements from the spiritual-grade cabbage and spiritual-grade potato seeds. The growth rate of the common-grade cabbage and potatoes has been elevated threefold from its original state. The growth cycle of the pseudo-spiritual-grade cabbage and potato seeds spans a full 28 days. Yet, under the augmentation of the spiritual-grade seeds and the flower of life, these pseudo-spiritual, exceptional common seeds require merely 7 days to reach maturity. This enhancement is nothing short of extraordinary. Regrettably, the additive effects of the farm's space accumulate rather than multiply. Were the enhancements to be multiplicative, it would indeed be a true monstrosity. Nevertheless, even with the additive nature, Su Chen feels immensely satisfied. Have you not seen how other farmers turn green with envy over a mere earth dragon? What increase can an earth dragon provide? At most, a mere 30%. In stark contrast to his 300% boost, it simply does not compare. Yet, even with that 30%, those foreign devils feel envy and resentment. If they were to discover that the potato seeds they sent him directly bestowed a flower of life, along with a spiritual-grade potato seed and a 300% growth speed enhancement, who knows how furious they might become? Before long, with the aid of the flower of life, Su Chen completed the planting of all pseudo-spiritual seeds and other inferior seeds. Like the spiritual-grade jade cabbage, the spiritual-grade orange heart potato seeds and purple bamboo seeds were sown in the very center of the land. The buffs of these 3 seeds are sufficient to cover all the cultivated land of the farm. Meanwhile, the other pseudo-spiritual and common-grade bitter bamboo seeds were planted around the periphery of the farm. These bitter bamboos will serve as the first line of defense for his farm in times of demonic tide, blocking the monsters and safeguarding the crops from harm. Alas, the farm's area is too small. A mere 45 by 50 units is hardly adequate. Otherwise, Su Chen would have even considered utilizing these bitter bamboos to create a maze-like trap to combat the monsters. However, this notion was soon abandoned. Firstly, the cultivable land is too limited for such a setup. Secondly, the initial wave of demonic tide merely represents a novice phase for farmers. The intensity of the tide should not be overly formidable. With so many pseudo-spiritual crops at his disposal, once they mature, they will significantly enhance his physical prowess. At that point, battling monsters should pose no issue whatsoever. The idea of setting traps seems unnecessary. What troubles Su Chen slightly is that, according to the data analysis provided by the Great Saimdaw Farm Space Office, the higher the level of crops a farmer possesses during their novice period, the more formidable the monsters they will face. Now that he has so many spiritual and pseudo-spiritual crops, how terrifying will the monsters he confronts a month from now be? Such uncertainties weigh on Su Chen's mind. It appears he must procure some weapons sooner rather than later. Surveying the cultivated land around him, Su Chen murmurs to himself. This planting session has yielded no rewards whatsoever. Not a single bag of inferior seeds has emerged from the soil. It seems as though his luck has been utterly depleted. Without weapons in hand, facing the monsters bare-handed feels rather precarious. If all else fails, he can only wait for the bamboo to mature and then devise a method to craft some bamboo swords and knives. Surely, these common-grade bamboos, once fashioned into weapons, will not be utterly worthless. Su Chen muses. Compared to the same grade potatoes and cabbages, the growth cycle of these common-grade bitter bamboos is significantly longer. The growth cycles for common-grade inferior to exceptional grades are 16 days, 20 days, 25 days, and 30 days respectively. The growth cycle of an ordinary common exceptional bitter bamboo exceeds that of pseudo-spiritual potatoes and cabbages. As for the pseudo-spiritual bitter bamboo seeds, their growth cycle stretches a full 40 days. Even with the blessing of the flower of life, it still takes over 10 days. It must be said that the growth of this plant is exceedingly slow. However, conversely, given the sluggish growth time of these bitter bamboos and their seemingly limited utility as described, one would presume their potential must be more substantial. Yet, such questions can only be gradually verified in the future, at least. Until the first batch of bitter bamboos matures, he cannot validate them. Shaking his head, Su Chen temporarily dismisses the thoughts swirling in his mind. He then turns his gaze toward the nearby hill. Now that the seeds have been sown, his next task is to await their maturation. In the meantime, he cannot simply wait idly. He plans to utilize the rubble atop the hill to construct some rudimentary defensive structures. Just then, a communication from the farm space suddenly appears. Nichuan steel plate? Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Chen raises an eyebrow. Is he here to request the Earth Dragon? With a disdainful scoff, Su Chen unhesitatingly declines the communication request. Though he is not one to hold grudges, he certainly does not forget easily. After being treated so poorly before, does he expect to brush it off so easily? He must be dreaming. However, what Su Chen did not anticipate was that Nichuan's steel plate seemed determined to persist until he achieved his goal. Almost immediately after Su Chen rejected the communication, Nichuan's steel plate's request reappeared. Without a moment's thought, Su Chen swiftly denied it again. Baka. Watching the repeated rejections, Nichuan's steel plate's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet, thinking of his objective, he could only suppress his rising anger and, with a forced smile that was more painful than tears, awkwardly greet. Long time no see, Su Chen Kuan. Chapter 42. My Earth Dragon is severely injured and needs rest. Speak your mind. Let it be known, Su Chen scoffed, disregarding the other's clumsy pretext, and spoke frankly. Baka. Hearing Su Chen's blunt words, Nichuan's steel plate's irritation soared. Yet, despite his anger, he could only bottle it up, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Su Chen Kuan, considering the time elapsed, could you perhaps hand over the Earth Dragon we previously traded? Nichuan's steel plate was not worried about Su Chen refusing. However, having learned from past mistakes, he recognized the key issue at hand. Their contract did not specify a delivery date for the Earth Dragon. This meant that as long as Su Chen chose to, he could delay the delivery until the very last moment of the contract's validity. In the farm space, the latest time for the contract to take effect is 1 month. This is a rule of the farm space, regardless of whether the delivery time is clearly stated or not. The contract must be executed within a month. If the contract's effectiveness arrives and the trade remains unfulfilled, the party in breach will face penalties. Therefore, Nichuan's steel plate was not concerned about Su Chen withholding the Earth Dragon. However, if Su Chen truly delayed the delivery until a month later, it would mean that he would have gained nothing during that time. Each farmer in the farm space must confront monster attacks monthly. A single month can sometimes determine a farmer's life or death. Receiving the Earth Dragon a month early would allow him to utilize it ahead of time. Even if he himself lacks the qualifications to use it, he could leverage the Earth Dragon to extract further benefits from the Lighthouse Fathers. After all, he would have accomplished something, right? Conversely, delaying for a month would mean his benefits would be postponed accordingly. If the Lighthouse Fathers were displeased, he might not receive any benefits at all. The disparity between the two scenarios is monumental. Su Chen can afford to delay, but he does not have that luxury. This is precisely why Nichuan's steel plate mustered the courage to approach Su Chen. The Earth Dragon, Su Chen elongated his tone, smiling slightly. No rush, in Great Xia. We have a saying, haste makes waste. My Earth Dragon has suffered severe injuries and requires time to recuperate. Once it has healed, I shall fulfill the contract. To be honest, Su Chen is not particularly concerned about the Earth Dragon at this stage. After all, even with maximum cultivation, the Earth Dragon's contribution to the land would merely be 30%. With 3 types of spiritual crops and the comforting presence of the flower of life, he hardly needs that 30% boost. Moreover, the crucial point is that the growth speed of the Earth Dragon is rather average. According to the data released by the Farm Space Office, a severed Earth Dragon requires at least a week to recover and regrow. Furthermore, the Earth Dragon's reproduction is even slower. To achieve the maximum enhancement effect spread throughout the entire farm, it would take at least 6 months to a year. For others, this speed might seem quick, but for Su Chen, it is painfully sluggish, at that moment. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for him to synthesize more spiritual level crops and cultivate higher grade seeds to upgrade his farm? Therefore, for Su Chen, the value of the Earth Dragon was rather insignificant. Had the foreign devils, such as Nichuan's steel plate, not disgusted him previously, he might have engaged in an immediate transaction. But what could he do? Given their repulsive behavior, they wanted him to expedite the delivery of the Earth Dragon. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Nichuan's steel plate's forehead was adorned with bulging veins, nearly unable to restrain himself from unleashing a tirade upon Su Chen. Seriously injured, the Earth Dragon? What nonsense! Who didn't know that it was him who had inflicted the injury? Furthermore, as long as the Earth Dragon wasn't cut vertically or into its reproductive system, it would hardly perish from a mere incision. To call such a wound grave was absurd. Su Chen, my good sir, your great nation of Daxia has always been known for its courtesy and integrity. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond. I trust that you would not tarnish your reputation or that of Daxia over something as trivial as a segment of Earth Dragon, correct? Suppressing his inner fury, Nichuan's steel plate forced a grin. What do you mean? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning indignation. Mr. Nichuan's steel plate, are you implying that I lack integrity? No. Nichuan's steel plate's expression shifted, and he quickly gestured dismissively to Su Chen. I merely meant to convey that the Earth Dragon is gravely injured. As he spoke, Nichuan's steel plate hesitated, his face twitching slightly. Gravely injured? Damn it. Taking a deep breath, he barely managed to contain his anger and continued with a forced grin. I simply wanted to say that as a friend. We have both the obligation and responsibility to assist you in caring for the Earth Dragon. Thus, he went on for quite some time with a plethora of excuses, to the point where he nearly felt nauseous himself. Finally, he concluded, as a token of gratitude for your care of the Earth Dragon, we are willing to offer you an additional 10,000 premium seeds as a gift, and I hope you will not find it unsatisfactory. As he spoke, Nichuan's steel plate sent over a large sack to Su Chen. In light of Nichuan's steel plate's shameless flattery, Su Chen couldn't help but give him a virtual thumbs up in his heart. Truly, the people of Fusang possessed an impressive talent for fabricating lies with their eyes wide open. However, upon hearing the final offer, Su Chen's feigned displeasure intensified. Lowering his head to scrutinize his thumb and index finger, he pretended to be enraged, stating, Mr. Nichuan's steel plate, do you believe I am intentionally making things difficult for you, seeking to extract further benefits? 10,000 seeds? Who do you think you are trying to appease? Nichuan's steel plate's lips twitched, barely managing to contain his fury. Was it not evident that he was being made to suffer? He wanted to point at Su Chen's nose and demand to know how he could utter such words. Moreover, if he claimed not to be seeking more benefits, why was he fiddling with his fingers? Did he have cash on his thumbs and index fingers? Taking another deep breath, Nichuan's steel plate suppressed his anger once more, stating, Su Chen, please do not misunderstand. This is merely our heartfelt intention as friends. To express our apologies, we will offer you 40,000 seeds, totaling 50,000. How does that sound? 50,000 seeds? Su Chen paused his actions for a moment before resuming his indifferent fidgeting. Seeing this, Nichuan's steel plate gritted his teeth and continued, 100,000 seeds. Su Chen, this is the maximum we can offer. Noticing this, Su Chen smiled slightly, realizing that they were nearing an agreement point. 200,000 seeds. Su Chen beamed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, clearly indicating that 100,000 was insufficient. They needed to increase their offer. Nichuan's steel plate's eyes widened in disbelief. Baka? Don't push your luck. His face contorted with rage as his eyes bulged. If they didn't comply, he would simply wait for the Earth Dragon's injuries to heal and fulfill the contract. Then Su Chen merely shrugged, paying no mind to Nichuan Steelplate's furious outburst. As he prepared to sever the communication, Nichuan Steelplate hastily interjected, "Wait, I agree to sign. Now, that's more like it." Seeing the stormy expression on Nichuan Steelplate's face, Su Chen couldn't help but smile brightly. Was he trying to annoy him, this K? It wasn't that he underestimated these individuals. Rather, Nichuan Steelplate and his ilk were simply worthless. They were utterly pathetic. Not a single one capable of standing their ground. The contract was once again drafted, this time by Su Chen himself, leaving Nichuan Steelplate with no chance to find loopholes. The contract meticulously detailed the transaction contents: timing, quality of goods, and types of seeds. Any attempt to find a loophole was utterly futile. In a state of despair and fury, Nichuan Steelplate grudgingly provided the 100,000 seeds and completed the transaction with Su Chen. Once the contract was signed and the seeds received, Su Chen unearthed the Earth Dragon, slicing off a minuscule segment no larger than a fingernail. He then traded it to Nichuan Steelplate. In truth, Su Chen had contemplated delivering a dead Earth Dragon, but he only possessed one and was wary of the farm space's trading rules. Although Nichuan Steelplate was dim-witted, he had clearly specified the need for a live Earth Dragon in the contract. To present a deceased one could potentially trigger the farm space's contract rules. No one would be foolish enough to risk violating those rules for a mere segment of Earth Dragon. Naturally, while the piece he offered wasn't dead, it was merely a tiny remnant, less than the size of a pinky fingernail. Given the Earth Dragon's recovery rate, this minuscule fragment would require at least a month to regenerate a complete body. As for growing to a substantial size, that would take at least 1 or 2 months. An unthinkable prospect. By then, his farm would have undergone tremendous changes. These worthless fools could only wait to trail in his wake. Once the transaction was complete, Su Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. A segment the size of a fingernail had netted him 350,000 seeds. It was undeniably a considerable profit. Clearly, he needed to find another opportunity to sell more. Gazing at the mountain of seeds surrounding him, Su Chen mused to himself. After all, the Earth Dragon held little value for him. It was far more advantageous to trade it with other chosen farm owners from different nations for greater profit. Moreover, he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, if the lighthouse managed to breed enough Earth Dragons, or the polar bear faction caught wind and began to sell them en masse, he would lose his edge. In comparison, the number of Earth Dragons with the polar bear faction far exceeded his own. However, they had previously monopolized this treasure, allowing no one but themselves to acquire Earth Dragons. Now that he had obtained one and was prepared to sell, the polar bear faction's monopoly had been shattered. Eventually, they too would be unable to resist the urge to profit from their Earth Dragons. Considering that the polar bear faction had developed for 3 years, they likely had thousands, if not more, Earth Dragons. Su Chen was on an entirely different level compared to them. Thus, he needed to sell the Earth Dragons before they caught on. But to whom? Su Chen pondered. Su Chen, my good sir. As Su Chen contemplated, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Su Chen blinked in surprise, raising his head to look at Nichuan Steelplate on the communication screen, astonished. You haven't left yet? After enduring such humiliation, this fellow was still lingering. Moreover, he had the audacity to smile. Was Nichuan Steelplate truly that shameless? Nichuan Steelplate's lips twitched. Leave. He wished he could flee immediately, even contemplating slapping Su Chen across the face. But at this moment, he had only achieved half of his goal. If he left now, all the humiliation he had suffered would be in vain. Su Chen, I have one more request, and I hope you can oblige. Suppressing his feelings of grievance, Nichuan Steelplate awkwardly continued, an uninvited request? Upon hearing the words, Su Chen did not hesitate to wave his hand dismissively. Since Mr. Nichuan Gangbin had deemed it an unwelcome request, there was no need to speak further. He would not acquiesce. How infuriating! The smile on Nichuan Gangban's face instantly froze, barely suppressing another outburst of rage. After several deep breaths, he managed to stifle his anger. Forcing a grotesque smile as he continued, Su Chen Kuan, I merely wish to. Don't even think about it. Goodbye. This time, Nichuan Gangban's words were left uncompleted as Su Chen abruptly severed the communication. What nonsense! the moment Nichuan Gangbin raised his rear. Su Chen instinctively understood the ulterior motives at play. The Earth Dragon was already in hand. His subsequent aim was nothing more than Su Chen's water crystal or even the flower bud. What more was there to discuss? It would be a waste of time. The water crystal was the lifeblood of his farm, a commodity he would never trade. As for the flower bud, that was an entirely different matter. Not only had Su Chen developed feelings for the little creature, being the first life he had created, but even without that bond, the creature's terrifying attribute enhancement made it impossible for him to consider trading it. What a farce! He would rather retreat to a cooler place. Damn those Daxia people. One day, you will regret this. Staring at the darkened screen, Nichuan Gangbin could no longer contain his fury, erupting like a tempest. All the pent-up frustration exploded in that moment as he shattered everything in sight. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained blissfully unaware. Even if he were informed, it would not concern him. After completing the transaction, he immediately began contemplating whom to engage for further exchanges. This time, however, Su Chen did not intend to trade seeds. He wished to experiment with acquiring weapons or similar items. Even if he could not procure swords or knives, obtaining a sickle or cleaver should be feasible. Right? Furthermore, he wanted to explore whether sickles and hoes could be synthesized. If that were possible. Chapter 44. I protest. This is personal attack. Before proceeding, Su Chen first combined all the seeds he had just acquired into pseudo-spiritual great seeds. With the assistance of the flower bud, he planted all the seeds. This time, the seeds he sought were exclusively potato and cabbage seeds. He did not desire anything else. His energy was limited, and though planting 3 acres was manageable with the help of the flower bud, if he diversified too much, it would lead to chaos during harvest. He could not simply set an alarm and wait for the crops to be harvested in batches, could he? Would he not need to rest? Having expended 200,000 seeds, was this the meager return he received? A single segment of Earth Dragon? At Smith's farm, upon witnessing the meager haul brought back by Nichuan Gangbin, Smith's expression darkened. When Nichuan had contacted him earlier, he had insisted that with sufficient seeds, they could obtain what they desired from Su Chen. Though this end, he had even spent considerable time collecting a plethora of subpar seeds from the lighthouse and its underlings, nearly depleting their stock. Yet now, this was the result? Adding to previous expenditures, they had wasted a total of 350,000 seeds for a mere nail-sized piece of Earth Dragon. This accounted for nearly half of their inventory. While these seeds held little actual value for them, the thought of having exchanged over 30,000 seeds for such a paltry reward made Smith feel an impulse to spit blood. Lord Smith, it is not that I do not wish to exchange for more, but that damn Daxia person did not even grant me the opportunity to negotiate. He severed communication before I could present my terms. Nichuan Gangbin's frustration mirrored Smith's. You fool! Smith shot him a cold glare, reprimanding him without restraint. Nichuan Gangbin clenched his fists, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes, yet he dared not voice any further complaints. Bowing his head in shame, he felt powerless. Even if he were seething with anger, he could not afford to vent it towards Smith, for the lighthouse was akin to a father. If he dared to rebel, his father would swiftly teach him a lesson. Contact Charles and the others. From this moment forth, prohibit anyone from engaging in any trade with that damn Daxia person. Should anyone be found daring to trade with him, we, the lighthouse, shall not show mercy. After his outburst, Smith pondered briefly before issuing his cold command. That damn Daxia person truly believed he could act with impunity simply because he had fortuitously acquired some valuable items? Smith sneered. In the realm of farm space, ultimately, they held the reins. Even if they could not obtain the coveted items from Su Chen, he would ensure that Su Chen would not have it easy either. Those worthless seeds, if given, were merely that Su Chen would not be able to achieve anything of significance from them. Based on his analysis, Su Chen likely possessed no more than a handful of inferior to medium-grade seeds. The scant quantity of these seeds would hardly suffice to see Su Chen through the first month's crisis. As long as they cut off the source of seeds, Su Chen would inevitably come seeking them. Even if Su Chen refused to capitulate and sought trades with the Arctic bears, the losses he would incur would surely be substantial. The Arctic bear nations were not to be trifled with. They were equally ruthless in their dealings. Moreover, the Arctic bears already possessed Earth Dragons, making it impossible for Su Chen to barter with them using Earth Dragons, if he wished to obtain valuable items from the Arctic bears. He would need to offer either water crystals or that mysterious creature. Either option would require Su Chen to make significant sacrifices. In summary, what they could not obtain, Su Chen would not have the privilege of acquiring either. As for their own people and sycophants, with the threat from the lighthouse coupled with enticing promises, once they pledged to offer free gifts, those individuals would not risk offending the lighthouse by trading with Su Chen. Smith was determined to see just what that damned Daxia person could accomplish under his relentless pursuit and blockade. The wrath of the lighthouse was not easily quelled. Damn it. Is Smith not utterly shameless? If he cannot obtain it, he will not allow others to have it either. This tactic is simply without limits. Witnessing Smith's actions, all Daxia people were incensed. It was one thing to block their own trades. But now he was threatening others not to engage in commerce with Su Chen. How shameless could one be? Ridiculous. Those who called others shameless should take a good look at their own faces. Indeed, the original agreement was for a trade of 100,000 seeds, and the lighthouse had even added an extra 50,000 as a show of goodwill. Yet what was Su Chen's response? He displayed no sense of contractual integrity and blamed others instead. It was utterly disgusting. I feel ashamed to be of the same lineage as such a person. Before the foreign devils could speak, the lapdogs within Daxia were the first to respond, as if their masters had been insulted and they were the first to be displeased. Shameless, are you? Are you lapdogs truly blind? Did you not see how those foreign devils deliberately offered such an excessive amount of seeds to irritate Su Chen? Damn it, has this bunch of banana people taken on the persona of the Fusan judges? The foreign dogs are renowned for their double standards. Faced with these foreign dogs, the Daxia people immediately retorted. You country bumpkins have such lowly standards. You boast of being a great nation yet lack the capacity for tolerance. It is well known that Fusan has always been a nation of courtesy. You are merely projecting your petty mindset onto others. Courtesy? Would a nation of courtesy dare to apologize for war? Would a nation of courtesy dare to alter textbooks and distort history? Would a nation of courtesy discharge nuclear waste into the sea? Is this what you deem courtesy? You truly amuse me. The Daxia people promptly countered, you are merely arguing in bad faith. We are a great nation. What is wrong with showing magnanimity and allowing others some leeway? I personally believe that as a great nation, we should exhibit the dignity of our status and selflessly contribute the earth dragon, water crystals, and that little creature for the benefit of all humanity. Indeed, they continuously dwell on historical grievances. Those events occurred over a century ago, and yet they still cling to them. Is that not amusing? Furthermore, those actions were committed by the ancestors of Fusan, not by the current inhabitants. Why should the sins of the forebears be imposed upon the descendants? In the face of the Daxia people's fury, the lapdogs showed no fear and continued their self-indulgent discourse. You dare to state your address? Why do you not donate all your food? The Notre Dame has burned, yet you still live. Damn it, I am still single. Why not offer yourself first and benefit me before speaking? As for the sins of the ancestors, I say to you, if they could acknowledge their mistakes, we would not pursue this matter to the present day. But have they admitted to anything? At that moment, the words of the lapdog ignited the fury of countless Daxia people. This is a personal attack, I protest. How dare you? Why don't you ask your so-called lighthouse father and Fusang father to contribute their resources? When your lighthouse father had common grade seeds, why didn't you demand they share them for the benefit of humanity? Protesting? You double-standard, forgetful dogs. If you want to protest, go protest against your lighthouse. Chapter 45. The mountain falls. The Arctic bears taking advantage of the chaos outside, disputes raged on. The shepherd dogs and the saints continued their incessant barking. Meanwhile, within the confines of the farm space, Su Chen, after planting all the seeds with Hua Ying, began contemplating which potential farm owners he could contact for trade, aiming to procure some tools, preferably knives. After a brief consideration, Su Chen's gaze settled on a particular nation, Beiyang country. This nation is arguably the one with the best relationship with Daxia on Blue Star, bar none. If anyone within the farm space is likely to trade with Daxia, it would undoubtedly be Beiyang country. However, Su Chen had little confidence in this endeavor. After all, Daxia had previously sought assistance from Beiyang country. Although the number of farm owners in Beiyang country was limited, they had accumulated over 50 in 3 years. Compared to the lighthouse nations, they were not even in the same league, yet they were significantly better than Daxia. Logically, given Daxia's numerous past aids to Beiyang country, They should not have refused Daxia's pleas for help. Yet, Beiyang country had consistently ignored Daxia's requests, treating them with indifference. Su Chen was unaware of the reasons behind this but, with past experiences in mind, he did not harbor much hope. Following the information released from the farm space's office while he was outside, Su Chen found one of the farm owners from Beiyang country and sent a communication request. After more than a minute of waiting, Su Chen furrowed his brow and ultimately had to terminate the communication request. He sighed inwardly and abandoned the idea of contacting them. It seemed his premonition had come to fruition. Once regarded as a close ally, Beiyang country now appeared to be at odds with Daxia. Although there had been no explicit rejection, this cold treatment was painfully evident. Indeed, between nations, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. With a sigh, Su Chen completely relinquished the thought of relying on others. When the mountain falls, the reliant will falter. Outsiders are ultimately unreliable. Initially, he had thought that since Beiyang country was once a friend of Daxia, if they agreed to trade, he would not exploit them but rather engage in an equitable exchange. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Shaking his head, Su Chen cast aside these thoughts and opened the public communication channel. As his mind wandered, he swiftly composed a message and was about to send it when another message suddenly appeared. Still need 100 energy points? Staring at the sudden prompt from the farm space, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Slapping his forehead, he then recalled that while private messages could be sent without limit, public messages required the expenditure of energy points. A single public message costs 100 energy points. How careless! Glancing at his energy points, Su Chen reluctantly exited the public channel. Up to this point, he had only gained a single instance. He had merely 1.9 energy points in hand. With so few points, what could he even send as a public message? Abandoning the idea of a public message, Su Chen shook his head and redirected his gaze to his farm floating island. Since he could not obtain what he desired through trade, he would have to rely on himself. Coincidentally, he also wished to verify whether the synthesis system could synthesize stones, or if it was limited to seeds. If it could synthesize stones, what changes would occur in the synthesized stones? With such thoughts in mind, after a night's rest, Su Chen took some water from the pool formed by the water system crystal and washed his face. Accompanied by Hua Ying, he ascended the hillside on the eastern side of the farm. This hill was primarily composed of loose stones, with the soil being pathetically scarce. Moreover, the stones were of the notoriously hard granite variety. This posed quite a headache for Su Chen. Lacking tools, he searched for some time and finally found a solitary stone slab, which he began to strike against the pile of sturdy rocks. The little one, Hua Ying, flitted around him, seemingly eager to assist, but clearly, she was at a loss against these solid boulders, merely circling Su Chen anxiously. As Su Chen toiled away at the stone quarry, a video conference among the farm owners of the Northern Bears was quietly taking place. Vasilovsky remarked, "Now, which Daxia farm owner has obtained the Earth Dragon? And which Daxia farm owner has even traded the Earth Dragon to the lighthouse? It seems our monopoly has been shattered." In the video, a bearded man spoke in a deep tone. For a long time, the Earth Dragon had been their exclusive biological asset. It was through the Earth Dragon that the Northern Bears had managed to keep pace with the lighthouse over the past 3 years, emerging as the second dominant force within the farm space. However, now, with Su Chen's emergence, their monopoly was in jeopardy. It was evident that if they did not take action soon, their position could be usurped at any moment. "What should we do next?" Vasilovsky, a robust man with golden hair and blue eyes who looked akin to a brown bear, asked solemnly. He was the first to acquire the Earth Dragon, and in many respects, he was the leader among the Northern Bears farm owners, second only to Julia. With the monopoly on the Earth Dragon now broken, he stood to lose the most. His disdain for Su Chen, the Daxia farm owner, was genuine. Currently, the Daxia farm owner was under blockade from the Lighthouse faction, and he was likely facing insurmountable difficulties. "I believe he must be in dire need of our assistance right now." The bearded man continued, his tone laden with implication. "Assistance?" Vasilovsky frowned. "For instance, seeds." The bearded man replied, his meaning clear. As the group exchanged glances, he elaborated, "Based on our analysis, it is evident that this Daxia farm owner does not possess a sufficient quantity of seeds. And recent news suggests that he is urgently seeking allies to assist him, which further corroborates the inadequacy of his seed supply. Therefore, I believe that if we propose a trade, he would have no reason to refuse. The bearded man spoke with conviction. Upon hearing this, Vasilovsky and the others exchanged glances before nodding slightly. Then it's settled. Let us contact that Daxia Chosen One and propose a trade using water system crystals. Ideally trading for that mysterious magical creature, which seems to possess some peculiar abilities. The drastic changes in Daxia's agriculture are likely due to that little creature, and such a treasure must be in our possession. What if he refuses to trade? Someone interjected. Refuse? The bearded man scoffed. Does he even have a choice? Chapter 46. This fellow is quite suspicious on the rocky hill, after hammering away for quite some time. Chen found that the few fragmented stones he had managed to uncover were all shattered. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the idea of continuing with the stone extraction. For now, the synthesis of stones would have to be set aside. This moment, the second batch of seeds was ripening. This time, the combination of low-grade cabbage seeds and potato seeds had exceeded a total of 1,000 plants. On average, each mature cabbage and potato yielded about 6 seeds. This meant that this harvest brought him over 6,000 seeds. The gain was nothing short of substantial. Meanwhile, in the real world, due to the maturity of this batch of crops, the exponential increase resulted in nearly 20 million pounds of food being harvested within just one day. While 20 million pounds of food may not resolve the fundamental issues facing the entire population of Daxia, such a yield instilled hope across the land. If they could harvest 20 million pounds in a single day, what about 10 days, a month? Countless Daxia citizens began to see a glimmer of hope. However, simultaneously, the foreign devils keenly sensed something amiss. This fellow is suspicious. How is it that his seeds grow so rapidly? It had barely been 2 days since the last harvest. Moreover, many of the crops harvested were from seeds sown only a day prior. How could Chen achieve such results in merely 1 day? Even the fastest-growing low-grade seeds have a growth cycle of at least 4 days. Previously, Chen had managed to reduce the 4-day cycle to 2 days, which was already difficult to accept. Now, he had somehow shortened the 2-day cycle to just 1 day. What kind of nonsense is this? This infernal fellow must possess something that significantly boosts crop growth. After a simple analysis, all the foreign devils felt a pang of envy. Reduce a 4-day growth cycle to just 1 day. An impressive 4-fold increase. How could they not be envious? Even the lighthouse, which had access to spirit-grade seeds, felt their eyes turning green with envy. Although they had spirit-grade seeds, the growth rate enhancement provided by those seeds was only a mere doubling. It equates to merely half the growth time. Yet, on Chen's farm, the growth duration for these potatoes and cabbages astonishingly amounts to only a quarter of the original time. In the ensuing days, as they observed Chen consistently reaping a stable harvest of crops, their conviction in this hypothesis solidified even further. It must be that enigmatic magical creature. This simply cannot stand. We must devise a plan to capture that mysterious entity. Such thoughts were not confined solely to the upper echelons of the lighthouse. The high-ranking officials of Fusong and the Polar Bear Nation harbored similar sentiments. Even the Europa Federation and the Divine Cattle Nation adjacent to the Great Xia were not exempt from such considerations. Initially poised to take advantage of the situation by contacting Chen, the polar bears, upon discerning the formidable attributes of that enigmatic creature, found themselves unable to remain idle. They promptly sought Chen's audience. Hello, I am Vasilovsky. The video call connected, and Vasilovsky introduced himself with a broad smile. Greetings, Chen. I in a spirit of cordiality. Chen simply stated his name. May I inquire what brings you, Mr. Vasilovsky, to me? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen delved directly into the matter at hand. To be frank, he was not inclined to squander time on idle chatter. Just moments ago, his first batch of ordinary-level cabbage seeds, namely those 4 subpar cabbages, had matured. He was eager to experience the effects of his physical enhancement. Having previously consumed ordinary crops, he was aware that the resultant physical prowess was on an entirely different plane compared to his prior condition. However, he had yet to undergo that experience. Just as he was about to embark on that endeavor, these Russians had arrived at Amaterasu. I am here to assist you, Vasilovsky replied, somewhat taken aback by Chen's directness, but quickly regaining his composure and responding candidly. Assist me. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Vasilovsky nodded. The lighthouse has issued a blockade order against the Great Xia across the entire farm space. I presume you are already aware of this matter, Mr. Su? Su Chen furrowed his brows, choosing not to respond. Noticing this, Vasilovsky continued. We, the Polar Bear Nation, express our sympathy for your predicament, and we vehemently condemn the lighthouse's unscrupulous actions. Vasilovsky eloquently voiced a plethora of indignation, his face a mask of fury, as though he genuinely cared for the Great Xia and harbored immense anger towards the lighthouse. Yet, across from Vasilovsky, Su Chen remained unfazed. Observing Vasilovsky's impassioned performance, he seemed to grasp the underlying motives. After Vasilovsky finished speaking, he sent Su Chen a document. This contains insights gathered from over 200 farm owners in our nation over the past 3 years regarding the magical tide. I believe it will be of considerable assistance to you, Mr. Su, Vasilovsky said with a beaming smile. Su Chen received the information sent by Vasilovsky, glanced over it briefly, and set it aside. Although these materials appeared useful, they were essentially trivial. With the existence of the live broadcast, the data compiled by the Great Saimdaw Farm Space Office was far more detailed than what Vasilovsky had provided. Su Chen's extensive knowledge of the farm space was primarily derived from the announcements issued by the Great Saimdaw Farm Space Office. The information presented by Vasilovsky held no substantial value. Mr. Vasilovsky, I actually have a matter for which I require your assistance, Su Chen said, rubbing his nose, unwilling to waste more time with Vasilovsky. He decided to follow the other's lead and present his request. Upon hearing this, Vasilovsky's eyes lit up, nodding in approval. A young man who knows the score. Do you have needs? That is splendid. It is through your needs that we may derive benefits from you. Is it not? With a smile, he continued, we are friends. If you require assistance, we shall not hesitate to lend a hand. Friends, you say? Su Chen smirked. Were it not for his knowledge of these Russians' nature, he might have almost been persuaded. Given Vasilovsky's apparent sincerity, he decided to be forthright. Under Vasilovsky's watchful gaze, Su Chen continued, I am in need of a set of farming tools. Farming tools? Vasilovsky was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Shouldn't it be high-grade seeds instead? Why tools? Indeed, scythes, hammers, axes, knives, anything will do. The more, the better, Su Chen replied with a smile. Vasilovsky appeared somewhat dubious, pondering the matter for a while without reaching a conclusion regarding Su Chen's intentions. Ultimately, he attributed it to Su Chen possibly needing these tools for cultivation. However, why would one require so many? Most farm owners could manage with just a single hoe for several years, and other tools seemed unnecessary. Bearing his doubts, Vasilovsky posed his inquiries, reluctant to easily part with the tools. The rationale was simple. If Su Chen desired them, they could not readily grant him access. Regardless of whether the items were valuable or trivial, he intended to extract a price from Su Chen. Vasilovsky had never considered the notion of taking advantage of the situation to be excessive. Yet, in response to Vasilovsky's inquiries, Su Chen merely smiled and refrained from offering further explanations. Observing this, Vasilovsky became even more resolute in his stance. Regardless of Su Chen's intentions for the tools, he would not allow them to be so easily obtained. Mr. Su, you are aware that metals are considered scarce resources on the farm, and I possess very limited quantities. Acquiring these items is no simple task. Vasilovsky said, his tone laden with meaning. I understand. Su Chen replied, as a friend. I certainly cannot allow you to be put in a difficult position. How about this? I shall trade you 10 energy points for each farming tool. Having harvested a total of over 300 energy points from the second and third batches of inferior potato and cabbage seeds, Su Chen now found himself with a modest accumulation of wealth. While farming tools were not ubiquitous within the farm space, they were, in truth, relatively abundant. According to the data previously released by the Great Saimdaw Farm Space Office, every farm owner in the Polar Bear Nation typically possessed several surplus tools, some even having over a dozen. These had accumulated over time from numerous harvests. The tools excavated from the ground were of commendable quality, and it was not uncommon for a single hoe to last for several months or even a year without wear. After years of cultivation, these surplus tools had naturally amassed. With no real utility, they were effectively useless. Selling them yielded little interest. As for combating magical creatures, one would be foolish to consider employing such tools. Ordinary metal farming implements could hardly breach a magical creature's defenses. In this context, these surplus tools were entirely superfluous. Su Chen's offer of 10 energy points per tool was already quite generous. However, it was evident that Vasilovsky was not inclined to allow Su Chen such an easy acquisition. Mr. Su, you jest? You should know that metal items are virtually non-existent in the farming environment. The only way to obtain these metallic implements is through excavation during tilling. The implication of Vasilovsky's unfinished statement was clear. The price was insufficient. He understood that Su Chen likely possessed at least 300 energy points, and given Su Chen's astonishing rate of harvest, he was practically reaping 100 points daily. With the maturation cycle of their ordinary level inferior seeds, Su Chen could garner at least a dozen batches of subpar seeds, raking in over 1,000 points. Compared to his own initial harvest upon entering the farm, which was a mere fraction of Su Chen's current yield, it was astonishing. After only a few days within the farm, Su Chen's harvest was already rivaling that of seasoned farm owners. Such remarkable efficiency could not be overlooked by Vasilovsky. Moreover, his aspirations extended beyond mere energy points. He coveted the water crystals in Su Chen's possession, as well as the enigmatic magical creature. What of 50 energy points? I require a substantial quantity. If Mr. Vasilovsky can provide me with over 20 tools, regardless of whether they are identical, I would be willing to offer you 50 energy points per tool. If you can procure items like machetes, I can offer even more. In response to Vasilovsky's earlier remarks, Su Chen reiterated his offer with a smile. Yet this time, Vasilovsky shook his head with a look of regret. Dear Su, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. The truth is that these tools are far too valuable, and I am unable to help you. Su Chen's brow furrowed. So, Mr. Vasilovsky, what is your position? Let us proceed as follows. I am aware that your energy points are limited, and in the spirit of camaraderie, I shall not impose upon you unduly. I am willing to take a loss and offer you 10 farming tools, including 5 machetes, in exchange for that shattered water crystal. Although it is merely a broken crystal, we are willing to bear the loss, for what are friends for? Furthermore, regarding the creature by your side, Mr. Su, you may not be aware that within the confines of the farm space, some creatures may appear harmless but can turn violent at any moment. As friends, we cannot stand idly by and allow a tragedy to unfold. You may bring that creature along with the shattered water crystal, and we shall assist you in disposing of it, Mr. Vasilovsky said with sincere earnestness, his words laden with deep meaning, as if he genuinely cared for Su Chen's well-being. Su Chen chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Mr. Vasilovsky, do I appear to you as a fool? How skillfully you cloak your coercion in the guise of righteousness. Truly remarkable, Su Chen remarked, noting that among all those he had encountered, none matched Vasilovsky's cunning. Not at all, dear Su. I assure you, that is not my intention. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens as a friend, Vasilovsky replied with a serious shake of his head. Friend? Su Chen scoffed, if we are indeed friends, why not gift me some of those earthworms from your farm? You have plenty, so parting with 1,000 or so should pose no issue, right? Furthermore, I have heard that there is a hive of bees on your farm. Keeping them there could be perilous. Should one sting you, it would be unfortunate indeed. Why not send the bees my way as well? I shall help you with that, for after all, we are friends. Are we not? Chapter 48. The first enhancement. A terrifying gain, friends? Vasilovsky's lips twitched in irritation. Who the hell considers you a friend? Were it not for your water crystal and creature, who would befriend you? You wish to take my earthworms and bees? What a joke. The value of earthworms is self-evident, and the bees are invaluable for increasing my crop yields. Tiomi, bees are as precious as earthworms. And now you seek to covet my bees. Dear Su, you must understand, aside from us, no one dares to trade with you. Within the farm space, you have made an enemy of the lighthouse. Do you wish to turn against us? The North Bears? Are you intent on making foes of the world? As Vasilovsky's demeanor shifted from soft to stern, it became evident that he had run out of patience. Now, do you truly believe you have any options left? You have already offended the lighthouse. If you antagonize us, the North Bears, you will find yourself utterly isolated within this farm space. Faced with Vasilovsky's threat, Su Chen merely smiled, a cold smile that hinted at his fierce independence. A lone beast walks among the herd. You presume to threaten me? You think you can intimidate me with your bravado? Get lost. The words fell from his lips like a bolt of lightning, causing Vasilovsky's eyes to widen in disbelief. The wave of unparalleled fury washed over him as he glared at Su Chen, his gaze sharp with icy rage. Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. You wretched Daxia contender, you will regret your actions today. With that, Vasilovsky, consumed by rage, severed the communication and swiftly informed his allies, issuing a lockdown command akin to the lighthouse. Who was he? The second most powerful figure in the farm space. Aside from Julia, he was the foremost authority. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Now, a mere newcomer from Daxia had the audacity to address him thus. How could he possibly swallow this affront? On the other side, after ending the communication with Vasilovsky, Su Chen turned his attention back to his farm. The first batch of common grade seeds had matured, a delightful surprise for him. Although he had previously harvested numerous inferior cabbages and potatoes, those were merely insignificant crops, as the foreigners often remarked. Such crops held little value for farmers. Only truly common grade produce would grant them the means to survive within the farm space. Upon reaching the patch where he had planted the common grade inferior cabbages, he found 4 verdant heads of cabbage, their stalks pristine white, resembling exquisite jade. Compared to high-quality cabbages, these common-grade specimens appeared considerably smaller, roughly half the size. Yet Su Chen understood that no matter how large a high-quality cabbage might grow, it remained an inferior crop. Even in abundance, it bore no real significance. Without further thought, Su Chen approached the 4 cabbages and swiftly uprooted them. He went to the water source, rinsed off the soil, and plucked a tender cabbage leaf, taking a bite. Not that he particularly enjoyed eating raw, but he had no choice at his farm. Aside from what he had grown, there was not a blade of grass to be found. With no means to start a fire, his options were limited to raw consumption. In fact, to procure fire-starting materials, he had already set out the previously harvested cabbages on large stones to dry. Once dried, they could serve as kindling. The potato sprouts he had harvested were also left to dry by the edge of the farm, but drying them would take more than a day or 2. Thus, Su Chen was left with no choice but to eat the cabbage raw. The taste as he bit into it, expecting an unpleasant flavor, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was surprisingly delightful, the anticipated raw, fishy taste did not materialize. Instead, the cabbage was sweet, akin to eating a cucumber. Moreover, as the cabbage filled his stomach, a warm sensation spread throughout his body, washing away all fatigue in an instant. Was this the extraordinary nature of common-grade produce? Feeling the warmth coursing through him, Su Chen's eyes brightened. In this mysterious force, not only did his exhaustion dissipate, but he felt as if he could strike down a bull with a single punch. Clenching his fist, he could distinctly sense a notable increase in his strength. The effects of consuming common-grade produce for the first time manifested vividly at that moment. However, this warmth did not linger long before fading away. Was the energy insufficient? He realized that he had only consumed a small piece of leaf. Without further hesitation, Su Chen tore off another cabbage leaf and devoured it in quick succession. With each bite, the warmth surged through him once more, spreading rapidly from his abdomen to his limbs. This sensation was even more intense than before. This time, he wasted no time. One bite after another, he quickly consumed half of the sizable cabbage, which weighed nearly 10 pounds. Only when he could eat no more did he pause. The overwhelming warmth enveloped him, leaving him feeling invigorated. No wonder those farmers looked down upon newcomers who could not acquire common-grade seeds. As he reveled in the continuous strengthening of his body and the surge of power, Su Chen realized something. During his interactions with the foreigners, even when they sought his aid, he could sense their underlying contempt. In their eyes, he seemed as insignificant as an ant, unworthy of their attention. Approaching a sack filled with potatoes, Su Chen decided to test his newfound strength. Previously, lifting a sack weighing around 100 pounds had proven exceedingly strenuous for him. Had he not engaged in regular exercise, he might not have managed to lift it at all. Yet now, he simply raised his arms, and the sack was effortlessly hoisted onto his shoulder, with a surge of strength. He lifted the sack, an accomplishment that had once seemed impossible. Previously, although he could barely carry a 100-pound sack, raising it was out of the question. Now, having consumed merely half a cabbage, he had achieved what he could not before. The magnitude of this strength enhancement was nothing short of astonishing, and this was merely the common-grade inferior cabbage. What about the common-grade medium, high, or even special cabbages? Chapter 49. The Dependence of the Foreigners. The true spirit of a great nation shaking his head, Su Chen set aside such thoughts for the moment. The spiritual-grade cabbages and potatoes would have to wait. Merely the pseudo-spiritual level cabbage requires at least 4 days to mature. Contemplating such matters now is evidently premature. However, the time is approaching. With a quadrupled growth rate enhancement, all of his crops now have a growth cycle that generally falls within a week. Moreover, once the first batch of ordinary seeds is harvested, the subsequent yield of remaining cabbages and potatoes will be incessant. With these harvests, it seems he will not need much time to catch up with those veteran farmers. Of course, relying solely on low-tier crops to match the pace of established farm owners is evidently impossible. Yet, apart from a few low-level crops, the rest in his farm are predominantly of extraordinary ordinary level, or even pseudo-spiritual level crops. In terms of physical enhancement, he is undoubtedly incomparable to those farmers who have only consumed low-level crops. According to the words of Nichuan Steel Plate, the disparity in physical reinforcement effects between extraordinary ordinary crops and inferior ordinary crops reaches a staggering 90. When considering this data alongside the synthesis system's ratios for comparison, the gap between pseudo-spiritual crops and extraordinary ordinary crops should also be around 90, if not higher. This suggests that the difference between them is nearly twofold. The gap, however, does not seem insurmountable. After a simple estimation, Su Chen furrowed his brows. If the disparity is merely twofold, then the value of these pseudo-spiritual crops seems rather limited. In comparative terms, prolonged consumption of pseudo-spiritual crops would only enhance the physical quality of a farmer to less than twice that of an inferior ordinary farmer. Something feels amiss. There must be something overlooked, Su Chen murmured to himself. Compared to inferior ordinary crops, the growth cycle of pseudo-spiritual cabbage has already reached nearly a month. This is 4 times that of inferior ordinary cabbage. Based on this growth cycle, planting inferior ordinary cabbage over a month would yield 4 harvests, while planting extraordinary ordinary cabbage would yield only 1. If the disparity between the two is merely less than twofold, there would be no logical reason for the lighthouse to be so tightly guarded over pseudo-spiritual seeds, to the extent that aside from the name pseudo-spiritual, there is not a shred of data available regarding them. This is indeed abnormal. With this thought in mind, Su Chen took out a pseudo-spiritual cabbage seed. With a flicker of intent, the attributes panel of the cabbage seed materialized before him. However, upon careful examination, Su Chen still did not discover anything amiss. 80 points of spiritual energy acquisition, a 20 increase in growth speed. None of these seem particularly extraordinary. Wait. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed a crucial detail: spiritual level evolution. With this thought, Su Chen's mind stirred. Looking at the cabbage seed in his hand, he directly injected a point of spiritual energy into the seed. Ordinary cabbage seed grade. Extraordinary ordinary, evolution value. 100. 000, attribute 1. Attribute 2. Description. This is an exceptionally excellent ordinary seed. Although it has not reached the spiritual level, it possesses certain spiritual characteristics. With proper cultivation, it may evolve into a true spiritual crop. After injecting a point of spiritual energy, the attributes of this pseudo-spiritual cabbage seed did not differ from its previous state. However, in the grade information, a special evolution value appeared distinctly. 1 in 100,000. Does this mean that with 100,000 points of spiritual energy, a pseudo-spiritual seed could evolve into a spiritual seed? Observing the description of the ordinary seed, Su Chen pondered. After some contemplation, he took out an extraordinary cabbage seed and similarly injected a point of spiritual energy into it. This time, however, the attributes panel of this extraordinary seed did not change at all. Su Chen frowned and injected another point of spiritual energy. The attributes panel still showed no changes. After several attempts, and having injected 10 points of spiritual energy, Su Chen thoughtfully abandoned the idea of further injections. Setting aside the extraordinary seed, he took an ordinary upper-tier seed for experimentation. After injecting 10 points of spiritual energy, the attributes panel of this upper-tier seed finally showed a change. Ordinary cabbage grade. Upper ordinary, evolution value. 100. 000, attribute, description. 10 points of spiritual energy only yielded a single evolution value. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Reacquiring the pseudo-spiritual seed, he injected a point of spiritual energy into it once more. The next second, the evolution value of the pseudo-spiritual cabbage seed increased by 1. The same amount of spiritual energy required 10 points to elevate an upper ordinary cabbage seed to extraordinary ordinary status. This implies that to evolve an upper ordinary seed to extraordinary ordinary, at least 1 million points of spiritual energy are needed. Hiss. After a rough calculation, Su Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply. 1 million points of spiritual energy. Good heavens! Based on the yield of an upper ordinary cabbage, which produces 4 points of spiritual energy upon maturation, to accumulate 1 million spiritual energy points, one would need to harvest at least 250,000 upper ordinary cabbages. The normal maturation time for an upper ordinary cabbage is 16 days. A primary farm only has 3 acres of land, allowing for the planting of less than 2,000 upper ordinary cabbages. Calculating with a figure of 2,000, this means that to gather 1 million spiritual energy points, an average farmer would require at least 2,000 days, or over 5 years, to accumulate such a sum. 2,000 days equates to more than 5 years. After further experimentation with ordinary middle and inferior seeds, and even with subpar seeds, Chen concluded that without enhancements to growth speed, the time needed to gather enough spiritual energy points for a subpar seed's evolution, under optimal conditions, would still require at least a year. For inferior and middle ordinary seeds, the evolution process would take at least a year and a half to 2 years, respectively. This is outrageous. Chen gasped. No wonder those foreign devils remained so arrogant, even in the face of his possession of upper ordinary seeds. To elevate an upper ordinary seed to extraordinary ordinary status would take at least 5 years of accumulation. Under normal circumstances, even with something to hasten crop growth, this duration would not fall below a year. After a year, if he truly only possesses a handful of ordinary seeds, his survival would be an unknown. It is no surprise that nations like the lighthouse and the polar bear maintain such a high dominance in the farming space, unless one enters the farm with an abundance of upper ordinary seeds. Other farmers who rely on the lighthouse and the polar bear for survival dare not defy them. The ironclad rule of the farming space dictates that upon entering, the first harvested seeds will be of the same or lower grade. This is precisely why no farmer from the Great Xia has survived thus far. If one cannot obtain upper ordinary seeds from their own farm and refuses to comply, the lighthouse and polar bear will dispose of them without hesitation. To acquire advanced seeds, one must obediently comply, as for slowly upgrading on one's own. Let us see if you can survive the magical tides first. Even Chen himself, were it not for the emergence of this system, would likely not escape such a fate. Survive, one must either grovel like those sycophants or find themselves submerged like the previous Great Xia farmers, one after another, in the magical tide. One must acknowledge that the previous Great Xia farmers were admirable figures. Even in death, none bowed to the foreign devils. The spirit of the Great Xia is simply that, better to die standing than to live on one's knees. Regrettably, they underestimated me. Understanding everything, Chen smiled gently. Those foreign devils feel invincible? They think I can only submit? Then I shall simply disappoint them. Should I reveal the fact that I possess extraordinary ordinary seeds, even spiritual seeds? Suddenly, Chen found himself entertained by a mischievous thought. Chapter 50. A bold idea, however, after some consideration, Chen abandoned this notion. Cautious development is the way to proceed. Throughout history, countless heroes and legends have perished due to recklessness. The rich historical legacy of the Great Xia has seen its share of heroes who have met their demise in the most unexpected ways. Only a fool would expose all their trump cards to others. Chen deemed himself incapable of such foolishness. Moreover, there is another point that made Chen wary. The requirement of 10 million points of spiritual energy for extraordinary ordinary seed to evolve into a spiritual seed. Through experimentation, it was determined that 100 points of spiritual energy would only elevate the evolution value of an extraordinary ordinary seed by 1. Is 10 million points of spiritual energy excessive? It is terrifyingly so. An extraordinary ordinary cabbage yields merely 8 points of spiritual energy upon maturation. A primary farm can plant no more than 2,000 extraordinary ordinary cabbages at a time. Calculating the time needed to gather 10 million spiritual energy points, even the lighthouse and the polar bear harvest thousands of farmers from the vast expanse of farmland. Amassing enough energy points is no easy feat. However, according to statistics from the Great Xia Farm Space Office, there are a total of 215 nations across the entire Blue Star. Excluding the few minuscule countries obliterated by the tide of magic and Great Xia itself, there remain 207 nations. Each year, 20,700 farmers enter from these 207 nations. After 3 years, and accounting for those farmers who have been eliminated, the total number of farmers currently in the farm space amounts to 30,500, not including the chosen ones who entered after Chen. among these 30,500 individuals, nearly 20,000 farmers are directly or indirectly under the control of the lighthouse and the polar bear. Coupled with their allies and the farmers controlled by these allies, the number of truly free farmers in the farm space is alarmingly few. With nearly 20,000 farmers under their command, the 10 million energy points may seem considerable, yet in reality, it appears rather ordinary. If just 1,000 farmers contribute 10,000 energy points each, the 10 million energy points can be gathered effortlessly. Furthermore, with 10 million energy points and a top-tier ordinary seed, one can evolve it into a spiritual level seed. Thus, it seems that after 3 years, both the lighthouse and the polar bear undoubtedly possess far more spiritual level seeds than they publicly disclose. They are indeed cunning old foxes, Chen murmurs to himself. Were it not for his own entry into the farm space and possession of an ordinary seed, alongside extensive testing with energy points, he would have remained oblivious to these secrets. The previous chosen ones from Great Saimdaw lacked even ordinary seeds. At most, they could test the energy point requirements to advance to the lower tier of ordinary seeds. When planting high-quality inferior seeds, it takes at least a year to accumulate enough energy points for evolution to the lower tier of ordinary seeds. Yet, the stark reality is that without an ordinary seed, none of those previous farmers from Great Saimdaw could survive the impending tide of magic after a month. This is indeed a deadlock. Therefore, in the absence of public data from these foreign entities, Great Saimdaw can only be blind to the truth. Now, armed with this knowledge, Chen gains a clearer understanding of the depth of these foreign entities. After operating in the farm space for 3 years, do they truly possess only a single spiritual level potato seed? It is clearly an attempt to deceive. Moreover, it is crucial to note that elevating a top-tier ordinary seed to spiritual level requires a full 1,000 energy points, while a pseudo-spiritual seed only needs a mere 100,000 energy points for elevation to a spiritual seed. The disparity is 100-fold. For farmers from other nations, acquiring a pseudo-spiritual seed is nearly impossible. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Julia from the lighthouse has obtained a spiritual level seed since her entry into the farm space. Although she hasn't acquired any more spiritual level seeds during her subsequent cultivation, she has unearthed a considerable number of pseudo-spiritual seeds from the land. For others, a pseudo-spiritual seed is a luxury, but for Julia, these pseudo-spiritual seeds are merely rare. In such circumstances, endowed with vast resources, Julia is entirely capable of upgrading all those pseudo-spiritual seeds to spiritual level. Though 100,000 energy points may seem substantial, how many farmers does the lighthouse command? How many farmers are under their control? When divided among them, 100,000 energy points is trivial, hardly worth mentioning. Having unraveled these intricacies, Chen grows increasingly vigilant of these foreign entities. Had he not conducted this personal experiment, he would have remained unaware of the multitude of secrets they have concealed. The once rumored singular spiritual level seed is likely no longer a rarity in the possession of these foreign entities. The depth of their concealment is truly admirable. Chen even suspects whether these foreign entities might have already advanced their farms or even begun cultivating spiritual level crops. Concurrently, Chen comprehensively grasps why these pseudo-spiritual seeds are classified as such. However, upon this realization, Chen feels a tinge of disappointment. For him, this special hidden attribute is nothing short of a useless trinket. A 1% energy consumption for elevation to spiritual level. Does he truly need this? With the synthesis system at his disposal, he only requires 16 top-tier ordinary seeds or 2,048 high-quality inferior seeds to obtain a spiritual level seed. Does he need to expend energy points for this attribute? It is utterly trivial. Perhaps he could consider leveraging these pseudo-spiritual seeds for some schemes. After pondering for a moment, Chen suddenly conceives a bold idea. To him, pseudo-spiritual seeds have ceased to be precious commodities. After all, it merely takes 1,024 high-quality inferior seeds to synthesize a pseudo-spiritual seed. Moreover, the attributes of pseudo-spiritual seeds are not as advantageous as initially perceived. This leads him to contemplate the possibility of using these pseudo-spiritual seeds for some ventures, for instance, trading. While pseudo-spiritual seeds are trifles to him, they may be treasures to others, compared to top-tier ordinary seeds. The ability to upgrade to spiritual level with merely 1% of the energy consumption is an enticing prospect not everyone can resist. The chasm between spiritual level seeds and ordinary seeds is akin to a vast divide. If one could obtain a spiritual level seed at just 1% of the cost, it is likely that none of the 30,000 farmers in the farm space would remain unmoved. If 1% of energy points suffices to acquire a spiritual level seed, then requesting 50% of the energy points is hardly exorbitant, is it? Chapter 51. A mere ploy to attract attention? Foolish behavior indeed, Chen murmurs to himself. While he lacks seeds, he is in dire need of energy points. Although he possesses a system, his time in the farm has been exceedingly brief, barely a week. In such a short span, what can be accomplished? Currently, after deducting the energy points expended during his recent experiments, he is left with a mere 100 points, compared to those who have been operating in the farm for 3 years. He is akin to a beggar. Energy points are a veritable lifeblood in the farm space. Upgrading crops requires energy points. Upgrading the farm itself demands energy points. Expanding the farm's arable land also necessitates energy points. Even the farmers themselves can enhance their physical prowess through energy points. Of course, the latter is rarely pursued due to poor cost-effectiveness. In summary, he is now in desperate need of energy points. Upgrading a top-tier ordinary seed to spiritual level requires 10 million energy points. Thus, is there anything wrong with selling a pseudo-spiritual seed for 500,000 energy points? Absolutely none. Selling just a handful of them could lead to immediate farm upgrades. Even if he chooses not to upgrade the farm, he could utilize these energy points to purchase land extensively, thereby increasing his arable area. The more land he possesses, the greater his harvests. This benefit is self-evident. With this thought, Chen becomes restless. He opens the communication template of the farm space. After some contemplation, he decides to spend 100 energy points to issue a public announcement. I, Chen, the sole farmer of Great Xia, will publicly auction top-tier ordinary and pseudo-spiritual seeds in 10 days. Interested parties please register by 10 o'clock in the morning 10 days hence. Latecomers will be disregarded. Once the message is crafted, Chen promptly sends it.as for why the timeline is set for 10 days. Don't ask. The answer is simple. He lacks funds. The auction in the farm space requires 1,000 energy points for admission. The impoverished Chen sheds tears of a beggar. Unlike bartering, trading energy points in the farm space necessitates entering the farm trade platform or auction. The farm space auction is a unique platform within the farm space. There are no special requirements to enter the auction. The sole requirement is a ticket costing 1,000 energy points. Every farmer participating in the auction must expend 1,000 energy points. Following the auction, the platform collects a tax of 1%. All transactions are settled on the spot, with no returns accepted, due to the steep admission fee of 1,000 energy points and the 1% tax. Few farmers utilize this option. Most energy point transactions occur through the farm trade platform. However, Chen is dealing with pseudo-spiritual seeds this time. He certainly will not hesitate to part with a mere 1,000 energy points. Compared to private trading, the auction undoubtedly offers greater profit potential. After releasing the information, Chen turns his attention elsewhere. He picks up the hoe beside him and begins harvesting the recently ripened inferior-level potatoes and cabbages. It must be said, after enhancing his physical condition, Chen's labor capacity has visibly increased. Previously, when harvesting over 1,000 cabbages and potatoes, he felt somewhat fatigued. Now, as he gathers these crops, he feels an abundance of energy coursing through him. Moreover, the ordinary cabbages in his stomach continuously provide him with replenishing vigor. When weary or hungry, he simply grabs an ordinary cabbage and takes a bite, instantly rejuvenated. Over 1,000 cabbages and potatoes are uprooted at an astonishing speed. The little fellow, Huaying, though unable to assist much, flits to Chen's side from time to time. Using a piece of cloth he tore off to wipe Chen's face and sweat, embodying the very essence of a caring little companion. Meanwhile, within the farm space, tens of thousands of farmers erupt in fervor due to Chen's announcement. Vasilovsky, what do you think about the veracity of the news concerning the Great Xia farmer? Within the Arctic Bear Nation's Farmers Alliance, a group of farmers convened a video meeting at the earliest opportunity. Pseudo-spiritual grade seeds. To be frank, they themselves were uncertain about the extraordinary properties of these pseudo-spiritual grade seeds. After all, apart from the lighthouse, no other farmer possessed such seeds. The lighthouse, meanwhile, had not divulged any attributes beyond the basic seed information, showing no intention of revealing further details. Yet, in the absence of pseudo-spiritual grade seeds, they did possess extraordinary grade seeds. Those aware of the effects of extraordinary grade seeds speculated that, Even without knowledge of the pseudo-spiritual grade seeds effects, the latter must surely surpass the former. The crux of the matter lay in the evolutionary potential of the pseudo-spiritual grade seeds. Evolving an extraordinary grade seed to spiritual grade required a staggering 10 million spiritual energy points. Even the Arctic Bear Alliance had failed to produce but a few spiritual grade seeds after 3 long years. In contrast, the consumption required to evolve a pseudo-spiritual grade seed into a spiritual grade seed must undoubtedly be far less than that of an extraordinary grade seed. This was indisputable. It was akin to the necessity for an upper grade seed to expend even more spiritual energy points to evolve into a spiritual grade seed. But could it be that this chosen farmer of the Great Xia truly possessed such pseudo-spiritual grade seeds? I believe this Great Xia farmer is merely engaging in bluster, a jester seeking attention. Remarked the previous bearded farmer disdainfully. I concur. It is well known that when this Great Xia farmer entered the farming arena, the only seed he obtained was a mere low-quality cabbage seed, the lowest of the low. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly present a pseudo-spiritual grade seed? Another farmer from the Arctic Bear Nation scoffed. The other farmers chimed in, one after another, without exception, almost all dismissing the notion. No one believed the news disseminated by Chen to be authentic. They found it unsurprising that Chen possessed extraordinary grade seeds, suspecting he had secretly traded with some free farmer. Though free farmers were few in the farming space, they did exist. If Chen had traded using earth dragons, it was not beyond possibility, but pseudo-spiritual grade seeds. Unless the lighthouse had gone mad and gifted them to Chen, it was utterly impossible for this Great Xia farmer to possess such seeds. But could that be conceivable? Would the lighthouse truly gift pseudo-spiritual grade seeds to Chen? That would be insanity. Chapter 52. Divergent Intentions. The auction begins so. Shall we attend this auction? After the laughter subsided, one of the farmers from the Arctic Bear Nation inquired. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. The bearded farmer promptly shook his head, deeming it merely a jester's trick, unworthy of their time. Throughout, he had never taken Chen's words seriously, merely a waste of space who could not even unearth an extraordinary grade seed. Did he truly believe that pseudo-spiritual grade seeds were accessible to anyone? Their Arctic Bear Nation had operated within the farming space for 3 years, with thousands of farmers under their wing, and yet none had even laid eyes on a pseudo-spiritual grade seed. If they had never encountered such a thing, what grounds did Chen, this Great Xia farmer, have to claim possession? Did he think that seeds of this caliber were available to just any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Moreover, even if, for the sake of argument, Chen genuinely had one and the lighthouse had indeed lost its senses, willing to bestow a pseudo-spiritual grade seed upon him, would he dare to trade it? Don't be ridiculous. If Chen truly possessed a pseudo-spiritual grade seed, he would have hidden it away or planted it himself. How could he possibly bring it forth for trade? In the eyes of the bearded farmer, this so-called auction was nothing more than a desperate ploy by Chen to attract attention. The true auction would likely revolve around some earth dragon, perhaps accompanied by a few water resources. However, while these items might hold some allure for free farmers, they were of no interest to them whatsoever. No. Perhaps we should consider attending. Just as the bearded farmer suggested a refusal, Vasilovsky suddenly spoke up. Under the gaze of the others, Vasilovsky revealed a knowing smile, stating, according to my conjecture, this Great Xia farmer likely intends to auction the earth dragon. Thus, it would be prudent for us to attend. And we might as well auction some earth dragons ourselves. Auctioning earth dragons? The crowd was taken aback. Earth dragons had always been their strategic resource. They had never let a single one slip through their fingers. Now, Vasilovsky suggested auctioning them, but in an instant, clarity dawned upon everyone. The bearded farmer was the first to smile. Indeed, since this Great Xia farmer had set the stage for them, why not join in the performance? Chen intends to auction earth dragons? Very well, they too could auction some earth dragons. That should pose no problem. In the vernacular of the Great Xia, what is this called? Playing the supporting role. Precisely. They would merely be assisting. As for whether Chen's earth dragons would sell, that was of no concern to them. If the earth dragons failed to sell, that was Chen's own inadequacy, not their issue. Simultaneously, the lighthouse convened a video meeting. After considerable discussion, they collectively dismissed the idea of participating in the auction. Like the Arctic Bear Nation, they viewed Chen's auction as a sheer waste of time. Compared to the Arctic Bear side, They understood the significance of pseudo-spiritual grade seeds all too well. If they had pseudo-spiritual grade seeds, they would be loath to reveal them, guarding their secrets zealously, let alone gifting them away. With just a fraction of a % of spiritual energy points, one could acquire a true spiritual grade seed. Such a treasure, how could they ever consider parting with it? As for an auction, a pipe dream. At the same time, the Europa Alliance also held a similar video meeting. The auction of pseudo-spiritual grade and extraordinary grade seeds was likely just a ploy by the Great Saimdaw farmer. However, attending the auction wouldn't hurt. One burly white man intoned solemnly, "I think we should make the trip. Even if the seeds are false, this Great Saimdaw farmer is likely to offer earth dragons for auction." Previously, the lighthouse exchanged hundreds of thousands of worthless seeds for a single earth dragon. If possible, we might do the same. After a brief discussion, the Europa Alliance reached a decision. The seeds might be fake, but the earth dragons should be real. While the Arctic Bear and Lighthouse held earth dragons and might not care. They were eager. If they could acquire Su Chen's earth dragons in exchange for some worthless seeds, it would be entirely beneficial for them. Simultaneously, farmers from hundreds of countries across the globe, after deliberation or contemplation, also made their respective decisions. Those under the control of larger powers would naturally obey their masters. As for the few independent farmers, most abandoned the idea of attending the auction. Regardless of what Su Chen was auctioning, it was beyond their reach. As independents, they were simply too impoverished to snatch a morsel from the mouths of the powerful. They lacked the strength and the audacity. However, a small number of independent farmers chose to attend. As the entry fee of 1,000 spiritual energy points was not trivial, yet, what if they stumbled upon a fortuitous find? Su Chen had many valuable items. Even a mere glimpse of a fragment could suffice for their sustenance. Regarding the auction organized by Su Chen, opinions varied widely. The vast majority believed he was engaging in deception, while a select few felt he was not jesting. Yet, regardless of the multitude of opinions, Su Chen showed no inclination to clarify matters. Throughout, numerous individuals messaged Su Chen, eager to glean potential insider information, but all were met with refusal. As the days passed, 10 days in total, Su Chen's farm had harvested substandard seeds a staggering 10 times. His spiritual energy points had approached 2,000. Concurrently, he had also obtained ordinary grade, medium grade, upper grade, and even extraordinary grade and pseudo-spiritual grade seeds. The reality unfolded as Su Chen had previously anticipated. The efficacy of pseudo-spiritual grade seeds in enhancing physical attributes was merely double that of lower grade seeds. This exceeded his initial expectation of 1.8 times, though it remained within predictable limits. Over the span of 10 days, after consistently consuming these ordinary grade crops, Su Chen's physical prowess had ascended to an entirely different echelon. In terms of strength, he had previously struggled to lift 100 pounds of potatoes, but now, 100 pounds felt akin to lifting just 20 or 30. He could effortlessly toss a 100-pound sack of potatoes a dozen meters. What had once required all his strength to lift, a 300 to 400-pound sack, he could now handle with ease. Should he engage in combat now, he could easily overpower 10 versions of his former self. Moreover, this was merely a reflection of his strength. Su Chen could distinctly sense that the prolonged consumption of these ordinary grade crops had yielded enhancements beyond just power, in addition to strength, his reaction time, recovery ability, and even his vision had all seen remarkable improvements. In merely 10 days, such remarkable progress had been achieved. Clenching his fists, Su Chen felt a surge of confidence regarding the impending dangers that awaited him in half a month. In truth, the most significant improvements occurred starting from the 7th day. From that point onward, he consumed pseudo-spiritual grade cabbages daily. The enhancement effects of these cabbages on physical fitness were twice as potent as those of inferior grade crops. A single day of progress was equivalent to 2 days prior. The advancements made in the subsequent 3 days could nearly rival those of the previous 7. Furthermore, his pseudo-spiritual seeds were ripening one after another. In the next half-month, he would possess an enhancement potential comparable to that of an ordinary farmer over an entire month. In contrast, regular farmers' crops lacked any growth acceleration. Even inferior grade seeds required 14 days to mature. After that, even with daily consumption, there would only be 16 days of enhancement potential. His improvement span, combined with the preceding 10 days, amounted to over a month. Regrettably, the spiritual grade seeds could not mature at present. Su Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. If only the spiritual grade seeds could ripen, It would be even better, however. That moment was not far off. Glancing at the time, he noted that a full 10 days had elapsed. The auction was about to commence, and once he acquired sufficient spiritual energy points, his farm could be upgraded. If he could elevate his farm to the spiritual grade, allowing for the cultivation of spiritual grade seeds, that would be perfect. Shaking his head, Chen cast aside these complex thoughts and reopened the auction template. With a mere thought, he expended 1,000 spiritual energy points to activate the auction venue, followed by another 100 points to edit and send a public message. The auction time has arrived. Auction number 10001. Interested participants are requested to enter within half an hour. Latecomers will not be accommodated. Attached note. This auction features pseudo-spiritual grade potato seeds, superior grade potato seeds, earth dragons, and high-quality drinking water resources. The trading range includes spiritual energy points, various high-quality seeds, and assorted metal tools. Interested bidders should prepare accordingly. After a simple edit of the message, 100 spiritual energy points were swiftly dispatched. He did not dwell on it further. With a thought, a green aura enveloped him, and Chen's figure vanished from the farm. When he reappeared, he found himself in a quaintly decorated conference hall. This was the special function of the farm space auction, akin to teleportation. Once the auctioneer confirmed entry into the auction venue, the farm space would directly transport the farmer to the auction hall. Strutting with bravado, upon seeing the public message sent by Chen, both the Arctic Bears and the Lighthouse faction scoffed. The Lighthouse side even chose to ignore it outright. In their eyes, Chen was merely a jester. They had far more pressing matters to attend to. Julia's farm was poised for ascension, and once it achieved this, the Lighthouse would become the sole spiritual grade farm within the farm space. Similarly, once Julia's farm upgraded to the spiritual grade, it could directly cultivate spiritual grade seeds, producing even more spiritual grade seeds, ushering in an era of spiritual grade farming for the entire Lighthouse community. What would Chen amount to then? Meanwhile, the Arctic Bears, after their derisive laughter, entered the auction with a plethora of earth dragons. Concurrently, farmers from the Yoruba Alliance also flocked to join. Other scattered farmers from various nations, after enduring the pain of parting with 1,000 spiritual energy points for an entry ticket, also prepared to participate in the auction. Are you Chen? Upon entering the auction hall, Vasilovsky immediately spotted the figure at the auction stand. Without a hint of courtesy, he strode before Chen, towering over him. It must be said that, in terms of height and physique, Chen and Vasilovsky were entirely on different levels. Standing at 183 centimeters, Chen was considered tall among the people of the Great Summer. Years of training, coupled with the recent consumption of pseudo-spiritual grade cabbages, had rendered his physique well-proportioned and robust. Yet, before Vasilovsky, Chen appeared almost childlike. Vasilovsky, resembling a brown bear, stood at least 2 meters 30 or 4 tall, towering over Chen by nearly half a head. His muscular build was akin to a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His arms were nearly as thick as Chen's waist. In terms of appearance, aside from being handsome, Chen was utterly outclassed. In reality, if it came to combat prowess, 100 Chens would likely be no match for Vasilovsky. After all, Vasilovsky was among the first batch of farmers and had been operating within the farm space for 3 years. He had consumed inferior grade crops for 3 years, even if all were of the lowest quality. They were not something Chen, who had only ingested a few days' worth of cabbages, could compare with. However, it is auction time. If you have matters to discuss, please wait until after the auction concludes. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a dispassionate glance at Vasilovsky, then promptly turned his focus elsewhere. Kid, do you know who you are speaking to? Observing Chen's demeanor, a burly farmer beside Vasilovsky immediately rebuked him in a cold voice. Possessing a similarly bear-like physique, he approached Chen, exuding an overwhelming aura. Are you looking for trouble? Facing the imposing presence of the two, Chen remained unfazed, as though he were entirely oblivious to their threat. You little brat. Seeing Chen's disdainful gaze, the burly farmer was incensed. His fist, the size of a sandbag, swung towards Chen with ferocity. The fierce gust from his punch ruffled Chen's hair. As a seasoned farmer, the burly man had also been in the farm space for 3 years, his physical attributes enhanced to a terrifying degree. If that punch connected, Chen's head would likely explode like a watermelon. The other farmers in the auction hall watched this scene with mocking smiles. many of them preparing to enjoy the spectacle. A newcomer who had yet to even complete his novice phase was clashing with a veteran farmer. TSK, 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 how amusing! This newcomer was likely to be terrified. However, it was evident that Su Chen would disappoint them. Unmoved by the massive fist hurtling toward him, he remained still, even as the fist approached his face. He appeared almost dazed. Opposite him, Vasilovsky squinted, straining to catch even a hint of panic or fear in Su Chen's eyes. Yet, even at the last moment, he saw nothing. Stop! At the very last instant, Vasilovsky could no longer contain himself. Almost as soon as the command left his lips, the burly man's fist halted abruptly. The distance between his fist and Su Chen's ear was less than a centimeter. A fraction quicker, and Su Chen's head would have been a gory mess. Yet, in that moment, all of that dissipated. Coward, feeling the fist hovering near his ear, Su Chen disdainfully curled his lip. To be honest, he would have welcomed the burly man's blow. Regrettably, it was clear that this fellow lacked the courage. The disdainful words caused both the burly farmer and Vasilovsky's expressions to darken. The burly man clenched his fist tightly, nearly unable to resist the urge to strike Su Chen again. However, considering the consequences of engaging in combat during the auction, he ultimately had to abandon the thought. Should a fight break out, Su Chen might not be his match, but the repercussions of fighting in the auction hall would surely be dire. This was a lesson learned from the experiences of previous farmers. Under the special protective mechanisms of the auction hall, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act out there. His earlier aggression had merely been a test, intended to humiliate Su Chen in front of the crowd. However, it was abundantly clear that Su Chen's reaction had far exceeded their expectations. This guy's mental fortitude was rather formidable. All the farmers who had witnessed this exchange narrowed their eyes, casting a deep glance at Su Chen, mentally labeling him. Among them, aside from a few, the rest had not interacted with Su Chen before. They only knew that a new farmer had recently emerged in the farm space. The sole farmer from the Great Summer. Their first encounter with Su Chen had already defied their expectations. Upon introspection, even knowing the rules of the auction, they realized that they might not have been able to maintain such composure in Su Chen's position. Throughout the entire exchange, they had not detected even a hint of panic in Su Chen's eyes. Such psychological resilience was not something just anyone could possess. Great Summer people, you are remarkable. Chapter 54. The Reverse Scale. The Life and Death Contract indeed. I am quite well, enjoying delicious food, Su Chen replied with a radiant smile. The expressions of the burly man and Vasilovsky darkened further. Particularly, the burly farmer was so enraged that his teeth ground together. Nearly unable to restrain himself from delivering another punch to Su Chen's head. Ultimately, however, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow his anger. They both understood that if they genuinely resorted to violence, they were uncertain of Su Chen's fate, but they were quite certain of their own misfortune. This was a fundamental rule of the farm auction. Anyone who dared to strike within the auction hall would face dire consequences. Great Summer folks, is this all the skill you possess? Beyond mere verbal sparring, what else can you do? Despite their inability to act, the burly man continued to berate Su Chen relentlessly, whether here or in reality. You people from the Great Xia are merely a horde of mice, a group of Eastern invalids. The words dripped with unapologetic derision. As he spoke, the bearded man extended his right hand, raised his thumb, and then flipped it downwards. His expression was unmasked disdain and contempt. Upon hearing the words of the bearded farm owner, the crowd around them displayed smirks of mockery once again. Eastern invalids. This phrase is well known as a term laden with discrimination and insult towards the Great Xia. It symbolizes a century-long history of humiliation for the Great Xia people. In the hearts of nearly all Xia people, this term is like a reverse scale, something that must not be touched. And now, as the bearded farm owner uttered this phrase, could the Great Xia farm owner, Su Chen, continue to ignore it? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Su Chen's previously calm demeanor finally shifted. His originally indifferent gaze became unexpectedly sharp. For some unknown reason, the moment many people caught sight of Su Chen's eyes, they felt an unsettling chill run down their spines, especially the steel plate from Fusong, who instinctively turned his head, subconsciously avoiding Su Chen's gaze. At that moment, everyone knew that Su Chen was enraged. This Great Xia farm owner, who had always remained tranquil and composed, had finally succumbed to anger. Opposite Su Chen, the bearded farm owner and Vasilovsky exchanged glances at the moment they noticed Su Chen's change, both revealing smiles of triumph. They had succeeded. They had provoked Su Chen into a reaction. In the auction hall, due to the rules of the auction, no party could lay hands on another. Otherwise, they would face severe penalties. Their previous feigned aggression was merely a tactic to incite Su Chen to strike. Although Su Chen had remained largely unresponsive to their provocations before, now that they had touched the reverse scale of the Great Xia people, this previously calm farm owner had finally walked into their trap. Strike! Do it quickly. Both of their eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with unparalleled excitement. As long as Su Chen made a move, it would be his downfall. The other farm owners, recovering from their shock, once again revealed their mocking expressions. The steel plate from Fusang appeared particularly exhilarated. He still vividly recalled the humiliation Su Chen had inflicted upon him previously. This time, he had come not only to see what tricks Su Chen had up his sleeve, but primarily to sow discord. And now, before the auction had even begun, Su Chen had already caught the attention of the Arctic Bear Nation. This was simply wonderful for him. At this moment, he fervently wished for both sides to start fighting immediately. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the outcome would be precisely what he desired. After all, to him, neither the Great Xia nor the Arctic Bear were virtuous entities. If they could both suffer catastrophic losses, it would be nothing short of perfect. Meanwhile, in the real world, countless foreign onlookers watched the unfolding drama with eager excitement. The barrage of comments was filled with celebration and cheering, as nearly everyone focused on Su Chen, hoping he would take action. Conversely, the people of the Great Xia were engulfed in profound anxiety. The hearts of all Great Xia people were intertwined with worry. The provocation from the Arctic Bear Nation incited immense rage among them. Not a single Xia person could accept the moniker of Eastern Invalids. Yet now, Su Chen was merely a fledgling farm owner, and he was in this special auction venue. Should he act impulsively? The consequences would be dire. Han Xian was able to endure the humiliation beneath him. Su Chen, you must not be rash. Inside the farm space office, the director and staff wore expressions of deep concern. Under the gaze of countless individuals, Su Chen took a deep breath and finally spoke. I know your name, Grushevich. Under the provocative gaze of the bearded farm owner, Su Chen continued, to be honest, your provocations are rather clumsy. In our Great Xia, your style of incitement hardly qualifies as entry-level. Yet, I must admit, you have successfully angered me. Yuchen's voice turned icy. Eastern Invalids. This is the reverse scale of the entire Great Xia. As he spoke, his right hand lifted, and 100 points of spiritual energy vanished in an instant. Then, in Su Chen's palm, a black and red contract suddenly materialized. This is a death contract? At the sight of the object in Su Chen's hand, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. The death contract, a rather unique item within the farm space. In the farm space, farm owners could not engage one another directly. However, conflicts would inevitably arise. The death contract emerged from such circumstances. It merely required the consumption of 100 spiritual energy points to manifest such a contract in the farm space. Once signed by both parties, they would be bound to engage in a fight to the death. Until one side was completely vanquished or both fell, would the contract be terminated. This meant that once this contract was signed, one of the two parties was destined to perish. It was indeed a death contract. Upon seeing the death contract, the steel plate from Fusang was utterly exhilarated. A death contract, which guaranteed that someone would die upon signing. He never anticipated that Su Chen would produce such a thing at this moment. How dare Su Chen? Grushevich was who? The second most powerful figure in the farm space of the Arctic Bear Empire. Only second to Vasilovsky, Grushevich had survived in the farm space for 3 years. In 3 years, numerous magical tides had failed to obliterate him. And now, this mere fledgling farm owner, Su Chen, dared to sign a death contract with Grushevich. Was he seeking death? You wish to sign a death contract with me? Facing the death contract in Su Chen's hand, Grushevich looked incredulous. Beside him, Vasilovsky regarded Su Chen with an expression akin to that of a fool. Chapter 55. 1 month. The decision of life and death, whether it was Vasilovsky or Grushevich. They now looked at Su Chen as if he were a simpleton. Who but a fool would dare provoke a seasoned farm owner who had spent 3 years in the farm space? Especially one who would voluntarily request to sign a death contract. This was tantamount to courting death. Though they mocked, Grushevich's actions were swift. He directly snatched the death contract from Su Chen's hands and began to scrutinize the contents closely. 3 months later, after reviewing the contract, Grushevich chuckled. "Kid, did you write this incorrectly? You wish to challenge me in 3 months? Engage in a fight to the death? 3 months?" Upon hearing Grushevich's words, the surrounding farm owners were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Although they were somewhat surprised that the duel was not to occur immediately, what could be accomplished in 3 months? Did anyone truly believe that they could improve in 3 months to rival Grushevich, who had spent 3 years honing his abilities? These crops were not miraculous elixirs. Consuming one would not yield instant elevation. The growth of crops within the farm space was a gradual process. Even the finest ordinary grade crops required time to enhance physical capabilities. Even if Su Chen were to consume the best ordinary grade crops daily, what could 3 months accomplish? Let alone 3 months, even if given 3 years. Su Chen might not catch up to Grushevich as strength. After all, did Grushevich not have 3 years of strengthening? This was an insurmountable deadlock. 3 months? This was sheer folly. Do not sign. Please, do not sign. Outside the farm space, countless Great Xia people felt their hearts intertwine in anxiety. Almost everyone prayed for Su Chen to refrain from signing this contract. Facing a seasoned farm owner, should Su Chen sign this contract? It would undoubtedly lead to his demise, Director. Is there no way to contact Su Chen? This contract must not be signed. He is far too impulsive. Inside the Great Xia farm space office, the staff members were like ants on a hot pan. In a state of frantic anticipation, faced with the inquiries of his subordinates, the director of the farm space office fell silent. Contact Su Chen? Their only opportunity to reach him had already passed. To contact him again, they would have to wait until next year. As for other means of communication, if there had been any, he would have reached out long ago. Why would he still be waiting here? Suddenly, the director thought of something. Quickly contact the Ba Sheep Nation, have them reach out to their farm owners, and then contact Su Chen, urging him not to act rashly. Ba Sheep Nation? The staff were momentarily taken aback. Director, will they agree to contact us? One staff member voiced concern. The Ba Sheep Nation had once maintained a strong alliance with the Great Xia. However, since the decline of the Great Xia, they had adopted a somewhat ambivalent stance towards them. Would they even agree to reach out now? Let's try contacting them first. The director said no more and issued the command. Upon hearing this, the staff member immediately nodded and turned to contact the Ba Sheep Farm Management Bureau. Having completed these tasks, the only thing the director could do was continue to wait. Aside from this, there is no other way. Some may question why we do not directly resort to war. With 2 billion people and such formidable military strength, how could the Great Xia possibly be unable to defeat a mere Arctic bear? In truth, if it were possible, the Great Xia would have acted long ago. However, one must understand this. Since the advent of the farm space, the world has been shrouded in a mysterious power. Between nations, there have emerged narrow yet profound chasms, akin to the depths of the abyss. Within these chasms lie countless malevolent creatures lurking in the shadows. Any force attempting to cross these chasms would be torn to shreds by these monsters. Given the existence of these chasms, unless the opposing nation willingly allows passage, only those granted permission will have the opportunity to be transported into the other realm. Otherwise, no one can force their way through these barriers. Even the most advanced weaponry would be powerless against the seemingly narrow confines of these chasms. Thus, the threat of war has become a mere jest since the arrival of the farm space. War? Speak of it once you possess the ability to traverse these barriers. Why is the farm space so crucial? The answer lies therein. In the present Blue Star, the sole source for resolving crises and conflicts is the farm space. The stronger the farm owner within the farm space, the more authoritative their words become. Conversely, if one lacks the strength, they are not even worthy to speak. Presently, their only course of action is to thwart Su Chen from signing the contract as much as possible. It is not that they look down upon Su Chen. Rather, it is simply that his time in the farm space has been far too brief. In the farm space, facing Gruafavi's derisive laughter, Su Chen touched his nose, contemplating, and then slowly spoke. 3 months is indeed somewhat excessive. Excessive? Gruafavi sneered. Are you having second thoughts? It is typical for you Great Xia people to be indecisive. That moment. A youth suddenly approached Su Chen, whispering a few words while discreetly relaying some information. I understand. Upon hearing the young man's words and reviewing the information he provided, Su Chen shook his head slightly and turned his gaze back to Gruafavi. Second thoughts? Su Chen smiled. Yet this smile inexplicably sent a chill down Gruafavi's spine. 3 months is too long. Let us make it 1 month instead. Guard your head well. After 1 month, I shall come to collect. With a shift of thought, the content of the death contract in Gruafavi's hand transformed from 3 months to 1 month. In 1 month's time, the death arena would determine life and death. Su Chen hearing Su Chen's voice, the young man beside him turned pale. He was a farm owner from the Xia Nation and had just received word from outside urging him to thwart Su Chen as much as possible. Yet, he had only just contacted Su Chen when the latter audaciously reduced the duel period from 3 months to 1 month. What did you say? 1 month? Gruafavi's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his ears as if doubting his own hearing. 1 month. This Great Xia individual dared to shorten the 3-month period to 1 month. The surrounding farm owners were equally incredulous, voicing their astonishment. Had they lost their minds, or had Su Chen? Was he courting death by hastening his demise? If you lack the courage, you need not sign. Before the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Su Chen spoke again. Good, excellent, Gruafavi retorted with a sardonic grin. Since you are prepared to meet your end, I shall oblige you. Sickly Great Xia, cherish your remaining time. Accompanied by a cold laugh, Gruafavi bit his finger and inscribed his name upon the contract. Upon completion, a black-red symbol emanating a deathly aura slowly rose from the contract, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, 2 streams of light surged into the bodies of Su Chen and Gruafavi, manifesting a black-red character for death on each of their wrists. Beside the character, a countdown timer appeared, indicating 30 days upon witnessing the signing of the contract. The surrounding farm owners revealed excited smiles. Meanwhile, Richuan Gangban could hardly contain his exhilaration, nearly leaping in joy. It was evident that in the ensuing month, regardless of any advantages Su Chen might possess, he could never elevate his physical prowess to match Gruafavi's level. Consequently, Su Chen's demise was inevitable. There was no second possibility. If Su Chen were to fall, would anyone remain in Great Xia? As the last chosen one of Great Xia, should Su Chen perish, the already dwindling arable resources would diminish by another 20%. Moreover, for an entire year, no new farm owners would emerge in Great Xia. In that time, how many would starve? The foolish inhabitants of Great Xia were destined to meet their end. Mr. Su Chen, you have acted too impulsively. The youth from Baiyang could not help but exclaim with a sigh. It matters not, Su Chen smiled, offering no further words. Impulsive? He had never been impulsive. Everything had been calculated. Within a month, without fail, Gruafavi would perish. He allowed others to mock him as they pleased. It was of no consequence. By ignoring them, the mockers would eventually grow bored, perhaps even embarrassed. Indignation would only fuel their excitement if he were to react. While he could tolerate their taunts, he could not abide the term sickly oriental. No Great Xia individual could accept such an affront. The century-long history was something no Great Xia citizen should, nor would, ever forget. Casting a glance at the time, Su Chen cleared his throat and stepped onto the stage. Well, the time has nearly come. Those who were meant to arrive have arrived, so let us commence the first auction. Wait. Just as Su Chen was about to begin, Gruafavi interjected, once again interrupting him. Su Chen's auction must feature incredibly valuable items. Before we proceed, why not let us offer a few appetizers for Su Chen? Appetizers. All the farm owners who had returned to their seats were momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the implications. It seems they intend to disrupt the proceedings. Mr. Su Chen, I trust you won't mind if we share a few words. Having stated his intent, Gruafavi wore a smile as he looked at Su Chen, seemingly inquiring politely. Yet, before Su Chen could respond, Gruafavi turned his gaze back to the hundreds of farm owners below. This time, leveraging Su Chen's platform, we present you with a special auction item. As he spoke, Gruafavi casually produced a plump earthworm from his farm. Nearly 20 centimeters long, the earthworm writhed around Gruafavi's fingers. An earthworm? Seeing the creature in Gruafavi's hand, the farm owners erupted in exclamations. Indeed, an earthworm, Gruafavi beamed. Today, we present to you 20 complete earthworms, each of which can be divided into 10 portions, totaling 200 auction items. For those interested, please proceed to Auction House 10002. We await your presence there. With that, Gruafavi cast a triumphant glance at Su Chun, his expression radiating provocation. He knew Su Chun intended to auction earthworms, and he was aware that Su Chun possessed only one incomplete specimen. Now, he was offering 20 complete ones for auction. Su Chun, prepare to be left in the dust. With these 20 earthworms, he could saturate the market. If that were insufficient, he could produce even more. After all, earthworms were plentiful in their Arctic Nation's farms. Once the market was saturated, how could Su Chun sell his earthworms? Gruafavi coldly laughed, then, alongside Vasilov, exited Su Chun's auction venue. The farm owners exchanged glances and, one by one, began to vanish from Su Chun's auction. Compared to Su Chun, they were far more enticed by Gruafavi's offerings, especially those from more powerful nations. 20 complete earthworms. If they could acquire even one, it would be a tremendous boon. Before long, over half of the hundreds of farm owners had disappeared. As Gruafavi's auction gathered the remaining crowd, he promptly commenced the bidding. Thank you all for your support. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Each portion of earthworm starts at a base price of 1,000 spiritual energy points, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 1,000 spiritual energy points. Let the bidding begin. 1,000 spiritual energy points? Upon hearing Gruafavi's starting bid, many gasped in astonishment. 2,000 spiritual energy points. Some even shouted their bids. 3,000 spiritual energy points. 5,000 spiritual energy points. 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the price of a single earth dragon carcass surged from 1,000 to 10,000. Moreover, this figure continues to skyrocket. For a novice farm owner like Su Chun, 1,000 spirit points is no trivial sum. Yet, for those seasoned farm owners, what does 1,000 spirit points amount to? After 2 or even 3 years of operation, who among them does not possess tens of millions, if not more, in spirit points? A mere few thousand or tens of thousands of spirit points is insignificant to them. How infuriating! It is utterly shameless. In the real world, countless members of the Great Saimdaw community, witnessing everything unfold in the live stream, seethe with rage, wishing they could storm the auction house and tear Grushevich to shreds. However, all they can do is harbor their feelings of helplessness, unable to take action. What can they do? They are merely individuals who have entered the farm space for a few months, possessing only the most basic seeds of the lowest tier, with no precious resources to spare. How could they assist Su Chun? Stay calm. Let them auction, Su Chun responded, remaining unperturbed despite the urgency of the young farm owner from the Xia Nation. Did they really think they could snatch away his food? These polar bears must be dreaming. With a smile, Su Chun retrieved a seed from his farm. His thoughts stirred, and in the next moment, the seed's attributes quietly revealed themselves to the crowd. This is a pseudo-spiritual level seed? The moment the remaining few foreign onlookers caught sight of the seed in Su Chun's hand, they sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief, their faces filled with shock and incredulity. A pseudo-spiritual level seed? This is impossible. In the same auction house, Ri Chuan Gangban, who had also come to watch, gasped in astonishment. He could hardly believe his eyes. A pseudo-spiritual level seed. How could Su Chun possibly possess one? In disbelief, Ri Chuan Gangban slapped himself, hoping to awaken from this dream. After one slap, his face swelled, yet the translucent attribute panel before Su Chun remained steadfast. Gulp. After delivering another slap to himself, Ri Chuan Gangban finally confirmed the authenticity of the situation. This is not an illusion. Su Chun truly possesses a pseudo-spiritual level seed. Similarly, upon realizing the truth, other farm owners couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. In the next moment, nearly all of them instinctively made the same decision. Quick! Contact all domestic farm owners. Gather resources immediately. Hurry! The majority present were unaware of the true effects of a pseudo-spiritual level seed. Like Su Chun before, they only knew that such seeds were exceptionally unique. However, under the lighthouse's blockade, few knew the genuine special attributes of pseudo-spiritual level seeds. Nevertheless, this did not deter their desire for such seeds. The mere fact that even the lighthouse, which possessed spiritual level seeds, treated pseudo-spiritual level seeds with such secrecy indicated their significance. No one is a fool. The more tightly something is guarded, the more valuable it is. Previously, they had only heard of pseudo-spiritual level seeds without ever seeing one. Now, right before them, a pseudo-spiritual level seed lies within their reach. Such an opportunity, how could they possibly let it slip away? Not only the farm owners, but even Richuan Gangban, Su Chen's sworn enemy, immediately relayed the news to the domestic Fusang farm owners. This pseudo-spiritual level seed is mine. His eyes gleamed with greed. Utterly unmasked, what? That Great Saimdaw farm owner truly has a pseudo-spiritual level seed? Indeed, without a doubt. I have seen it with my own eyes. The moment the news spread, the entire farm space erupted in chaos. A pseudo-spiritual level seed. Su Chen actually possesses one. Quickly, contact all farm owners, gather every resource available. After just a moment of shock, the farm owners from various nations regained their composure and made the same decision. At that instant, the entire farm space was shaken by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Whether they understood the special nature of pseudo-spiritual level seeds or not, nearly everyone reached a consensus. Meanwhile, in auction house 10002, Grushevich's auction continued with fervor. The bidding was intensely competitive, as farm owners vied for their share of the Earth Dragon. With just a little time to cultivate, they could raise a complete Earth Dragon. Such temptation was irresistible. In just a few short minutes, several Earth Dragons had already been sold, with Grushevich raking in over 1 million spirit points. His grin nearly stretched to his ears, reveling in the moment. The sickly inhabitants of Great Saimdaw think they can contend with us? Observing the increasingly fervent bidding below, Grushevich couldn't help but scoff once more. But just in the next moment, what? A pseudo-spiritual level seed? A shout erupted from the auction stage. Before Grushevich could grasp the situation, the individual who shouted vanished from the auction house. It was as if a butterfly effect had transpired. Following that farm owner, one after another, they disappeared in astonishment. The speed was astonishing. In an instant, the majority of the previously fervent bidders had vanished, and those who remained were also rapidly disappearing. What on earth is happening? As the once bustling auction hall emptied, Grushevich's expression darkened instantly. The situation seemed dire. It appeared they had stumbled into a significant dilemma. Just then, Vasilov approached with a grim expression. As he spoke, he presented the latest news to Grushevich. A pseudo-spiritual level seed? Upon reading the content, Grushevich's pupils constricted sharply. Yes, a pseudo-spiritual level seed. That damned Great Saimdaw individual has produced a pseudo-spiritual level seed. Beside Grushevich, Vasilov nodded solemnly. We are in serious trouble. Chapter 58. Starting price, 5 million. This is a grave predicament. After confirming the news of Su Chen possessing a pseudo-spiritual level seed, both Vasilov and Grushevich felt a chill run down their spines. Only now did they realize they had underestimated this chosen one from Great Saimdaw all along. This enigmatic Great Saimdaw farm owner has repeatedly challenged their worldview. Now, he has produced a precious item they themselves have never possessed, a pseudo-spiritual level seed. How many more trump cards does Su Chen hold? For the first time, they felt a profound sense of dread. Connecting the dots of Su Chen's previous actions and his earlier words, Grushevich inexplicably felt a chill. Gazing at the death contract on his wrist, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. The word death on his wrist now loomed like an abyss, enveloping his heart. Once inside, if possible, he should provoke this Great Saimdaw chosen one. Hoping to incite an immediate duel. This Great Saimdaw chosen one is far more terrifying than we imagined. We must eliminate this threat at the root. Vasilov, standing beside Grushevich, spoke with a weighty tone. After multiple encounters, he no longer dared to underestimate Su Chen. Understood, Grushevich squinted his eyes, a cold glint flickering momentarily within them. Although he still could not fathom how Su Chen could pose a threat to him within a mere month. It was irrelevant now. This farmer from Daxia was undeniably too perilous. They absolutely could not allow him to continue his rise. This is impossible. How could that despicable Daxia man possess pseudo-spiritual level seeds? At the lighthouse, Smith was taken aback upon receiving news from one of his subordinates. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! This must be a lie. It cannot be true." Smith was beside himself, unable to believe or accept this reality. Just recently, He had issued an order to isolate Su Chun. Shouldn't Su Chun now be stranded and struggling? Why could he suddenly produce pseudo-spiritual level seeds? Smith, what on earth is going on? Before Smith could grasp the situation, a message appeared in his communication channel. Upon reading it, his expression changed, and he quickly replied, "I apologize, Miss Julia, but I am also unaware of what is happening." Unaware? As Julia read Smith's response, her brows furrowed slightly. Useless, cursing under her breath, she promptly severed the connection with Smith. Looking at the messages sent by her subordinates, Julia fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, she finally made a decision. "Dacia's chosen one? How many trump cards are you concealing from us?" With a whisper, Julia's tall and voluptuous figure was enveloped by the transmission light of the farm's space. In the next moment, she vanished from the farm. Initially, she was infuriated with Su Chun, but now she found herself oddly curious about this Dacia chosen one. Through repeated encounters with Smith and his associates, she increasingly sensed that Su Chun was extraordinary. It seemed as though he harbored many secrets unknown to outsiders. She yearned to uncover what mysteries lay within Su Chun, preferably extracting all his secrets for herself. This time, she did not intend to let those inept individuals approach Su Chun. Instead, she wished to personally seek out Su Chun's secrets and unearth them herself. What the hell? Su God truly possesses pseudo-spiritual level seeds. In the real world, the moment Su Chun unveiled the pseudo-spiritual level seeds, the entire Dacia was in an uproar. Previously, when Su Chun synthesized the pseudo-spiritual level seeds, the attributes of the seeds were obscured by the system, leaving them unseen. Furthermore, Su Chun had refrained from displaying these attributes outside of the privacy protection period. Due to Su Chun's accelerated growth rate, the growth period of these seeds differed significantly from normal seeds. Coupled with Su Chun's deliberate concealment, some ordinary low to medium-grade seeds were not blessed by Huaying. The consequence was that the pseudo-spiritual level seeds required only 7 days to mature, while the low-grade ordinary seeds also required 7 days. Amidst the chaotic time disparities and the inability to discern specific attributes, the outside world remained oblivious to the true level of these seeds. Additionally, once ordinary crops matured, they provided a tenfold increase in the real world, whether they were low-grade or special-grade ordinary seeds. This led the outside world to overlook the fact that Su Chun possessed pseudo-spiritual level seeds. When Su Chun announced the auction of the pseudo-spiritual level seeds, even among the Dacia people, very few took it seriously. After all, pseudo-spiritual level seeds were exceedingly precious. In the entire farm space, who besides the lighthouse could possess them? Yet now, right before their eyes, Su Chun had indeed produced pseudo-spiritual level seeds. Truly, Su God, YYDS. Once everything became clear, all the Dacia people were filled with excitement. Regardless of how Su Chun acquired the pseudo-spiritual level seeds, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that they had them. With the pseudo-spiritual level seeds in hand, Dacia would completely shatter the long-standing blockade imposed by the lighthouse. Moreover, Su Chun's safety concerns would be entirely resolved. But why auction them off? Many Dacia people felt perplexed. Such invaluable seeds should be kept for oneself, right? This sentiment was echoed among the staff in the farm space office, who were equally bewildered. "Director, should we contact the Bayon Kingdom and have them reach out to Su Chun again?" After a moment of hesitation, an office worker voiced their thoughts. "Pseudo-spiritual level seeds are far too precious to simply sell." In response to the inquiries of his subordinates, the office director pondered for a moment before shaking his head. But the proposing staff member wore an anxious expression. "There are no buts. Since entering the farm space until now, has anyone found fault with Su Chun?" This statement quelled all their worries. Upon careful reflection, it seemed to be true. Many of their seemingly reckless actions had, in fact, posed no issues for Su Chun. Everything appeared to be under his control. What we need to do now is protect Su Chun's family. As for everything else, I trust Su Chun will handle it far better. The director spoke solemnly to his subordinates. Moving forward, our focus will be on Su Chun's family. After this, those foreign devils will likely be driven to desperation. 10001 Auction House. All right, the auction time has arrived. I believe there is no need for excessive words. Let us proceed directly to the main topic. Seeing that the auction attendees had gathered, Su Chun wasted no time. With his right hand in a loose grip, an unassuming seed materialized before the crowd. The moment the seed appeared, thousands of eyes in the venue ignited with fervor. Many gazes brimmed with insatiable greed. Pseudo-spiritual level cabbage seed. Starting bid, 5 million energy points. Each subsequent bid must exceed 100,000 energy points. The auction begins. Chapter 59. The brother truly lives up to his title 5 million energy points? Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, the crowd, who had been prepared and eager to bid, suddenly found their breath hitching. Wow! This Daxia man must have lost his mind over energy points. 5 million? What a joke. In the real world, upon hearing the price called out by Su Chen, the foreigners, who were already dissatisfied with Su Chen's possession of pseudo-spiritual level seeds and had been cursing him, erupted in anger. Even the Daxia people widened their eyes in astonishment at the price. 5 million energy points. What a staggering figure, calculating based on a single low-grade ordinary cabbage providing 1 energy point upon maturation. 5 million energy points equated to 5 million low-grade ordinary cabbage seeds. Without any buffs, this amount was nearly equivalent to the maximum harvest of growing low-grade ordinary seeds in a primary farm for 35,000 days. This price was simply outrageous. Gulp. Not far from Su Chen, a young farmer from Beiyang Kingdom could not help but swallow hard. Counting on his fingers, he realized it would take him at least 35,000 days to gather such energy points, leaving him parched. A single seed was worth over 35,000 days of his harvest. My goodness. Could he even live for 90 years in the farm space? Is this the true power of a brother? After a rough calculation, the young man felt almost dazed. However, his gaze quickly ignited with fervor. A brother is a brother, whether in the real world or the farm space. Even if he momentarily fell from grace, he would soar like a dragon upon encountering a storm. This is what a true brother is. At the auction site, after hearing Su Chen's quoted price, a moment of silence ensued before an uproar erupted. Aside from the lighthouse, no other farmer could accept this price. 5 million? Surely they must be out of their minds. And this was merely the starting price. What does starting price mean? It is the minimum price, the lowest. With so many energy points, wouldn't it be better for them to directly upgrade low-grade special seeds to spiritual level seeds? Only those from the lighthouse remained silent, internally scoffing, a bunch of country bumpkins, utterly unaware of the value of pseudo-spiritual level seeds. They understood that this price was far from high. In fact, if they could purchase the seed at this price, it would be an absolute steal. Naturally, they would never disclose this information, as they hoped to profit quietly. Ideally, those country bumpkins would be scared off, allowing them to acquire the seed at the lowest possible price, which would be perfect. Unfortunately, their aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. Observing the commotion below, yet no one willing to bid, Su Chen pondered briefly and discerned the reason. Thus far, only he and the lighthouse had encountered pseudo-spiritual level seeds. Only he and those from the lighthouse understood their value. It was no wonder these people lacked discernment. With that thought, Su Chen smiled slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that this price may be difficult to accept, but I assure you, it is absolutely worth every penny. Worth every penny? Before Su Chen could finish, a voice interrupted him. Daxia man, while pseudo-spiritual level seeds are indeed precious, spending 5 million to acquire them? You, the people of the Great Xia, truly remain as despicable as ever, resorting to unscrupulous means even in trade. How laughable! Following the source of the sound, one can see in the corner of the auction hall a figure resembling a grizzly bear. His body cloaked in a dense mane of hair, striding confidently onto the stage. The face of this bearded giant bears an unmistakable smirk. The newcomer is none other than Grushevich, with a provocative intent to incite Su Chen into a duel at this very moment. He now seizes every opportunity to taunt him, to provoke Su Chen, to enrage Su Chen, to obliterate Su Chen. This was a plan devised by Grushevich and Vasilovskij after recognizing the potential threat posed by Su Chen. Su Chen is far too dangerous. They must extinguish his flame before it can ignite. Mr. Grushevich, this is Amaterasu Chen's auction time. Please refrain from disrupting the order of the venue. Thank you. Su Chen had yet to utter a word. It was the young farm owner from the Beiyang Kingdom who boldly stepped forward, standing defiantly in front of Grushevich. What do you think you are? Get lost. Seeing the youth from Beiyang blocking his path, Grushevich's laughter turned cold, his voice dripping with contempt. Beiyang. Just a mere insignificant nation, no more than an ant, pathetically weak in reality, with only a handful of low-tier farm owners in the farming space. Their very survival is in jeopardy, with farm owners falling victim to the magic tide every month. What right does such a third-rate country have to speak to me? Humiliated by Grushevich's blatant derision. The young man from Ba Yang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes instantly bloodshot. What, do you wish to resort to violence? Noticing the youth's reaction, Grushevich scoffed even more, taking a step forward, his massive, bear-like frame looming over the young man. Gazing down upon him with disdain. Standing at over 2 meters tall, Grushevich made the young man, who barely exceeded 170, appear diminutive in comparison. There was no doubt that if a physical confrontation ensued, Grushevich's fist, the size of a sandbag, could reduce the young man to mere pulp. Confronted with Grushevich's overwhelming presence, fear welled up in the youth's eyes as he struggled to maintain his composure. Enough! Just as he was on the verge of retreating, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Grushevich, are you certain you wish to cause a disturbance in my auction hall? Su Chen's icy tone pierced the air. Disturbance? No, no, no. I am merely Grushevich grinned, but his words faltered upon meeting Su Chen's frigid gaze. The remainder of his sentence caught in his throat. A chill swept through him as he realized his precarious position. Grushevich hesitated to continue. After several encounters, he knew well that Su Chen was far from a naive figure. Moreover, this was Su Chen's domain. His intention was to provoke, but if he were to face consequences from the auction hall, it would be a fool's errand. I am curious to see how your seeds will fetch 5 million at auction. Do you truly believe everyone is a fool? With a derisive chuckle, Grushevich made a pointed remark before returning to his seat. Casting a deep glance at Grushevich, Su Chen patted the young man's shoulder and then turned to address the agitated farm owners below. I understand there are many questions among you, so now, please observe this. As he spoke, Su Chen projected the attributes of his seed onto the auction hall, directly investing a point of spiritual energy into it. Chapter 60. The Sky-High Auction. 8 million. What is Su Chen trying to do? In the reality of the world, countless Great Xia people were left in utter confusion. Almost everyone was baffled by Su Chen's intentions. Observing the projected attribute panel, it appeared there was no significant change. No, wait. Look at the seeds level. Suddenly, a viewer from Great Xia seemed to have made a discovery and exclaimed, 0.1100, 000? What does this mean? As the string of numbers appeared, the majority of onlookers were left dumbfounded. This is the upgrade evolution value of the spiritual energy points. In an instant, a barrage of messages flooded the live stream, enlightening the crowd. Spiritual energy point upgrade evolution value? 100,000 spiritual energy points? My heavens, that is far too much. Upon grasping this revelation, many felt a sense of astonishment. 100,000 spiritual energy points. While this number might seem insignificant for the Great Xia, it was nothing short of astronomical. Prior to the establishment of a formal farm owner in Great Xia, they had never possessed even 10,000 spiritual energy points. The sudden emergence of 100,000 spiritual energy points was enough to leave them incredulous. Akin to a penniless individual suddenly presenting a dowry of 100,000. Is it too much? In the auction hall, upon witnessing the numbers displayed on the attribute panel, the farm owners, who had initially been in a frenzy, were plunged into a profound silence. 100,000 spiritual energy points is a lot? Nonsense, crash. Following a brief silence, the auction hall erupted once more into a cacophony. I bid 6 million. Suddenly, a voice rang out, forcefully elevating the initial price of 5 million to 6 million. Instantly, the audience from Great Xia fell into a collective gasp. 6 million? My goodness. Does this seed truly warrant such an abundance of spiritual energy points? All the people of Great Xia were left speechless. They had just begun to think that 100,000 spiritual energy points was a bit exaggerated. Yet now, to these foreign bidders, 5 million and 6 million seemed merely numbers. Unaware of the intricacies, the people of Great Xia could hardly fathom the situation. However, the absurdity was only just beginning. As if a domino effect had been triggered, the next moment, voices began to emerge in rapid succession. I bid 650,000. I bid 670,000. I bid 690,000. A chorus of bids echoed throughout the auction hall, upon realizing the true attributes of the pseudo-spiritual level seed. Nearly every farm owner from nations with any semblance of power had gone mad. Damn. Observing this scene, both Grushevich and Vasilovskij wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. The moment Su Chen revealed the attribute panel, they sensed trouble. Yet, they had never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. While the lower-tier farm owners might still be oblivious to the underlying reasons, they were now painfully aware. It was only now that they understood that upgrading a pseudo-spiritual level seed required a mere 1/100th of the spiritual energy points needed for an elite ordinary seed. 100,000 spiritual energy points could elevate a pseudo-spiritual level seed to a true spiritual level, while an elite ordinary seed required a staggering 10 million spiritual energy points for its enhancement. Thus, even if they were to acquire the seed for 5 million, it would be an undeniable bargain. With this knowledge, how could the capable farm owners not be tempted? A few million spiritual energy points might be out of reach for a single farm owner. But what about 10 farm owners? 100 farm owners? Within the farming spaces, aside from a few insignificant nations and Great Xia, which had seemingly been cursed, even peculiar nations like the Divine Ox Country boasted over 100 farm owners. Larger nations like the Northern Bear would certainly have at least 200 farm owners. Combined with the high-quality seeds and various superior resources in their possession, the quantity of spiritual energy points they commanded was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The bidding became increasingly frenzied. Should we participate? Beside Grushevich, another farm owner from the Northern Bear gazed longingly at the seed in Su Chen's hands, a pseudo-spiritual level seed. Who would not desire to possess it? In fact, it was not just this farm owner. Even Grushevich and Vasilovskij felt an overwhelming sense of greed and yearning in their hearts at this moment. Should we take part? After a moment of hesitation, Vasilovskij finally made a decision. 8 million. His coarse voice suddenly reverberated through the auction hall, momentarily halting the frenzied competition. 8 million. The farm owners in the corner turned to look at Vasilovskij with expressions of intrigue. Many even wore bemused smiles, as if watching a clown. Just moments ago, these two had claimed that only a fool would buy Su Chen's seeds. Yet now, they had thrown themselves into the fray. The implications of this shift were certainly amusing even for those with thick skin. The two men felt their faces flush under the myriad of mocking gazes. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to steel themselves against the scrutiny. Continuing to assert, we, the Northern Bear, bid 8 million. Surely, no one can surpass our offer. In the face of their pride, it was evident that the pseudo-spiritual level seed held greater significance. What was pride worth? Wouldn't it be more rewarding to secure the pseudo-spiritual seed and elevate it to a spiritual level? An 8 million price tag was already astronomical. The previous highest bid had barely exceeded 7 million. Yet Vasilovskij had raised the stakes by a full million. In an instant, many were utterly stunned. Although they possessed more than just a handful of energy points, exceeding that number came at an exorbitant cost. Even if the pseudo-spiritual seed still held some profit, that profit had been severely curtailed. For them, it seemed somewhat impractical. 8,500,000. Just as Vasilovsky sighed in relief and prepared to negotiate the final transaction, a cold yet alluring voice suddenly echoed through the air. Vasilovsky, who was ready to demand the seeds, felt his expression stiffen instantly. Could it be her? To his astonishment, Miss Julia was also participating in the bidding. Following the source of the voice, he gazed towards the center of the auction hall. There stood a figure, statuesque and voluptuous, adorned in a striking red gown, her fair skin and exquisite beauty captivating all. Within a few meters of her, there was an absence of any other souls. Several farm owners from the lighthouse had driven away the surrounding crowd, creating a void around her. What could this mean for Miss Julia? As he beheld that mesmerizing figure, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in Vasilovsky's eyes, quickly replaced by a dark scowl. Chapter 61. I have an abundance of seeds. Are you certain you can handle them? 8,500,000, Mr. Su Chen. I shall acquire every pseudo-spiritual seed you possess. In response to Vasilovsky's inquiry, Julia did not even cast him a glance. Her seductive gaze was fixated solely on Su Chen. The audacity! Vasilovsky's expression darkened further upon hearing her words, his jaw clenched in frustration. He was uncertain of the quantity of pseudo-spiritual seeds in Su Chen's possession, but it seemed unlikely to be many. Given Julia's prowess, it was indeed plausible that she could consume them all. If that were the case, they would truly miss a golden opportunity. Having previously underestimated the rarity of pseudo-spiritual seeds, they could not allow such a treasure to slip through their fingers. 8,600,000. After a moment of struggle, Vasilovsky finally gritted his teeth and spoke. 0.9 million. Julia still did not look at Vasilovsky directly. Her enchanting voice rang out once more, raising the price by a staggering 400,000. The other farm owners present were taken aback. Only Julia, the core figure of the lighthouse, renowned as the chosen one, could afford such extravagance. The resources at her disposal were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. 9 million. A display of audacity. Vasilovsky, on the other hand, was seething with frustration. The price of 9 million had far exceeded his expectations. Although he could procure such a sum, as the leader of the Arctic Bear Empire, overseeing over 200 farm owners, his resources were not insignificant. Yet, to spend 9 million on a single seed, moreover, from Su Chen, their adversary, was this not tantamount to aiding the enemy? Grinding his teeth, Vasilovsky ultimately had to relinquish the notion of continuing the bidding. He recognized that Julia was determined to have it. Continuing would only allow Su Chen to benefit as an opportunist. This posed no advantage for him, especially with the impending duel between Grushevich and Su Chen. The more energy points Su Chen possessed, the greater the threat to them. If he were to utilize millions of energy points to enhance his physique, it would spell disaster. As Vasilovsky conceded defeat, the other farm owners, though tempted by the pseudo-spiritual seeds, also abandoned the idea of further bidding, deterred by the exorbitant price and Julia's stature. Su Chen, may we proceed with the transaction now? Observing that everyone had withdrawn, Julia parted her crimson lips, her sultry voice resounding once more. Every male farm owner present felt their hearts race. What a siren! They gazed at Julia's curvaceous form, their eyes ablaze with desire. The transaction can proceed. However, at the auction podium, Su Chen rubbed his nose, inquiring whether Miss Julia was indeed certain about acquiring all of his pseudo-spiritual seeds. Of course, Julia smiled seductively, her fleeting beauty rendering nearly every male farm owner momentarily entranced. Had it not been for her status and strength, they might have found it difficult to suppress their baser instincts and approached her without restraint. Even the female farm owners found themselves momentarily dazed. I believe Miss Julia should reconsider. After all, I possess quite a number of seeds. At the podium, Su Chen remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by Julia's stunning visage. Just present the seeds for trade. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Before Julia could respond, a sycophant from the lighthouse interjected, clearly displeased. Indeed, how many seeds could you possibly have? 3 or 5. Present them all. Do you truly believe we, the lighthouse, are like your great Xia? Millions of energy points are beyond your reach? Another lackey sneered. Their disdain for Su Chen was palpable. While pseudo-spiritual seeds were indeed scarce, they were not entirely without them. In fact, they held Su Chen's actions of auctioning off such valuable seeds in contempt. Such significant seeds should be retained for personal advancement and farm development, rather than squandered in an auction, an act tantamount to self-sabotage. However, in the next moment, the smirks on their faces froze, their pupils narrowing in disbelief. These are all pseudo-spiritual seeds? As Su Chen suddenly revealed dozens of seeds in his hands, their voices trembled. A collective gasp erupted in the auction hall as the other farm owners stood in astonishment. Dozens of pseudo-spiritual seeds? What a jest! How could Su Chen possibly possess such a quantity? From where had he acquired these seeds? All were rendered incapable of maintaining their composure. They had never even seen such items before. And yet here was Su Chen with dozens. How long had he been in the farm space? Had their years of struggle been in vain? Such an abundance of pseudo-spiritual seeds. How could this be? Not only the others, but even Julia, who had exuded confidence, felt her heart race at this revelation. Her breath quickened. Dozens of pseudo-spiritual seeds. The total number she had ever obtained was barely equivalent to this. Who was she? The foremost figure within the farm space. The chosen one. The goddess of destiny, and Su Chen. Merely a lowly individual from Great Xia, who had yet to even unearth a common seed upon entering the farm. The stark disparity left Julia, once perceived as an untouchable deity, struggling to maintain her composure. Years of cultivated demeanor began to crumble. Recalling her previous declarations, Julia's complexion paled. Even with the entirety of the lighthouse's resources, she could scarcely consume dozens of pseudo-spiritual seeds. It was not impossible to acquire them all, but doing so would obliterate her farm's upgrade plans. Miss Julia, please proceed. Unaware of Julia's internal turmoil, nor desiring to know, Chen revealed the dozens of pseudo-spiritual seeds and directly accessed the auction's trading platform, placing all the seeds within. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent trading panel materialized before Julia. Chapter 62. Tremendous gains. Overnight Wealth Point 1 statement had placed Julia in an untenable position, leaving her utterly at a loss. Caught between a rock and a hard place, an immense awkwardness enveloped her. Her stunning visage flushed crimson. 50 pseudo-spiritual seeds. If auctioned at 9 million each, she would require a staggering 450 million energy points. 450 million energy points. That was no trivial sum. Although she possessed a considerable amount, it had been amassed over 3 years by the 200 farm owners under the lighthouse and the thousands more subjected to its control. After accounting for expenditures over those 3 years, she found herself with just over 700 million energy points remaining. Of that, 500 million was earmarked for upgrading her farm to a spiritual level. If she were to allocate 450 million to Chen, the timeline for her farm's upgrade would be delayed by several months, if not longer. How could she possibly produce such a sum? Yet, should she fail to do so, having previously proclaimed her intentions so fervently before all, her dignity would be utterly compromised. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Miss Julia, the sycophant beside Julia, who had previously boasted, found his countenance darkened, unsure of how to face her. He realized that his words had left their goddess in a most precarious situation. Regardless of whether the transaction is agreed upon or rejected, Julia's dignity will be ruthlessly trampled upon. The primary reason for all this turmoil lies with them. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chen, for the misunderstandings that arose due to their reckless actions. We are indeed unable to produce so many spirit points. How about this? I will first pay 90 million spirit points for the trade of 10 pseudo-spirit level seeds, and we can sign a contract for the remaining seeds to be repaid in installments. What do you think? Casting a cold glance at the two useless sycophants, Julia raised her head and bestowed upon Chen an increasingly alluring smile. However, in response, she was met with Chen's voice, devoid of any emotion. If Miss Julia possesses the capability, she may consume them all. If not, do not blame me for enforcing the auction rules. Installments? Chen scoffed, as if his purpose for attending the auction was to acquire sufficient benefits, subsequently enhancing his farm to the greatest extent possible. If it were to be paid in installments, he would have to wait patiently for the other party to repay him with that kind of time. He could have already taken flight. He was contending for time, not to engage in idle chatter with this woman. Moreover, wasn't she quite arrogant before? Apologies, but he relished such arrogance. To be bold, one must possess the means to be so. As the foremost figure in farm space, Chen truly did not believe that this woman, who had been operating under the lighthouse for 3 years, would be unable to produce over 400 million spirit points. Upon hearing the term enforcing auction rules from Chen's lips, Julia's exquisite, beautiful face lost its charming smile entirely. She was acutely aware of the auction house's regulations. Once bidding concludes, participants must produce an equivalent amount of tokens for the transaction. These tokens can be spirit points or other equivalent items. Failure to provide the requisite tokens would result in a determination of malicious bidding by the auction house. The bidder would then face a tenfold penalty according to the auction house's rules. There was a previous case where a farm owner was sanctioned for malicious bidding. Under the tenfold penalty, unable to produce the trading tokens, their farm was absorbed into the floating island of the auctioneer. That individual became a slave to the farm owner until now, living a life akin to that of cattle and horses. Very well. I shall trade. Contemplating the consequences of the penalty, Julia's tall, graceful figure involuntarily shuddered. She gritted her teeth and ultimately acquiesced to Chen's demands. Although the sum of 450 million spirit points was painful, it was a lesser evil compared to the fate of being penalized tenfold. Having her farm absorbed and becoming a slave, Julia knew well how to weigh the consequences. The transaction of 450 million spirit points was swiftly concluded. As Chen gazed at the attribute panel with the newly acquired over 400 million spirit points, his heart surged with excitement. Had it not been for the presence of others, he might have laughed aloud. 450 million spirit points. It was akin to becoming wealthy overnight, with such an abundance of spirit points. To what heights could his physical capabilities be enhanced? Observing the smile on Su Chen's face, Julia, who had been swindled out of over 400 million spirit points, nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. She longed to rush forward and take a bite out of Su Chen. Yet, ultimately, she abandoned that thought. Su Chen, just you wait. We shall see. Casting a cold glance at Su Chen, Julia's figure swiftly vanished from the auction house. Enduring such humiliation, she could no longer remain there. Besides, Su Chen's other possessions failed to pique her interest. Is she really leaving? Watching Julia disappear, Su Chen felt a twinge of regret. What a plump sheep she was. To think she would depart just like that. What a pity. Had he known she was such a lucrative target, he would have retained more pseudo-spirit level seeds. All the pseudo-spirit level seeds in his possession, aside from these 50, had been planted. Otherwise, he might have been able to fleece this plump sheep even more. If he could swallow her farm as well, it would be a splendid outcome. He could gain another slave. Alleviating his burden of labor, with these thoughts swirling, Su Chen felt a deeper pang of regret. Before arriving, he had genuinely not anticipated that someone would willingly fall into his trap. As such, he had not made ample preparations. After all, who would be foolish enough to boast grandly and demand a full transaction without knowing the other party's background? Now that he had missed this opportunity, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensnare her again in the future. Shaking his head, Su Chen pushed these thoughts aside and resumed the remaining transactions. However, it was evident that without the pseudo-spirit level seeds, the remaining items held little interest for the more powerful nations. Su Chen's trading soon came to an end. After a preliminary tally, aside from the pseudo-spirit level seeds, the remaining trades had merely netted him several 100,000 spirit points and a few 100,000 inferior seeds. These gains were negligible compared to the harvest from the pseudo-spirit level seeds. Yet, even so, those several 100,000 inferior seeds were still a treasure trove for Su Chen. Those foreign devils could scarcely imagine that the pseudo-spirit level seeds in their hands were merely synthesized from 1,024 inferior seeds in his possession. With those several 100,000 seeds, one could say he had completely recouped the investment made in pseudo-spirit level seeds, and even exceeded the quantity he had initially put forth. The bounty was simply overwhelming. Another point worth mentioning was the farming tools. Through those superior ordinary seeds, Su Chen obtained over 30 farming tools from various scattered farm owners, including more than 10 large machetes. With those machetes in hand, Su Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to return and experiment with the formidable power of the synthesized machetes. Once everyone had dispersed, only a wide-eyed, adoring disciple from the kingdom of Beong remained by Su Chen's side. Clearly, Su Chen's trading performance had utterly astonished him. You did exceptionally well this time. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Gazing at the young disciple beside him, Su Chen smiled and patted the young man's shoulder, casually retrieving a bag of superior ordinary potato seeds from his farm and handing it to him. As the young man looked at him with immense gratitude, Su Chen exited the auction house. Su Chen, rest assured, I will not let you down. Holding the large sack of ordinary seeds, the youth felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. These were superior ordinary seeds. He had not contributed to the effort at all. Yet Su Chen had gifted him such a bounty. This kindness was something he could never repay in his lifetime. Upon leaving the auction house, Su Chen immediately opened his attribute panel. Seeing the staggering figure of over 400 million spirit points, he could no longer contain his smile. After a long time, he finally managed to suppress his exhilaration. How should he allocate this wealth of spirit points? Should he enhance his physical abilities or upgrade his farm? Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, a petite figure suddenly appeared beside him. Chapter 63. The golden devouring beast and terrifying spirit point consumption. As the little creature spotted Su Chen, it clearly became exuberant, bouncing around him with glee. All right, master has important matters to attend to. You go play for now. After frolicking with the little one for a while, Su Chen chuckled. However, the little creature, with its big eyes blinking, shook its head in refusal. What is it? Observing the little one's demeanor, Su Chen felt perplexed. Previously, the flower sprite had been quite clingy but always understanding. Even without his prompting, it would proactively assist him. Now, however, The flower sprite's behavior seemed rather unusual. The little creature jumped around, its small hands gesturing animatedly. After a considerable time, Chen finally grasped the little one's intentions. "You wish for spirit points?" The little creature nodded vigorously. Chen, understanding this, became contemplative. He opened the flower sprite's attribute panel and had a vague idea of what was occurring. With this revelation, Chen decided to allocate 10,000 spirit points from his newly acquired wealth to the flower sprite. Previously, he had lacked spirit points, preventing him from conducting experiments. Now, with over 400 million spirit points in hand, bestowing a portion upon the flower sprite was of no great consequence. Moreover, the flower sprite was merely at the ordinary tier. Yet its attributes were already formidable. What would happen upon advancing to the spirit tier? How much would its attributes enhance? Upon receiving 10,000 spirit points, the little creature clearly displayed immense excitement. Chen, perhaps mistakenly, felt as though the little one had grown a bit. However, after glancing at the little creature's attributes, he promptly dismissed that notion. Grow? He was overthinking it. Gazing upon the string of numbers displayed on the little one's attribute panel, Chen's lips twitched slightly. Hua grade, ordinary, 130,000, master. Chen, automatically recognized, race, spirit of life special abilities, language of flowers, revival, natural power, gift of life description. Evolved from the orange heart potato. This spirit of potato life possesses an extraordinary capacity for learning and wisdom, along with uniquely special abilities, a gift from nature. Treat her kindly, and she shall bring you endless assistance. What a surprise! The staggering 10,000 spiritual energy points only resulted in a mere incremental increase of 1 evolution point for this little creature. To facilitate Hua Ying's evolution, an astounding 30,000 points are required, equating to a total of 300 million spiritual energy points. Staring at the adorable little being with its big, innocent eyes, Chen fell into silence. A glance at the spiritual energy points in his possession made him feel that the several hundred million he held were suddenly far less appealing. 450 million seems substantial, yet the little one could devour more than half in one go. This seemingly palm-sized creature was, in fact, a veritable gold guzzler. What should he do? Should he continue to provide spiritual energy points to aid her ascent? In that moment, Chen found himself engulfed in a dilemma. Chirp, chirp. Sensing the interruption in the supply of spiritual energy, the little creature's tiny eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Once more, she took to the air, circling around Chen, occasionally nuzzling against his cheek in an affectionate manner, seemingly inquiring why he had ceased to provide her with energy. Witnessing this, Chen felt a sense of helplessness and an overwhelming headache. After a lengthy moment, observing the adorably clumsy little being flitting about, Chen finally let out a soft sigh. Very well, if it must be 300 million, then so be it, little one. Do not let me down. 300 million spiritual energy points is by no means a trifling number, even for Chen. However, considering the uniqueness of Hua Ying as a spirit of life, if she could evolve to a higher tier, her attributes should rival, if not surpass, those of the seeds. Having made his decision, Chen focused his thoughts, and in an instant, 300 million of his 450 million spiritual energy points vanished. Chirp, chirp. Almost immediately after the consumption of Chen's spiritual energy points, the little creature, now perched atop his head, ceased her playful antics of tugging at his hair. Noticing her unusual stillness, Chen extended his hand and gently lifted her down. Before long, under Chen's watchful gaze, a soft, golden glow began to emanate from the little creature. As time passed, the radiance intensified, eventually forming a shell-like cocoon that enveloped Hua Ying completely. Gradually, the shell lifted from Chen's hands. Hovering silently in midair, motionless, is this the evolution of a spirit of life? Watching Hua Ying's transformation, Chen murmured to himself, pondering how far she could evolve. His anticipation grew. How powerful would this already exceptional spirit of life become after her evolution? Chen was uncertain, but he believed she could not possibly be weaker than she was now. Shaking his head, he dispelled these thoughts and redirected his attention to other matters. Clearly, Hua Ying's evolution would require a considerable amount of time. During this interval, he could not afford to remain idle. With 150 million spiritual energy points remaining, should he enhance his physical prowess or upgrade the farm? Staring at the remaining spiritual energy points, Chen found himself once again deep in contemplation. He was unsure how many points were necessary to upgrade the farm. During his previous outings, he had observed that those foreign entities typically chose to upgrade their farms during privacy protection periods. Outside of their own circles, no one truly understood the specifics of their farms. Other nations with sufficient strength were aware of relevant information, as they too had the capability to upgrade. However, Chen lacked that privilege. The reason was simple. Xia had no farm owners. Prior to Chen entering the farm space, Xia had not a single official farm owner, let alone any upgrades. Casting aside these convoluted thoughts, Chen directly invested 10,000 spiritual energy points into the farm. Simultaneously, he opened his attribute panel, intently observing the changes. Chen, farm grade. Ordinary beginner, 10,050 million, spiritual energy points, 150. 630,750 farm size, 3 move farm benefit effect, none, beginner farm, no farm benefit effect, national fortune enhancement effect, none, national food security remains unresolved, national fortune is weak, 50 million spiritual energy points? Upon viewing the number that emerged after the farm's level, Chen furrowed his brow. Chapter 64. Farm Upgrade. A sudden reward. He currently possessed 150 million spiritual energy points. Upgrading from a beginner farm to an intermediate farm required a full 50 million spiritual energy points. It was easy to predict that upgrading an intermediate farm to an advanced one would demand a similarly astronomical amount. Conservatively estimating, it would likely not be less than 50 million spiritual energy points. Let us upgrade and see the effects. Taking a deep breath, Chen directly invested 50 million spiritual energy points into the farm. Enhancing his physical strength with spiritual energy points was the least preferred option among all his choices. The cost-effectiveness of using energy points to bolster one's physique was simply too poor. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen would not resort to this method to strengthen himself. The moment he invested 50 million spiritual energy points, the entire farm began to tremble. From the perspective of the island floating above, countless fragments of stone began to rain down. Simultaneously, the farm's boundaries rapidly expanded at a visibly discernible rate. In the blink of an eye, the farm island, which had previously been about 1 kilometer in diameter, expanded by an additional 500 meters. Concurrently, Chen's arable land increased from 3 mu to 4 mu. This single upgrade resulted in a 1/3 increase in his cultivated land. Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Spending 50 million spiritual energy points to gain an additional mu of farmland seemed like a guaranteed profit. What Chen did not realize was that at the very moment his farm was upgrading, in the realm of reality, boom, the lands of Xia began to tremble violently. What was happening? Could it be another earthquake? As the ground shook beneath them, countless citizens of Xia felt a surge of panic rising within them. The fear of natural disasters had become deeply ingrained in the hearts of every individual. Even with the advancement of technology, humanity still appeared minuscule before the forces of nature. No one could ignore nature. No, it was not an earthquake. This was a sign of the farm's upgrade. While countless individuals were gripped by fear, inside the farm's space office, including the office director, all eyes gleamed with excitement. Others might not comprehend the implications of this event, but how could they, as staff members of the farm space office, remain ignorant? If they were unaware of such matters, their office would cease to exist. Before Chen, while Xia had not a single official farm owner, the farm space had already accumulated over 30,000 farm owners. These farm owners, especially the powerful factions such as the Lighthouse, the Polar Bear, and Europa, had upgraded their farms numerous times over the years. Although they endeavored to conceal the true state of their farms, the magnitude of each upgrade could not escape the notice of Xia. The foreign entities had spies within Xia, and Xia certainly had its own within their territories. With each upgrade, Xia's farm space office could analyze and discern the underlying reasons. Based on previous data, it was understood that during the first farm upgrade, the farm owner's land area would expand by approximately 1/3. Therefore, in the real world, the arable land of the nation where the farm owner resided would also increase by roughly 1/3 based on existing figures. Xia's current cultivated land area stood at 6 million mu, meaning that following this upgrade, it would expand to 8 million mu. As one of the staff members calculated, all personnel within the Xia farm space office felt an exhilarating surge of enthusiasm. At this moment, they genuinely felt a rush of excitement. A few female staff members even had glimmers of tears in their eyes. 8 million mu of arable land. Although this quantity still fell short of meeting the survival needs of Xia's 2 billion populace, it was an incredibly promising sign. This was a beacon of survival, a glimmer of hope. Previously, Xia's arable land had been diminishing year by year, coupled with 2 failures in the farm space. The cultivated land had directly decreased by 4 million mu. During that period, Xia had nearly faced utter collapse. In the end, even with the use of reserve food supplies to temporarily alleviate the crisis, anxiety had gripped the hearts of the citizens. Everyone worried about the possibility of starvation, yet now, within just half a month of Su Chen entering the farm space, he had successfully upgraded the farm. This directly granted Xia an additional 2 million mu of arable land. Such a child is indeed a great fortune for the Great Xia. The director of the spatial office of the farming division, bearing the weight of a stellar general, could not help but exclaim once more, "The earth trembles, and the populace of the Great Xia is gripped by anxiety." Yet, mere moments later, as the information from the spatial office is released, the panic that enveloped the entire Great Xia dissipates in an instant. In its place, a resounding celebration fills the heavens and the earth. Was this earthquake a result of the upgrade to the Su Divine Farm? Because of Su Shen's advancement, the arable land of the Great Xia has increased by 2 million mu. Ha ha ha. The Great Xia is saved. The Great Xia is saved. My heavens, is this truly the Su Shen? Su Shen is magnificent. YYDS. Su Shen, I shall bear you offspring. Understanding the cause, the entire Great Xia plunges into jubilation. From the north to the south, the nation is in a frenzy. Above the skies of the Great Xia, in a realm unseen by anyone, countless golden auras converge from all corners of the nation. These myriad essences coalesce, and the once ethereal golden dragon becomes ever more solid. In a fleeting moment, the dragon's eyes seem to flicker ever so slightly. However, amidst the revelry of countless souls in the Great Xia, a voice suddenly resonates across the entirety of the realm, and indeed, the entire world. Farm space announcement. Due to the intern farmer Su Chen, for the first time during the internship, elevating the farm's rank to the intermediate mundane level, the intern farmer Su Chen is bestowed a blessing from the farm space. The area of the farm where intern farmer Su Chen resides has doubled. The planting area has expanded by 50%. The growth rate enhancement effect for intermediate mundane farms has increased from the original 30 to 50. The nation of the intern farmer Su Chen has doubled its arable land. The fertility of all farmland has been augmented by 50%. The resounding announcement echoed thrice. As the voice faded, the world fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 65. Another upgrade. Terrifying reward silence. An utter silence. When the announcement of the farm space concluded, the entire world seemed to be frozen in time. All were rendered mute. Countless individuals gaped, their expressions blank and filled with horror. The rewards from the farm space. How is this even possible? After an indeterminate period, someone finally regained their composure. Yet, the astonishment etched on their face remained unabated. Baka, why is this happening? The farm space offers such rewards. Why were we completely unaware? WDF. Once they regained their senses, be it the Fusong or the lighthouse, all the foreign devils erupted in outrage. No foreigner could accept this reality. The farm space possesses such rewards. Their farmers had entered the farm space for 3 years. Some had even upgraded to advanced levels, merely a step away from the spirit level. Even Julia from the lighthouse had been preparing to elevate her farm to the spirit level. Yet, despite this, they had never received even a single additional reward from the farm space. And now, this Su Chen from the Great Xia had triggered such a unique reward. The area of the farm doubled. The farming area increased by 50%. The growth enhancement effect for intermediate farms rose by 50%. The arable land of their nation doubled. The fertility of the soil increased by 50%. A total of 5 rewards, each one enough to incite extreme envy. These benefits were rightfully theirs. They had managed their farms within the farm space for 3 long years. In that time, they had countless opportunities to receive such rewards. With the resources at their disposal, they could easily elevate a novice farmer's farm to intermediate or even advanced within a month. Yet now, all of it has slipped away. Such immense benefits have all been seized by that damned novice farmer from the Great Xia. What once belonged to them has been stealthily taken by Su Chen right under their noses. This outcome is utterly unacceptable to all the foreign devils. Baka, you great Xia people are shameless thieves. WDF. Shameless thieves, return what belongs to us. Upon regaining their senses, the foreign devils were consumed by fury. They flooded into Su Chen's live stream, and an avalanche of comments instantly overwhelmed the screen. Ha ha ha, you guys just couldn't take care of the newcomers. And now you're blaming us? Thieves? Ha spit. I spit in your face. Is the farm space your family's? Just because you say it's yours, it's yours? Indeed, utterly shameless. Besides, even if we did steal it. So what? Come and bite us if you dare. I relish watching you try to bite us but fail. The shamelessness of it all left the people of the Great Xia both furious and amused. With their combat prowess fully unleashed, the 20 billion citizens of Great Xia unleashed a torrent of ridicule upon the foreign devils. Fuck. Observing the mockery from countless citizens of Great Xia in Su Chen's livestream, the Lighthouse faction was driven to madness. They longed to rush to Great Xia and reclaim all they had lost. Yet, they knew this was clearly impossible. All they could do was seethe in impotent rage. Suddenly, a staff member from the Lighthouse's Special Operations Unit recalled a critical question. If a novice farmer receives such special rewards upon upgrading to an intermediate farm, what about upgrading to an advanced one? Might there be even greater rewards? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding Special Operations members lit up. Quick! Contact Julia and the others. Mobilize resources to assist Anthony in elevating his farm directly to advanced. Recognizing the key factor, the head of the Special Operations Unit spoke up immediately. Anthony is the last farmer among the third batch from the Lighthouse. He entered the farm space earlier than Su Chen. Yet he has not exceeded the novice period. If their speculation is correct, they might be able to upgrade Anthony's farm to advanced before Su Chen. At that time, they too might receive the special rewards from the farm space. Not just the Lighthouse at that very moment, whether it was the European Alliance or the Polar Bear Empire, nearly every capable nation made the same decision. They mobilized all resources, sparing no effort to forge an advanced farm for a novice. The allure of the farm space's special rewards was simply too great for them to resist. However, before they could put their plans into action, farm space announcement. Due to the intern farmer Su Chen, for the first time during the internship, elevating the farm's rank to the high-level mundane, the intern farmer Su Chen is bestowed a blessing from the farm space. The area of the farm where intern farmer Su Chen resides has doubled. The planting area has expanded by 50%. The growth rate enhancement effect for high-level mundane farms has increased from the original 80 to 100. The nation of the intern farmer Su Chen has doubled its arable land. The fertility of all farmland has been augmented by 50%. The voice of the farm space resonated once more across the globe. The foreign devils, who had just been preparing to act, found all their motions frozen in place by this announcement. Baka, Baga Yuru. Damned thief. Shameless, shameless. Regaining their wits, the upper echelons of the Fusang Nation were utterly enraged. At this moment, everyone was beside themselves with fury. They had just been ready to act, and in the blink of an eye, Su Chen had completely obliterated their plans. The special reward for upgrading to an intermediate farm was gone. The special reward for upgrading to an advanced farm was also lost. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. The Lighthouse and Polar Bear factions were equally furious. Even the European Alliance found itself in a similarly dire situation, helplessly watching as so many benefits slipped away right before their eyes. These rewards had once been within their grasp. Yet now, all had been claimed by a single farmer from the Great Xia. Yes, the only farmer. This outcome shattered their mental state. In comparison, were the dozens or even hundreds of farmers they had managed over 3 years all worthless? Especially the Lighthouse, realizing that all the spirit points in Su Chen's possession had been given by them, left everyone from the Lighthouse on the verge of spewing blood. Chapter 66. Envy, Jealousy, Hatred. Spirit-level farm within the farm space. Julia, who had been sulking while sipping juice, upon hearing the announcement, crushed the hard coconut shell in her hand. The coconut water splattered all over her. Her seemingly delicate hand erupted with a strength unimaginable to ordinary people in that moment. This bastard! At this moment, Julia felt as though her pristine white teeth would shatter. The swell of her bosom heaved with anger. At least at the scale of de level, it was a veritable tempest. No one was angrier than her. No one could be more aggrieved. Just the thought that the 450 million spirit points in Su Chen's possession had all come from her made Julia feel an impulse to spit blood. With so many rewards, even she, hailed as the foremost in the farm space, felt an overwhelming surge of envy. The exceptional rewards from 2 upgrades have led to a remarkable expansion of the arable land in the Great Xia. Now tripling its original area, the fertility of the soil has also seen an increase of at least threefold from its previous state. Even the most barren of lands in the Great Xia now meets the standards of high-quality, arable land. With the expansion of farmland and the improvement in soil quality, the agricultural output of the Great Xia is poised for a significant enhancement. Coupled with Su Chen's own cultivation methods, which have boosted real-world food production, the Great Xia may have made substantial strides toward resolving its food crisis. The direct consequence of this could be a dramatic rise in the nation's fortune. Julia, who is already benefiting from this national fortune, is well aware of its formidable nature. Astonishingly, all of this has been graciously bestowed upon Su Chen by her. Even disregarding the potential benefits of national fortune, the rewards from Su Chen's 2 upgrades alone are enough to incite envy and jealousy. Typically, high-level farms provide a maximum growth speed bonus of 60, but under the auspices of the farm space rewards, Su Chen's advanced farm now boasts an astonishing 100 growth speed enhancement. This effectively doubles the growth rate of the crops. Furthermore, the farm space has also received 2 expansions, increasing the area by 3 times its original size. Based on an initial area of 2,000 square meters, after 2 upgrades, the advanced farm should ideally cover over 3,500 square meters. However, due to the 2 extra rewards from the farm space, Su Chen's farm has surged from over 3,500 square meters to a staggering 8,000 square meters. The extent of this enhancement is nothing short of extraordinary. As Julia contemplates this, her feelings of jealousy and anger intensify. How infuriating! Julia clenches her teeth. No, this cannot go unchallenged. With a heart full of reluctance, Julia finally resolves to upgrade. Indeed, she too shall upgrade. Since she missed out on the special rewards from the novice period, she is determined to be the first farm owner to elevate her farm to the spirit level. She is uncertain if upgrading to the spirit level will grant her any rewards from the farm space. But she is resolute. She must upgrade. Even the faintest glimmer of hope must not be overlooked. In the real world, the land of the Great Xia trembled for a full half hour. Yet, during this prolonged tremor, not a single citizen of the Great Xia felt fear. On the contrary, at that moment, nearly everyone in the Great Xia was celebrating jubilantly. Across the expanse of the nation, faces were alight with unparalleled excitement and joy. Everyone understood that this time, the Great Xia was truly saved. Su Chen's 2 upgrades had increased the arable land by a remarkable 1/3. The subsequent 2 rewards from the farm space had expanded this land to an astonishing figure, 667 million acres. The Agricultural Bureau quickly compiled the data on the newly expanded arable land. When the numbers emerged, even the staff at the Great Xia Farm Space Office, who had already estimated the results, gasped in astonishment. 42.667 million acres. What was the previous arable land of the Great Xia? Only 6 million acres. In just half an hour. In merely half an hour, the arable land expanded from 6 million acres to 667 million acres. It had grown over 7-fold. Furthermore, all of this land is of high fertility and exceptional quality. Not to mention the previously enhanced 6 million acres of farmland, which had its fertility inexplicably doubled. Even the newly added over 30 million acres of standard farmland now boasts a remarkably high fertility level. If all 42.667 million acres were to be used to cultivate the super rice developed by the agricultural sage, yielding 1,200 kilograms per acre, then even if these lands produced only 1 harvest a year, they would yield over 50 billion kilograms of rice. Based on the special circumstances where an adult requires 1 pound of food per day, such an abundance of rice could sustain over 200 million people for an entire year. How could such a result not elate the masses? Countless agricultural workers within the Great Xia have already knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, not out of sorrow, but from pure, heartfelt excitement and joy. Every true agricultural worker's lifelong dream is to ensure that their family and kin are well fed. Previously, they could only watch helplessly as the land deteriorated year after year, their efforts yielding no results. They have cried, they have cursed, they have even raged against the heavens. Yet, it was all in vain. Their cries were merely expressions of impotent fury. But now, everything has changed. In less than a month, Su Chen has transformed the Great Xia. From this day forward, Su Chen is the eternal deity in my heart. Whoever dares to cross Su Chen shall face my wrath. Count me in. Upstairs 1. The collective sentiment of the people. At that moment, countless individuals in the Great Xia became fervent admirers of Su Chen. Meanwhile, high above the Great Xia, the Golden Dragon, a sight invisible to ordinary eyes, became increasingly solidified. Perhaps, when the Great Xia finally resolves its hunger issues, this Golden Dragon will truly take form. Within the confines of the farm space, as countless citizens of the Great Xia celebrated with drums and cheers. Brimming with envy and resentment, Su Chen wore a look of regret. Chapter 67. Harvest Review. Troublesome issues. Alas, upgrading to a spirit-level farm requires a staggering 500 million energy points. Gazing at his attribute panel, Su Chen sighed inwardly. If only he had enough energy points, continuing to elevate the farm to the spirit level would undoubtedly yield even richer rewards. Unfortunately, his energy points have run dry. This time, he amassed an impressive total of 450 million energy points. Initially, he thought this was a substantial amount, but it was soon devoured by Huaying, who claimed 300 million. The remaining 150 million energy points were spent, 50 million on upgrading to an intermediate farm and 100 million on upgrading to an advanced farm. As a result, his energy points were utterly depleted. The few remaining 100,000 energy points now seemed utterly insignificant, rendering him unable to accomplish anything. Even if he had not spent a single energy point, the requirements for upgrading to a spirit-level farm far exceed his current reserve. Who knows when the next farm upgrade will be? Shaking his head, Su Chen felt increasingly helpless. With this previous experience in mind, obtaining energy points from foreign entities has become a daunting challenge. No-one is foolish enough to be taken advantage of repeatedly. Su Chen estimates that even if he were to auction off pseudo-spirit-level seeds now, it would be challenging to amass a sufficient number of energy points. Nevertheless, Su Chen quickly cast aside these worries. The loss of energy points is trivial compared to the gains from this harvest. With the rewards from 2 upgrades, alongside the special rewards from the farm space, the area of his floating farm island has expanded to over 10 times its size before the upgrades. The arable land has increased 4-fold. 4 times the land means he will reap 4 times the harvest. Coupled with the 100 growth speed enhancement from this upgrade, his overall yield has effectively increased 8-fold. Such benefits are truly remarkable. Additionally, with the buffs from Hua Ying and his various spirit-level seeds, all crops in his farm now enjoy at least a 5-fold growth enhancement. A pseudo-spirit-level cabbage now matures in just over 5 days. In a month's time, his pseudo-spirit-level cabbage can yield 5 harvests. Such results are likely beyond even the so-called top individual in the lighthouse, the lucky goddess Julia. Of course, Su Chen is uncertain. Given the current prosperity of the lighthouse, it is undoubtedly benefiting from the nation's fortune. The Great Xia has yet to resolve its hunger issues, and the effects of such fortune have not yet manifested. Su Chen is unsure of the impact of national fortune. He shook his head and chose not to dwell further on it. Glancing at the floating Huaying, still incomplete in its evolution, Su Chen promptly set about his next tasks. First, he combined all the newly acquired quality but subpar seeds into pseudo-spirit-level seeds. After processing hundreds of thousands of seeds, he ultimately obtained over 400 pseudo-spirit-level seeds. He immediately planted these seeds in his farm. Consequently, 1 acre of his 12 acres of arable land is now entirely filled with pseudo-spirit-level crops. The remaining 11 acres, lacking sufficient seeds, have all been sown with quality but subpar potato seeds. While these subpar crops do not directly benefit Su Chen, each harvest yields 5 to 10 seeds. With 11 acres covering over 7,000 square meters, he can harvest at least over 100,000 seeds in a single day. This will also significantly contribute to alleviating the hunger issues in the Great Xia. Once the Great Xia's hunger is entirely resolved and the national fortune awakens, everything he has invested will reap even more substantial returns. Su Chen eagerly anticipates this. Moreover, aside from all this, Su Chen's greatest concern remains his mother and sister at home. The better the Great Xia thrives, the more assuredly my mother and sister will lead prosperous lives. It has been nearly half a month since I left home. To be honest, Su Chen finds himself longing for home. Were it not for Hua Ying's company, Enduring the solitude of the farm, devoid of any entertainment, would feel akin to imprisonment, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Within the confines of the farm, many farmers have survived the onslaught of the magical tide. Yet they could not bear the endless desolation and ultimately chose to end their own lives. Such cases are far from rare. Hence, virtually all farmers across nations seek alliances with their counterparts, or at least with others in their profession, if only for the sake of idle chatter. However, Su Chen is not afforded this luxury. He stands alone as the sole farmer in the entire Great Xia. The benefits of enhanced physical condition are undeniably evident. Previously, tilling 3 acres would leave Su Chen exhausted for quite some time. Now, he has plowed 11 acres in one go, planting all the seeds with merely a slight quickening of his breath, hardly breaking a sweat. The sole vexation for Su Chen is the inefficiency of such labor. Although he is not fatigued, the labor of digging with a hoe means that by the time he finishes planting the seeds at the back, several hours would have passed since he sowed the seeds at the front. Similarly, during harvest, he must gather them one by one, especially the potatoes, which he must unearth individually. It was manageable when the quantity was small. But now with 11 acres of potatoes, over 7,000 square meters, and nearly 30,000 plants, the harvest will undoubtedly consume several hours. This is still the result of his significantly improved physical condition. Had he relied on his previous stamina, it might have taken him days to finish. The consequence of this is that whether planting or harvesting, he will waste a considerable amount of time, thus diminishing the efficiency of his agricultural endeavors. It is foreseeable that as the area under cultivation expands, such issues will only worsen. Moreover, even though his cultivated land has now extended to 12 acres, he has yet to unearth anything of value from the soil. The seeds he has found are predominantly of inferior quality. After tilling 11 acres, he has merely uncovered over 10,000 subpar seeds. It seems that only once the national fortunes improve will this situation see any amelioration. With a sense of helplessness, Su Chen completed the planting and chose not to dwell further on the matter. Rubbing his hands together, he retrieved the 30-plus farming tools obtained from the recent transaction. What transformations await these tools once they are synthesized? Chapter 68. The Blade of Mystical Iron. This harvest, aside from the energy points and seeds, holds paramount importance in the form of these farming tools. With less than half a month remaining until the impending magical tide, the rules of the farm dictate that the higher the crop level cultivated by the farmer, the more terrifying the magical tide that will be drawn forth. The crops on these farms seem to possess a peculiar allure for the magical creatures. Presently, within his farm, the pseudo-spiritual level seeds alone exceed an acre. There are hundreds of such seeds, along with several inferior spiritual level seeds. The attraction these seeds hold for magical entities is likely extraordinary. Under these circumstances, even Su Chen does not dare to claim absolute confidence in weathering the forthcoming crisis. Of course, had he chosen to expend the over 400 million energy points he possesses solely to enhance his physical capabilities, he would undoubtedly be well equipped to withstand the magical tide. Yet, Su Chen fundamentally refrains from such an approach. Energy points ought to be utilized at critical junctures. Although the immediate benefits of enhancing the farm are evident, appearing modest in the short term, they are a long-term strategy. Conversely, spending energy points on personal enhancement would, in a sense, be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Unless absolutely necessary, he will not entertain such thoughts. At present, Su Chen's ambition is to forge weapons of sufficient sharpness to pose a threat to the magical creatures. Without further ado, he placed 2 identical great swords into the system's synthesis interface. The system commenced synthesis. Beep. Detecting 2 ordinary cast iron great swords. Synthesis commencing. Please wait. The moment the 2 great swords were placed in the synthesis interface, the system's voice resonated again. This time, as always, the system proved reliable. In less than a second, synthesis was complete. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fine iron greatsword. A fine iron greatsword. Su Chen's gaze flickered. In the next moment, the attributes of the fine iron greatsword appeared before him. Fine iron greatsword. Description. An exceptionally sharp greatsword with superior cutting capability compared to the cast iron greatsword. Upon reading the description, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Even the inferior quality seeds at least had a grade. This synthesized great sword has but a simple description. It seems rather lackluster. Perplexed, Su Chen picked up the fine iron great sword for a closer inspection. Yet, after only a brief moment, he found himself abandoning further examination. Compared to the cast iron great sword, the fine iron great sword bore little difference in appearance. Save for a slightly smoother surface, Su Chen experimentally struck one of the ordinary cast iron great swords with the fine iron great sword. The ordinary sword suffered a gash, its blade chipping away, while the fine iron great sword merely sustained a small dent the size of a soybean. It was indeed superior, but not as remarkable as he had hoped. Shaking his head, Su Chen synthesized another fine iron great sword and then placed both into the synthesis interface. Beep, detecting two fine iron great swords. Synthesis commencing, please wait. Before long, synthesis concluded. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 forged great sword. 100 forged great sword. Description. This is an exceptionally refined 100 forged great sword, capable of cutting through the hide of low-level magical creatures. The description remained unremarkable. Su Chen tested the 100 forged great sword and found it could cleave deeply into stone with a single strike. Yet, it could merely break the skin of low-level magical creatures. Onward with synthesis. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen synthesized 2 more 100 forged great swords and proceeded with further synthesis. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 forged great sword. 1,000 forged great sword. Description. This is an exceedingly sharp 1,000 forged great sword, difficult for ordinary low-level magical creatures to withstand. The description shifted from being able to cut through low-level magical creatures' skin to being challenging for ordinary magical creatures to resist. However, upon seeing this, Su Chen remained dissatisfied. If ordinary magical creatures can withstand it, then presumably higher-tier magical creatures can as well. Onward with synthesis. Without a second thought, Su Chen cast all the great swords into the system's synthesis interface. In total, he had 16 great swords, which ultimately synthesized into 2,000 forged great swords. He then synthesized once more. Blade of mystical iron. Description. This is a weapon forged from mystical iron. Extraordinarily sharp, slicing through iron like mud. Ordinary magical creatures are no match against it. This revelation. A smile broke across Su Chen's face. He possessed a mere 17 great swords. Were he unable to achieve further synthesis, he would be left waiting. Yet, evidently, the outcome did not disappoint. The blade of mystical iron. After 4 rounds of synthesis, not only had the name changed, but the description now proclaimed it could slice through iron like mud, rendering ordinary magical creatures defenseless. Su Chen joyfully retrieved the blade of mystical iron. Its weight? The moment he grasped the blade of mystical iron, Su Chen keenly sensed something extraordinary, despite its size resembling that of an ordinary great sword. The weight of the blade of mystical iron was astonishingly substantial. As he casually set it down, the sword's tip pierced the ground, embedding itself deeply, leaving only a portion of the hilt visible. A magnificent weapon. Su Chen's eyes gleamed. He knew that to test the efficacy of the synthesized weapon, he stood upon the rocky terrain of the farm's floating island, where the ground was composed of incredibly hard materials. Previously, he had struggled to extract even a few pieces of granite. Yet now, this seemingly impervious granite crumbled before the blade of mystical iron as if it were mere tofu. Truly, a sword that cuts through iron like mud. With this remarkable blade in hand, the impending magical tide should pose no threat. Meanwhile, at the lighthouse, preparations were underway to gather energy points for upgrading the spiritual level farm. Simultaneously, the Polar Bear Nation was orchestrating its own plans. Though their aims diverged from the lighthouse's goals, do we truly need to proceed in this manner? Grushevich inquired gravely within his farm. Absolutely necessary. Vasilyevsky replied resolutely through the video feed. The sole proprietor of the Great Saimdaw's farm currently possesses no less than 300 million spiritual energy points. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is highly likely that he will utilize this vast sum to enhance his own physique. If he truly invests all 300 million spiritual energy points into augmenting his body, do you believe you will still have the confidence to defeat that insufferable fellow in the life and death duel a month from now? Vasilovsky's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with an icy menace that was utterly unmasked. Upon hearing this, Grushevich fell silent. Indeed, if Su Chen were to channel all 300 million spiritual energy points into fortifying his body, it would be uncertain if he could still contend with Su Chen in the forthcoming duel. Although the cost-effectiveness of using spiritual energy points to strengthen one's body is rather low, it does not imply that the enhancement effects are negligible. With the infusion of over 300 million spiritual energy points, Su Chen's physical capabilities might very well exceed his own. At that juncture, the outcome of their confrontation could truly be anyone's guess. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Grushevich inhaled deeply, then nodded in agreement. Opposite him, Vasilovsky, observing this, spoke once more. This time, I can authorize the allocation of 100 million spiritual energy points to you, combined with your own points, to be entirely devoted to enhancing your physique. Your sole task is to exert every effort to eliminate that detestable individual in a month's time. The murderous intent in Vasilovsky's gaze was laid bare. Su Chen's existence had become a significant threat to them. Presently, the national fortune of the Great Xia had yet to awaken, yet Su Chen had already become increasingly uncontrollable. What level of power might he attain once the national fortune fully awakens? They could scarcely fathom, nor did they wish to accept such a reality. It is vital to note that within the farm space, the strength of the nation represented in the real world, along with its population, significantly amplifies the benefits following the awakening of the national fortune. Nations as formidable as the Arctic Bear Empire and the Lighthouse Nation, upon their national fortune's awakening, reap benefits beyond the imagination of the common folk. If a superpower like the Great Xia were to experience a national fortune awakening, the resultant amplification would be something even Vasilovsky himself could scarcely envision. For any conceivable reason, they could not permit such an event to transpire. Thus, even if it meant delaying the farm's upgrade, they must eliminate Su Chen before he becomes uncontrollable. The earlier strategy of inciting Su Chen into irrationality, thereby hastening his demise, had proven futile. Their only remaining opportunity might lie in Grushevich's death contract. Though expending such a significant number of spiritual energy points would further postpone their farm's upgrade to the spiritual level, compared to the necessity of disposing of Su Chen, delaying it for a year or even longer would be worth the cost. If Su Chen remained alive, the other farm proprietors under their control could easily be swayed to align themselves with the Great Xia, jeopardizing their interests, a scenario they would never allow to unfold. Even the slightest possibility warranted a preemptive strike to quash it. 100 million spiritual energy points were swiftly transferred to Grushevich by Vasilovsky through a cost-effective transaction. Upon receiving these points, Grushevich immediately commenced fortifying his own physique. Meanwhile, having synthesized the Xian iron blade, Su Chen proceeded to synthesize all the remaining agricultural tools he could muster. However, the quantity of these tools was disappointingly scant. Ultimately, he managed to acquire only 100 forged hoe and a fine iron sickle, hardly sufficient in the farm space. The availability of metals was even scarcer than anticipated. After completing the synthesis of the agricultural tools, Su Chen began to reassess his farm's layout. With the expansion of the farm area, the arable land had quadrupled. The previously constructed irrigation channels were nearing insufficiency. Furthermore, with 12 acres of cultivated land, the daily water resource output from the water system crystal fragments, 240 kilograms, was beginning to appear rather strained. It seemed imperative to devise a means to excavate a larger reservoir for water storage. Observing his farm, Su Chen murmured to himself, the increase in cultivated land necessitated a more substantial water supply. Until he could procure new water system crystals, he would have to dig a pit to collect rainwater when the downpours arrived, thus alleviating some of the pressure regarding water resources. Resolute, Su Chen did not linger further and began his task, hefting the newly forged 100 forged hoe and traversing the floating island of his farm. Following 2 upgrades and 2 rewards from the farm space, the floating island's area had expanded to approximately 9 square kilometers. In truth, 9 square kilometers is not an insignificant expanse. Regrettably, however, this land is entirely barren. Not a blade of grass could be found, merely stones and wasteland ad infinitum. The absence of flora was a source of considerable frustration for Su Chen. Although the area was indeed vast, it seemed devoid of utility. There had been attempts in the past to cultivate crops on the land beyond the designated arable plots, but each endeavor ended in failure. It appeared that all such land was akin to dead zones, where anything planted would inevitably perish. Shaking his head, Su Chen dismissed these chaotic thoughts. After surveying the entirety of the floating island, he ultimately selected a slightly elevated location to commence his work. It must be said, the upgraded 100-forged hoe, while not comparable to the Xian iron blade, rendered the task of tilling this ordinary soil exceedingly effortless. With each swing, combined with Su Chen's formidable strength, he unearthed substantial clumps of earth. Excavating a reservoir was evidently no trivial endeavor. Moreover, this time, Su Chen intended not merely to dig a small reservoir, but to create a large one capable of retaining sufficient water for the entire farm for at least half a month. If not a month, this reservoir would serve not only to collect rainwater but also to store the water resources yielded by the water system crystals. In the past, a significant portion of the produced water had been wasted. Without proper tools, Su Chen had only managed to dig a small pit for the water produced by the water system crystals. Much of the excess water had seeped into the ground or flowed off the floating island entirely. This time, Su Chen aimed to construct a sufficiently large reservoir and a controllable irrigation system that would be sustainable. This endeavor spanned a full 3 days. After 3 days, Su Chen barely managed to shape the reservoir and irrigation system into their preliminary forms. Just then, a voice unexpectedly resounded. Farm Space Announcement. Chapter 70, the first spiritual level farm reward. Farm Space Announcement. Congratulations to Lighthouse Nation's farm owner, Julia, for being the first to elevate her farm to the spiritual level. Farm owner Julia receives the blessings of the farm space. The farm owned by Julia has doubled in area. The planting area has doubled. The disease rate of crops in the spiritual level farm is reduced by 50, and the pest rate is reduced by 50. The nation where farm owner Julia resides has doubled its arable land. The beneficial effects of the spiritual level farm on reality will increase from the original 10 to 20. The sudden announcement stunned the world, which had only just regained its calm. Much like Su Chen's prior experience, the announcement echoed 3 times, resonating clearly in both the real world and the farm space. Following a brief silence, the ground of the lighthouse began to tremble, and all the lighthouse people erupted into cheers. Ha ha ha! Great Xia folks, did you ever anticipate this? We have also received rewards from the farm space. Moreover, it seems that our rewards surpass yours. How does that feel? Frustrating, is it not? Many lighthouse citizens even rushed into Great Xia's live stream, flaunting their triumph. Having endured suppression from the Great Xia for so long, they had harbored jealousy that could not be expressed. Now, the lighthouse had finally gained the upper hand. Such a fortuitous event was not to be missed. Lowly Great Xia people, do you see? This is our lighthouse's true strength. Not the petty thievery of your kind. Indeed, do not presume that by pilfering our possessions you can boast of victory. In the face of absolute strength, you are but rats in the sewers. Losers. In this moment, countless lighthouse citizens flooded into the Great Xia livestream, engaging in a frenzy of mockery. With a similar doubling of arable land, the benefits they reaped far exceeded those of the Great Xia. After all, prior to this, through the efforts of hundreds of farm owners, their arable land had already surpassed that of Great Xia. Consequently, this time, the advantages they garnered were naturally beyond comparison. Furthermore, they seemed to have received some special effects. Although the exact nature of the spiritual level farm's benefits to reality remained unclear, its implications were evidently far from trivial. Otherwise, the farm space would not have taken the time to announce it separately. Given all these advantages, how could they not be exhilarated? Infuriating. Watching the live stream, where lighthouse citizens danced with glee, all the people of the Great Xia are gritting their teeth. Countless individuals from the Great Xia have even begun to clash head-on with the lighthouse. Yet this time, the lighthouse seems as if it has been invigorated, displaying an astonishing combat capability. Having reaped tangible benefits, they harbor no fear of the Great Xia's people, and their scornful mockery grows increasingly intense. Great Xia people, go ahead and be envious. Apart from being thieves, you are nothing in this world. Strength ultimately speaks louder than deceitful tactics and theft. They will never endure. One scornful remark after another emerges. As time passes, and with the arrival of the lighthouse's allies from Fuso onto the battlefield, the disadvantages for the Great Xia become increasingly apparent. Many of the Great Xia's people feel a sense of helplessness arise within them. Indeed, Su Chen is impressive. However, compared to these foreign devils, the foundation of the Great Xia remains woefully inadequate. The lighthouse, being a formidable nation, boasts over 200 farm owners within the farming space, controlling thousands of subordinate farmers and sycophants. Conversely, The Great Xia has only Su Chen as its sole farmer after 3 years. More importantly, since Su Chen's entry into the farming space, it has barely been a month. In such circumstances, how can the Great Xia hope to compete with these foreign devils? Alas, contemplating these matters, countless individuals from the Great Xia sigh deeply, clenching their fists but feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, within the farming space, Julia gazed at the expanse of farmland and floating islands that had more than doubled in size before her. A stunning smile graced her exquisite features. Upon witnessing the effects brought forth by the upgrade to a spiritual level farm, Julia's smile grew even more radiant. Theo achieved the upgrade. She had scavenged every farm owner within the lighthouse and their sycophantic followers, and even borrowed tens of millions of spiritual energy points from the neighboring European alliance. Only then did she barely gather the 500 million needed for the upgrade. The rewards from the upgrade did not disappoint her. The disease and pest incidence rates had decreased by 50%, and coupled with the increase in national fortune from the lighthouse, her farm now faced no worries regarding pests or diseases. One must understand that after passing the beginner's protection period in the farming space, apart from the magical tide, the most dreaded concerns for farmers are crop diseases and pests. Once these afflictions arise, the growth rate and quality of crops are drastically compromised, potentially leading to total crop failure. Yet now, her farm need not worry about such issues at all. Moreover, the spiritual level farm is now capable of influencing the real world. The various beneficial effects within the farm can manifest in the real world. According to the effects of a beginner spiritual level farm, the various enhancements can translate to a 10 benefit in reality. Now, with the rewards from the farming space, this enhancement effect has surged to 20. Her current farm spans 50,000 square meters, while the coverage of a beginner spiritual level farm extends 1,000-fold. Amounting to 50 million square meters, 50 million square meters of farmland can enjoy a 20-attribute enhancement, regardless of the terrifying growth rate boosted by national fortune, crop yield, or the incidence rates of diseases and pests. These benefits are monumental for both her and the lighthouse. The greater the real-world benefits, the stronger the national fortune becomes. The stronger the national fortune, the greater the enhancement it reciprocates to her farm. These advantages are undeniably evident. Upon witnessing these myriad benefits, Julia's smile radiated with even more brilliance. Great Xia people, do you see this? This is true strength. Chapter 71. A lighthouse where everyone is superhuman? The evolution of Huayang into a spiritual level farm brought forth terrifying rewards, completely dispelling Julia's previous gloom and fury. Although she did not receive the novice rewards from the common level farm, she claimed the top prize from the spiritual level farm's rewards. Meanwhile, although Su Chen had received over 400 million spiritual energy points from her, he likely retained only around 300 million now. But so what? In the entirety of Great Xia, there exists only Su Chen as a farm owner. To gather the remaining 200 million spiritual energy points necessary to upgrade his farm to a spiritual level, one wonders how long that might take. This time is ample for her to leave Su Chen far behind. This upgrade, apart from the rewards from the farming space and the benefits from the upgrade itself, is most crucial for the enhancement of physical qualities. Julia could distinctly sense that her physical capabilities had received feedback from the farm after this upgrade. Her physical prowess had increased by at least 50% compared to before. Over 3 years, her physical capabilities had already made her the unrivaled champion within the farming space. Now, building upon that foundation, she had further enhanced herself by half again. It is no exaggeration to say that within the entirety of the farming space, she could easily overpower any other farm owner, especially those despicable men who once towered above her in her eyes. Aside from Julia herself, in the real world of the lighthouse, following the end of the Earth's tremors, a peculiar sensation quietly emerged within the citizens of the lighthouse. For some reason, I suddenly feel a significant increase in my strength. A citizen of the lighthouse exclaimed in the live broadcast. Really? I thought I was the only one feeling this. Me too. I just tested it. My punch strength was 100 kg, and now it has reached 110 kilograms. My strength has also increased by about 10 kg. Same here. Before long, nearly every citizen of the lighthouse experienced the same transformation. As individual experiences turned into a widespread phenomenon. Almost everyone understood that all these changes must stem from the farming space. Could it be that the upgrade of the farming space to a spiritual level could also enhance the physical capabilities of the citizens in the real world? Upon realizing this unusual change, Personnel from the Special Operations Department gasped in astonishment. This must be it. We just don't know if this is a benefit from the first upgrade to a spiritual level farm, or if every farm owner upgrading to a spiritual level farm can experience this benefit. Considering the latter possibility, the eyes of all personnel in the Special Operations Department sparkled with fervent enthusiasm. If that were the case, then with over 200 farm owners in the lighthouse, each upgrading to a spiritual level could yield a 10 kilogram strength increase. That would amount to at least 2,000 kilograms of strength across all 200 farm owners. 2,000 kilograms of strength per person? That's a total of 2 tons. Wouldn't that mean everyone is a superhuman? At that point, even without using advanced weaponry, no other nation in the world would dare face them. As they pondered these thoughts, the group suddenly felt that the Great Xia was not so formidable after all. What if Su Chen is powerful? Great Xia has only Su Chen as a farm owner, and even if he manages to upgrade his farm to a spiritual level, it would only grant Great Xia a mere 10 kilogram strength increase. 10 kg? That is hardly enough for any of their ordinary citizens to flick away with a finger. The Great Xia is utterly weak. It is hardly worth considering as an opponent. Sir, we have just received news from the military that the restrictions on advanced weaponry in the farming space have been further enhanced, and the power of superweapons like mushroom bombs has been diminished by 90. Just as the personnel of the Special Operations Department felt a surge of satisfaction, a staff member's voice rang out again. The department head and others were momentarily taken aback, but soon their smiles grew even broader. The restrictions on advanced weaponry have been further enhanced? In the past, we might have worried about this. After all, the lighthouse's only advantage over Great Xia lies in advanced weaponry, with the lighthouse's total population being less than a quarter of Great Xia's. If it were a cold weapon conflict, the lighthouse would indeed struggle against Great Xia. But now, isn't this situation even better for us? Once the lighthouse becomes a nation of superhumans, it would be a simple matter to overpower the entire world. However, what all the citizens of the lighthouse did not know was that Su Chen was currently not focusing on them at all. Instead, he had quietly approached Huayang. Is the evolution finally nearing completion? Su Chen murmured to himself, sensing the fluctuations emanating from the little creature. After more than 3 days of evolution, having consumed 300 million spiritual energy points, the little creature finally began to stir. One could only wonder what it would evolve into this time. As he perceived the increasingly distinct fluctuations from the little creature, Su Chen's anticipation for Huayang grew stronger. The previous 150 million spiritual energy points had granted him immense benefits. So, what might 300 million yield? As the most unique life form within his farming space, Su Chen did not believe that Huayang's evolution would be simple. At the very least, it should not be any less significant than the benefits derived from the previous 150 million spiritual energy points. The fluctuations from Huayang persisted for a solid 4 to 5 hours. The revelry in the lighthouse had also lasted for 4 to 5 hours. At this moment, the egg enveloping Huayang's petite body finally began to show signs of activity. Crack. Crack under Su Chen's watchful gaze. The orange-yellow eggshell suddenly developed fine cracks. Starting from the top, the fissures gradually spread downwards. In the blink of an eye, a web-like pattern of cracks had covered the entire eggshell. With a loud crash, after several more minutes had passed, accompanied by a soft sound, the now cracked eggshell suddenly shattered. A brilliant golden light burst forth from within the shell. Su Chen's eyes nearly succumbed to the dazzling radiance. Through the dazzling golden light, Su Chen vaguely perceived a petite figure, approximately 20 centimeters in height. Before he could fully regain his vision, a warm sensation gently enveloped his face. Simultaneously, a melodious voice whispered in his ear, "At long last, I have reunited with my master. You are the best." Upon hearing this crystalline voice, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 72. The Profound Farm. The Premature Blossom. Huayang. Stunned by the sound of the voice, Su Chen stood frozen in place, gazing at the diminutive creature before him, which had grown from less than 10 centimeters to nearly 20 centimeters. After a single evolution, not only had the little one increased in stature, but it could also speak. "It's me, master. Do you not recognize Huayang?" Sensing Su Chen's bewilderment, the little creature fluttered away from his cheek, flapping its tiny wings and hovering gracefully before him. Its bright, crystal-clear eyes blinking innocently. "You can talk now?" At that moment, Su Chen finally snapped back to reality, looking at the little being, which had doubled in size, with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Indeed, Master. Huayang has always been able to speak. It was just that I was in my larval stage before, which prevented me from communicating with you. The little creature blinked its large eyes joyfully. As it spoke, it flew back to Su Chen's face, wrapping its chubby little hands around his cheeks and affectionately nuzzling against him. Feeling the little one's affectionate gestures, Su Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. It had certainly grown, and it could talk now, yet its clingy nature seemed unchanged. However, Su Chen astutely noted a pressing question. Huayang, what do you mean by larval stage, Laval stage? This is the first time I have heard such a term. Su Chen mused. Well, Master, according to the usual circumstances, our life spirits should be nurtured within a farm of profound rank or higher. Only in such fertile soil, and with superior seeds can we accumulate enough time to give birth to our life spirits. For reasons unknown, Huayang did not emerge within a profound farm or from profound crops, but rather met with you prematurely. Thus, Huayang did not immediately enter the growth phase upon birth and was unable to communicate with you. Soon, the little one divulged all the information, so that's how it is, Su Chen reflected, his previous confusion now dispelled. According to Huayang, life spirits must gestate in a profound farm among profound crops for an extended period to be born. Every life spirit that comes into existence is, at the very least, a powerful and unique being of profound rank. Typically, they are born in their growth phase. Yet, Huayang's premature arrival was due to the system it was connected to. In a sense, Huayang could be considered a premature infant. This meant that although Huayang appeared early, its level was merely that of an ordinary rank. It was only through this evolution that it barely reached the spirit rank. With this newfound understanding, Su Chen's internal queries were finally resolved. Yet, another question arose. Huayang, what exactly are profound farms and profound seeds? Profound farms. This term is also new to me, Su Chen admitted. Previously, he had only heard of ordinary and spirit ranks. The initial rank of every farm owner began at the ordinary level, progressing to intermediate and advanced levels, culminating in spirit farms. The farm belonging to Julia at the lighthouse was the only spirit farm within the entire farming space. As for ranks beyond that, the world remained oblivious. Master, you are so naive. Profound rank is simply the level above spirit rank. The environment of profound rank is the fundamental setting for the birth of our life spirits. Huayang tilted its little head, playfully flying atop Su Chen's head and mischievously tugging at his hair. Innovi? Su Chen chuckled wryly, feeling the antics of the little creature. He had indeed suspected that profound rank was above spirit rank. However, he could not possibly know the higher levels. Huayang, how do you know this information? Shaking his head to dispel his scattered thoughts, Su Chen inquired curiously. Logically, Huayang had been by his side since birth. Having grown under his watchful eye, much like a daughter, there seemed to be no reason for it to know things he did not. Huayang naturally learns as it grows. The little one blinked its big eyes innocently. Upon hearing the serious response from the little creature, Su Chen felt a pang of helplessness. After pondering for a moment, he could only attribute it to the peculiarities of the farming space. Simultaneously, he became increasingly aware of the system's remarkable capabilities. According to Huayang, life spirits could only be born in farms of profound rank or higher. Yet, with the system's assistance, Su Chen had managed to bring Huayang forth prematurely from a beginner's ordinary farm. This system was indeed powerful. Upgrading to a spirit farm was already a daunting task. How long would it take to reach a profound farm? By the way, Master. Just as Su Chen felt a sense of resignation, the little creature, which had been frolicking with him, seemed to recall something important and suddenly spoke up. Before Su Chen could respond, the little one flew solemnly in front of him. Under Su Chen's watchful gaze, it slowly closed its eyes. When it opened them again, 2 golden magical circles appeared in its sparkling eyes. Immediately, identical golden circles began to coalesce in the air before the little creature. Master, quickly, give me a drop of blood. Before Su Chen could comprehend the situation, the little one's urgent voice echoed again. Although puzzled, Su Chen did not overthink it, promptly biting his finger to draw a drop of blood. The instant his blood emerged, as if summoned by the golden magical circle, it detached from his fingertip and soared into the center of the circle. As Su Chen's blood merged with the golden circle, it trembled and transformed into a golden contract that split into 2. The smaller circle integrated into Huayang's little head, while the larger one entered Su Chen's mind. Almost instantaneously upon the circle's assimilation, an announcement resonated throughout the farming space, even reverberating across the entire blue star. Chapter 73. Who the hell can tell me what a life spirit is? Life spirit. What is that? The sudden announcement left the entire world in bewilderment, especially at the lighthouse, where the jubilant crowd froze in place. Just moments ago, they were passionately tapping their keyboards, each transforming into a keyboard captain, furiously typing away for the daxia. Yet, how long had it been since their last outburst? The farming space had issued another announcement. Moreover, this time it originated from daxia. WTF. Who the hell can explain what this life spirit is? After a prolonged moment, the crowd at the lighthouse finally regained their composure, erupting in chaos. The farm area had expanded by a factor of 2. The planting area had doubled. These exceptional rewards were already remarkable enough. But what was this life spirit birth probability? They had no idea what a life spirit was, yet now, Chen had suddenly reaped such tremendous benefits due to it. This indicated that this so-called life spirit far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even a seemingly minuscule 1% chance of life spirit birth was more than they could fathom. Is 1% low? They had no idea. What was most crucial were the subsequent rewards. The energy points required for seed evolution were reduced by 50%. A 50% increase in energy point yield. Such attributes felt like a cruel joke. It was well known that the most challenging aspect for farm owners within the farming space was the elevation of seed levels. High-level farm owners yearned to upgrade to even higher-level seeds, while low-level farm owners sought to elevate their seeds to advanced tiers. Each upgrade for a high-level seed required an astronomical amount of energy points. For instance, upgrading an extraordinary ordinary seed to a spirit level necessitated a staggering 10 million energy points. With the 50% reduction in energy points, the cost for upgrading a spirit level seed would decrease by 5 million. 5 million energy points. That was a harvest that a low-level farm owner could only accumulate over decades. And then there was the 50% increase in energy point yield. Such attributes were enough to ignite envy. Moreover, the growth rate of all crops in reality within daxia would surge by 100%. They, the lighthouse, have endured countless hardships. After much effort, they finally gathered 500 million spiritual energy points, barely upgrading their farm to the spiritual level, thus reaping the benefits that a spiritual farm confers upon reality. But what of the Great Xia? How long has Chen been in the farm space? Merely an intern farm owner. By what right does he possess that which they cannot attain? Can anyone enlighten me on what this life spirit truly is? And why we are devoid of it? Why does that damned Great Xia farm owner have it? The director of the Special Operations Department of the Lighthouse was utterly enraged, in a fit of fury. He resembled a raging grizzly bear, smashing everything within his office. Beside him, nearly everyone wore an ashen expression, their faces contorted as if they had consumed a pot of heated rice gruel. After what seemed an eternity, someone finally spoke. Sir, based on the information we currently possess, that so-called life spirit appears to be the mysterious creature that emerged within the Great Xia farm owner's domain. Upon hearing his subordinate's response, the director of the Special Operations Department reluctantly calmed down, yet his countenance remained dark. Do we have any detailed information on that mysterious creature? Our understanding of this mysterious entity is limited to its ability to influence reality and improve soil fertility. Additionally, according to our think tank's conjectures, this creature should also enhance the growth rate of crops within the farm space. However, specifics remain unverified due to a lack of data, his subordinate replied somberly. Unverified? The director's expression grew increasingly grim. What use are these data? Even if he were to know, they would resolve nothing. What about the farm space? Do we have more information on Chen? Regrettably, sir, we do not. That Great Xia individual is extremely vigilant. Neither we nor our subordinates can extract any valuable information from him, came the disheartening reply. Fuck. The director could not help but curse again upon hearing his subordinate's report. We cannot obtain any useful intelligence. Are we to merely watch as Great Xia rises step by step? It is inevitable that as long as Chen remains alive, Great Xia's ascension will become a reality. This situation is absolutely unacceptable. It seems we have no choice but to resort to a singular course of action. After a prolonged silence, the director finally reached a decision. Contact our people within Great Xia, and with utmost urgency, locate that damned Great Xia individual's family at any cost. We must seize control of them. Since we cannot acquire what we desire, we shall obliterate it instead. Just as the Lighthouse Special Operations Department was devising ways to gather more information on Su Chen and the life spirit, countless citizens of Great Xia had plunged into jubilation online once more. All prior oppression vanished in an instant. Lighthouse dogs, aren't you supposed to be so formidable? Come out and dance. Isn't your hard power impressive? Show us, let us, the feeble Great Xia, witness your true strength. Why is everyone hiding like turtles? Where's your bravado now? At this moment, nearly all citizens of Great Xia were reveling in their triumph, while those formerly arrogant lighthouse individuals fell silent. Their voices stifled. Fuck the squid. As they gazed at the multitude of comments from Great Xia, rage ignited in the eyes of all lighthouse inhabitants. Yet aside from a few feeble exclamations of fuck, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their so-called hard power had become a mere joke in this instant. Hard power? Great Xia had already gained immense benefits from the life spirit, while they remained ignorant of its very existence. How could they assert their strength? Strength indeed. Within the farm space, amidst the fervor of the external world, Su Chen began meticulously examining the fruits of his recent endeavors. Chapter 74. The Fortunate Starflower, Special Dangers and Opportunities of the Demon Tide. The further expansion of the farm's area and arable land had directly augmented his farm to a staggering 18 square kilometers. Compared to those veteran farm owners, he was no longer at a disadvantage. In fact, he might even surpass them. The arable land had expanded to a remarkable 16,000 square meters, 24 acres. Such a vast expanse of farmland brought Su Chen joy, yet also considerable concern. Managing such extensive land would surely overwhelm him. Moreover, with this expansion, his water resources were now critically insufficient. In contrast to the rewards from the increased arable land, the remaining two enviable attributes left Su Chen feeling somewhat ambivalent. A 1 chance of life spirit emergence and a 50 reduction in the spiritual energy points required for seed evolution. While the former may prove useful, it seemed the chances of triggering it were akin to a hellish ordeal. Given that the national luck of Great Xia had yet to awaken, as for the latter, it was utterly irrelevant to Su Chen. For other farm owners, this attribute would undoubtedly be a miraculous boon. But with the system at his disposal, he required no spiritual energy points to evolve seeds. With thousands of mediocre seeds, he could synthesize a single spiritual level seed. Needing spiritual energy points for evolution? However, the last attribute, a 50 increase in spiritual energy points harvested, was indeed a pleasant surprise for Su Chen. With his current 24 acres of land, if fully planted, not even considering the planting of pseudo-spiritual level seeds, but merely high-quality, mediocre seeds, he could harvest at least over 6,000 spiritual energy points daily. An increase of 50% would yield over 9,000 points. Should he plant pseudo-spiritual level seeds, even if they were merely cabbages or potatoes that only produced 80 spiritual energy points each time, he could amass nearly 2 million spiritual energy points with each harvest. Compared to the previous non-augmented yields, this would represent an increase of over 600,000 spiritual energy points. The benefits were self-evident. Taking a moment to calculate, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. The harvesting cycle for pseudo-spiritual level cabbage and potato seeds was just over 5 days. Now that the farm had doubled in size, coupled with the augmentation of spiritual energy points, once he acquired enough pseudo-spiritual level seeds, he could harvest nearly 2 million spiritual energy points every 5 days. Such a rate of return was simply astonishing. Furthermore, it was predictable that the higher the seed level, the greater the benefits accrued. My little fortunate star, you truly are a blessing. Cradling the mischievous flower ing in his arms, Su Chen could not resist ruffling the little one's head. The flowering seemed to relish Su Chen's gentle touch, her large eyes narrowing in delight, and she even nudged her small head against his palm. After playing with the little one for a while, Su Chen rose to begin tilling the newly expanded land. Time was of the essence within the farm space. Every second was invaluable. He could not afford to leave these lands fallow. The sooner he utilized them, the sooner he could reap the rewards. With such a vast expanse of farmland, even if he planted high-level crops, merely cultivating high-quality mediocre potatoes and cabbages would, under a 1,000-fold increase, allow him to provide countless individuals in reality with more food. Aside from the 1 acre dedicated to pseudo-spiritual level seeds, the remaining 23 acres, over 15,000 square meters of land, could accommodate 4 mediocre potato plants per square meter. Each potato plant would yield approximately 20 gene upon maturity. Thus, with every harvest, he could collect over 90,000 gene of potatoes. Translated to reality, that amounted to over 1.2 billion gene. Should he choose to plant cabbages instead, the yield would be even greater. With each mature cabbage averaging around 30 gene, however, cabbages are not staple foods like potatoes. They are difficult to preserve for extended periods and cannot serve as primary sustenance. Consequently, Chen opted not to plant an excess of cabbages. Yet, even so, this was more than sufficient. Harvesting 1.2 billion gene of potatoes daily would effectively address the basic food needs of over 1.2 billion people. Combined with the previous 2 rewards from the farm space and the current benefits from the flowering, various factors ensured that the basic food security for at least 1.6 billion individuals in reality was guaranteed. Of course, this merely constituted a foundational assurance, meeting the average daily requirement of 1 gene of grain per person. While it was enough to stave off hunger, a gap of 400 million people remained to be resolved. Only by addressing the basic food needs of everyone could the nation's luck truly awaken. The road ahead is indeed arduous. Gazing at the expanse of arable land before him, Chen sighed softly. Yet, it won't be long. Chen's eyes gleamed. The month of the demon tide posed a crisis for farm owners. But it also represented an opportunity. The demon tide brought not only peril but also the potential for special treasures should the farm owners successfully repel it. For instance, water crystals and other unique items. Admittedly, such water crystals are exceedingly rare, with few farm owners ever acquiring them from demons. Furthermore, every successful defense would enhance the farm's floating island and arable land to some degree. The extent of these upgrades would be assessed based on their performance against the demon tide. The better the performance, the greater the rewards for the farm. The vastness of those veteran farm owners' lands primarily stemmed from the bounties bestowed upon them by the demon tide. Naturally, they could also expend spiritual energy points to purchase upgrades. However, this method is hardly employed by anyone. With 100,000 energy points, would you purchase a square meter of arable land? Even during the peak of his wealth and energy points, Chen never contemplated using them to acquire farmland. Only a fool would entertain such an idea. Presently, what Chen eagerly anticipates is the impending magical tide that will commence after the 1-month novice period. If possible, he naturally hopes for the highest possible evaluation. At that time, his farm will also receive the utmost rewards. Perhaps the issues plaguing the Great Xia could be entirely resolved. As for the national fortune, one can only speculate to what extent the destiny of Great Xia will reach. Chen expresses immense anticipation. The cultivation of 12 acres, along with the previous harvest and cultivation of 11 acres, consumed Chen several hours of his time. By the time he finished all the planting, night had thoroughly fallen. The live stream had also entered the privacy protection phase. Observing this, Chen casually rinsed himself off, and with a single thought, the attributes panel of Huaying appeared before his eyes. During the live broadcast, Chen refrained from revealing Huaying's specific attributes and did not check them immediately. Now, with the privacy protection activated, he promptly began to examine the details. Previously, the Huaying at the mortal level was already impressively powerful. Now that it has advanced to the spirit level, just how formidable will it become? Chapter 75. Universal Evolution, 2 billion superhumans, Huaying grade, spirit level, upgradable, owner, Chen race, spirit of life special abilities, language of flowers, revival, natural power, life symphony, spirit prayer description. Evolved from the orange heart potato, this spirit of life possesses intelligence on par with any normal human and holds extraordinarily unique abilities, a gift from nature. Treat her kindly, and she will offer you boundless assistance. Language of flowers, description. The Song of Huaying can bestow blessings upon the owner, significantly dispelling any negative effects on the owner, including fatigue, bleeding, poisoning, etc., while also providing one absolute immunity to fatal effects. Revival, description. The Song of Huaying can resonate with crops of spirit level and below, dispelling any ailments affecting those crops and substantially healing them. In natural power, description. As a spirit of life, Huaying enjoys the favor of natural power, allowing her to bless all plants of no higher grade than herself, significantly increasing their growth rate by 400. Special effect. As a spirit-level life spirit, Huaying's influence on the real world has been further enhanced. All lands of Great Xia will experience a 300 increase in soil quality, and the growth rate of all crops will surge by 200. Life Symphony. Description. Huaying can derive vitality from other plants and transform it into life energy to heal the owner's injuries, as long as the crops in the farm space are not entirely withered. The spirit of life remains immortal, ensuring the owner's life is perpetually sustained. Spirit Prayer. Description. Huaying prays to nature, providing blessings to the owner. During the duration of the blessing, every time the owner consumes a crop of mortal level or higher, the body will absorb it with double the efficacy. Special effect. Huaying's prayer is potent enough to influence reality. While the prayer blessing lasts, all crops in Great Xia will receive a slight enhancement of spiritual energy, which can gradually improve physical fitness with long-term consumption. Upon reviewing Huaying's attributes, Chen fell into silence. It was not that Huaying's attributes were inadequate, but rather that this enhancement had propelled her attributes to a level that could only be described as monstrous. Although it seemed that only one ability was added on the panel, each ability had undergone a tremendous upgrade. Take the Language of Flowers ability, for instance. The capacity to dispel negative effects remains. And on that foundation, a special effect granting absolute immunity to fatality has been added. What does absolute immunity to fatality entail? Simply put, from this moment on, he no longer has to worry about being ambushed or facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, resulting in instant death. In other words, it is akin to granting him an additional life. How powerful is that? It is explosively strong. Not to mention, during the arrival of the magical tide, countless farm owners have perished at the hands of magical creatures. The types of magical beings are numerous, and to this day, no one has managed to fully comprehend them. Many farm owners, despite possessing sufficient strength, have met their demise due to a lack of knowledge regarding certain special magical creatures. Such occurrences are far from isolated. Now, with Huaying's ability, he need not worry about being instantly eliminated. Let alone, this single ability has already rendered the 300 million energy points expended on Huaying completely worthwhile. Not to mention, following this upgrade, Huaying's other abilities have similarly received substantial enhancements. Apart from Language of Flowers, the Revival ability has also ascended from its mortal effects to the spirit level. Next is the Natural Power ability. Huaying's enhancement effect on crops has escalated from the previous twofold to the current fourfold. A single upgrade has directly doubled the enhancement effect. The increase in soil quality in the real world has also risen from twofold to threefold. The growth rate enhancement has transformed from onefold to twofold, coupled with the special rewards from the farm space after Huaying's upgrade and formal contract. The growth rate of crops in the real world of Great Xia has now increased threefold. Such an amplification is utterly terrifying. Chen harbors deep doubts. Even a farm like Lighthouse, which has upgraded to the spirit level, may not reach the current heights of Great Xia under the blessings of national fortune. Then there is the Life Symphony ability. This ability was originally named Gift of Life, and now, post-upgrade, its effects have also seen massive improvements. Previously, the Gift of Life ability consumed Huaying's own vitality. In other words, if Huaying's life force were to be depleted, she would perish. Now, however, Huaying can draw vitality from crops to provide life energy to him, as long as the crops in his farm space have not completely withered. His life will not cease. This effectively binds his life to the entire farm. This is far more than simply adding an extra life. If one day his farm expands to tens of thousands of acres, fully planted with crops, who could possibly bring about his demise? This ability transcends the realm of the monstrous. As for the final ability, it is the sole new addition following this upgrade, Spirit Prayer. Chen has little desire to elaborate further on this ability. In a word, monstrous. During the period of Huaying's prayer blessing, the absorption effect of crops he consumes is doubled. In other words, the enhancement effect of consuming a cabbage now equates to that of previously eating two. Currently, he is already consuming pseudo-spirit level cabbages and potatoes daily, with enhancement effects that are already double those of other lower-level farm owners. Now, on top of that doubling, there is yet another doubling. A total enhancement effect of fourfold. Who needs to live like that? Furthermore, beneath this ability lies a special effect. Special effect. Huaying's prayer is potent enough to influence reality. During the duration of the prayer blessing, all crops in Great Xia will receive a slight enhancement of spiritual energy, which can gradually improve physical fitness with long-term consumption. Upon seeing this attribute, Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of spiritual energy within the farm space is already well known. Now, Huaying can manifest this effect of spiritual energy into reality. Although it appears to be merely a slight enhancement, Even a 1% increase is immensely terrifying in the real world. Anyone capable of becoming a formal farm owner within the farm space is essentially a minor superhuman in the real world. If this slight enhancement were applied to reality over time, could it be that Great Xia would also become a land of superhumans? Goodness, universal evolution? Contemplating such a scenario startled Chen himself. Chapter 76. Immortality? Attack universal evolution. 2 billion superhumans. Wait, there are no superhumans in Great Xia. They should be martial arts masters, or perhaps cultivators. With this thought, Chen hastily dismissed such notions. Martial arts masters are a more plausible concept. The farm owners within the farm space are all undoubtedly skilled experts. While their techniques may not be on par, their raw strength exceeds that of any so-called boxing champion. But cultivators are somewhat far-fetched. Compared to the mythical beings who can effortlessly move mountains and seas or pluck stars from the sky, the current farm space still seems to lack a certain something. However, if this trend continues, perhaps it is not entirely impossible for the future. Chen murmured to himself. His farm, merely a mortal-level farm, is already so monstrous. What of the spirit level to come? And beyond that, the mysterious level. Is there a level beyond the mysterious? Chen is uncertain, but one thing is for sure. Once one surpasses the spirit level, humanity likely transcends the traditional definition of what it means to be human. If one were to attain an even higher level, even if they are not the legendary cultivators, they would likely be quite similar. Perhaps in the future, immortality could truly be within reach. With such thoughts, Chen's heart began to ignite with fervor. In the real world, an entire hour had passed before the commotion in the Great Xia finally subsided. The tremors of the earth had come to a halt. This extraordinary change was not merely a result of the special rewards from the farm space. It was significantly attributed to the enhancement of Huayang's unique abilities. As the first and currently the only special life form within the farm space, Huayang's power was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Among the spiritual tier entities, Huayang stood in stark contrast to the commonplace spiritual crops, representing an immense gap akin to that between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, while the citizens of Great Xia rejoiced, the officials promptly initiated detailed examinations to assess the benefits arising from this enhancement. However, after the evaluations were concluded, the expressions of the relevant researchers from the Agricultural Bureau appeared somewhat peculiar. What could be amiss? Was there something awry? Noticing the researchers' unusual demeanor, Tang Jiangwo, the director of the Farm Space Office, felt a twinge of anxiety. The land was the lifeblood of Great Xia. Any issues here could lead the nation into a dire abyss. Several researchers exchanged glances, and the elder with a gray beard finally spoke. Director Tang, please do not be alarmed. It is not the land that is problematic. Tang Jiangwo sighed with relief upon hearing this. As long as the land was not at fault, that was a comfort. Then what is the issue? He inquired, curiosity piqued. The elder, sensing the need for clarity, handed over the documents he held, stating, "It is too complex to explain in just a couple of sentences. Director, please take a look for yourself." Receiving the documents from the elder, Tang Jiangwo opened the file and began to read meticulously, line by line. After a considerable span of time, his expression shifted to one of incredulity. "Are you saying that the growth rate of the crops on our land has increased by threefold compared to normal? More precisely, it has increased by 3.625 times. The elder added gravely. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiangwo fell into silence. The elder continued, "According to the rewards announced by the farm space, the growth rate of our crops was expected to double, meaning a growth cycle of 2 months would now only take 1. However, our in-depth studies reveal that the growth rate has reached an astonishing 3.625 times. Furthermore, our analysis indicates that the quality of our 42.667 million acres of arable land has improved to 3 times the basic fertility level." All the arable land? Tang Jiangwo's pupils dilated. Indeed, all 42.667 million acres, without exception. Whether it was the previously enhanced 6 million acres or the newly added land, the soil quality has uniformly escalated to 3 times the foundational fertility level. The elder replied solemnly. Tang Jiangwo inhaled sharply, realizing the implications of this revelation. Even as a military man, he understood that improved soil fertility would inevitably lead to accelerated crop growth and increased yields. If a barren acre produced merely 500 pounds, a fertile acre could yield as much as 1,000 pounds. The same land, the same time frame. Fertile soil could sustain double the population. Does this mean the increased growth rate of these crops is solely due to the changes in soil quality? Not exactly, the elder shook his head lightly. Under normal circumstances, even the most fertile land could not yield such a dramatic enhancement, given the inherent growth attributes of crops. Tang Jiangwo fell silent once more. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and turned towards the live broadcast room, murmuring, "The spirit of life." Those 4 words slipped from his lips. When normal phenomena failed to provide an explanation, the only conclusion could be the incredibly mysterious spirit of life. Neither Tang Jiangwo nor anyone else had anticipated that the greatest boon this time stemmed not from the special rewards of the farm space, but from that enigmatic spirit of life, the seemingly innocent and adorable little being that possessed no apparent lethality. Disregarding the enhancements from the farm space, it became evident that this endearing little creature had bestowed an additional doubling of growth speed upon the lands of Great Xia. Moreover, if all went as expected, the changes in soil quality should also arise from that mysterious spirit of life. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, just how many hidden cards do you have that remain unknown to us? Tang Jiangwo gazed at the pitch-black screen of the live broadcast room, feeling both gratified and wryly amused. He was grateful that Great Xia had a citizen as exceptional as Su Chen. Yet he was also bemused by the endless surprises that Su Chen held up his sleeve. It was one thing for Su Chen to keep secrets from foreign entities, but now it seemed even his compatriots were kept in the dark. Had it not been for the Agricultural Bureau's discovery, they might have remained blissfully unaware. How could they not find this amusingly frustrating? Just as Tang Jiangwo was lost in thought, a report came in. "We have just received news from the internal security forces. They have been attacked by unidentified armed personnel." Chapter 77. Ruthless and cold-blooded, the internal security forces have been attacked. Tang Jiangwo's expression changed dramatically. When did this happen? What is the current situation? Without the luxury of time, he hastily inquired. The internal security forces were a clandestine protection division of Great Xia, tasked with safeguarding individuals of paramount importance to the nation. Including high-ranking officials and elite scientists, every member of the internal security forces was an elite drawn from the National Defense Military, truly the Armée de la Armée of Special Forces. At this time, they also protected the families of farm owners within the farm space. With Su Chen being the sole chosen farm owner of Great Xia, the notification from the internal security forces meant that Su Chen's family was in peril. Having contributed so much to Great Xia, Su Chen could undoubtedly be regarded as its savior. Every citizen carried the weight of Su Chen's benevolence upon their shoulders. If anything were to happen to his family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just a minute ago, the internal security forces reported that the assailants had employed heavy weaponry, including anti-material arms and grenade launchers. The scale of this attack was considerable, involving as many as 28 individuals, all of whom were highly trained elite operatives. Currently, the internal security forces were engaged in combat with them, having already neutralized 5 of the attackers. However, the situation was dire, as the assailants had taken 35 ordinary civilians hostage in a shopping mall, demanding the exchange of Su Chen's family. Otherwise, they would execute the hostages. The most alarming news was that one civilian had already been killed on the spot. With the video of the act circulated online, the staff from the Farm Space Office succinctly conveyed the situation: hostage crisis. Despicable and shameless. Tang Jiangwo's face turned ashen. Gripping the documents in his hand, he crumpled them into a ball. The protection of the Chosen One's families had always been a top priority for Great Xia, especially for Su Chen, the only farm owner with hope of survival. Their protective measures had been elevated to the highest level, with 3 complete internal security teams on round-the-clock duty. Any suspicious individuals would be intercepted by the internal security forces before they could pose a threat. Yet it was evident that he had underestimated the ruthlessness of the enemy. Contact the military and urgently mobilize the National Defense Forces to the city. Ensure the safety of Su Chen's family. Taking a deep breath, Tang Jiangwo commanded in a low voice. Additionally, prepare a helicopter immediately. I will go to the scene to command personally. As the director of the Farm Space Office, Tang Jiangwo was much more than just a director. He was also an active military officer in the National Defense Forces and a commander of special operations. Otherwise, the higher echelons of Great Xia would not have entrusted such a crucial role to him. In Great Xia, Jiang City, with a series of gunfire and explosions, the previously tranquil Jiang City was plunged into chaos within mere minutes. Outside the community where Su Chen's family resided, police cars with sirens blaring had encircled the entire area. Gunfire echoed ceaselessly within the community. The sounds of grenades and explosive devices detonating rang out repeatedly. Simultaneously, in the heart of Jiang City, armed operatives had completely seized control of a shopping mall. Inside the mall, 35 civilians were huddled together under the threat of firearms, crouching with their heads covered. Had it not been for the current circumstances of economic decline, leaving fewer patrons in the mall, the number of hostages could have been far greater. Near the windows of the mall, the lifeless body of an individual, with their throat nearly severed, lay in grim repose, unblinking. Outside the mall, countless police cars and agents had already surrounded the building, forming a tight perimeter. Listen up, those inside. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and raise your hands. We promise to treat the captives with kindness and will not harm any of you. Outside the mall, the director of a major Xia intelligence agency, armed with a megaphone, continuously urged the agents within, "Don't speak nonsense to me. You have half an hour to either hand over Su Chen's family or allow these 35 civilians to be buried alongside them." In response to the director's voice, the agents inside exhibited no intention of releasing the hostages. Coldly, they retorted, "From now on, every minute that passes, I will take the life of someone here until I see the individual I desire." With that declaration, the people inside the mall swiftly pulled down black sheets, obscuring all visibility from the outside, leaving no opportunity for observation. The snipers, positioned at a vantage point and prepared to strike, also lost their line of sight at that moment, rendering them unable to ascertain the situation inside. Even special equipment like infrared detectors proved futile, as the agents were equipped with sophisticated jamming devices, preventing any precise detection of their whereabouts. In that instant, all the agents felt a sense of overwhelming difficulty. They were acutely aware that those inside were elite operatives, trained to a standard comparable to special forces. These individuals were agile and ruthless, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary thugs. If they threatened to harm the civilians, they would certainly show no mercy. Time ticked away, each passing second tightening the tension in the hearts of all agents. They understood that with each minute, another hostage would lose their life. Just as the situation seemed insurmountable, an armed helicopter appeared overhead, descending rapidly. Chapter 78. The Soul of Xia. Tell me the current situation, commanded Tang Jiangwo as he disembarked from the helicopter. After a brief nod to the on-site agency director, he inquired solemnly about the mall. The director, recognizing the gravity of the situation, responded, "So far, we have identified 14 fully armed operatives within the mall. These individuals are highly trained elites who, upon seizing control of the mall, immediately sealed all exits and have strapped timed explosives to the hostages. We managed to obtain the structural blueprints of the mall and previously organized an infiltration rescue. But it ended in utter failure. They have rigged every possible entry point, including sewers and ventilation ducts, with explosives. During the prior infiltration attempt, we lost one agent and 4 others sustained severe injuries." As he spoke, the director clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. "Withdraw all your personnel. We will take over from here." A glint of cold determination flashed in Tang Jiangwo's eyes. He had long been aware of the presence of spies and operatives within the country. Most had infiltrated before the arrival of the farming space. Over the past few years, the Xia government had eliminated no less than 100 spies and operatives. Even Tang Jiangwo had believed that most had been cleared out. He thought that even if a few remained hidden, they would not pose a significant threat. Yet, unexpectedly, these operatives had surfaced all at once, striking directly at the heart of Xia with a seemingly desperate resolve. "However, you must be cautious. They just stated that for every minute that passes, they will execute one of our civilians." The director understood the seriousness of the situation and succinctly explained the circumstances before leading his men away from the battlefield. He recognized that they were not dealing with ordinary armed militants, but with specially trained elite operatives, each possessing qualities not inferior to those of special forces. While his ordinary agents could handle regular armed adversaries, they were ill-equipped to confront these elite operatives. As the agents retreated, the prepared soldiers of the National Defense Army swiftly moved in to block all possible exits. Concurrently, the special forces brought by Tang Jiangwo quickly established their positions. "Boss, the National Defense Army has arrived. What should we do next?" Inside the mall, a man whose appearance bore little distinction from that of the Xia people, with an unremarkable visage, inquired earnestly of the leader before him. The arrival of the National Defense Army did not surprise them. They had anticipated this step when devising their assault plan. Peeking through a corner of the black curtains, the operative leader observed the helicopters circling above. Instead of displaying fear, a cold smirk crept onto his face. What of the National Defense Army? The initiative lies with us. Don't they always claim they will never abandon a single citizen? Let us see if they can live up to their words. If the helicopters unleashed their full firepower, the entire mall would be reduced to ruins in an instant, and none of them would escape. Yet, holding over 30 hostages, he remained unfazed. They had already resolved to take drastic measures. If they could secure Suchen's family, all their risks would be worthwhile. Bring out a hostage and have them inform the others that they have 30 seconds left. With a cold laugh, the operative leader issued the command. Understood, his subordinate nodded, seizing a middle-aged man from the ground. With a specially designed submachine gun pressed to the back of the man's head, he dragged him to the window. Speak, he ordered, forcefully pressing the gun against the man's skull as he drew back the curtain. Faced with the icy barrel, the middle-aged man instinctively displayed fear, for no one could remain calm in the face of death. However, upon witnessing the fully armed soldiers of the National Defense Army outside, he suddenly smiled. Thinking of his emaciated wife and children who could barely afford nutrition, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was just an ordinary citizen of Xia a month ago. His family had been on the verge of starvation. Even his children were struggling to eat. If this continued, they would soon perish from hunger. Fortunately, just when they were on the brink of despair, the Xia government had provided them with the food they desperately needed. Not the inedible nutrition liquid, but real potatoes and cabbage. It was through these humble provisions that his family had managed to survive. He understood that all of this was thanks to Suchen, a young man who, despite being less than half his age, had brought hope to the entire nation of Xia. Now, these foreign devils sought to use his life to threaten Xia. To threaten Suchen? At this thought, the middle-aged man chuckled. Addressing the soldiers of the National Defense Army below, he began, "Soldiers, my name is Li Yong, just an ordinary citizen of Xia. I have 2 children, a wife, and parents at home. Frankly, I do not wish to die if I could. I would like to walk through life with my family forever. But I know one thing. Suchen bears the fate of our entire nation upon his shoulders. The lives of countless citizens. I, Li Yong, may not be extraordinary, but we must never yield to the demands of these foreign devils and bandits. You want to use my life to threaten Xia? You are dreaming." With a cold laugh, Li Yong glanced at the operatives lurking nearby, then turned to address the remaining hostages. "Fellow citizens, tell me, are you afraid of death?" Upon hearing Li Yong's voice, the remaining captives, huddled on the ground with their heads cradled in their arms, exchanged glances, and a flicker of defiance ignited in their eyes. Their hands, which had been clasped atop their heads, slowly lowered. Death? Who is not afraid of death? Yet, some deaths carry more weight than others. If we can bravely face death, then our lives will not have been in vain, damn it. Observing the actions of the Xia citizens, the operatives felt a sense of impending doom. The operative beside Li Yong, furious, struck him on the head with his gun. Immediately, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued, with the butts of rifles raining down like a hailstorm. "Don't move, kneel down now. Raise your hands." With a gunshot, Li Yong was knocked to the ground, while the remaining agents pointed their guns at the hostages from the Great Xia. Each of them let out a furious roar. "Ha ha ha, foreign devils, do you really think threatening us will work? Let me tell you, we in the Great Xia have an abundance of people. We are never short of the spirit of death. If one of us dies, there are countless more to take their place. With a population of 2 billion, do you think you can kill us all?" Li Yong's head was bloodied and bruised from the blows, his face discolored and his mouth and nose filled with blood. Yet, despite this, he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he laughed heartily at the agents beside him, letting out a soul-stirring cry, "Fuck." The leader of the agents was enraged. He approached Li Yong, drawing his handgun and loading it directly. The barrel was aimed straight at Li Yong's head. "To hell with your spirit of death. Since you wish to die, I shall send you to meet your maker today." The leader's face contorted with rage as he placed his finger on the trigger and pulled it, bang. Chapter 79. An unexpected visitor, the pitiful Cayenne within the confines of the farm space. After reviewing the attributes of the flower, Su Chun promptly entered a state of slumber. Upon awakening, Both his body and mind were fully restored to their optimal state. A new day commenced, and Su Chen once again immersed himself in the irrigation construction of the farm. However, the plans could not keep up with the changes. The farm's expansion rendered his previously constructed irrigation channels and facilities somewhat inadequate. The most troubling issue for Su Chen remained the water supply. He could dig channels and build reservoirs, but relying solely on the shattered water system crystal in his possession to irrigate 24 acres, or 16,000 square meters of farmland, proved to be quite challenging. The fractured water system crystal could produce a maximum of only 240 liters of water daily, averaging a mere 10 liters per acre. 10 liters of water was hardly sufficient to moisten an acre of land, barely enough to compensate for evaporation. This predicament weighed heavily on Su Chen, especially as his farm had received no rain lately, as if nature were conspiring against him. If this continued for another week without rainfall, the surplus land would likely fall into desolation. Without adequate water resources, crops could not thrive, leading to drastically slowed growth rates, plummeting yields, or even total crop failure. Just as Su Chen was fretting over the lack of rain, an unexpected visitor came knocking. "Hello, esteemed Mr. Chen. My name is Khan, and my great Xia name is Li Taibai. Is an honor to see you again." As soon as the video call connected, a young figure appeared, visibly excited as he respectfully addressed Su Chen. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the young man from the auction house representing the Cayenne. "Hello." Confirming the visitor's identity, Su Chen returned the smile. Upon receiving Su Chen's response, Khan seemed even more exhilarated. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, he finally regained his composure with Su Chen's reassurance. "I apologize, Mr. Su Chen. I am just overly excited to see you again." Once he had reined in his emotions, Khan expressed his apologies with sincerity. After Su Chen indicated that it was of no concern, Khan continued, "Mr. Su Chen, I have come to see you today not only to meet my idol, but mainly to obtain some high-quality seeds from you." "High-quality seeds?" Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Noticing this, Khan quickly waved his hands. "Mr. Su Chen, please don't misunderstand. I do not wish to take your seeds for free. It is just that our Cayenne is about to face a new wave of demonic tide attacks. Most of the farm owners in our Cayenne are low-level farmers like myself, and without advanced seeds, they will likely struggle to endure. Thus, I wish to purchase some high-quality seeds from you. Any seeds of the ordinary tier will suffice." As he spoke, Khan opened his attribute panel, pointing to the spiritual energy points displayed. "Mr. Chen. This is the total amount of spiritual energy points our entire Cayenne has pooled together, a total of 1,063,563 points. I know this may seem trivial to you, but these points represent all we have. I wish to use these points to purchase 1,000 ordinary tier seeds. Just 1,000 will do. Rest assured, once we have weathered this crisis, we will replenish the remaining spiritual energy points according to market prices, along with the points for those extraordinary ordinary tier seeds you gifted me last time." According to the current market prices in the farm space, one ordinary tier seed typically costs over 5,000 spiritual energy points. Yet Khan had only brought a little over 1,000,000 spiritual energy points this time. Clearly, this was insufficient to acquire 1,000 ordinary tier seeds. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the market prices in the farm space are merely surface level. In reality, those high-tier seeds are tightly controlled by the powerful nations. Any low-level farmer wishing to purchase high-tier seeds must not only pay a substantial price in spiritual energy points, but also sign various unequal contracts. For instance, they might have to surrender a portion of their harvest or similar stipulations. If they refuse these inequitable contracts, even 5,000 spiritual energy points might not guarantee a sale. This is also the reason why, after 3 years in the farm space, Cayenne has yet to produce a single high-level farmer. Having finished his request, Khan anxiously awaited a response. However, after hearing Khan's plea, Su Chen's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. "Ordinary tier seeds?" To be frank, Su Chen currently had none of that caliber of seeds left. Tio provide food for the Great Xia. He could plant high-quality, albeit mediocre seeds. Tio enhance his own strength. He utilized pseudo-spiritual tier seeds. He truly had no interest in ordinary tier seeds, which fell in between. Moreover, Su Chen recalled that when he left the auction house last time, he had indeed given Khan a bag of extraordinary ordinary tier seeds. Although that bag contained only a limited number of seeds, surely there were over 100. Khan had even acknowledged this, so the question arose. Why was Khan not planting the extraordinary ordinary tier seeds he already had and instead seeking to buy ordinary tier seeds from him? Faced with Su Chen's inquiry, Khan wore a bittersweet smile at them, or Su Chen. It is not that we do not wish to plant extraordinary ordinary tier seeds. It is simply that we have too few of them, and their maturation period is too lengthy. They cannot provide effective assistance in a short time frame. So, after hearing Khan's explanation, Su Chen fell silent. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. The seeds he had given last time amounted to just around 100. If Khan were to hoard them all for himself, they might suffice. But it was evident that Khan was not the type to prioritize his own needs at the expense of others. Currently, there were still dozens of farm owners in Cayenne. On average, each person would receive less than 2 seeds, which was indeed a drop in the bucket. As for Cayenne's reluctance to purchase ordinary extraordinary tier seeds, it could be summed up in one word: poverty. They had to scrape together even the smallest fragments of spiritual energy points to buy seeds. One could only imagine how dire their situation was. If Cayenne could not afford ordinary tier seeds, let alone extraordinary ordinary tier seeds. Reflecting on this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in the current state of Cayenne. He seemed to see a reflection of the Great Xia. Once upon a time, the Great Xia had endured even worse hardships than Cayenne. Not to mention ordinary tier seeds. They could not even afford the inferior tier seeds. Shaking his head, Su Chen finally spoke slowly in response to Khan's anxious gaze. I do not have any ordinary tier seeds. None? Khan's expression instantly dimmed. Chapter 80. Special items, source of the plague locusts. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Khan's eyes lost their luster. The sense of disappointment was palpable. Over the past months, nearly every month, Cayenne's farmers had been overwhelmed by the demonic tides. The reason was simple. They had only inferior tier crops in their possession to survive as long as possible against the onslaught of the demonic tides. They consumed food almost around the clock. As long as their stomachs could bear it, they stuffed themselves to maximize their absorption capacity. Even so, after 3 years, only a handful of farmers remained. Among them, 90 were newcomers who had just entered this year. The most senior had only survived for a year and 2 months. The first batch of farmers to enter the farm space had completely vanished in the demonic tides. If they did not obtain higher tier crops, it was only a matter of time before the few remaining veterans would perish, and these newcomers would struggle to survive this year. Just like the previous veterans, they would inevitably meet their demise one after another in the demonic tides. In fact, Cayenne had previously pooled its spiritual energy points to upgrade a batch of ordinary intermediate seeds. However, before the farmer could harvest, they unexpectedly fell victim to the subsequent demonic tide, causing all their accumulated spiritual energy points to go to waste. Now, they are left with only a little over 1 million spiritual points. This amount is insufficient even to upgrade 100 medium-grade ordinary seeds. Initially, he had intended to seek assistance from Su Chen. However, it now appears that Su Chen also lacks high-grade ordinary seeds. Or perhaps, Su Chen is also disdainful of their inability to provide enough spiritual points. Yet, this thought had barely surfaced before it was immediately dismissed by Khan. Would Su Chen truly be dismissive of their spiritual points? If he were truly disdainful, he would not have offered over 100 high-grade ordinary potato seeds to him. Reflecting on this, Khan could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Had he been too greedy? With those high-grade ordinary seeds, if he nurtured them well, given a little time, he could assist all the farmers in the Saimdaw Kingdom. Yet, under such circumstances, he still harbored the desire for more. Just as Khan was lost in his thoughts, Su Chen's voice echoed once more. I do not possess high-grade ordinary seeds, but I have high-grade extraordinary seeds. High-grade extraordinary? Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Khan, who had just been feeling dejected, suddenly brightened. However, this excitement quickly dimmed again. He desperately wanted the high-grade extraordinary seeds, yet he lacked sufficient spiritual points. He couldn't even afford high-grade ordinary seeds, let alone high-grade extraordinary ones. As for the issue of spiritual points, I can forego it for now. I can also provide you with the seeds for free, but I have one condition. Observing Khan's despondent demeanor, Su Chen spoke again. A condition? Khan was taken aback. What condition? Instinctively, he thought of the conditions imposed by the lighthouse nations. While those nations might sell high-grade seeds, they often came with numerous harsh and unequal stipulations. For a moment, Khan found himself in a quandary. If Su Chen truly proposed such conditions, would he agree? My condition is quite simple. I can provide you with high-grade extraordinary seeds for free, but each of you must dedicate at least 1 acre of land to cultivate our exclusive grains. Furthermore, the seeds for growing quality subpar crops. Beyond the basic cultivation requirements, all surplus must be given to me. As Khan wrestled with his thoughts, Su Chen slowly articulated his terms. High-grade extraordinary seeds were not of great consequence to Su Chen. One high-grade extraordinary seed was merely equivalent to 64 quality subpar seeds. Even if he were to give Khan 10,000 high-grade extraordinary seeds, it would only amount to 6,400,000 quality subpar seeds. This quantity was trivial in his eyes. Moreover, given the impoverished state of the Beiyang Kingdom, a mere 100 million spiritual points held no allure for Su Chen. To owe him, selling to the Beiyang Kingdom was of little significance. Conversely, it was far more advantageous to leverage these seeds to broker a deal with the Beiyang Kingdom, enlisting their help in cultivating high-yield grains. The Beiyang Kingdom currently had 83 farmers. Even if each person contributed just 1 acre of land for grain cultivation, that would yield 83 acres, over 3 times more than his current arable land. If the grains produced were all transported to the Great Saimdaw territory, such a bounty could potentially alleviate the hunger of hundreds of millions. Should this hunger issue be resolved, perhaps the national fortune of Great Saimdaw could awaken. In comparison to a mere 100 million spiritual points, such a transaction was undoubtedly far more lucrative. Furthermore, aside from the grains, he would also gain 83 additional laborers. The aggregate output from 83 farmers cultivating quality seeds would be an astonishing figure. What he needed to offer in return was merely a few thousand or 10,000 high-grade extraordinary seeds. In a certain sense, it was akin to empty-handedly capturing a wolf. After hearing Su Chen's proposal, Khan was utterly dumbfounded. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, even considering that Su Chen might impose countless stringent conditions like those of the lighthouse nations. Yet, he never anticipated that Su Chen's terms would be so straightforward. Each person contributing an acre of land in exchange for a substantial quantity of high-grade extraordinary seeds. Such an opportunity was almost impossible to find. In an instant, Khan's eyes turned red, not from anger, but from sheer excitement. Mr. Su Chen, thank you. Thank you so much. Overwhelmed with emotion, Khan even knelt down, tears welling in his eyes. To Su Chen, those high-grade extraordinary seeds might not be significant. Yet for the Beiyang Kingdom, these seeds were a lifeline. With these seeds, the farmers of the Beiyang Kingdom could truly survive in the farming space. They could genuinely carry the hopes of the Beiyang Kingdom forward. Su Chen's actions were not merely a help to them, but a boon for the 400 million citizens of the entire Beiyang Kingdom. In that moment, Su Chen had undoubtedly become a savior in Khan's heart. Amaterasu Chen, please wait. After a long while, Khan finally forced himself to suppress his excitement. Before Su Chen could utter a word, Khan's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, it was half an hour later, holding a peculiar item in his hand. Amaterasu Chen, this is a special item that our farmers in the Beiyang Kingdom unexpectedly obtained during a magical tide. Known as the source of calamity locusts, it can designate 10 farms of no higher rank than its own and unleash a massive locust disaster. The locust will devour everything in sight until nothing is left. This source of calamity locusts can be used a total of 10 times. I believe it might be useful to you. Source of calamity locusts. Description: the exoskeleton shed by a deceased mother locust. Each infusion of spiritual points can birth 10 magical locusts, targeting 10 farms of no higher rank than itself. Upon designation, the magical locust will descend upon the target area and consume all visible plants. Usage: 10 gazing at the item just acquired through trade. Su Chen's expression grew serious. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the terrifying nature of this item, designating 10 farms of no higher rank than itself to unleash a locust disaster that devours everything in sight. Such a terrifying object, once deployed within a farm, would undoubtedly obliterate all the efforts put forth over the course of 10 days. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this item could be used a total of 10 times. This meant that whoever possessed this item essentially held the lives of 10 farmers in their hands. 10 uses. In the farming space, every farmer faced a magical tide every month. Suffering crop failures once or twice may not significantly impact veteran farmers, but 10 times. Each time crops were nearing maturity, they would be struck by a locust disaster. After 10 consecutive instances, they could expect months without any yield. Going for months without harvest. Wouldn't they be waiting for death? This item could be considered the most terrifying thing Su Chen had encountered since entering the farming space. Fortunately, This item had previously been in the hands of the Beong Kingdom. Otherwise, staring at the unassuming exoskeleton of the mother locust in his hand, Su Chun felt a surge of relief. Had this item fallen into the hands of the lighthouse and other rogue nations, it would have truly been troublesome. If the lighthouse decided to deploy such a tactic at any moment, even with the assistance of Huaying, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. If struck consecutively 10 times, even with all the buff enhancements to his current farm, he would be left without any high-grade crop harvests for at least a month. This transaction had indeed been a tremendous profit. Concealing the source of calamity locusts, Su Chun felt increasingly satisfied with this deal. With just 10,000 high-grade extraordinary seeds, he not only gained 83 laborers to assist in grain cultivation, but also acquired such a unique item. This outcome left him utterly delighted. Moreover, beyond these gains, all the seeds produced from the quality subpar crops cultivated by Khan and his group would be provided to him free of charge. Barring the basic needs for cultivation, 83 individuals, the output from 83 farms, even without any buff effects, this yield would undoubtedly constitute an astonishing figure. At one moment, Su Chun even contemplated whether he should provide the Beong Kingdom with some spiritual grade seeds to expedite their harvest. Of course, this thought was merely a fleeting notion. For the time being, spiritual grade seeds were not suitable for distribution to others. After all, a grain of rice nurtures kindness, while a nurtures enmity. With the transaction concluded, Khan and the others from the Beong Kingdom were filled with joy as they headed off to plant the newly acquired 10,000 high-grade extraordinary seeds. Meanwhile, Su Chun, having completed the construction of the water reservoir and irrigation channels, began preparing for another task, constructing defensive fortifications. The magical tide was approaching, and time was of the essence. What a bunch of useless fools, in the Lighthouse Nation, at the Special Operations Office of the Farming Space. The director could not help but unleash a tirade of anger upon observing the 13 captured agents, 28 elite operatives. This was nearly the entirety of their current strength within the Great Xia territory. Each of these agents had been meticulously trained at great expense, boasting unparalleled skills in intelligence gathering and armed assaults, truly deserving of the title kings of soldiers. Yet, this elite force had accomplished nothing and had even allowed 13 of their own to be captured. The elite team of 14 agents responsible for the direct assault on Su Chen's family had barely begun their operation when, within less than 5 minutes, 5 of them were eliminated by the internal security forces of the Great Xia. The remaining 9 met a similar fate, all succumbing within a span of less than 10 minutes. Furthermore, those agents tasked with taking hostages to threaten the Great Xia achieved almost nothing. The captives displayed not only a lack of fear, but even dared to resist openly in the face of their guns. The leader of that team had yet to execute the foremost hostage from Great Xia when he himself was shot dead by a sniper from the special forces of Great Xia. The remaining agents were subsequently struck down by a unique weapon akin to a high-frequency pulse, rendering them all unconscious in an instant, after which they were captured. Sir, we have just received a message from Great Xia requesting an explanation regarding this attack. A staff member from the lighthouse solemnly reported to the head of the Special Operations Department. Explanation? The head of the Special Operations Department scoffed. Those agents are not our people. Why should we provide an explanation? Upon hearing this, his subordinate was momentarily taken aback. Were not those agents dispatched by their lighthouse? However, the staff member quickly regained his composure, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Indeed, those agents had not carried any identification. Even if captured, it would bear no consequence, as long as they denied their affiliation. What could Great Xia do? And as for the fact that the agents spoke English, could that serve as evidence? There were countless nations where English was spoken. 2/3 of the world's population communicated in English, including many from Great Xia. Did that mean every English speaker was affiliated with their lighthouse? Moreover, all those agents they sent out had infiltrated Great Xia long before the emergence of the farm space and the rifts in national borders. All bore Asian features, and although they were of Korean and Japanese descent, who could discern their origins if they did not disclose it? After all, both Korea and Japan traced their roots back to Great Xia. And in appearance, there was little difference. If Great Xia claimed these actions were orchestrated by the lighthouse, they could even counter with an accusation of slander, asserting that Great Xia fabricated the narrative. As for whether this would dishearten those agents, that was of no concern to the lighthouse, a group of failures who could not even complete their missions. If they perished, so be it. They were of no further use. However, Just as the head of the Special Operations Department was steadfastly contemplating these matters, a piece of news arrived that caused his expression to change dramatically. What did you say? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the head of the Special Operations Department's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, we have just received information from Su Chen's livestream. Su Chen has reached an agreement with the Kingdom of Baiyang. They have provided him with a source of calamity locusts. I fear we may be in grave trouble. Chapter 82. The lighthouse is in a panic, a headache for Su Chen as he spoke. His subordinate handed a document to the head of the Special Operations Department. The contents of the photograph unmistakably detailed the characteristics of the mutated locusts. This is the information we previously obtained from the Kingdom of Baiyang. They acquired this source of calamity locusts over a year ago. The head of the Special Operations Department's face darkened as he scrutinized the document. Why is something that emerged a year prior still in the possession of the Kingdom of Baiyang? How could he have been unaware of such a terrifying entity until now? The most critical issue was that they had allowed such a dreadful thing to fall into Su Chen's hands. This was nothing short of a nightmare. Director Victor had previously instructed us to contact the Kingdom of Baiyang to acquire this item, but they rejected our request. Later, when we observed this item was no threat in the hands of the Kingdom of Baiyang, we ceased further contact. His subordinate hurriedly explained in response to the director's inquiry. Fuck. Upon hearing his subordinate's response, the head of the Special Operations Department's countenance darkened further. That damned Victor is nothing but a waste. Victor had been the head of the Lighthouse's Special Operations Department a year ago, but was reassigned due to conflicts of interest. It was only after Victor's departure that Anderson, the current head, took over. Little did Anderson expect that Victor would leave behind such a significant hazard. Is the source of calamity locusts useless? Indeed, if it remained in the hands of the Kingdom of Baiyang, it might not pose much of a threat, given that the kingdom lacked advanced farmers with ample resources and the capability to expend precious energy points on it. But what about Su Chen now? Su Chen was a high-level farmer with a terrifying abundance of energy points at his disposal. Should Su Chen decide to utilize this source against them, it was foreseeable that at least 10 high-level farmers would face dire consequences. Sir, the situation shouldn't be that severe, right? We simply need to deny that those agents were sent by us, and that should suffice. One subordinate suggested, eyeing the reddening eyes of his superior. Deny it? Anderson, the head of the Special Operations Department, shot a cold glare at this subordinate. Fool, gather your things and get out. With a sense of dread creeping in, Anderson had no desire to engage further with this incompetent individual. Would denial truly be effective? For a nation as vast as Great Xia, which had to consider its entire landscape, such underhanded tactics might work. After all, Great Xia valued decorum and cherished its reputation. They could act unscrupulously, but Great Xia would not. But what of Su Chen? Su Chen represented Great Xia, yet he was also an individual. Based on their prior analyses of Su Chen's character, he was distinctly a person of extremes. In terms of Great Xia's traditional values, Su Chen embodied the principle of responding to kindness and grievances with directness. Having suffered a loss, Su Chen would hardly stay silent, and this time, they had targeted Su Chen's family. Once Su Chen learned of this, could he simply let it go? It was utterly inconceivable. Immediately contact the Kingdom of Baiyang. Employ any means necessary to ensure they sever all ties with Great Xia. We must not allow the Kingdom of Baiyang to relay the news of the attack to Su Chen, Anderson commanded. He could only hope that it was not too late at present. The only channel capable of communicating with Su Chen without the lighthouse's interference was the Kingdom of Baiyang. Great Xia itself had only one farmer, who had but one opportunity to communicate each year. That opportunity had already been utilized. If they could sever the Kingdom of Baiyang's channels, then Su Chen would be left in the dark. As for potential retaliation from Great Xia, Anderson felt no concern. Currently, rifts created by the farm space existed between various nations. Without permission, no one could traverse these rifts. Even if Great Xia were enraged, they could only seethe impotently. Would they employ similar tactics to attack the relatives of lighthouse farmers? This was of even less concern. After all, the lighthouse had a weak sense of familial ties. Most children were expelled from their homes upon reaching 18, and some elders' corpses could remain unremarked for months after their death. Even if relatives were attacked, it would have little impact on the farmers. For the rulers, the death of a few civilians was inconsequential. They had witnessed the loss of hundreds of thousands in the last century due to various reasons. And the rulers did not even bat an an attack on Great Xia, merely a trifling matter. Anderson even hoped for an attack from Great Xia, as it would provide them with a pretext to retaliate against Great Xia. The only concern weighing on Anderson's mind was Su Chen. After all, the death of a few civilians meant little to them, but the loss of even a few farmers would be a grave matter. Within the farm space, having concluded the transaction, Su Chen was diligently arranging his affairs. The expansion of farmland brought boundless benefits, yet it also presented considerable challenges, not merely concerning water resources, but also defense. The first wave of the demon tide was set to arrive in just a few days. Su Chen was uncertain from which direction the tide would come. Thus, he needed to construct sufficient defensive barriers around the farmland before its arrival. Otherwise, should the monsters breach his farm and wreak havoc, his crops would undoubtedly suffer. A day's labor, or even days' worth, could be rendered utterly futile. This was not an outcome Su Chen desired. Presently, the only materials at his disposal were bitter bamboo and stones. Gazing at the lush bamboo before him, each clump towering 7 to 8 meters high, with each stalk boasting a diameter akin to a forearm, Su Chen fell into contemplation. It must be said that while bitter bamboo appeared rather unremarkable, its hardness and resilience were indeed extraordinary. Even with Su Chen's current strength, bending a low-grade bamboo stalk would require immense effort, and snapping a pseudo-spiritual grade bamboo? Apologies, but Su Chen found that beyond his capacity. Employing bitter bamboo for defense was undoubtedly the best course of action. However, compared to potatoes and cabbages, the growth cycle of bitter bamboo was considerably longer. A low-grade bamboo required at least a month to mature. Even with the enhancement from the flowering tree and farm upgrades, the maturation of low-grade bamboo would still take a full 10 days. Meanwhile, the growth cycle for pseudo-spiritual grade bamboo was even longer, taking a full 40 days. The protracted growth cycle has resulted in a rather limited quantity of bitter bamboo in Su Chen's possession even to this day. He has contemplated purchasing it from others. Yet the foreign merchants have become quite shrewd. They refuse to part with their goods, regardless of their quality. They seem intent on opposing him at every turn. Moreover, there are no bitter bamboo seeds available from the neighboring Xia Nation. Thus, despite knowing the exceptional defensive properties of bitter bamboo, Su Chen finds himself unable to cultivate it on a large scale. This path of utilizing bitter bamboo for defense has been completely obstructed. Consequently, he must resort to using stone. Su Chen sighed in resignation. Chapter 83. The news brought by Khan. The list engraved in granite arriving before a stone mountain. Su Chen conducted a brief inspection before grasping the black iron blade in his hand. He swiftly plunged it into the stone. With hundreds of pounds of force, coupled with the terrifying sharpness of the black iron blade, the hard granite was cleaved apart as if it were mere tofu. After a few decisive strokes, a neatly cut granite brick appeared before him. Beside Su Chen, a small creature flapped its tiny wings, sitting close by, its large eyes fixed upon him without blinking. Occasionally, it would glance at its own chubby little hands, then back at Su Chen and the black iron blade, pouting its small lips in a manner that suggested it was deep in thought. As time passed, the number of granite bricks surrounding Su Chen continued to grow. The significant enhancement to his physical capabilities allowed him to handle these bricks, weighing dozens to hundreds of pounds, with ease. When hunger or fatigue struck, he would simply take a bite of the tender pseudo-spiritual grade cabbage, instantly replenishing his energy. Furthermore, as time progressed, Su Chen discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The consistent labor and subsequent consumption of the pseudo-spiritual grade cabbage seemed to elevate his physical fitness far beyond the improvements gained through mere idleness. With this revelation, Su Chen felt invigorated. Throughout the day, aside from harvesting and planting, he dedicated nearly all his time to the stone mountain. Byd's end, the once towering stone mountain had been significantly reduced in height. However, the bricks he had cut were not immediately transported to the fields. To Su Chen, ordinary granite held little value. While granite is indeed sturdy, it may not withstand the onslaught of monstrous foes. His intention was to synthesize these granite bricks through the system. Just as ordinary great swords could be transformed into the formidable black iron blades, he was eager to discover what these granite bricks would become after synthesis. After a long day, as he gazed at the nearly overflowing bricks, Su Chen finally decided to halt his efforts. Rubbing his palms together, he prepared for synthesis. Just then, a communication request suddenly appeared before Su Chen. Khan? Surprised by the name on the request, Su Chen pondered for a moment before accepting the call. Mrsu Chun, we have just received news from outside. Just 1 day ago, your motherland was attacked by unidentified armed militants. An attack? Su Chen's expression changed. What exactly happened? According to reports from our homeland, the purpose of this assault was your family. Khan's face grew grimmed. To him, Su Chen was a savior, a benefactor to their entire Xia Nation. Likewise, Su Chen's family were benefactors to them. The fact that Su Chen's family had been attacked ignited a fire of anger within him. Upon hearing Khan's words, Su Chen clenched his fists, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. Breathe. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen exhaled slowly before continuing in a grave tone. Are my family members unharmed? They are safe. The domestic security forces arrived promptly and secured the scene, ensuring that the armed militants posed no threat to your family whatsoever. Currently, your family has been taken to the Northern Sea Manor, and both your mother and sister are unharmed, with no issues at all. However, this attack did result in the death of a civilian and the sacrifice of an agent. With 3 others severely injured, Khan replied without delay. Upon hearing this, the weight on Su Chen's heart began to lift. Although he knew that domestic authorities would provide stringent protection, ensuring the safety of his mother and sister, the lack of confirmed results had left him anxious. Nevertheless, upon receiving the good news of their safety, the cold light in his eyes only intensified. While his mother and sister were unharmed, indeed the best possible news, these attackers had caused the loss of both a civilian and the lives of 4 agents. Perhaps to the apathetic, avaricious nations of the Anglos, the deaths of a few civilians and agents were inconsequential, but this was in Xia. Though Xia had a large population, each life was invaluable and not to be sacrificed lightly. Have they identified who was responsible? Su Chen inquired coldly. After days of interrogation by the domestic security forces, all the militants have confessed that they hail from the lighthouse. However, the lighthouse has vehemently denied any involvement, even accusing Xia of staging the incident. Khan responded. Denying responsibility? Staging an event? Xia would not sacrifice its own citizens and agents to fabricate a narrative for those Anglos. Su Chen's fists tightened. Such behavior was indeed characteristic of these marauding Anglos. When they could overpower, they would seize by force. When they could not, they would feign innocence and play the victim. How brazen! Very well, thank you for bringing this information to me. I appreciate it. Suppressing his fury, Su Chen replied curtly before disconnecting the communication. The lighthouse, is it? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He began to recall the names that emerged as he wielded the black iron blade, each name appearing one after another upon the granite bricks. Rupert, Smith, Allendale, Buck, WDF. How dare that Xia Nation disregard our attempts to contact Xia? Cursed be their insolence. As Su Chen's mind raced with the names. In the lighthouse's Special Operations Department, Anderson was in a fit of rage. He recognized each of these names. Without exception, they were all prominent, established farm owners of the lighthouse, ranking among the top tier. Aside from Julia, out of 10 individuals, 3 were senior farm owners, while the rest were among the elite of intermediate farm owners. Now, all of them had come under Su Chen's scrutiny. Cultivating a senior farm owner requires an expenditure of at least 150 million spiritual energy points. An intermediate farm owner demands a minimum of 50 million spiritual energy points. 3 senior farm owners equate to a staggering 450 million spiritual energy points. The remaining 7 intermediate farm owners also tally up to 350 million spiritual energy points. In total, that amounts to a grand total of 800 million spiritual energy points. Even the lighthouse, with its national fortune and spiritual grade crops, along with the management of thousands of farm owners, had only accumulated a little over a dozen billion spiritual energy points in 3 years. They had previously suffered a loss of 450 million spiritual energy points at Su Chen's hands. Now, they could be said to have completely depleted their resources, even owing over 100 million spiritual energy points to the neighboring Europa alliance. If Su Chen were to cause the downfall of these farm owners, they would lose much of their 3 years' worth of investment. Recovery would take them several more years. No, such a situation must not occur. The Special Operations Department Chief, Anderson, panicked. He immediately contacted the farm space, urging them to stabilize Su Chen at all costs. He must not be allowed to utilize that dreadful thing. Chapter 84. Want to fight? Bring it on. What? The farm owner from Xia intends to use the source of the plague locust against us. Upon hearing the news from outside, Smith and the others were thrown into a state of panic. The source of the plague locust was no stranger to them. When it first emerged, it had caused quite a stir within their circles. After all, if this power fell into the hands of a formidable farm owner, it would be akin to the sword of Damocles for any farm owner. However, as they observed that Xia Nation lacked the strength to pose a genuine threat, the commotion gradually subsided. Had it not been for this incident, they would have nearly forgotten about this formidable force. Yet, they could never have anticipated that this once mighty force had now fallen into Su Chen's hands. Shit, how are we to stabilize Su Chen? At that moment, Smith felt a wave of dread wash over him. Stabilize Su Chen? How could they possibly achieve that? Offer their heads as collateral? This group of fools, unable to manage such a trivial matter, were utterly useless. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't find the attack on Su Chen's family particularly outrageous, but what infuriated him was that despite the attack, Su Chen's family remained completely unscathed. Only a civilian from Xia had perished, and a few agents had been injured. What good was that? With a population of 20 billion in Xia, the loss of a few lives was utterly inconsequential. Now, the situation had backfired, and the flames of disaster had been cast upon them. Smith was utterly infuriated. What to do? What to do? He paced back and forth on his farm, feeling as though his head might explode. It was not just him. The other 9 lighthouse farmers whose names had been inscribed by Su Chen were equally distressed. They were the elite of the farming space, undeniably at the top tier. In the past, when faced with farmers from other nations, they had always looked down upon them, practically with their noses in the air. But now, their very lives were in the hands of another. At this moment, the hearts of these 10 individuals were on the verge of exploding. That Su Chen has a penchant for inferior seeds, doesn't he? Let us just give him those. Suddenly, Smith had a brilliant idea. In their previous encounters, Su Chen had shown great interest in those unremarkable seeds that they scorned. Even during the last auction in the farming space, he had sought to acquire subpar seeds from them. However, driven by a desire to make things difficult for Su Chen, they had refrained from selling him any seeds. They even wondered what Su Chen intended to do with such a plethora of inferior seeds. Naturally, Su Chen would never divulge such information to them. Now, although they were unsure of Su Chen's intentions with those seeds, it no longer mattered. As long as they could prevent him from using that certain item, they would willingly part with all their inferior seeds. Those subpar seeds could be easily obtained again, but their lives were singular and irreplaceable. Once lost, there would be no return. With this thought, Smith quickly contacted the other lighthouse farmers, urging them to gather all their inferior seeds without delay. Whatever they could collect, in the real world, upon witnessing Su Chen's actions, the lighthouse side was equally filled with rage and indignation. The Lighthouse Special Operations Department promptly reached out to the Great Saimdaw side regarding your country's current actions. We, the Lighthouse, express our profound anger. Such behavior constitutes a terroristic threat. On behalf of the entire Lighthouse, I register a strong protest. During the video call, Anderson, the head of the Lighthouse Special Operations Department, furiously reprimanded. Protest? The head of the Great Saimdaw Farming Space Office, Tang Jiangwo, scoffed coldly in response. When you launched an attack against us previously, why did you not voice your protests then? Why come to us now? Where were you before? Yesterday's actions lead to today's consequences. If you dare to act, you must be prepared to bear the consequences of your actions. Tang Jiangwo declared emphatically, paying no heed to the Lighthouse's so-called protest. When Great Saimdaw had sought an explanation from the Lighthouse, their attitude was nothing short of arrogant and overbearing. Even when confronted with undeniable evidence obtained from the intelligence operatives, those Anglo individuals from the Lighthouse could brazenly deny it. They even twisted the narrative, using the operatives' bloodlines to counterattack, accusing Great Saimdaw. Later, they shamelessly claimed that Great Saimdaw tortured operatives, invoking a lack of humanitarian principles to criticize Great Saimdaw for its alleged disregard for human rights. Their hypocrisy was glaringly evident. Relying on the current border blockade enforced by the farming space, they acted with utter impunity. And now, at this moment, these Anglo marauders finally realized their folly. Where were they before? Damn it! What do you want? You must understand that your current actions represent the greatest provocation against our Lighthouse empire. This is war. Realizing that the protest was utterly futile, Anderson's face darkened as he bellowed in anger. War? Tang Zhengwo laughed, a chilling smile. If you perceive this as war, then let it be. If you have the courage, let us all drop the borders and engage in battle. Do you think Great Xia fears you? I. Hearing Tang Zhengwo's unyielding response, Anderson nearly retorted vehemently. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he found himself at a loss for words. Engage in battle? Don't be ridiculous. Even during their heyday, they wouldn't dare to declare war on Great Xia. Now, in the 22nd century, Great Xia's strength in all aspects had surpassed that of the lighthouse. Even the weakest naval force from the last century had been completely restored over the course of more than 100 years. 10 fully equipped fusion-powered aircraft carrier fleets were no less formidable than those of the lighthouse. Their air force was equally robust. As for the army, it would utterly dominate the lighthouse, with a 4 million-strong army. Neither in quantity nor quality could they be compared to the lighthouse. If a conflict were feasible, during the most challenging and weakest 2 years of Great Xia, they would have acted long ago. But did they dare? Without the existence of border fissures and superweapons, the outcome of a real confrontation was uncertain. All they could do was engage in verbal sparring and manipulate food supplies to exert control over Great Xia. Now, as the influence of the farming space on reality grew ever more severe, the power of those superweapons had been significantly diminished, their true strength reduced to less than 1/10 of what it once was. Even the efficacy of various conventional weapons was gradually waning. As time passed, this degradation would only intensify. Without the constraints imposed by superweapons, and with conventional arms also losing potency, should the borders be lifted for war. Contemplating Great Xia's 2 billion people, Anderson felt no confidence in the outcome. Coward. Observing Anderson, who was gritting his teeth yet dared not utter a word, Tang Zhengwo sneered disdainfully. Then, under Anderson's fiery gaze, he decisively severed the communication. Bastard. Watching the screen go dark, Anderson's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Chapter 85. Protest. The plague of locust descends. Negotiations had broken down, and Anderson's face was ashen. Contemplating the potential repercussions, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. If the 10 top-tier farmers were to perish, the entire lighthouse would likely descend into chaos. To that point, the nation's fortune would inevitably waver. The currently flourishing national fortune would likely suffer repercussions and weaken. Consequently, as the national fortune diminishes, the farmers within the farming space would lack robust national support, rendering them weaker. This would create a vicious cycle. A weakened national fortune would lead to weakened farmers. Weakened farmers would incite panic among the populace, thereby further diminishing the national fortune. Damn Great Xia, damn Su Chen. Infuriating, infuriating. Why must you always oppose us? The lighthouse? Why can't you simply accept our dominion? Damn it. Simultaneously, on the live streaming platform of the farming space, countless individuals from the lighthouse erupted in uproar. The transaction between Su Chen and Khan was conducted without any concealment. Almost everyone witnessed it. The attributes of the source of the locust plague were quickly uncovered. Upon realizing the terror of the source of the locust plague and witnessing Su Chen's actions, all lighthouse citizens were thrown into a state of panic. They may have been indifferent to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of their compatriots, but each one of them was fiercely protective of their own interests. The fate of others mattered little to them. However, the lives of the farmers were intricately linked to their livelihoods. This posed a direct threat to their interests. Under such circumstances, how could they remain calm? We protest. Your actions are inhumane. Persecuting the safety of others' lives and property is an affront to human rights, a desecration of life. Indeed, this attack was evidently orchestrated by you from Great Xia. Why should we, the lighthouse, bear the brunt? We strongly condemn Great Xia for its current actions. At this moment, the entire lighthouse populace of 500 million nearly erupted. Each individual was as frantic as a startled dog. When it came to their own interests, no one could sit still any longer. Meanwhile, within Great Xia, some previously silent individuals who had not spoken a word during the lighthouse's attacks now emerged to voice their opinions. They rallied to blame Great Xia and Su Chen for their wrongdoings. Some even called for a joint petition, urging the authorities to contact Su Chen and abandon the current course of action. However, regardless of their clamor, Su Chen's actions in the live stream showed no signs of hesitation. After inscribing the names of the 10 individuals, Chen paused briefly before crossing out the names of 2 of them. He then replaced them with 2 new names. These new individuals were at the initial farm level, certainly inferior to the ones he had crossed out. However, their potential surpassed that of the previous 2. It was widely acknowledged that the level of seeds obtained during the initial entry into the farming space would generally match or be lower than the seeds unearthed during subsequent cultivation. In this scenario, the higher the initial seeds acquired by a farmer, the greater their potential, as they could effortlessly obtain even more advanced seeds. Conversely, lower-tier farmers, especially those who barely survived on the charity of others, had little to no potential to obtain advanced seeds. They either relied on the assistance or trade with higher-tier farmers. Point 1 must either slowly accumulate spiritual energy points to upgrade low-level crops, or face the grim reality that neither path can compare to the potential of those high-caliber farmers. Furthermore, the support from the lighthouse is predominantly directed towards those with greater potential. The 2 farmers that Chen has replaced are newcomers to the farming realm this year, and their initial batch of seeds consists of extraordinary grade common seeds. In terms of potential, they are second only to Julia, ranking alongside the 3 high-tier common farmers as part of the elite tier of potential farmers. In contrast, the 2 that were replaced merely possess high-grade initial seeds of the common variety. Although the former have a higher farm level, their potential pales in comparison to the latter. If revenge is to be sought, it is only fitting to choose the most advantageous option. Witnessing Chen's actions, the group from the lighthouse turned ashen with dread. Their greatest fear had indeed come to fruition. Chen's behavior was tantamount to severing their very foundation. Now, they could only hope that Smith and his associates had effective countermeasures. Otherwise, trouble would surely ensue. Despite their fury, Anderson and the others found themselves impotently enraged, unable to take any further action. The Great Xia had already severed communication channels with them, refusing any dialogue. Their sole remaining hope lay in Smith's ability to save himself. Just as Chen prepared to unleash the Mother of Locusts, Smith and his team finally gathered all the seeds. They immediately contacted Chen, and to placate him, they not only offered seeds but also brought nearly all their farming tools. They had observed Chen's purchases of seeds and tools, and now, these were their only glimmers of hope. Had they not exhausted their spiritual energy points, they might have even considered offering those as well. Damn it! At Smith's farm, he was about to reach out to Chen when he discovered that his name had already been blacklisted by Chen. There was no way to make contact. Smith's expression darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily messaged another farmer from the lighthouse to reach out to Chen. However, before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a dark spot appearing in the sky above his farm. To his horror, the tiny dot rapidly expanded under his gaze. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a diameter of 1 meter, resembling a black hole suspended ominously over his farm. What is this? Upon witnessing this anomaly, Smith's expression shifted. The source of the disaster locusts. In the next moment, he realized with a jolt. At that instant, a pitch-black entity, exuding a sinister black mist and roughly the size of an adult's fingertip, suddenly emerged from the black hole. Following that, as if triggered by a butterfly effect, 1, 2, 3. Countless dark figures quietly materialized from the abyss. This is bad. Smith's countenance changed drastically. He quickly grabbed a massive shield, over 1 meter long, and rushed towards the black hole. Chapter 86, Despair. The tiger that chooses to devour its prey. This shield was crafted from a high-grade common cedar tree from his farm. Its sturdy composition was capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary magical creatures. Now, his intent was to use this shield to crush the locusts. It must be said that as an experienced farmer, Smith's physical prowess had been enhanced to a terrifying degree. Every movement he made was infused with the strength of thousands of pounds. The shield, weighing over 1,000 pounds, felt light in his hands as he swung it with ferocity. Each locust he struck was almost instantly reduced to fragments. Yet, from the sky above, the locusts continued to pour forth like a relentless tide from the black hole. Moreover, upon escaping the black hole, the locusts dispersed in all directions, flocking towards the farm. Damn it! Watching the countless mutated locusts, exuding thick black miasma, scatter across his farm, Smith's face twisted in rage. He swung his shield wildly, attempting to intercept the swarm. However, despite his utmost efforts, innumerable locusts still infiltrated his farm. alighting on his crops and voraciously devouring them. Faced with this chaos, Smith's eyes widened in despair. He desperately sought to root out the mutated locusts from his fields. But above him, the deep black hole continued to spew forth the creatures in an unending wave. He had no energy left to address the locusts in his fields, should he abandon the area most densely populated with locusts. It was certain that even more would flood into his farm. Smith could no longer fathom the number of locusts currently ravaging his land. The entire expanse above his farm was shrouded in a thick cloud of mutated locusts. The sheer density of these creatures, coupled with the black smoke they emitted, obscured all sunlight from reaching the ground. Meanwhile, on the ground, more locusts feasted on his crops at a visible rate, devouring the precious plants he had painstakingly cultivated, including those of extraordinary grade common quality. "Stop it! Damn you filthy pests, die!" Smith bellowed in madness, furiously slamming his shield down upon the densest clusters of locusts. The shield, over a meter long and nearly 80 centimeters wide, shattered dozens of locusts with every strike. Yet, the influx of locusts from the black hole far surpassed his ability to eliminate them. In a matter of minutes, countless locusts had completely inundated the farm. Looking around, he saw the once cultivated land now teeming with locusts, each one voraciously consuming every crop in sight. No matter whether they were seedlings of extraordinary grade common crops or those of lesser quality, they were disappearing before his very eyes. This scene plunged Smith into near despair. Simultaneously, similar calamities unfolded across 9 other farms. Each selected farm found itself engulfed by mutated locusts. The densely packed locusts covered the entirety of the crops across 10 farms. These tiny creatures, no bigger than a thumb, possessed mandibles that measured 2 to 3 centimeters in length, capable of devouring at least that much crop with a single bite. The overwhelming tide of locusts, with every chomp and swallow, felt like daggers piercing the hearts of these lighthouse farmers. All the farmers were left heartbroken, desperately swatting at the locusts, exerting every ounce of strength to drive them away. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. No matter how they attempted to repel them, it was utterly futile. Once the locusts settled upon the crops, it was as though they had taken root, impervious to any external disturbance. Unless a crop was entirely consumed, they would not flutter their wings to seek out another target. In less than half an hour, the once cultivated fields of the 10 farms had been reduced to utter devastation. Not only did the land suffer, but even the warehouses of these farmers, filled with previously harvested crops, had been completely emptied. All that remained were the gluttonous locusts sprawled on the ground, their blackened bodies the only remnants of what had once thrived. Meanwhile, Smith and the others were left in utter despair, clutching their weapons as they gazed at the desolate land, their expressions vacant as if they were in a stupor. Roaring? Hysterical? Enraged? No. At that moment, only despair was etched upon their faces. These veteran farmers, Smith among them, had taken down tens of thousands of mutated locusts, but what did it matter? The number of locusts was at least in the tens of thousands, perhaps even millions. The locusts they had slain held no significance against the vast hordes. At that moment, the gluttonous locusts, now sated, seemed to sense a call. They began to flap their wings once more, soaring towards the black hole above. In a matter of minutes, all the locusts flew back into the abyss, vanishing from the sight of the 10 farmers and countless spectators. As they surveyed the wreckage, the complete destruction of their farms. The lighthouse inhabitants found their eyes reddened with fury, screaming hysterically in the live broadcast. Onlookers from other nations, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines. Their gazes towards Chen in the live stream were filled with dread. For so long, the Great Xia had been perceived as humble and even weak. Now, they realized that Chen was anything but vulnerable. He was a tiger, ready to devour anyone in his path. Far from merely ruthless, he was a force of destruction. Nations that had crossed paths with Chen and the Great Xia now dared not utter a sound. The once brazen Fusang wished to hide their heads in their garments, fearful of drawing the attention of Great Xia and suffering a similar fate. Damn Great Xia, damn Chen. We, the Lighthouse, will never coexist with you. At the Lighthouse Special Operations Department, the director, Anderson, had bloodshot eyes, his teeth nearly biting through his own flesh. Yet, The thought of having to endure such calamities 9 more times sent a shiver down his spine. Once had already inflicted heavy losses. What would 9 successive occurrences entail? How would these farmers confront the impending wave of locusts once a month for the next couple of months? Upon reclaiming all the calamity locusts, Su Chen's expression slightly brightened. He cast a deep glance at the stone brick beside him, inscribed with a name, and momentarily suppressed the fury that brewed within. The first wave of retaliation had reached a temporary conclusion. The subsequent 9 strikes would have to wait until these foreign devils cultivated their crops once more. And then he would proceed with deliberation. How dare they attack his family? How dare they slay the kin of the great Xia? For every life taken, I shall return the favor tenfold, offend my relatives, and I shall repay 100-fold. Though the nation may be vast, a single life cannot be lost lightly. Though the family may be distant, one must not be trifled with. All of this is merely the beginning. Chapter 87. Obsidian. Alas, my blade. After stowing away the source of the calamity locusts, Su Chen redirected his gaze to the stone bricks beside him. Currently, he possessed no energy points, and the 10 selected farmers had suffered total devastation. The next act of destruction would require a few days, until the enemy's crops had regrown. Now, his priority was to swiftly establish a defensive perimeter. The arable land spanned 16,000 square meters, equating to an area of 100 by 160. The actual scope was not particularly large to encircle the entire farm. A defensive belt of approximately 520 meters would be necessary. Each piece of stone brick cut by Su Chen measured about 1 meter in length. To complete a full circle, he would require at least 520 bricks. Each brick stood roughly 20 centimeters tall. According to Su Chen's calculations, a height of at least 3 to 4 meters was essential to meet certain defensive standards. Thus, to complete a single layer of defense, he would need over 7,000 bricks. The task was undeniably daunting. Furthermore, this consideration only accounted for height and length, neglecting the width of the defensive belt. If width were to be added, the task would become even more formidable. Were it not for the fact that the farm's floating island had expanded to 18 square kilometers, providing ample stones, Su Chen would question whether he could gather enough stones to construct the defensive belt. Shaking his head, Su Chen temporarily cast aside these complex thoughts. Placing his hand upon a stone brick, he concentrated, and 2 1-meter-long bricks were instantly absorbed into the system's synthesis panel. Ding, detected ordinary granite bricks 2. Would you like to synthesize immediately? The moment the bricks entered the system's voice chimed in promptly. Synthesize. Without hesitation, Su Chen commenced the synthesis. Synthesis in progress. Please wait. The system's efficiency remained as high as ever. In less than a second. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained hard granite 1. Hard granite. Description. A granite synthesized from ordinary granite, possessing a texture significantly harder than that of standard granite. Hard granite? After retrieving the synthesized granite, Su Chen brandished his Xian iron blade and forcefully plunged the tip into it. According to the system's description, this hard granite possessed a hardness surpassing that of ordinary granite. However, the exact degree of hardness required practical testing. If it met Su Chen's anticipated standards, he would refrain from further synthesis, for the consumption was indeed substantial. Each synthesis consumed double the resources. 2 syntheses meant quadruple. Seeds were one thing, but Su Chen lamented the limited amount of stones he could excavate. Swish! Under Su Chen's watchful gaze, the Xian iron blade emitted a faint sound upon contact with the hard granite. In an instant, the blade pierced through the rock with little resistance. Feeling the resistance emanating from the blade, Su Chen frowned slightly. Compared to ordinary granite, this hard granite, while somewhat more resistant, posed an insignificant challenge. This level of stone would likely not suffice to defend against the monstrous tide. Shaking his head, Su Chen returned the 2 stones to the synthesis panel and synthesized another piece of hard granite. Then, he proceeded to synthesize the 2 pieces of hard granite together. Moments later, synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained very hard granite brick 1. Very hard granite. Description. A granite synthesized from hard granite, possessing a texture even harder than that of hard granite. The description remained as straightforward as ever. Without further contemplation, Su Chen retrieved it and once again swung his Xian iron blade. Slash. This time, the Xian iron blade again penetrated the granite brick. However, compared to before, Su Chen could distinctly feel the formidable resistance emanating from the blade. The same force that had previously penetrated the hard granite brick now only managed to insert half the blade tip, failing to breach even half of the brick. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up, continues synthesizing. After 2 syntheses, the brick had become so resilient that even the Xian iron blade struggled against it. What if he synthesized it further? If the blade could not break through, then it should serve as an effective defensive barrier against the monstrous tide. Soon, the 3rd synthesis concluded. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained inferior obsidian brick 1. Inferior obsidian brick. Description: obsidian of inferior quality from the abyss of monsters, possessing a hardness unparalleled by ordinary stones. Obsidian? Upon seeing the brick's completely transformed appearance post-synthesis, Su Chen's eyes brightened. Externally, the brick, after 3 syntheses, had turned entirely pitch black. However, perhaps due to its inferior quality, numerous fine impurities adorned the surface of the brick. Rubbing his hands together, Su Chen once more seized the Xian iron blade and struck the obsidian brick with force. Clang! A piercing sound of collision rang out. Su Chen felt a tingling sensation in his palm. This time, the once invincible Xian iron blade had finally met its match, alas. Suddenly, Su Chen exclaimed in shock. My blade! Gazing at the substantial notch carved into the Xian iron blade, his face contorted with pain. The strike had indeed removed a chunk, yet the blade also bore a nail-sized chip. Su Chen's heart bled. He possessed only this one blade. Should it be destroyed, finding a second Xian iron blade would prove impossible. Without the Xian iron blade, how would he quarry stones? After a prolonged moment, Su Chen finally recovered from the agony of loss. He decided against further experimentation. The damage inflicted upon his blade had already caused him considerable distress. If he continued to strike and rendered the blade unusable, he would surely weep. Thankfully, despite the significant sacrifice, all was not in vain. 3 syntheses had consumed a total of 8 bricks, yet he had finally acquired the stone he desired. If even the Xian iron blade struggled to penetrate, ordinary monsters would likely find these inferior obsidian bricks formidable. Choosing not to pursue further synthesis, Su Chen directly transformed all remaining excavated bricks into inferior obsidian. He then prepared to transport them to the edge of the farm. However, in the next moment, Su Chen's complexion abruptly changed. Chapter 88. Portable backpack. Cursed. The weight. As Su Chen prepared to carry the bricks, he suddenly realized a grave issue. He seemed unable to move these bricks at all. Using all his might, he still could not budge the bricks an inch, causing Su Chen's face to darken. Prior to synthesis, these 1 meter long, 20 centimeter tall, and approximately 50 centimeter wide bricks weighed around 600 pounds. His physique, fortified over the past month and a half, had allowed him to barely lift them. Yet now, after 3 syntheses, he could not even shift them. Beneath the appearance of similar dimensions, each brick now weighed at least 2 tons. This is absurd. Synthesized to the point of immobility? Just leave them here. Su Chen's expression darkened further. Beside him, the little flower bud tilted its head. Observing Su Chen, it seemed eager to assist, fluttering over to a piece of obsidian brick and exerting its tiny hands in a valiant push. Its small wings flapped rapidly, and its little face flushed with effort. Yet, after a mere 10 seconds, the little creature's eyes rolled back, and it plopped down onto the ground, wearing a look of utter despair. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but cover his forehead, suppressing a chuckle as the gloom in his heart dissipated entirely. With a light laugh, he lifted the little flower bud onto his shoulder and began pondering how to transport the obsidian bricks. The first thought that came to mind was the lever. When strength is lacking, leverage is key. Throughout human history, when productivity was limited, the transportation of heavy objects relied fundamentally on levers. Even in modern society, the application of levers is ubiquitous. Conveniently, Su Chen's farm had plenty of bitter bamboo, including some pseudo-spirit grade varieties. As for ropes, while he lacked them, he did possess burlap sacks. During a previous trade with Nichuan steel plate, he had received an abundance of burlap sacks. These sacks, woven from mulberry and hemp, could easily be unraveled to create hemp ropes. Upon reaching this conclusion, Su Chen prepared to take immediate action. However, just as he was about to rise and depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of the little Huaying, exhausted and panting lightly die in an instant. A thought flashed through his mind, of course. Realizing this, Chen abruptly slapped his forehead. Didn't I have a system? Why rely on cumbersome means when I have a system at my disposal? The system may not possess a backpack function, but it certainly has a synthesis area. He could easily place the 8 pieces of obsidian into the synthesis area, transport them to the desired location, and then retrieve them from there. Wasn't that essentially a ready-made backpack? It would save time and effort and require hardly any exertion. Little one, you truly are my lucky star. Ha ha! With this newfound clarity, Chen swiftly picked up little Huaying and planted a hearty kiss on her. Had he not noticed her and recalled her miraculous birth, he might not have remembered such an essential detail. After all, under normal circumstances, who would think of employing the synthesis area as a means of transportation? After his excitement subsided, Chen placed his hands on the blocks of obsidian and systematically transferred them into the synthesis area. The upgraded synthesis system allowed for the placement of 8 items at once, seemingly without any restrictions on weight or volume that up until now, Chen had not encountered any items he was unable to store. Before long, all the stone bricks were successfully transported, meticulously arranged in the trenches he had previously dug while creating irrigation channels. These trenches had been prepared in anticipation of constructing a defensive wall. In the ensuing days, Chen was tirelessly occupied. Whether planting or harvesting, he was constantly at work. Little Huaying was quite the diligent companion. Every time Chen harvested, she would follow closely behind a plant. With a wave of her tiny hands, an earthy glow enveloped the area, and a small pit would emerge, into which she would place the seeds. With another wave, the seeds would be covered in soil. Her planting efficiency surpassing even Chen's. Watching from the outside, the foreign observers were consumed by envy, their eyes gleaming with jealousy. Meanwhile, the lighthouse faction felt as though time was dragging painfully slowly. Particularly for the 10 farm owners, including Smith, the thought of Chen once again unleashing that source of calamity upon their farms in just a few days, obliterating all their efforts, made their hearts bleed. There was no need for panic. In a few days, that wretched individual would be facing the tide of monsters. It was well known that the higher the crop level cultivated by the farm owners, the more fearsome the monsters they would encounter. This damned fellow, if he could auction off so many pseudo-spirit level seeds, it was evident that he possessed even more. The monsters attracted at that time would be all the more terrifying. And should they be unfortunate enough to draw a high-level monster, it would spell disaster. As the lighthouse farm owners languished in despair, Smith could no longer contain his curses. Hearing his words, the heavy hearts of the other farm owners lightened slightly. It would be best if a spirit-level monster boss were to appear and take care of that detestable individual. One by one, the lighthouse farm owners joined in the curses, as long as Chen existed. Each day was a torment for them. Since Chen entered the farm space, he had brought them countless troubles. As long as Chen lived, they could not rest easy. After 5 long days, Chen's defensive wall was finally taking shape. However, it was not the initially envisioned fully enclosed design, but rather an interwoven, lattice-like structure. It was no small feat. 8 pieces of granite could only synthesize 1 piece of inferior obsidian. The originally estimated 7,000 blocks had ballooned to over 60,000. With such an overwhelming quantity of stones, it would take Chen all his might to complete the task within 5 days. Unless he were to abandon the farm's planting and harvesting altogether and focus solely on quarrying stones. But that was simply out of the question. Neglecting the farm to pursue stone collection would be utterly foolish. Naturally, Chen would not engage in such mindless actions. Therefore, he directly have the number of stones to be used. Although this left numerous gaps, it would be sufficient to prevent large monsters from breaching the defenses. As for smaller ones, Chen was not particularly concerned. Unless they were of the overwhelming numbers like the mutated locusts, small monsters would not significantly damage the crops. A few minor losses were acceptable to him. After accomplishing all this, Chen did not pause for rest but instead turned his attention to the bitter bamboo within the farm. With the walls and melee weapons prepared, he still lacked 2 crucial items. Chapter 89. Preparation. The tide of monsters approaches. The wall had been constructed, and he possessed the Xian iron blade. Yet he still lacked 2 vital components, a shield and a ranged weapon. The shield. No need for further elaboration. It was essential for defense. Although Chen was physically strong, he was still merely human. Withstanding the attacks of those monsters directly was not a trivial challenge. As for dodging and fighting, don't joke around. Before entering the farm space, Su Chen was just a university student. He had exercised, but his martial arts experience was limited to a brief stint of military training during college. And even that was half-hearted, long since forgotten. Thus, in terms of combat and evasion, Su Chen could rely only on instinctive reactions. How much he could evade was purely a matter of luck. Therefore, what Su Chen urgently needed was a shield capable of adequate defense. If he couldn't T-dodge, then he must block. As for the ranged weapon, it was, of course, for dealing with potential long-range monsters, even flying units. If he were to encounter a flying creature without a ranged weapon, he would be utterly helpless. His only option for a ranged weapon was a bow. That was the only ranged weapon he could currently craft. Approaching a cluster of pseudo-spirit-level bitter bamboo, Su Chen raised the Xian iron blade and swiftly cut down several stalks. Compared to the sheer hardness of obsidian, bamboo was naturally less rigid. However, in terms of flexibility, it was incomparable to obsidian. And what Su Chen needed was precisely that flexibility. Lacking wood or similar materials, Su Chen had to keep things simple. After splitting the bamboo, he took a segment and began to meticulously refine it with the Xian iron blade. And thus, a carrying pole was created. Indeed, a carrying pole, a straight, uncurved pole. Reflecting on the traditional Baoist appearance, Su Chen set the pole aside and retrieved the burlap sacks he had obtained from Nichuan steel and the subsequent auctions. Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers in the live stream, he began to methodically unravel the burlap. What is he up to now? A group of people from the Xia Nation watched Su Chen's actions with grim expressions. The Lighthouse faction mirrored their somber demeanor, as if they had consumed something foul. It appeared he was preparing to craft a bow. The faces of all the Xia individuals grew increasingly grim. Why did that fool Nichuan steel provide Su Chen with so many burlap sacks? Through the farm's live stream, they could see that Su Chen's farm had no crops such as mulberry or hemp. Similarly, the Xia Nation lacked such produce. Yet Nichuan steel had sent burlap sacks to Su Chen. Moreover, it seemed that the bamboo was also a gift from Nichuan steel. The thought of Su Chen potentially utilizing their burlap and bamboo to craft weapons like bows and arrows filled the Xia people with frustration. Why was it that everything they sought to use against Su Chen always ended up benefiting him unexpectedly? Those fools from Xia. While the Xia faction suffered, the Lighthouse faction felt even more tormented. They wished for Su Chen's demise more than anyone else. Yet their bumbling allies appeared to be continuously aiding him. Even they seemed to be unwittingly providing Su Chen with advantages. In an instant, the mindset of everyone in the lighthouse was on the verge of unraveling regardless of the external thoughts. Su Chen remained undeterred in his task of dismantling the burlap. After tearing open several sacks, he recalled the methods he had learned online, twisting and intertwining the fibers to weave a thicker strand of twine. Twisting the twine was an essential step in crafting bowstrings. Individual strands were too short, and their strength was inadequate. By twisting the strands, he could bind them together, much like nylon ropes, which are woven from countless fibers. 10 twisted strands could withstand far greater force than 10 separate strands. Meanwhile, little Huaying, having watched for a while, seemed to have finally found a way to help. She fluttered her tiny wings and approached Su Chen, diligently working to unravel the remaining burlap sacks. Her adorably clumsy appearance never failed to bring a smile to Su Chen's face. With the presence of this little fellow, the farm space no longer seems so dreary. Another hour has passed. A long hemp rope, measuring several dozen meters, has finally been woven. Su Chen then picked up the dark iron blade beside him and, according to the standard length of the bowstring, began to cut the hemp rope into sections. He then proceeded to the most crucial step, synthesis. The bow crafted from pseudo-spiritual grade bamboo does not require synthesis, as its resilience and elasticity are already sufficient. Further synthesis would likely leave Su Chen questioning whether he could even draw it. However, the hemp rope was inadequate. The ropes made from these sacks appeared to be nothing more than ordinary, inferior grade rami. Such hemp ropes would struggle to withstand the force he required. If the tensile strength is insufficient, the bowstring might snap at any moment while being drawn. To enhance the hemp rope's capacity, its thickness must be increased. Yet, if the rope becomes too thick, it would clearly be unsuitable as a bowstring. Therefore, what Su Chen needed to do now was to utilize the synthesis system to elevate the strength of these ropes. This time, Su Chen placed all 8 cut lengths of hemp rope into the synthesis slot. Synthesis. Synthesis commencing, please wait. Following Su Chen's command, the synthesis began anew. Before long, synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Fire Hemp Rope 1. Fire Hemp Rope? Su Chen glanced briefly at its attributes and then placed another 24 lengths of hemp rope into the synthesis slot. Once again, he synthesized 3 lengths of Fire Hemp Rope. Subsequently, he placed all 4 lengths of Fire Hemp Rope into the synthesis slot once more. A second later, synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1000 Fiber Rope 1. 1000 Fiber Rope. Description: rope crafted from the vines of the demon abyss's 1000 fiber, possessing the remarkable resilience to suspend 1,000 pounds. Suspend 1,000 pounds. Upon reading the system's description of the 1000 fiber rope, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. He noted that this single 1000 fiber rope contained no less than a dozen filaments. Does that mean this rope, which appeared no thicker than a chopstick, could bear an immense weight of over 10,000 pounds? Stowing the 1000 fiber rope away, Su Chen wasted no time. Forcefully bending the yoke, he secured the 1000 fiber rope to each end. Thus, a simple bow had been crafted. Su Chen fashioned a bamboo arrow and tested it. The power was satisfactory, yet the accuracy was somewhat lacking, as he had not practiced, which would require time. According to Su Chen's estimation, this bow could exert a force of at least several hundred pounds. Even he would have to exert himself to draw it. Pulling it back to full draw was quite difficult. With a single shot, the pseudo-spiritual bamboo arrow pierced through the granite mountainside, embedding itself deep. However, when facing obsidian, the pseudo-spiritual bamboo seemed somewhat inadequate. While it could leave a mark on the obsidian, it was merely a feint. Realizing this, Su Chen contemplated and swiftly carved thousands of granite arrowheads using the dark iron blade. He then synthesized them all into obsidian, and not the inferior kind, but ordinary obsidian. He followed this by using the hemp rope he had dismantled to synthesize more fire hemp rope. He attached all the arrowheads to the bamboo arrows. In doing so, even against a material like obsidian, these arrows would possess considerable lethality. Furthermore, for maximum lethality, Su Chen sharpened all the arrowheads into tri-blade tips with blood grooves. Although this design seemed somewhat inhumane, at this moment, only a fool would concern themselves with morality when facing demonic creatures. With the arrows completed, Su Chen utilized the remaining hemp rope and pseudo-spiritual bamboo to fashion a rudimentary shield. It may have been unsightly, but at this juncture, who cared about aesthetics? After everything was prepared and several days of archery training had ensued, time was drawing to a close. 30 days had passed, and the tide of demons had arrived. On this day, dark clouds loomed over the city. The entire farm was engulfed by an endless shroud of black mist. Chapter 90. The demon wolf pack. The dark clouds loomed menacingly. An overwhelming black mist surged from all directions, completely enveloping the farm. As far as the eye could see, visibility was reduced to less than 10 meters. Beneath the shroud of black mist, one could vaguely discern shadows flitting by. Yet all the shadows vanished in an instant, as if mere illusions. However, whether for Su Chen or the audience in the real world, none perceived this as mere mirage. Everyone understood that the danger was only just beginning. Lurking within the demonic fog were lethal entities, poised to claim the life of a farm owner at any moment. As time passed, the mist thickened further, until a certain moment, roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar. A pitch-black silhouette gradually emerged before Su Chen and the others. It was a demon wolf. As they beheld the figure stepping forth from the black mist, many felt a tightening in their chests. The demon wolf, a low-tier demonic creature, was far more ferocious than those transformed sheep, chickens, ducks, or geese. To put it bluntly, a single demon wolf could easily slaughter any group of similarly ranked transformed chickens or ducks. Were the transformed chickens or ducks too weak? In truth, even the lowest-tier transformed chickens or ducks could easily slay a robust man. It wasn't that the transformed chickens or ducks were weak. Rather, the demon wolf was overwhelmingly strong. The people of Daxia had not anticipated that while other farm owners faced merely transformed chickens, or at most transformed cattle and sheep for the first time, Su Chen's inaugural encounter would be with a demon wolf. A demon wolf. Ha ha ha, you are doomed, Daxia people. Unlike the clansmen of Daxia, upon witnessing the emergence of the demon wolf, nearly all the foreign onlookers became incredibly excited. The demon wolf, in and of itself, was already so formidable. Whether Su Chen could withstand it remained uncertain. More importantly, If this newly appeared demonic creature was already this powerful, what would the subsequent creatures be like? Nearly all the foreign onlookers wore smiles. Anderson, the director of the Lighthouse Special Operations Department, nearly burst into laughter, and no matter how strong or peculiar Su Chen was, unless he were to cheat, even Jesus himself could not save him now. Meanwhile, within the farm, as he stared at the demon wolf before him, Su Chen's expression was equally grave. This was his first encounter with a demonic creature, yet he was not entirely unfamiliar with them. The existence of the demon wolf was well known. Even with thorough preparation, at this moment, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of challenge. If it were merely a lone wolf, Su Chen might not feel so tense. However, it is well known that wolves do not appear alone. Howl! Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl rang through the sky. In the next moment, howl! A chorus of wolf howls echoed from the darkness. This is trouble. Listening to the sounds emanating from the darkness, Su Chen's heart sank. Just moments ago, there had been at least a dozen distinct howls. This meant that within the dense black mist, there were at least a dozen demon wolves. No longer could he afford to wait. His mind sharpened. Su Chen ceased to linger. He swiftly seized the longbow at his side. Drawing the bowstring, the arrows made from pseudo-spiritual bitter bamboo and obsidian were aimed directly at the nearby demon wolf. With the multitude of demon wolves, he could no longer afford to wait. If he allowed them to encircle him, he would truly be doomed. Surely, this Daxia man isn't intending to shoot the demon wolves with a bow and arrow. Is he? What era are we in? Surely no one truly believes they can hit a demon wolf with a bow and arrow. In the real world, as they observed Su Chen's actions, countless foreign onlookers erupted into laughter. The terror of the demon wolf had been validated by the countless farm owners who had lost their lives over the past 3 years. Undeniably, compared to other farmers, Su Chen was indeed somewhat peculiar. His methods were diverse, and high-grade seeds seemed to spring forth from nowhere. But so what? Did he think that this would allow him to hit a demon wolf with a bow and arrow? It was nothing short of absurd. The strength of the demon wolf lay not only in its power but also in its terrifying ability to discern danger. With extraordinary biological instincts, the demon wolf could evade most threats and deliver a fatal strike with its keen reflexes. Although the arrows in Su Chen's hands appeared potent, no matter how formidable they were, they must still be able to hit their target. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that the demon wolf's defensive capabilities were remarkable. While Su Chen's arrows could pierce ordinary stones, it was uncertain whether they could breach the defenses of a demon wolf. This meant that even if he hit, Su Chen might not be able to kill it. Instead, an injured demon wolf would only become more bloodthirsty and savage. In an instant, all the foreign onlookers were nearly laughing uproariously. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Su Chen's arrow was released in an instant. At a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, it shot toward the demon wolf a mere 10 meters away. For an arrow possessing several hundred pounds of force, a distance of 10 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. However, facing the arrow shot by Su Chen, the demon wolf displayed no trace of fear. In fact, Su Chen could almost discern a hint of derision in its eyes, and indeed, as the foreign onlookers had anticipated, Su Chen's arrow posed no threat to the demon wolf. The very moment the arrow was about to strike the wolf's head, the demonic wolf's limbs flexed slightly, and with a sudden leap, it deftly evaded Su Chen's projectile. The sharp arrow grazed past the beast, piercing the ground and vanishing entirely from sight. Howl! Having narrowly escaped Su Chen's arrow, the wolf emitted a piercing roar. Observing the lone wolf's skyward howl, Su Chen's heart grew heavier. He retrieved another arrow from his back, knocked it onto his bow, and aimed once more at the demonic wolf. Yet, as before, this arrow too proved futile. In the live stream, witnessing Su Chen's repeated failures, the jeers from the foreign spectators intensified. Almost everyone was eagerly anticipating the moment when Su Chen would be torn apart by the wolf, blood spilling at the scene. At that moment, after evading several of Su Chen's arrows, the demonic wolf finally appeared to grow impatient, its limbs bending, and it charged directly towards Su Chen's position. The mere distance of a dozen meters meant nothing before the ferocious creature. In the blink of an eye, the wolf had arrived mere feet from Su Chen, leaping high, its body radiating a dense aura of malevolence, reaching the same height as Su Chen perched upon the wall. Its gaping maw lunged directly towards Su Chen's neck. Chapter 91. First kill. Group assault, ha ha ha. Bite him, bite him. Even through the live stream, the audience seemed to catch a whiff of the stench emanating from the wolf's mouth. This sensation only heightened the excitement of the foreign spectators. The more formidable the wolf, the more exhilarated they became. As long as Su Chen could be slain, everything would be for the best. What did it matter how terrifying the wolf was? After all, it was not their farm owner under attack. Meanwhile, within the borders of Great Xia, aside from the shepherd dogs and the intellectuals, the rest of the Great Xia populace wore expressions of deep concern. Countless individuals silently prayed for Su Chen's safety, fully aware that such prayers might hold no significance. Yet, unbeknownst to all, at the moment the wolf leaped into the air, its blood-soaked maw aimed at Su Chen. A subtle curve of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I've been waiting for you." As the massive maw loomed closer, Su Chen's lips curled upwards. In the next instant, he crouched down sharply, and the dark iron blade in his hand surged upward with a piercing thrust. With a soft sound, the blade penetrated deeply, instantly piercing the demonic wolf's belly. Dark crimson blood, accompanied by internal organs, gushed forth. Had Su Chen not evaded quickly, the splatter would have drenched him. Nevertheless, even with his timely dodge, a portion of his body was inevitably tainted by the wolf's blood. The nauseating stench filled the air, making him want to retch. Thud. With a light thump, the once ferocious demonic wolf, nearly 2 meters in size, crashed to the ground. Its vitality was evidently beyond imagination. Even with its insides spilled out, the wolf still struggled to rise, yet, before it could regain its footing, Su Chen's dark iron blade was already upon it. Slicing through flesh, the sound of the blade meeting meat echoed as the wolf's massive head soared into the air. Rolling and tumbling on the ground, it lost all semblance of color. A creature once perceived as immensely powerful by the foreign spectators had fallen. Truth be told, had it been a straightforward confrontation, Su Chen might have needed considerable effort to slay this wolf. Regrettably, while the wolf possessed a degree of intelligence, it was evidently lacking in wisdom. Merely a few missed arrows had lulled it into complacency, allowing it to expose its greatest vulnerability, its belly. Leaping into the air to deliver the first kill, the wolf's arrogance had sealed its fate. The distance between life and death was but a fleeting moment. The sudden turn of events left the foreign spectators, who had prepared to watch the spectacle, frozen in disbelief. Their smiles stiffened into expressions of sheer absurdity. What a useless creature, all show and no substance. Regaining their wits, the crowd erupted in anger. The seemingly mighty wolf had been dispatched almost instantly by Su Chen. Was this not a display of utter incompetence? With such a performance, it was no better than a demonic wild dog. It was merely a stroke of luck, they thought. With so many wolves yet to face, they eagerly anticipated Su Chen's downfall. After the initial anger, the spectators harbored malicious thoughts. What did it matter to kill one wolf? Within the mists of magic, there were not just one, but many more. A dozen wolves surged forth, and not even seasoned farm owners, with over a year of experience in the farm space, would dare claim they could face them all simultaneously. Sensing the death of their companion, the howls of the wolves grew increasingly frantic. In no time, massive figures, each nearly 2 meters long and close to a meter tall, emerged from the shadows. Pairs of cold eyes glinted in the darkness. The chilling aura permeated the air, sending shivers down countless spines. 1, 2, 3, 11. This is troublesome. Beholding the pack of wolves, Su Chen's spirits sank further. The elation of having just slain one wolf evaporated in an instant. 11 wolves. Each one as ferocious as the last. Should they charge all at once? Even Su Chen himself felt no confidence in facing them. Howl! The chilling cries of the wolves reverberated throughout the farm. This time, Su Chen did not hesitate. The moment the wolves appeared, he knocked arrow after arrow, unleashing a flurry of sharp projectiles. Yet, akin to the previous wolf, while the arrows flew swiftly, the wolves moved even faster. Each arrow missed its mark without exception. These wolves possessed an acute sense of danger. Had the earlier wolf not underestimated Su Chen and leapt towards him, becoming vulnerable mid-air, it would not have fallen so easily. To these wolves, the 3-meter-high wall posed no obstacle at all. The previous wolf had merely needed a single leap to soar higher than Su Chen's head. Their jumping ability was at least 4 meters. Possibly exceeding 5, however, the wall constructed by Su Chen was not entirely useless. It at least provided him with opportunities to exploit their vulnerabilities as they leapt to attack. As the skirmishes ensued, the wolves appeared increasingly impatient. With a howl, one wolf leaped again. Now is the chance. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he let loose an arrow towards the leaping wolf. However, this time, the wolf had evidently learned its lesson. With the corpse of its companion still fresh, these cunning hunters would not fall for the same trick again. As Su Chen's arrow shot forth, the wolf twisted its body in midair, evading the arrow's deadly tip. Thud. The obsidian-tipped arrow struck true, but not where Su Chen had aimed. It merely grazed the wolf's foreleg. The arrow pierced through its limb, losing little force before embedding itself deeply into the ground beyond. The wolf was wounded, but at that moment, several other wolves leaped into action. Chapter 92. Triple Kill. The wolves in terror before Su Chen could knock another arrow. The wolves had already scaled the wall. This is bad. Observing the wolves that had vaulted over the barrier, the hearts of the Great Xia populace sank in their eyes. The wall represented Su Chen's last line of defense. With the wall breached, how could Su Chen possibly face these wolves? The cold, bloodthirsty aura enveloped the entire farm. Su Chen found himself completely surrounded. Below the wall, several wolves that had not yet jumped were poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Realizing this, Su Chen set aside his bow. Using it was clearly futile now. Drawing the dark iron blade from his waist, he swiftly picked up the pre-prepared shield crafted from pseudo-spiritual bamboo. Howl! Almost the instant he grasped the shield, another piercing scream echoed, signaling the attack. The wolves surged forth, rushing towards Su Chen with incredible speed. As one wolf barreled toward him, Su Chen's muscles tensed in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the wolf lunged at him. Just as the beast approached, Su Chen raised his shield. Bang! A violent collision, under a colossal force, compelled Su Chen to involuntarily retreat several steps. The shield in his hand creaked ominously, seemingly on the verge of disintegrating. Simultaneously, the demonic wolf behind Su Chen charged forth with ferocity. Caution! Every member of the Great Xia clan was on high alert. Countless cries of alarm echoed from across the Great Xia territories. Although everyone understood that their warnings would not reach Su Chen, in that moment, they could not restrain themselves from shouting out. Crack, crack, crack. Before Su Chen, the demonic wolf, thwarted in its ambush, showed no intention of granting him any respite. Its assault continued unabated, with its vicious teeth and claws relentlessly tearing at Su Chen's shield. Should Su Chen allow his focus to waver for even a moment, the consequence would be singular. He would be torn to shreds by the demonic wolf before him. Yet, if he devoted all his energy to dealing with this wolf, the arrival of the others from behind would surely spell his doom. Damn those Great Xia people. Let us see how you survive this time. Observing Su Chen ensnared in a dire predicament, all the foreign devils grinned maliciously once more, surrounded by wolves and tigers. Su Chen found himself utterly trapped, with no viable escape. Regardless of which threat he chose to confront, he could not evade the grim fate of death. Su Chen, it seemed, was indeed locked in a deadly standoff with the demonic wolves. Behind him, the gaping maw of the wolf had descended upon him. Without granting Su Chen a sliver of opportunity, the fetid teeth lunged straight for his head. Should it clamp down, Su Chen's head would undoubtedly explode like a watermelon, right under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. However, at that very moment, boom! A massive stone slab, measuring over a meter in length, suddenly materialized in midair. Before the demonic wolf could react, the slab came crashing down with tremendous force. The several-ton black obsidian slab instantly buried the wolf that was mere inches away. Under the terrifying impact, the wolf's body was crushed halfway, its form reduced to a puddle of gore from shoulder to hind leg. The bloodthirsty, cold glint in its eyes vanished, leaving only boundless terror. Meanwhile, the wolf that had been clawing at Su Chen was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, its movements freezing in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He yanked his shield away. The razor-sharp blade of dark iron swiftly cleaved toward the immobilized wolf, sensing the impending danger. The wolf instinctively attempted to retreat. Yet, It was evident that its movements were far too late. Squelch. The sound of the blade piercing flesh reverberated once more. The wolf's chest was brutally cleaved open by the dark iron blade. Through the gaping wound, Su Chun could even glimpse the pulsating heart within. Die. With a furious roar, Su Chen's veins bulged as he exerted force once more. The blade's tip penetrated the wolf's body, immediately skewering its pitch-black heart. The wolf's eyes widened in disbelief as it attempted to struggle, but Su Chen's shield had already come crashing down, pinning its body firmly. In no time, the thrashing weakened. Squelch. Su Chun forcefully withdrew the dark iron blade from the wolf's body. Dark, foul blood gushed forth from the wound. Casting a frigid glance at the wolf's increasingly lifeless form, Su Qian delivered a swift kick, sending it toppling over the parapet. Thud. The once agile carcass, now devoid of life, plummeted to the ground, and foul blood seeped from its chest, saturating the earth around it. After a brief interval, the ground was thoroughly tainted. With 3 of their companions slain, the surrounding demonic wolves displayed evident trepidation, their steps involuntarily retreating a few paces. Having dealt with the wolf before him, Su Chun placed his hand upon a nearby black obsidian brick, and with a mere thought, the brick was seamlessly absorbed into his synthesis panel. Surveying the utterly flattened wolf, its innards reduced to mush, Su Qian exhibited no emotional fluctuation. With a powerful kick, he sent the carcass hurtling over the parapet once more, casting a final glance at the wall's stone bricks beneath the wolf. Confirming their integrity, he casually flicked the blood from the blade's edge, his cold gaze once again fixating on the demonic wolves lurking on either side and below. Roar. Upon meeting Su Chen's icy stare, all the demonic wolves emitted low, rumbling growls from their throats, their movements increasingly agitated. The instinct to fear the strong is inherent in all creatures. Though they were demonic wolves, they too possessed such instincts. Were these ordinary wolves, the sight of 3 fallen companions would have sent them fleeing in terror. They could not fathom why this bipedal creature, emanating such a seemingly feeble aura, one even weaker than the 2-legged beings they hunted in the abyss, could have caused them to suffer such losses. Their lack of considerable intelligence left them utterly befuddled by the situation. At times, facing Su Chen's chilling gaze, they felt an overwhelming urge to flee, as though an unimaginable horror lurked within this bipedal being. Roar. Amidst the growls of unrest, all the demonic wolves became increasingly agitated. Just as they hesitated over whether to continue their assault, a chilling, high-pitched wolf howl resounded from the depths of the black mist. Chapter 93. Wolf King, Dark Moon Sky Wolf. Before the gaze of countless witnesses, a colossal figure emerged silently. Compared to the previous demonic wolves, this one was even larger, measuring at least 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height. An icy aura radiated from it, sending shivers down the spine even from behind the screen. It was the Wolf King. As the magnificent figure appeared, the hearts of all the Great Xia clan members sank to the depths of despair. The Wolf King, the leader of a wolf pack. It is well known that every Wolf King is the most formidable entity within its pack. The sight of this one, with each bristle resembling a steel needle, evoked primal dread within all onlookers. Each step it took felt like a stomp on the hearts of the crowd, rendering their breaths shallow and labored. Just when everyone assumed that the emergence of the Wolf King marked the end of their woes, strange sounds began to emanate once more from the swirling black mist nearby. In an instant, another figure, identical in grandeur to the Wolf King, materialized before them. 2 Wolf Kings? How is this possible? In that moment, the faces of all the Great Xia clan members turned ashen. The appearance of one Wolf King had already left them breathless. Now, a second one emerged. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't there typically be only one Wolf King in a pack? Why was there now a second? The presence of 2 Wolf Kings, alongside the remaining 9 demonic wolves, instilled a paralyzing chill in nearly every member of the Great Xia clan. Was the heavens truly intent on extinguishing their lineage? All members of the Great Xia clenched their fists tightly, their veins bulging with palpable fury, as an overwhelming sense of indignation swept through their hearts. Ha ha ha! The inferior are indeed inferior, still hoping to defy fate. Well now, with 2 Wolf Kings, let us see how you will confront this. Truly a tribe forsaken by the gods. No matter how many tricks your masters possess, they too shall meet their demise. Unlike the anxiety and resentment of the Great Xia clan, the foreign devils reveled in raucous laughter upon witnessing the emergence of the two wolf kings. Xu Chen's repeated victories over the demonic wolves had indeed surprised them, and the ability to summon stones that will resemble the legendary spatial rings of the Great Xia, evoking envy and jealousy among them. But what of it? No matter how many methods one possesses, if one cannot survive, they are of no use. Meanwhile, within the farm space, Xu Chen's expression grew gravely serious. The existence of the Wolf King was not unexpected. Upon encountering these demonic wolves, he had anticipated such a scenario. After all, a wolf pack typically has a wolf king. However, the emergence of two wolf kings surpassed his expectations entirely. With a mere thought, the attributes of the two wolf kings appeared before Xu Chen. Shadow Demon Wolf rank, intermediate common tier danger level, extremely dangerous description, a bloodthirsty creature more powerful than the demonic wolves, possessing extraordinary senses and reflexes, a natural hunter in the darkness. Note: the danger level assessment is a relative evaluation based on the overall qualities of the farm owner, not an absolute figure. Extremely dangerous. The crimson letters stood out sharply at that moment. Such an assessment indicated that, according to the farm space's judgment, Xu Chen's chances of survival before these two wolf kings were exceedingly slim. Among previous farm owners, nearly none had survived encounters with creatures classified as extremely dangerous. This terminology essentially represented death. Glancing back at the other demonic wolves, demonic wolf rank, elementary common tier danger level, dangerous description. In comparison to the shadow demon wolves, these ordinary demonic wolves were merely assessed as dangerous, with evaluations ranging from no threat, ordinary, dangerous, highly dangerous, to extremely dangerous. The danger level of demonic wolves was 2 tiers lower than that of the shadow demon wolves. The mere presence of the danger level demon wolves is already a formidable point. One can only imagine the sheer terror that these two wolf kings, the shadowy demon wolves, must instill. Just as Xu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty, and countless citizens of Daxia were engulfed in despair, the two fearsome wolf kings suddenly lowered their heads, shifting their bodies a few steps to the side. Then, under the gaze of countless onlookers, a figure, seemingly no more than half a meter in length and standing a mere 20 to 30 centimeters tall, quietly emerged before the crowd. What is this? As everyone gazed at this diminutive creature, not even reaching the height of the Wolf King's leg bones, they were all left in a state of shock. Could it be the offspring of the Wolf Kings? Someone proposed this theory. It seemed plausible. The two Wolf Kings were likely a male and a female, and this little wolf must be their cub. Soon, others nodded in agreement. Such speculation was widely accepted, for it was uncommon for a wolf pack to feature two Wolf Kings. The simultaneous appearance of these two Wolf Kings alongside a cub seemed entirely normal. At this moment, why had the two Wolf Kings allowed their cub to emerge? A new question arose. Were they intending to protect their cub, using Xu Chen as a means to train it? Someone speculated. However, in the next instant, all their conjectures were shattered. Upon observing the seemingly delicate figure before him, Xu Chen's mind stirred, and the attributes of the little wolf manifested directly. Dark Moon Celestial Wolf rank, Spirit level initial, cub, danger level. Danger level exceeds assessment range, description. Offspring of the Wolf Clan leader, the Dark Moon Celestial Wolf King, possessing the powerful bloodline of royalty. In darkness, it will be synonymous with death. What the hell? Offspring of the Wolf Clan leader? A spirit-level demon beast? What kind of joke is this? Upon seeing the attributes of the demon beast displayed by Xu Chen, all the people of Daxia were left dumbfounded. They had initially thought it to be the offspring of the two Wolf Kings, but to their astonishment, this diminutive creature, measuring scarcely half a meter, was indeed the true boss of this encounter. A spirit-level demon beast. This was the most powerful demon beast humanity had witnessed since the arrival from the farm space. Prior to this, even the most seasoned farm owners had only encountered high-level mortal beasts. Roar! Accompanied by a low growl, as the Dark Moon Celestial Wolf Cub appeared. The two figures previously regarded as Wolf Kings gradually lay down, respectfully lowering their heads and obediently remaining on either side. Their demeanor having entirely shed that of powerful Wolf Kings, instead resembling insignificant guards. Simultaneously, the other demon wolves around them turned to face the diminutive figure, with two demon wolves from the wall leaping down to the ground. all bowing their heads as if they were soldiers in the presence of a king. This scene gripped the hearts of all Daxians with a profound sense of dread. Chapter 94. The terrifying wolf guards. The earlier appearance of the two wolf kings had already plunged them into a state of icy despair. And now they realized that those seemingly powerful wolf kings might merely be two guardians. Such a realization was utterly hopeless. In prior records from the farm space, even the high-level mortal beasts had been formidable enough to instill terror. What magnitude of power could these unprecedented spirit-level beasts possess? Everyone struggled to fathom. Contemplating this, all the people of Daxia felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was not that they lacked faith in Su Chen. Rather, his repeated displays of prowess had exceeded their wildest expectations. Based on Su Chen's current abilities, one could hardly believe he was just a novice farm owner. Even suggesting he had been a farm owner for a year or two would not raise any doubts. Yet, the demon beasts that had now emerged had completely surpassed their imagination. Could such a terrifying entity truly be withstood by a novice in the farm? No one felt even a flicker of confidence. In the Lighthouse Nation's Special Operations Division, Anderson gazed at the live broadcast before him, unable to suppress a deep sigh of relief. The smile on his face could no longer be contained, stretching from ear to ear. With the two Wolf Kings, or rather, the two Wolf King-level guardians, along with this unprecedented spirit-level demon wolf, even God himself could not save Su Chen now. The threat from Daxia was finally to be eradicated. Once Su Chen perished, what threat would Daxia pose to them? Before the next batch of farm owners emerged, Daxia would be nothing more than a weak sheep, ripe for slaughter. Those damned Daxians, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. Anderson coldly sneered as he surveyed the live broadcast. Internally, he had already begun to scheme about how to extract greater profits from Daxia. Without the support of the farm space, Daxia would inevitably face food shortages, and their only recourse would be to purchase supplies from them. And when that time came, how to exploit Daxia would be entirely at their discretion. Trouble ahead. Within the farm space, as Su Chen beheld the petite dark moon celestial wolf, his heart sank to the depths of despair, a spirit-level demon beast. At that moment, even Su Chen himself felt devoid of any confidence, despite the dark moon celestial wolf appearing merely as a cub. Oh, whoa. Just then, the dark moon celestial wolf suddenly howled to the heavens, its somewhat juvenile voice reverberating throughout the entire farm. Once the howl concluded, the two Wolf King guardians beside it slowly rose to their feet. And simultaneously, the other demon wolves seemed to receive some command, all standing up, their cold, bloodthirsty gazes directed straight at Su Chen, who was not far away. The fear and trepidation that had previously glimmered in their eyes had vanished entirely. In fact, compared to before, the chilling aura surrounding these demon wolves had intensified. The air seemed to solidify in that moment. Roar. The silence did not last long. Accompanied by a low growl, the remaining 9 demon wolves closed in once more. And one of the Wolf King guardians stepped forward beside the dark moon celestial wolf. Every muscle in Su Chen's body tensed at that moment. The 3-meter-high wall provided no sense of security whatsoever. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen forcibly suppressed his rising anxiety. He then drew his bow again, retrieving an arrow crafted from high-grade obsidian, nocking it, and locking his aim on the approaching Wolf King guardian. Whoosh! In an instant, accompanied by the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, Su Chen released the arrow, sending it hurtling towards the Wolf King guardian. Is it possible? Watching the arrow race forth, all the Daxians felt their hearts tighten. Clenching their fists, they watched in anxious anticipation. Although Su Chen's previous arrows had failed to slay any demon wolves, they had at least posed a certain threat to them. The demon wolf that had initially acted as bait had been pierced through the thigh by an arrow and now limped, clearly having lost at least half its combat prowess. The people of Daxia did not expect Su Chen's shot to achieve a decisive victory. They merely hoped this arrow would pose a threat to the Wolf King Guardian, and that would suffice. Yet this time, under the gaze of countless spectators, the Wolf King Guardian did not even flinch. Even as the arrow approached its head, its body remained utterly still. The derision in its eyes for the weak was palpable, transcending species, and everyone could feel it. Just as the arrow was about to pierce its head, the Wolf King Guardian finally moved, in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the Wolf King Guardian sharply turned its head, crack. With a light sound, By the time the spectators comprehended the situation, the arrow that had hurtled forth had been caught whole in the guardian's mouth. The arrow trembled at both ends, yet the middle section was firmly gripped by its icy teeth. Hiss! Observing how effortlessly the Wolf King Guardian had bitten down on Su Chen's arrow, countless Daxians, as well as the foreign onlookers, could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had previously witnessed the immense power of Su Chen's arrows. Each arrow that had been dodged by the demon wolves could easily pierce the ground, disappearing without a trace. While ordinary demon wolves could evade arrows due to their acute sense of danger, none dared to catch an arrow with their mouths. Yet now, this Wolf King Guardian had not even attempted to dodge, directly biting down on Su Chen's arrow. Such reflexes and biting strength sent shivers down their spines. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Wolf King Guardian casually tossed aside the arrow it had caught, its expression of mockery growing ever more pronounced. A woo! After another long howl, the surrounding demon wolves finally sprang into action. A ferocious magic wolf took the lead, lunging directly at Su Chen on the wall, seemingly intent on employing the same tactic as the previous wolf, using itself as bait to capture Su Chen's attention. Simultaneously, the surrounding wolves sprang into action, effortlessly leaping over the 3-meter-high wall, which posed no obstacle to them whatsoever. This time, Su Chen refrained from using his bow and arrows. Faced with the onslaught of the wolves, he gripped the Xian Tai blade tightly, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Su Chen was acutely aware that what lay ahead would be a fierce battle. Chapter 95. A Life for a Life? A bloody slaughter ignoring the pack of wolves scaling the walls on either side. Su Chen's gaze remained fixed on the magic wolf soaring toward him. As the wolf closed in, Su Chen swung his Xian Tai blade with determination. This time, he did not use his shield for defense. After previous encounters, Su Chen had realized that the wolf's hide offered no real resistance against the blade. Any wolf struck by his Xian Tai blade would surely be either slain or grievously wounded. He understood that he could not afford to delay. Doing so would only deepen his disadvantage. Although his physical condition had surpassed that of an ordinary person, his stamina was not limitless. If these wolves managed to stall him, once his energy was depleted, even without the intervention of the 2 Wolf Kings and the Dark Moon Wolf, he would likely be left helpless. Thus, he needed to act swiftly, reducing their numbers and combat effectiveness before they could react. Was this man from the Great Saimdaw insane? To abandon his shield, did he truly believe that his flesh and blood could withstand the claws of the magic wolves? Observing Su Chen's seemingly suicidal action, countless foreign onlookers erupted into laughter. The might of the wolf's claws had been validated by countless farmers who had lost their lives over the past 3 years. To confront the wolves with mere flesh was akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, an invitation to death. Yet, as the magic wolf hurtled towards Su Chen, a glimmer of wariness flickered in its eyes upon seeing the Xian Tai blade in his grasp. Having developed a degree of intelligence, it recognized the blade that had severed 2 of its companions. The scent of its comrade's blood still lingered on the blade, heightening its instinct to evade. However, at the sound of a low growl behind it, the wolf's remaining trepidation vanished in an instant, leaving only a thirst for blood and cruelty. The wolf pack operated under a strict hierarchy, with the higher-ranking wolves exerting absolute dominance over their subordinates. In the absence of the Wolf King's guardians, they acted on instinct. But now, with the Wolf King's guardians present, their only option was to obey orders. Having abandoned any thought of evasion, the magic wolf's jagged claws lunged towards Su Chen's head, its gaping maw following suit without hesitation, aiming to sink its teeth into him. Su Chen's eyes flashed with cold resolve. Without an ounce of avoidance, he raised his left hand, presenting it to the wolf's mouth, while his right hand swung the Xian Tai blade with all his might. Swoosh! Though the wolf's claws were sharp, it was evident that the Xian Tai blade in Su Chen's grasp was far from weak. Before the claws could reach him, the blade pierced through the wolf's body effortlessly. The left side of the wolf was cleaved open without resistance, its front paw severed by more than half, leaving only a few scraps of flesh connected. However, this outcome brought no joy to the people of the Great Saimdaw. Instead, their hearts tightened with anxiety. For in that very moment, the wolf's claws had already reached Su Chen's arm. Before the eyes of countless spectators, the wolf's claws sank into Su Chen's arm. Ha ha! Bite him to death! Bite him to death! As the gruesome scene unfolded, foreign spectators cheered with delight. eagerly anticipating what would transpire next. Zing! The instant the wolf's claws made contact with Su Chen's arm, his clothing was shredded into tatters. Yet, contrary to their expectations of blood splattering and limbs flying, no such scene materialized. What was happening? Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, the foreign spectators quickly shifted their gazes to the intersection of Su Chen's arm and the wolf's claws. What was that? Upon glimpsing the green sheen beneath the torn fabric, they realized, to their dismay, that this wretched man had fashioned an arm guard. Understanding the situation, the faces of the foreign onlookers turned ashen. Baka! This great Xia man is far too cunning. Watching the arm guard made from tough bamboo revealed beneath Su Chen's tattered clothing, countless people from Fusang gritted their teeth in frustration. They longed to witness Su Chen being torn to shreds, not this scene of magic wolves being countered. Meanwhile, the people of the Great Xia breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Chen unharmed. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen yanked the Xian Tai blade from the slain wolf's body with force, then flung the creature's carcass toward the approaching wolf on his left. At the same time, he swung the extracted blade toward the wolf charging in from the right. Having witnessed the fate of their fallen comrade, the wolf on the right hesitated, instinctively avoiding a direct confrontation with the Xian Tai blade, halting its advance just in time. The wolf on the left, blocked by its companion's body, failed to attack Su Chen immediately. A moment of respite had finally arrived amidst the life-and-death struggle. Yet, all were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Though the wolf's assault had been temporarily halted, Su Chen's movements did not cease. Ignoring the retreating wolf on the right, he swiftly rotated the Xian Tai blade and struck at the wolf on the left. Sensing the imminent threat of death as it had just tossed aside its comrade's body, the wolf attempted to retreat, but it was already too late, despite its keen senses and quick reflexes. The short distance proved insufficient for it to evade Su Chen's blade. Swoosh! The cold blade once again pierced through the body of a magic wolf. This time, the strike landed squarely on its neck. The Xian Tai blade, sharp enough to slice through iron, severed the wolf's neck by more than half in one fell swoop. A torrent of foul blood erupted, splattering Su Chen, transforming him into a fearsome figure reminiscent of a demon emerging from hell. Chapter 96. A sheep among tigers? Have you ever seen a 1,000-pound wolf tooth club? Having slain 2 more magic wolves, Su Chen's actions showed no sign of slowing. The foul stench of blood once again filled the air. With the presence of the wolf guards, the death of their companions did not instill fear in the remaining wolves. Rather, it ignited their bloodlust. As Su Chen dispatched the wolf on the right, a chilling set of fangs lunged toward him from above. Be careful. As the fearsome jaws descended toward Su Chen's neck, all the people of the Great Xia gasped in alarm. Yet, in the face of this seemingly ferocious strike, Su Chen did not even glance back. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself sideways. At such close quarters, evasion or defense was impossible. Su Chen was acutely aware of this fact and would not act foolishly. Though he lacked extensive combat experience, he possessed a sharp mind. He knew precisely how to choose. In a flash, the stench of the wolf's mouth brushed past Su Chen. His body tumbled down toward the base of the wall. Crisis! As Su Chen fell from the wall, the hearts of the Great Xia people sank. Despite having slain 5 magic wolves, 7 still remained below. More critically, 2 wolf kings and 1 dark moon wolf loomed ominously in the background. While on the wall, Su Chen could maneuver using the terrain to his advantage, but now he had fallen into the jaws of danger. It was a dire situation. Moreover, 2 wolves lay in wait below, poised to pounce on the unsuspecting Su Chen. In midair, he was unable to perform any effective evasive maneuvers. In that moment, everyone's hearts raced, and just then, whoosh! A massive shadow suddenly appeared before countless spectators. Boom! Under their watchful eyes, the gigantic shadow plummeted from the sky. The 2 wolves, poised to ambush and shred the unsuspecting Su Chen, were crushed beneath the weight of the enormous shadow before they could react. Before the anguished cries could escape their lips, the 2 demonic wolves were crushed into mere puddles of mud by a colossal shadow. Baka! Not this stone brick again. As the dust settled, countless denizens of Fusang gnashed their teeth at the sight of the pitch-black stone bricks. It was this very stone that had once thwarted Su Chen from facing death. Yet now, he was employing the same tactic, wielding an even larger stone brick. The two wolves, poised to lie in wait for their prey, not only failed to capture Su Chen as a meal but instead sealed their own doom. Of the 12 demonic wolves, only 5 remained in the blink of an eye. This outcome was simply too difficult for the many citizens of Fusong and the Lighthouse Nation to accept. When did these once feared demonic wolves, which had sent countless farmers into a frenzy, become so feeble? Shouldn't a novice farmer struggle immensely against the likes of demonized chickens, ducks, and sheep? Why, in the presence of Su Chen, did these wolves, far surpassing those demonized creatures, prove to be so pathetically vulnerable? Even more difficult to comprehend was the fact that Su Chen was not merely facing 1 or 2 wolves, but an entire pack, a group of demonic wolves that even seasoned farmers would hesitate to confront single-handedly. Yet Su Chen was merely a newcomer, having entered the farm space for just a month. How could he achieve such feats? This individual harbored too many secrets, and under no circumstances could they allow his unchecked rise to continue. Gazing at Su Chen, who landed safely and unscathed, both the people of Fusong and the Lighthouse Nation had glints of cold fury in their eyes. Whether it was Su Chen's mysterious advanced seeds or the inexplicable black stone bricks, he was shrouded in enigma far beyond their comprehension. Everyone could foresee that should Su Chen continue to develop unchecked, the ascendance of the Great Xia would become an unstoppable force. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable to them. The only solace they found was in Su Chen's current predicament. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would not escape the clutches of these demonic creatures, especially with the 2 wolf sentinels and the seemingly innocuous Dark Moon Wolf. The performance of those wolf sentinels suggested that either could easily slay Su Chen. If Su Chen perished, everything would come to an end. No matter how peculiar he was, it would hold no significance. As the dust gradually dispersed, Su Chen's figure re-emerged before the multitude of spectators. Nearby, the remaining 4 demonic wolves and one perched atop the wall bared their teeth, their gleaming white fangs appearing ominously sharp even under the shroud of demonic mist. Awoo! Another terrifying wolf howl echoed. Without hesitation, the remaining 5 demonic wolves charged toward Su Chen, their massive forms moving in unison. Previously unable to launch a coordinated assault from atop the wall, they now saw Su Chen on the ground, a prime opportunity to unleash their aggression. The 4 wolves on the ground surged forward from all directions, while the one atop the wall leaped down towards Su Chen's position. Faced with such lethal intent, Su Chen could not afford to be lax for even a moment. With a thought, fall. A sharp command rang out, boom, 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 boom. As the wolves closed in, massive stone bricks materialized from the void, plummeting to the ground. However, having learned from prior encounters, the demonic wolves did not allow Su Chen's obsidian bricks to prove effective this time. Out of the 5 bricks, only one grazed the flank of a wolf. This injury was far from sufficient to impair their movements. After summoning the 5 bricks, Su Chen did not hesitate. With another thought, a massive, pitch-black club appeared in his hand. Die! He roared, his veins bulging with effort. Grasping the obsidian club, several meters long and weighing hundreds of kilograms, he swung it down with unyielding force toward the airborne wolf. Chapter 97. The Ferocious Wolf Mace. The Wolf King moves, an inch longer, an inch stronger. To combat the potential threats that may arise, Su Chen's preparations extended beyond mere bows, shields, and refined iron blades. This obsidian club, measuring several meters in length, was one of his preparations. To be precise, it was not just a simple club. It was a wolf mace. Weighing hundreds of kilograms, even Su Chen found it challenging to wield effortlessly. Yet, using its falling inertia combined with his own strength to strike from the air was more than adequate. As the enormous wolf mace suddenly materialized before him, the approaching demonic wolf bristled. Its back fur standing on end, it desperately twisted its body mid-air, attempting to evade Su Chen's mace. However, it was evident that its reaction had come too late. Boom! A violent collision ensued, sending the massive wolf's body careening away. Under the sheer force of the mace and the puncturing spikes adorning it, the wolf's head, harder than ordinary steel, was pierced, creating a gaping blood-filled wound. It convulsed a few times on the ground before succumbing to silence. Hiss! What a formidable wolf mace! This club is so thick, I adore it. Another one down. Su Chen is incredible. Observing yet another demonic wolf fall, the citizens of the Great Xia erupted in cheers. The exhilarating highs and lows left many breathless. Yet, regardless of who they were, every true citizen of the Great Xia felt an unparalleled thrill at this moment. For every demonic wolf that fell, the likelihood of danger for Su Chen diminished. Heh, it's merely the demise of a useless creature. Why all the fuss? Better to consider how to deal with the remaining 4 wolves, along with the 2 wolf kings and the Dark Moon Wolf. As the citizens of the Great Xia cheered, the foreign onlookers doused their spirits with cold water. Upon seeing the comments from these outsiders, the jubilant citizens of Great Xia suddenly froze, their expressions turning grave. Indeed, though the foreign voices were harsh, they spoke a truth. Despite Su Chen having taken down 8 demonic wolves, the remaining 4, along with the other 3, were the real bosses, particularly the latter 3. Bang! Gazing at the twitching corpse of a demonic wolf, Su Chen set down the wolf mace and finally exhaled deeply. Given the weight of the mace, he could only use it for a surprise attack once. Otherwise, with his current strength, wielding such a heavy blunt weapon would be impossible. While the hardness of the obsidian was unquestionable, its weight was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that he had succeeded in eliminating 1 demonic wolf, validating the countless hours he had tirelessly spent crafting such formidable implements. Roar! Witnessing the demise of 8 comrades, the remaining 4 demonic wolves bared their teeth, their sharp claws restlessly scraping the ground. Despite the presence of the wolf sentinels, these wolves remained deeply unsettled. The bipedal creature before them wielded powers that were exceedingly bizarre. It was entirely different from the 2-legged sheep they had previously hunted. Though seemingly frail, its aura was weaker than that of any of their companions. Yet now, 8 of their comrades had perished at the hands of this biped Awul. As if sensing the wolves' trepidation, the wolf sentinel stationed behind suddenly let out a long howl. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the massive figure of the wolf sentinel began to approach Su Chen's position. Simultaneously, the previously anxious demonic wolves regained their composure. With limbs bent, the 4 wolves surged forward once more towards Su Chen. Screech! The razor-sharp claws, like blades, relentlessly slashed at the obsidian bricks embedded in the ground around Su Chen, attempting to tear apart the stone barricades that encircled him. Each collision between claws and obsidian bricks produced a nauseating sound, akin to metal scraping against glass, igniting sparks with every strike. Had these bricks not been crafted from obsidian, they would have undoubtedly shattered under the onslaught of these demonic wolves. Baka, what are these stones made of? They are astonishingly hard. Within the borders of Fusang, as they beheld the stone bricks enduring the demonic wolves' assault with barely a scratch, countless citizens clenched their jaws in frustration. They had sensed something amiss upon first seeing these stones, a feeling that they were far from ordinary. Now, they finally grasped the truth. These stones were entirely unlike any they had encountered before. The sharpness of the demonic wolves' claws had been proven deadly over 3 years. As countless farmers had paid with their lives, not only ordinary stones but even metal tools and shields crafted from common wood had crumbled before these wolves' claws. Yet now, those same claws proved utterly ineffective against the black stones surrounding Su Chen. Damn it, this guy possesses far too many treasures. A wave of envy, jealousy, and resentment swept through the hearts of the citizens of Fusang. Why should such an abundance of treasures fall into the hands of the Daxia people? Why is it that the Fusang do not possess any? How infuriating! Time and again, the assaults upon the 5 obsidian stone slabs, no, to be precise, they should be referred to as stone tablets, have left but faint traces. Moreover, these tablets were meticulously crafted by Su Chen for the purpose of defense. Each slab exceeds 4 meters in length. Beneath their terrifying weight, at least 1 meter of the slabs has been embedded deep into the earth. In this scenario, no matter how fiercely the magical wolves claw and bite, their efforts prove futile against the obsidian tablets. Eventually, realizing the ineffectiveness of their claws, the magical wolves resort to ramming the slabs. Yet this also yields little practical effect. The slabs are far too heavy, and their depth of insertion into the ground is beyond the capabilities of these wolves to disturb. Witnessing this scene, the Daxia people in the live stream finally breathed a sigh of relief. While everyone understood that this situation was not a sustainable solution, at least until the magical wolves discovered a way to breach the tablets, Su Chen could gain a moment of respite. Setting aside other preparations, he could at least rest and recuperate his previously expended energy. Alas, before the Daxia people could relax for long, the advancing wolf sentinels, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed. To the onlookers, they appeared as but a fleeting blur. In the next instant, when the figure came to a halt, it had already reached a slab of obsidian beside Su Chen. With claws gleaming with a sharp, cold brilliance, they lunged toward the obsidian tablet adjacent to Su Chen.